Chapter 1. Serving as a general for my younger brother, returning to inquire about my military achievements. In the realm of martial arts that has spanned 4 centuries, in the northern province of Jiangbei, lies the city of Linyuan, home to the Ye family. Dinner's ready. How long do you intend to remain cooped up in your room? A voice, cold and tinged with impatience, emanated from outside the door, rousing Ye Linyuan from his reverie. It appears that the memories I recall are indeed accurate. Ye Linyuan slowly opened his eyes, releasing a heavy sigh within 0.3 years prior. He had traversed dimensions from the former world of Blue Star. He had arrived in a high martial world rife with monstrous beasts and fissures in the starry sky. His identity had transformed from a recent graduate to the eldest son of the Ye family in Jiangbei Province. His father was a grandmaster-level martial artist and the commander of the Demon Subjugation Army in Jiangbei, a 1-star general within the military hierarchy. In this high martial world, he had achieved remarkable military accomplishments, thus elevating the Ye family's status in Jiangbei and indeed throughout the Xia nation. With such a lineage, Ye Linyuan could undoubtedly be considered a quintessential second-generation martial artist and military scion. However, in light of this status, Ye Linyuan found little joy. Upon his arrival in this new realm, he discovered he was already thrust into the chaos of the front lines. Like many who find themselves in similar circumstances, Ye Linyuan promptly began to sift through his memories, piecing together the events that had led to this predicament. At that time, the border front was besieged by a rampaging horde of beasts, leading to a nationwide conscription order. Anyone who had attained the status of a martial artist stood a chance of being drafted. By a twist of fate, this conscription list had also reached the Ye family, and his younger brother, Yebai, was among those selected as a prodigy in martial arts. Yebai had long been groomed by their parents as the family successor. Now, suddenly summoned to the front lines to combat the monstrous beasts, their parents were understandably distressed. Thus, they insisted that Ye Linyuan, as the elder brother, take his sibling's place in the military, heading to the battlefield. What astonished Ye Linyuan further was that his predecessor had acquiesced to this arrangement. It is worth noting that the threshold for conscription was set at the level of formal martial artists, for only those who had attained such a status possessed the capability to confront the beasts, thus having a chance at survival. Yet, their parents had chosen to send him, the elder brother, to the battlefield for the sake of his younger brother's life. At that moment, Ye Linyuan could only think, is my life less valuable than my brother's? Although he felt no affection for the parents he had never met, Ye Linyuan found himself with no choice but to comply, as he was already amidst the chaos of war. To flee would mean bearing the lifelong shame of being branded a deserter, or worse, facing death if caught. Reluctantly, Ye Linyuan steeled himself and entered the battlefield. However, fortune smiled upon him in the form of a system that bound to him, enabling him to survive in the turmoil of war. Consequently, he rose to become a general in the Eastern Theater. Ye Linyuan rose and opened the door, immediately confronted by the cold visage of Ye Linyuan, his younger sister. "Mom and Dad returned today, just for you. How disappointed they must be to see you like this." Upon seeing Ye Linyuan, a mix of disdain and indifference crossed Ye Linyuan's face. He had always been the image of a useless older brother, and thus she could never regard him with respect. In the days following his return, Ye Linyuan had shown him nothing but disdain. Upon hearing her words, Ye Linyuan could not suppress a cold sneer within. All this was for his sake. He had fought valiantly at the front lines for 3 years, taking his brother's place in the military, clashing with monstrous beasts and alien foes. Yet, after 3 days of returning home, he had not even set eyes on his parents. It was as though they feigned concern for him. Just as in his memories, no matter how hard he strived, even surpassing his brother in excellence, it seemed as if his parents remained perpetually blind to his existence. This realization had become a source of deep-seated frustration within him. He had agreed to take his brother's place in the military in hopes of winning their approval. Although Ye Linyuan had traversed into this body, the frustration lingered, rendering his path in martial arts increasingly arduous. "Is this how you speak to me? Has no one taught you manners at home?" Ye Linyuan's expression remained calm, his eyes deep and frosty. Ye Linyuan opened her mouth to retort, but the moment she met Ye Linyuan's piercing gaze, she faltered and swallowed her words. For reasons unknown, she felt as though her very spirit was about to be marked by a terrifying shadow. "I have no desire to converse with someone like you. I have come to summon you," she stated coldly before turning to leave. Watching her retreating figure, Ye Linyuan sighed. To be candid, he was indifferent to Ye Linyuan's attitude, for as a transmigrant, he felt no emotional ties to this family. If his parents were similarly aloof, it would be best for him to distance himself sooner rather than later, sparing himself the discomfort in the living room. Upon his arrival, a lavish spread awaited him on the dining table. At the head of the table sat a tall, resolute middle-aged man, while beside him was a woman adorned in opulent attire. A mere glance was enough to trigger a rush of memories. His father, Ye Tai, the commander of the demon-slaying army in Jiangbei Province, and his mother, Su Rong, the head of the largest gene drug development company in the region. "Linyuan, come sit and eat," Su Rong exclaimed with a smile upon seeing him. Ye Linyuan remained silent, quietly taking a seat at the table. Alongside him, apart from Ye Linyuan, was a youth of approximately 18 or 19 years, undoubtedly his brother, Ye Bai. To Ye Linyuan's surprise, Ye Bai, like Ye Linyuan, regarded him with a cold expression, offering not even a greeting. This stirred a sense of displeasure within Ye Linyuan after 3 years of service in the military. This was the reception he received? Before he could voice his thoughts, Ye Tai inquired, "What are your plans now that you have returned?" "I'll stay for a while before heading back to the military district," Ye Linyuan replied coolly. "Do not return to the military district, I will speak on your behalf. Since you've come back, you should rest at home." Ye Tai deliberated for a moment before responding. "Why?" Ye Linyuan frowned, perplexed by the response. "Your brother is about to participate in a martial arts examination, and according to the current policies regarding the martial arts examination, those who have achieved military merit can receive additional points in their assessments. Furthermore, I intend to promote your brother to the rank of major in the military, which requires some accomplishments to support his position, so he may eventually succeed me." Chapter 2. It turns out that what is deemed familial affection is worthless in the eyes of others. Ye Tai lifted his teacup and took a sip, an enigmatic smile appearing on his face. "So, what does this college entrance examination and military enlistment have to do with my return to the military district?" Ye Linyuan seemed to grasp the implication of Ye Tai's words and inquired with intrigue. "You plan to transfer all your military achievements to your brother henceforth. You can assist at your mother's company. Ye Tai's brows furrowed slightly, a hint of discontent flickering across his features, though he refrained from expressing it openly. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that after serving 3 years in the military, he would return to find not the concern and recognition of his family, but rather a demand to relinquish his military accomplishments to his brother. During the intense conflict at the front lines, they had persuaded him to enlist in place of Ye Bai. And now, after returning, they expected him to surrender his merits? What was he to them? Merely a useful tool. Ye Linyuan fell into a contemplative silence, although he had developed a certain understanding of his parents through memories. Witnessing them in person still felt surreal. If you go back, you'll only end up as a security guard. After 3 years of service, your physical fitness should suffice," remarked Ye Linyuan with a scoff, her voice barely above a whisper. At her words, Ye Bai let out a derisive laugh. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall grew oppressive. Noticing Ye Linyuan's silence, Ye Tai spoke again. "I have heard that you have achieved considerable merit in the military and hold a rank, which is not surprising. However, with your martial talent, further advancement will be arduous. Why transferring your military accomplishments to your brother? Not only will you facilitate his admission into one of the top 10 martial academies, but you will also ensure that the power of the demon suppression army in Jiangbei remains firmly in the hands of the Yi family. Surely, you understand this rationale." When Ye Linyuan snapped back to reality, he couldn't help but laugh, albeit a smile, tinged with sarcasm and a sense of relief. The irony was that his current rank and military achievements were sufficient to rival Ye Tai, perhaps even surpassing him. Throughout his 3 years of service, if his parents had shown even a modicum of concern, he would not have returned to find their awareness still stuck 2 years in the past. In his first year of enlistment, he had already exhibited extraordinary martial talent, having slain thousands and accumulated numerous accolades. His prowess had nearly caused a sensation across various military districts, and as his martial talent grew increasingly formidable, the military had taken measures to thoroughly conceal information regarding him for his protection. Yet, given Ye Tai's position, if he truly cared, he would not be so ignorant as to cling to news from 2 years prior. The relief he felt stemmed from his parents' decisions, only solidifying his resolve to sever ties completely. It is impossible for me to relinquish my military achievements. His future is of no concern to me. Is it not enough that I enlisted in his stead 3 years ago? Ye Linyuan responded coldly. Perceiving the chill in Ye Linyuan's tone and his retort, Ye Tai's expression briefly flickered with surprise. He had not expected that anyone in the entirety of Jiangbei Province would dare to oppose him. Moreover, the one who contradicted himself was none other than his eldest son, who had always followed his commands without question. Although a sense of discontent lingered within him, Ye Tai managed to reveal a semblance of a smile, harboring an increased disdain for Ye Linyuan. Did he truly believe that after a few years of military service and some modest achievements, he could forget his place? Pray tell, are you dissatisfied with my words? Or is it that you cannot bear to part with your meager accomplishments? He continued. Or perhaps you simply cannot bear to see your brother prosper? Or do you aspire to claim the position of the commander of the demon-subduing army in Jiangbei for yourself? As Ye Linyuan listened to these words, a wave of bitterness surged within him. Despite having traversed through time and lacking any emotional ties to this family, he still felt a sense of injustice on behalf of his former self. It seems you truly entertain such thoughts, Ye Tai observed, noting Ye Linyuan's silence. That do not think that just because you have been a soldier for a few years, you possess the right to choose. Were it not for my name, Ye Tai, do you suppose you would have received such preferential treatment on the front lines? Do you think you would have attained your rank so swiftly? 10 years ago, I retrieved you from the old district with a singular purpose. To pave a way for your brother, I have bestowed upon you everything, and I can just as easily take it all away. Therefore, do not make me regret bringing you back. With these words, Ye Linyuan felt a tremor in his very core at last. He understood why his predecessor had strived so diligently for familial approval. It turned out he had not been raised within the Ye family. In that moment, the knot that had long resided in his heart since his arrival in this world suddenly unraveled, and he felt an unprecedented lightness. So, all of this was part of your grand design? Ye Linyuan suddenly grasped the implication. As the commander of Jiangbei, it became clear why the conscription order had unexpectedly emerged from the Ye household. Perhaps that list of recruits had also been orchestrated by Ye Tai. The intent was to lay the groundwork for Ye Bai, facilitating a smoother transition for him to inherit the command of Jiangbei. Ye Tai did not respond, but the veins on his forehead throbbed as his countenance darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that his once obedient eldest son would now be so rebellious, defying him time and again. Ye Linyuan, do not forget who brought you back from the old district. Without me, you would still be languishing in poverty and want. By handing your achievements to your brother, do you believe he would neglect you, his elder sibling, once he assumes control of Jiangbei? When he enters one of the top 10 martial academies and his martial path shines bright, achieving the status of a martial saint, your honor as his brother would also be elevated. This matter is settled. Ye Tai inhaled deeply, his dissatisfaction with Ye Linyuan reaching its zenith. Yet he stifled his fury. Ha ha ha. Ye Linyuan laughed, feeling the burdens of his predecessor dissipate, liberated from their influence. Unfilial son, what do you find amusing? Ye Tai's voice turned grave. Why Ye Linyuan disregarded him, instead directing his gaze towards Su Rong, coldly uttering, "So, you are complicit in his machinations? Is this also your intention?" A look of astonishment appeared on Su Rong's face. Although she was not fully aware of Ye Tai's scheme, the arrangement for Ye Linyuan to relinquish his achievements to Ye Bai had indeed been discussed, and thus it would not change. After a moment of silence, Su Rong spoke gently. Linyuan, I understand that this situation may seem somewhat unjust to you. However, once you bestow your merits upon your brother, your father and I will ensure you are adequately compensated. Understood, understood. Ye Linyuan nodded, his tone surprisingly calm. Since you comprehend the situation, let us sit down and enjoy our meal together. I hope you realize that my actions are all for the sake of the Ye family and for the greater good of Jiangbei. Chapter 3. If he wishes to leave, let him depart. Ye Tai let out a cold snort, his expression remaining grim. Ye Linyuan, however, slowly rose to his feet and declared, "There is no need to dwell on military achievements. I shall not acquiesce. As for the so-called heir of Jiangbei, I have no interest in that either." Upon hearing these words, Ye Tai could no longer contain the fury he had suppressed for so long. He exclaimed angrily, "Rebellious son, What do you intend to do? Since there is no place for me here, I shall take my leave. From this day forth, I have no ties to the Ye family or to you. How outrageous to utter such blasphemous words. I cannot fathom the company you have kept these past 3 years. Ye erupted, rising in rage, an overwhelming presence emanating from him as he struck towards Ye Linyuan with a palm. Yet, Ye Linyuan effortlessly evaded the attack. Ye eyes were a mix of astonishment and fury. Although he had not used his full strength, he was still a master-level warrior. Such an attack should have been unavoidable. The gratitude you speak of for bringing me back to the Ye family was repaid 3 years ago. From today onward, I sever all ties with you, Ye Linyuan declared, turning away without a backward glance. This scene astonished all present. The timid figure from 3 years ago now stood resolute and defiant. Linyuan. Su Rong reacted immediately, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes as she hurried after him. What are you calling him for? Ye shouted, stopping Su Rong in her tracks, expelling a breath of anger. If he wishes to leave, let him. My Ye family has no need for such a disgrace. Ye could never comprehend how Ye Linyuan had transformed into this. Were those military accomplishments truly so significant? Significant enough to forsake his identity as the eldest son of the Ye family? Ye Linyuan crossed the threshold, leaving behind a solitary figure that vanished into the night. Though that silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn. Master, the eldest son has completely departed. At that moment, the voice of the steward echoed from outside. Hearing this, Ye ceased his tirade, yet the anger within him remained unabated. Indeed, he has become utterly unrestrained. Does he believe that after a few years in the military, he can survive on his own? I shall make him realize that without the Ye family, he is nothing. Ye inhaled deeply, his tone still icy. Su Rong silently sat down, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. She felt an inexplicable sense of impending loss regarding her eldest son. Yet, she quickly shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. After all, it was her fault that he had been lost during the beast invasion years ago. Subsequently, having him serve in the military for his younger brother brought no complaint from him. Now, having just returned and being asked to relinquish his military honors, it was understandable that he was unable to accept it all at once and had left the Ye family in a fit of anger. Surely, he would return in due time. I believe that this matter is being approached with undue haste. After all, Linyuan has only just returned. We should deliberate more thoughtfully, for we have owed him so much over the years, Su Rong remarked, unable to contain herself. Upon hearing this, Ye anger did not wane in the slightest. His expression remained stern as he retorted, Too hasty? Everything he possesses is due to my benevolence. Were it not for my intervention, he might have perished in the old district. Sending him to the military was also a means of providing him with experience. His martial talent is mediocre. What harm is there in bequeathing his military achievements to Ye Bai? He remains the eldest son of the Ye family, and will at least not have to worry for the rest of his life. I never anticipated that he would sever ties with me, Ye over military honors. I am eager to see how he survives without the Ye family. Hearing this, Su Rong found herself at a loss for words and could only sigh. In that case, I shall find a time to discuss this with Linyuan and bring him back. After all, we owe him far too much. No need, Ye snapped. Did you not witness his attitude today? If he is not made to endure some hardship, he will truly believe that survival in this world is a simple matter. Since he wishes to leave, then let him go. I was indeed blind to have sought out such a scoundrel. Once he has had enough of hardship, he will naturally return. With this thought, Ye turned his gaze to Ye Bai and Ye Linyuan. None of you are permitted to assist him in secret. Do you hear? Ye Bai and Ye Linyuan nodded in agreement. They had never thought highly of Ye Linyuan. Why would they offer him clandestine support? Then, father, what the military honors? Upon hearing Ye Bai's inquiry, Ye fury subsided somewhat. He then recalled that the purpose of this visit was to discuss military achievements with Ye Linyuan, a matter that had slipped from his mind in light of the previous incident. After a brief silence, Ye replied coolly, You need not worry about the military honors. They rightfully belong to you and cannot be taken away by anyone else. In Ye eyes, Ye Bai was always his rightful heir. Just as Ye Linyuan had surmised, 3 years ago, he had personally added Ye Bai's name to the conscription list to expedite his acquisition of military accolades. It is well known that in this high martial world beset by beastly invasions, those who possess military honors enjoy numerous privileges. Distinguished martial artists renowned for their military exploits are often said to be blessed for generations. Most importantly, as the commander of the demon-suppressing army in Jiangbei Province, Ye Tai commands an army of 300,000 warriors. Should he wish for Ye Bai to inherit his position, Ye Bai must prove himself worthy, gaining the trust of others. Military honors are indeed the most favorable means to achieve this. Nevertheless, Ye Tai harbored reservations about allowing Ye Bai to venture alone into the perilous front lines, which is why he had Linyuan enlist in his brother's stead. Thus, for the past 3 years, Linyuan had been fighting under Ye Bai's name. This is also why Ye Tai exuded such confidence. Even if Linyuan did not acquiesce, he could still transfer the military honors to Ye Bai. In Ye Tai's mind, Linyuan had essentially enlisted on behalf of his brother. In the present day, it is merely a matter of exchanging the identities of the two individuals. What could possibly go amiss? Upon hearing Ye Tai's words, Ye Bai finally felt a sense of relief. Growing up in the Ye family, a household steeped in martial arts, Ye Bai had always been enveloped in a halo of distinction since birth, garnering attention akin to that of a star. This circumstance had inevitably elevated his aspirations to great heights. The esteemed top 10 martial academies remained his unwavering objective, a fact well known among all. Many believed that these academies were as good as his, and even the title of provincial martial champion seemed well within his grasp. Yet, Ye Bai understood that while he could indeed choose freely among the top 10, he still fell short of the ultimate goal of becoming the provincial champion. This reality was intolerable for someone like him, accustomed to being the center of admiration. The martial achievements of Ye Linyuan could serve to bridge this gap. Father, I am determined to gain entrance to the top 10 martial academies, and even to secure the title of provincial champion. The Ye family is certainly capable of producing a martial saint. Ye Bai clenched his fists, filled with an unprecedented confidence. Ha ha ha, excellent. Truly, you are a scion of the Ye family, far superior to that wayward child. The flame of our martial legacy shall be ignited by you. Ye Tai responded, clapping his hands in hearty laughter, visibly pleased. Such words were akin to proclaiming one's ambition to attend prestigious universities in front of one's parents. How could they not feel joy and pride? Even Su Rong, who stood nearby, could not help but smile. Father, I shall return to my room to train and stabilize my vital energy, striving for outstanding results in the upcoming examinations. With his heart reassured, Ye Bai's mood lightened considerably, his tone brimming with uncontainable excitement. Indeed, Ye Tai replied. After Ye Bai departed, Ye Linyuan also returned to her own chamber. The absence of Ye Linyuan had not affected them. After all, he had only recently been brought back home after being away for 3 years. Perhaps in their hearts, it was Ye Linyuan's presence in the Ye family that made a difference. Should we not consult with Linyuan regarding this matter? What if he disagrees? Once the hall was left with just the two of them, Su Rong's smile faded, replaced by concern. She harbored some trepidation. After all, Ye Linyuan had distanced himself from the Ye family, and if any actions were taken that might provoke him, she feared she could truly lose her eldest son. He had originally enlisted in the military in place of his younger brother 3 years ago. Now I am merely reclaiming what is rightfully ours. Is his consent truly necessary? In a couple of days, we shall prepare a celebratory feast, inviting notable figures from Jiangbei to announce that my son, who enlisted 3 years ago, has returned as Ye Bai. Alongside this, we shall declare the order promoting Ye Bai to the rank of Major. Chapter 4. The Fury of the East. Is Ye Bai the son of Ye Tai? As night descended, Ye Linyuan departed from the Ye family estate. He felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, even though he had traversed 3 years in this new realm. Yet, within his heart, there remained a lingering knot of unresolved emotions that had complicated his martial journey. Initially, he was oblivious to the source of this inner turmoil. But now, clarity had dawned upon him. The root of his distress stemmed from the profound attachment to familial bonds that his former self had harbored. After returning home and confronting the reality of his parents, this burden had naturally unraveled. How absurd it was to have returned with a glimmer of hope for familial affection. Ye Linyuan could not help but chuckle at his own naivety. As a traveler from another world, what illusions could he possibly entertain regarding kinship? Had he not already discerned the true nature of his parents? Nevertheless, the outcome was fortuitous. At the very least, his path in martial arts would no longer be obstructed. Contemplating this, Ye Linyuan's thoughts crystallized, and a panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Ye Linyuan, age, 22, realm, Grandmaster, merit, 6, 560. 000, martial arts, Sunfire Blade Technique, Grandmaster level, Demon Suppression Blade Technique, Grandmaster level, Crimson Fire Golden Body, Grandmaster level, Mountain Shattering Fist, Grandmaster level. Personal profile, first year of service. Encrypted, in this world of high martial prowess, the various realms can be broadly categorized as innate, body refinement, acquired blood refinement, J-Bone realm, essence refinement realm, master level, grandmaster level, true dragon level, martial sage, martial god. His vitality had waned once more. It seemed the wounds inflicted by the exotic beasts were still deteriorating. At this rate, it was unlikely he would break through to the true dragon level, and he might soon find himself descending to the master level. Ye Linyuan scrutinized his condition, a frown forming on his brow. During a recent battle on the front lines, he had vanquished numerous beasts, yet he had sustained injuries in the process. His return was partially motivated by the need for recuperation and healing. In this era of advanced martial arts, the decline of a warrior's vitality is typically attributed to two circumstances: the natural decline associated with aging or the onset of severe illness. Ye Linyuan's affliction, however, was a rare case of poisoning, specifically a toxin brought forth from the cosmic rifts for within the known world of humanity. No toxin had been discovered capable of affecting martial practitioners, let alone one of Grandmaster caliber. At that moment, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted it was the commander of the Eastern Military District, General He Dingjun. Like Yi Tai, he commanded the martial forces. A month prior, He Dingjun had been Ye Linyuan's superior, but now they stood as equals. "Xiao Yi, have you returned home to visit?" The voice on the other end inquired as the call connected. Ye Linyuan nodded calmly. The events that had transpired had not adversely affected him. If anything, he felt an enhanced sense of ease. "Yes, I have returned, Commander He." Upon hearing the name of Ye Linyuan, the voice on the other end of the telephone erupted into a hearty laugh and said, "You are now a leader in our military, so there is no need for such formality. You may address me as Old He without hesitation." Ye Linyuan managed a wry smile. He held a deep sense of gratitude towards He Dingjun. When he first entered the frontline forces, He Dingjun had been exceptionally supportive, providing him with considerable martial arts resources due to his innate talent. "I have made arrangements on your side. The Jiangbei Province's medical family, who once saved a dying grandmaster, is ready to assist you at any moment," He Dingjun quickly stated, foregoing further pleasantries. "Thank you, Commander He. If that is the case, I shall head over today." Ye Linyuan contemplated briefly. His ties to the Yi family had diminished, and remaining in Jiangbei seemed pointless. It would be more prudent to expedite his healing and return to the military district. Upon hearing this, He Dingjun sensed something amiss, especially since it was late at night. "Is something wrong?" Ye Linyuan shook his head, responding, "It's nothing. If there is an issue, do not hesitate to inform me. You are a promising martial arts talent in our eastern region." He Dingjun hesitated before adding, "It wouldn't be that your father is refusing to let you go, would it? You mustn't turn into an ungrateful wolf. I have invested countless martial resources for your sake. If that is the case, I will rush to Jiangbei tonight." In He Dingjun's eyes, Ye Linyuan was undoubtedly a martial arts prodigy, destined to achieve greatness. Such a talent would be coveted anywhere. With Yi Tai overseeing the Eastern Military District, it was conceivable that he might force Ye Linyuan to remain in Jiangbei, rendering He Dingjun's 3 years of nurturing futile. "Rest assured, Commander He, as soon as I recover, I will return to the military district," Ye Linyuan replied with a bitter smile. If his parents were of sound mind, it would be uncertain. However, the prospect of him staying in Jiangbei was simply impossible. After a long silence, the voice on the other end finally said, All right, provide me with your location, and I will make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, at the Eastern Theater Command, a tall and resolute middle-aged man in military attire hung up the phone, narrowing his eyes at the documents on the table. Damn it! Ye Linyuan slammed his palm on the table, unleashing a powerful aura that filled the room with an oppressive force. The soldiers present immediately broke into a cold sweat. Commander Ye Linyuan shouted. In front of him, Yu Fei visibly trembled, sweat pouring down his forehead. Ye Linyuan. Ye Linyuan snatched the documents from the table and threw them at Yu Fei, fuming. You need to take a good look at this. He is the son of a Yi family in Jiangbei. If he doesn't return, I will have your 367th Division stationed in the Abyss for a decade. Yu Fei scrambled to pick up the scattered documents, which contained information about Ye Linyuan. Name, Yi Bai. Age, 19. Background. The second son of the Yi family from Jiangbei, he entered the Eastern War Zone in the year 397 of the martial arts era. Yu Fei felt a sudden jolt in his mind, realizing that something was amiss. I am not privy to the details. At the time, the information indicated that Yi Bai hailed from the old district of Jiangbei, and there was no record regarding the Yi family. Yu Fei's expression darkened. He could not escape responsibility for this incident. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan coldly remarked, "You clever strategist, Yi Tai. You want me to raise your son?" He demanded a list of resources consumed in the military district over these years, declaring, "I will personally visit Jiangbei." Yu Fei wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that Ye Linyuan chose not to pursue the matter further. What is your purpose in Jiangbei? Someone inquired. To retrieve someone. Yi Tai must either release him or reimburse me for the resources consumed over the years. Expecting me to raise his son? What a fantasy! Ye Linyuan was infuriated. If it were not for the imminent star general selection, he would have enrolled Ye Linyuan. It was only upon reviewing the documents that he discovered the issue. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the Eastern region's potential losses for an extended period. It is essential to recognize that nurturing a martial saint incurs an annual resource expenditure equivalent to at least 10 billion in monetary terms. Such a significant loss is something the Eastern region is unwilling to bear. Meanwhile, after concluding the call, Ye Linyuan patiently awaited by the roadside. At that moment, he was unaware of the turmoil within the military. As for the name Yi Bai, it was of little consequence to Ye Linyuan. Just as Yi Tai had mentioned, 3 years prior, he had enlisted on behalf of his younger brother, using Yi Bai's name. Consequently, for many years, others had assumed he was called Yi Bai, and he had grown accustomed to it himself. Before long, the sound of abrupt braking pierced the air, and a black sedan came to a halt beside Ye Linyuan. Good day. May I inquire if you are General Yi? Ye? Chapter 5. Has Yi Tai grown increasingly senile? Upon hearing the voice, Ye Linyuan slowly turned his head. A tall and exquisitely beautiful young woman, appearing to be around 23 or 24 years of age, descended from the vehicle. It is I, she introduced herself. Ye Linyuan nodded slightly. My name is Zhao Ye, and I am a disciple of Master Jiang. He specifically instructed me to come and escort you. The girl paused for a moment, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. Although she was unaware of Ye Linyuan's true identity, anyone referred to as a general must be a significant figure within the military. His rank must be at least at the general level, with a commendation value of no less than 1 million. Such individuals, aside from being martial geniuses, also require time to accumulate their achievements, and Ye Linyuan appeared to be in his early 20s. A general in his early 20s has never been seen in the annals of martial history. The Jiang family, Ye Linyuan murmured, immediately recalling the renowned medical lineage in Jiangbei. This revelation was somewhat unexpected for him. Though the Jiang family specializes in medicine, their status is far from low, having saved countless martial practitioners through their skills, including several masters and grandmasters. Thus, the Jiang family is a force that few in Jiangbei would dare to provoke. To his surprise, Ye Linyuan had managed to enlist the old patriarch of the Jiang family for treatment, in Ye Linyuan's memory. The patriarch had long since retired from public life. Very well, in that case, let us proceed. Ye Linyuan shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Now, if he could resolve his physical ailments, he could finally depart from Jiangbei. Once in the car, Ye Linyuan settled into the back seat and inquired, "What is my condition? Is there any possibility of treatment?" Zhao Yu turned around with a smile, reassuring him. Rest assured, Master has already examined your situation, and treatment should not pose a challenge. However, it is quite late today, so he asked me to come and fetch you. He will personally visit tomorrow. Ye Linyuan nodded, feeling a sense of relief. Although the injuries he bore were troublesome, he was not without means. After all, he had a system at his disposal, which contained numerous elixirs capable of addressing his physical troubles. However, they came at a steep price. To afford them, he would need to venture to the front lines and eliminate those otherworldly beasts. Yet, at present, his vitality was waning, and his strength considerably diminished. It was not the time for reckless endeavors. Before long, the vehicle halted at the entrance of a manor. General Yi, you shall rest here for the night. Tomorrow, grandfather will come personally, Zhao Yu said as she guided Ye Linyuan to the guest room. Ye Linyuan nodded gently, expressing his gratitude. No trouble at all, Zhao Yu replied, momentarily taken aback before hastily continuing. After all, this is a high-ranking general, and at such a young age. If he were outside, countless individuals would be clamoring for an audience. Furthermore, Zhao Yu did not expect Ye Linyuan to be so composed and courteous. In that case, please rest well. I shall not disturb you. After opening the door for him, Zhao Yu prepared to leave. Ye Linyuan nodded and stepped inside. After a brief morning ablution, Ye Linyuan reclined upon his bed. The following morning, before he had even risen, a piece of news spread throughout the entirety of Lingwu City, reaching both the esteemed officials and the common folk alike. Have you heard? The Yi family is hosting a celebration banquet. What could this be about? Has General Yi vanquished another formidable beast? Not quite. It is said that his son, who had been on the front line for 3 years, has returned. And in addition to the celebration, he is to be promoted to the rank of major. Goodness, Yi Bai is barely 20. Such a young major surely indicates he is destined to inherit the Yi family legacy. It seems so, especially considering that during the tumultuous frontline skirmishes, where the monstrous beasts invaded in droves, Yi Bai's survival on the battlefield speaks volumes of his merit, making the promotion to major quite justifiable. At this moment, the streets were abuzz with chatter. The Yi family stands as a pillar of strength in Jiangbei, and any news regarding them naturally garners significant attention. Likewise, this news reached the ears of some high-ranking officials in Jiangbei. At the provincial governor's office, Li Wenqing had risen early and, upon entering his office, noticed a freshly printed newspaper resting upon his desk, still carrying the faint aroma of ink. He casually picked it up and glanced at it, his brow furrowing immediately. The member of the Yi family has returned? The article he perused detailed the announcement from the Yi family. If memory serves, this Yi Bai had showcased remarkable martial talent upon enlisting, yet there had been no word of him since. I had assumed he perished. It appears that was not the case. Li Wenqing squinted his eyes, for no one in Jiangbei was more acutely aware of the Yi family's affairs than he. As the provincial governor, while he held no authority over military matters, he was nonetheless a genuine grandmaster, thus bearing the responsibility to oversee the Yi family. Otherwise, with their status, they could easily become tyrants in Jiangbei, akin to local despots. This phenomenon was not unique to Jiangbei. It was a concern across all provinces. Yi Bai had served for 3 years. In terms of experience and merit, a promotion to major was not out of the ordinary. After a cursory glance, Li Wenqing refrained from further comment. In the east, He Dingjun also received news from Jiangbei early that day. He had invested considerable effort into cultivating a martial prodigy in Jiangbei, making it difficult for him to overlook the developments, especially with the potential for this talent to be snatched away. As He Dingjun listened to the reports from his subordinates, his brow furrowed deeper, and his expression grew increasingly grim. You mean to say that Yi Tai intends to promote Yi Bai to major? Where did this information originate? Is it accurate? He Dingjun was perplexed. Yi Bai was already a general, so how could he be demoted to major? This military rank seems to be diminishing. Rest assured, this information is reliable. I even sent someone to inquire directly with the Yi family. A commanding officer affirmed. Such a situation is unfathomable. Has Yi Tai lost his wits, or is he unaware of Yi Bai's current status? He Dingjun found it hard to comprehend. For although news of Yi Bai had been sealed and classified by the military, Yi Tai was no ordinary figure, He was the commander-in-chief of Jiangbei. A father cannot remain indifferent while his own son battles creatures on the front lines. Given Ye Linyuan's current status, how could he possibly be unaware? Have you prepared the list I requested? Ye Dehang found himself perplexed, ultimately deciding to refrain from overthinking it. After all, being thousands of miles away, merely hearing reports would only add to the confusion. It would be far more prudent for him to make the journey personally. Eventually, the account of Ye Tai would need to be settled. Everything is ready and accounted for, including Ye Bai's expenses for 3 years, as well as the resources consumed for his cultivation. Ye Dehang nodded, accepting the document. If you expect me to support your son, that is out of the question. Should he refuse to release him, I shall ensure he pays me every last cent. In Jiangbei, at the Jiang family residence, Ye Linyuan had just completed his morning routine, unaware of the news released by the Ye family. After a simple breakfast, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Seated on the sofa, the morning sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows, lifting his spirits significantly. This return not only alleviated his mental burdens, but also facilitated the healing of his physical injuries. For Ye Linyuan, it was a double blessing. General Ye, your teacher has arrived. Chapter 6. I regret to inform you, esteemed elder, that I am already betrothed. Ye Linyuan opened the door to find not only Zhao Ye, whom he had encountered the previous day, but also an elderly gentleman with graying hair, clad in traditional Tang attire. The man appeared to be in his late 80s or 90s. Esteemed elder, I apologize for troubling you so early in the morning. Ye Linyuan remarked upon recognizing the old man, his mind recalling memories of Jiang Ye, a master-level martial artist, renowned for his medical expertise. He had devoted his youth to researching various medicinal concoctions for martial artists, including not only healing elixirs, but also potions to enhance vitality and bolster physical strength. It was said that a decade prior, a grandmaster had sustained grave injuries on the front lines, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, Jiang Ye had miraculously brought him back from the precipice. My young friend, since General He personally arranged this, I shall naturally not refuse. Jiang Ye said with a warm smile, his tone serene. However, Ye Linyuan remained skeptical. He Dingjun and Ye Tai held equivalent military ranks. Despite Jiang Ye's status as a master, he had not shown any signs of trepidation in the presence of Ye Tai. The reason was simple. Jiang Ye was a grandmaster-level pharmacist, and in this world where martial arts flourished, a pharmacist of the same caliber as a martial artist was indeed a rare treasure. Please, esteemed elder, come in, Ye Linyuan invited, choosing not to elaborate further. After Jiang Ye entered and settled onto the couch, he looked at Ye Linyuan and said, My young friend, extend your hand. I shall take your pulse. Ye Linyuan nodded in compliance. A moment later, Jiang Ye opened his eyes and calmly instructed, My young friend, remove your shirt. As Ye Linyuan complied, revealing a robust physique marked by numerous scars, testaments to the trials of battle. Jiang Ye's attention was drawn to a sizable scar near Ye Linyuan's heart, surrounded by dark toxins visibly seeping out in a sinister haze. You are fortunate. Had the toxins advanced a fraction further, they would have reached your heart. Should the toxins infiltrate the heart, even the most skilled healer would be powerless, Jiang Ye remarked, a flicker of astonishment in his gaze. While the heart had not been compromised, the mere ability to suppress such toxins was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Esteemed elder, is there a way to eradicate this poison? Ye Linyuan inquired as he donned his shirt once more. Indeed. However, given that your injury has persisted for 10 days to half a month, it will require some time to fully purge the toxins from your system. Jiang Ye confirmed with a nod. Hearing this, Ye Linyuan exhaled in relief. In that case, I shall trouble you, esteemed elder. Ha ha, Jiang Ye chuckled, a spark of clarity igniting in his otherwise murky eyes. But do not be hasty in your gratitude. I, Jiang Ye, do not offer my services without compensation. Certainly, esteemed elder, please do not hesitate to state your requirements. I shall not refuse, provided it is within my means, Ye Linyuan replied calmly, believing it was only right to pay for medical treatment. However, given the Jiang family's esteemed lineage, it seemed improbable that they were in need of funds. Thus he refrained from agreeing too readily. My young friend, you must understand, Our Jiang family places greater value on the art of medicine than on martial prowess. Though we have forged numerous connections, ordinary martial artists dare not provoke us. However, reliance on others is ultimately fleeting in the realm of martial arts. True strength is the only enduring truth. Jiang Ye sighed, a shadow of worry crossing his visage. To outsiders, the Jiang family appears to bask in flattery. But this is merely a reflection of Gu Yuye's medical prowess. Now advanced in years, his vitality begins to wane, inevitably leading him to contemplate the future of the Jiang family. As for Ye Linyuan's identity, Jiang Ye had gleaned a fragment of knowledge from Ye Linyuan's words, a young general in his 20s, a future martial sage, a prodigy of the military. He is destined to shield the Jiang family in times to come. Old man, should the Jiang family encounter adversity in the future, I shall not stand idly by. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan understood the implication. This was not mere formality. While he did not pride himself on his emotional bonds, he recognized the importance of discernment between right and wrong, and the principle of retribution for good and evil. Ha! Jiang Yuye chuckled heartily, shaking his head. Did I not just say that depending on others is never a sustainable strategy? Ye Linyuan paused, puzzled, and inquired, what do you mean, old man? I have a granddaughter currently studying at the Sacred Martial Academy in the capital. I believe you are of similar age. I have learned from Ye Linyuan that you have devoted yourself to martial arts these past few years without finding a partner. Therefore, I wish to invite you to become my Jiang family's esteemed son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan was momentarily taken aback. He had been pondering the significant price Ye Linyuan had paid, only to realize it was to facilitate this proposal. Old man, I have been training in martial arts since childhood and joined the military 3 years ago. I am but a rough man. Even if you were to agree, your granddaughter might not be inclined to accept me. Moreover, I'm already bound by prior engagement, so I must decline. Ye Linyuan hastily rejected the offer. As for his engagement, it was not a fabrication. It had been orchestrated by his parents. Though he had never met the person involved, remnants of memories from his previous life indicated that she had not held him in high regard. Thus he paid little mind to it. Oh, such a matter exists. Jiang Yuye's eyes revealed a hint of disappointment upon hearing this. After all, engagements are traditionally arranged through matches made by parents. He, as an outsider, could not interfere. If it were an ordinary family, it might be different, but in this martial era, the state encourages procreation, especially among martial artists with formidable talents, where taking multiple wives is not uncommon, all aimed at preserving excellent martial lineage. However, the Ye family and Jiang family are both prestigious clans, which naturally emphasizes the importance of social compatibility. Since that is the case, I shall not press further. I will still treat your injuries upon my return. I will prepare a prescription and concoct a few elixirs to eradicate them completely. Jiang Ye felt it unnecessary to say more, rising to issue a few parting remarks before preparing to leave. Thank you for your understanding, old man. Ye Linyuan exhaled in relief, supporting Gu Yuye as they made their way to the door. Just as they stepped outside, a person rushed in, glancing at Ye Linyuan and politely greeting him. Sir, Miss Su from the Su family has arrived and specifically requests to see Ye Linyuan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ye furrowed his brow. Ye Linyuan? ISNT, that the eldest son of the Ye family? What could he possibly want here? I am uncertain. Please show him out and say I am not available. Jiang Ye waved his hand dismissively. Wait a moment, perhaps he is here to see me. Ye Linyuan interjected. Are you the eldest son of the Ye family? I thought you were Ye Bai. Jiang Ye paused, clearly taken aback. This matter is rather intricate. Let us allow him to enter and discuss the matter at hand. Ye Linyuan replied with a gentle shake of his head, revealing that the Ye family had indeed accomplished much over the years to ensure Ye Bai's reputation for merit. Even a family like the Zhangs believed that the individual who served in the military years ago was Ye Bai. If he were merely an ordinary soldier, the accolades would undoubtedly have been claimed by the Ye family. Unfortunately, his current rank is beyond what Ye Bai could endure and, equally, beyond what the Ye family could bear. Chapter 7. The fiancé Yi is bewildered. Has the Jiang family lost their sanity? Ye Linyuan. Do not think that hiding here means I cannot find you. Before she even laid eyes on him, A voice filled with fury echoed through the grand hall of the Jiang family. A young girl, with porcelain skin and lips like rubies, entered the scene. A beauty so rare, even in Jiangbei. However, her expression was as frigid as ice, and her eyes burned with indignation. Upon spotting Jiang Ye, she hastily offered a polite greeting. Jiang Ye merely nodded slightly, his murky gaze drifting over the unfolding drama without intervening. "What is it?" Ye Linyuan frowned, his tone devoid of warmth. He was already aware of Su Yuhan's identity and her profound disdain for him. Each encounter had been marked by her biting sarcasm, belittling his background and asserting that he, from the old district, was unworthy of her. Fortunately, his former self had possessed a modicum of pride, refusing to serve as a sycophant in such circumstances. "What is it?" Ye Linyuan repeated, a coldness in his voice. Acknowledging her feelings toward him, he had no intention of approaching her with fervor. "Do not think that by hiding here I am powerless against you. I shall tell you, there is no way I will marry you," Su Yuhan declared icily. The moment she learned of Ye Linyuan's return, she had rushed to the Yi residence. Her purpose was straightforward, to annul their engagement. To her surprise, Yi Tai had readily agreed. Yet, she did not dwell on it too long, for the dissolution of their engagement was undeniably beneficial for her. "So you came merely to convey this, is that right?" "I understand. You may leave now," Ye Linyuan remarked, his expression calm. He had already severed ties with the Yi family, rendering the engagement null and void. His earlier demeanor had merely been a fade to placate Jiang Ye. However, he had not anticipated that Su Yuhan would seek him out directly. "Do not presume you can retain me." Su Yuhan froze, clearly taken aback by Ye Linyuan's unexpected attitude. She had repeatedly expressed her desire to terminate their engagement, only to be brushed aside by him each time. In the past, he had always greeted her with a smile, dismissing her harsh words as inconsequential. Now, she sensed an elusive chill emanating from him. "Is there something else?" Ye Linyuan asked, growing impatient as he observed her hesitation. "In nothing," Su Yuhan stammered, feeling an inexplicable discomfort at his demeanor. She had come with the fierce intention of annulling their engagement, only to have him agree with such nonchalance. It felt as though she had struck a punch into a pile of cotton. Yet, what bewildered Su Yuhan even more was that not only had Ye Linyuan readily accepted her request, but Yi Tai had also acquiesced with surprising ease. In the past, she would not have dared to even imagine such a scenario. It is essential to recognize that the individual in question is none other than the general of the demon army of Jiangbei Town, who has the audacity to annul a marriage engagement with the Yi family, a feat that few possess the courage to undertake in the Xia Kingdom. Since you are self-aware, that is indeed fortuitous, as it spares me the trouble of squandering my time on you. My apologies for my boldness today, esteemed Elder Jiang. I hope you will not take offense." "No offense taken," Jiang Ye replied, his aged visage nearly splitting into a smile. In times past, had a junior from the Su family dared to act unruly before him, he would have swiftly expelled them. However, given the circumstances of an engagement being annulled with Ye Linyuan, he decided to exercise restraint. Having just experienced a significant letdown, he found solace in the unexpected favor bestowed upon him. "I shall not impose further," Su Yuhan declared, turning on her heel to depart. At that moment, Jiang Ye jovially interjected, "Young friend Yi, now that the engagement has been dissolved, what do you think about my granddaughter?" Hearing this, Ye Linyuan could not help but emit a wry smile. The excuse he had crafted was rendered moot by Su Yuhan's outburst. He felt ill at ease rejecting the suggestion outright, and thus replied, "Old sir, it would be prudent to deliberate on this matter further. We should also consider your granddaughter's perspective, should we not?" "Ha!" Jiang Ye laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. "In that case, it is settled. Once my granddaughter returns from the Sacred Martial Academy in the capital, I shall introduce you." Meanwhile, Su Yuhan, who had not yet crossed the threshold of the Jiang family residence, inadvertently overheard their exchange. Her pupils widened in disbelief, revealing an expression of incredulity. Has the Jiang family lost its senses? Although their conversation did not explicitly state it, any discerning individual could grasp the implication. The elder of the Jiang family was intent on matchmaking his granddaughter with Ye Linyuan. Furthermore, She was the illustrious prodigy from the sacred martial academy. This world has gone mad. Su Yuhan felt a sudden wave of dizziness, first from Yi Tai's agreement to annul the engagement, then from Ye Linyuan's indifference towards her. And now, Jiang Yuye. After a moment of hesitation, she retraced her steps. Elder Jiang, there is something I believe you ought to know. In high spirits, Jiang Yuye waved his hand dismissively. Speak freely. Though Ye Linyuan is the eldest son of the Yi family, he is ineligible to inherit it. The true heir of the Yi family is none other than Yi Bai. This was explicitly stated by Yi by himself. Therefore, do not be deceived by Ye Linyuan and entrust the fate of the Jiang family to such a person. Su Yuhan stood in silence for a moment before speaking. In her eyes, she could not fathom what value Ye Linyuan could possess to garner Jiang Yuye's esteem. If she were to surmise one, it could only be his connection to the Yi family. After all, Yi Tai was the general of Jiangbei, a formidable martial artist of grandmaster caliber, teetering on the brink of greatness. And as the eldest son of the Yi family, Ye Linyuan was the one expected to succeed Yi Tai as the general of the demon army in Jiangbei, according to the principles of lineage. However, little did anyone know that Yi Bai was the heir chosen by Yi Tai. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yuye was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly darkening. When has it ever been your place, a mere girl, to dictate the affairs of the Jiang family? Leave. Jiang Yuye's temper flared instantly. What did her words imply? Was she implying that she had set her sights on Ye Linyuan's background? While a part of it was indeed due to Ye Linyuan's current martial prowess, it was not because of Yi Tai nor the Yi family. Moreover, such matters were not meant to be publicly discussed. Su Yuhan's complexion shifted slightly. She had not anticipated that her well-intentioned reminder would provoke Jiang Yuye's ire. She was utterly bewildered by the cause of his outrage. Consequently, she dared not utter another word and hastily departed from the Jiang residence. Insanity. They were all insane. Once outside the Jiang family, Su Yuhan clenched her teeth in frustration, her face ashen. However, after the celebratory banquet at the Yi family in 3 days' time, the Jiang family would come to realize that Ye Linyuan was nothing within the Yi household. The only one wielding true authority was Yi Bai. At that point, they would have plenty to regret. Chapter 8. Let the bullets fly for a while. After Su Yuhan departed, Jiang Yuye refrained from disturbing Ye Linyuan, opting instead to concoct medicines for him. During this process, Ye Linyuan received tidings regarding the Yi family's upcoming celebration banquet, which would elevate Yi Bai to the rank of major in the demon-slaying army. Were it merely this, Ye Linyuan would remain indifferent, having severed ties with the Yi family. What truly piqued his interest was the family's audacious announcement that Yi Bai, who had enlisted 3 years prior, was returning. Yi Tai, you truly are a master of scheming. Ye Linyuan musit. 3 years ago, he had been cunningly dispatched into the military, forced to battle fierce beasts. Now that he had returned, it appeared they sought to revert their identities for the sake of some hollow accolades. However, matters would not unfold as Yi Tai wished. His 3 years of hardship, valor, and remarkable achievements were not possessions to be claimed at will. Nevertheless, having distanced himself from the Yi family, he resolved that as long as they did not provoke him, there was no necessity for him to contest anything. His current priority was to heal. Ye Linyuan was unconcerned with that so-called honor. Even if he were to grant it to Yi Bai, the latter would be incapable of bearing it. 3 days swiftly passed. The Yi family's celebration banquet captured the attention of the entire Lingwu city. On this day, luxury vehicles filled the streets, all converging upon one destination: the Yi family. Ye Linyuan, however, remained indifferent. The medicines prepared by Jiang Yuye had already been delivered to him, and he was focused on his recovery. Simultaneously, in an entertainment venue within Lingwu City, a scene of revelry unfolded. Today, all expenses were covered by young Master Zhao. Amidst the festivities, a voice rang out, inciting cheers from the crowd. In a secluded booth, a youth clad in a suit, his collar slightly open, exuded an air of nonchalance as he swirled his drink, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Young Master Zhao, news has arrived. The Yi family celebration banquet is set for today. At that moment, a warrior in a black suit and sunglasses entered, whispering the tidings. Upon hearing this, the youth's eyes brightened. Oh, it seems I am fortunate enough to meet that renowned killing deity of the border. Zhao Zai downed his drink in one gulp before slowly rising. However, young Master Zhao, the Ye family's invitation list comprises the elite of Jiangbei. As newcomers, we might not even be permitted to cross their threshold, a nearby bodyguard remarked with a wry smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai slapped his forehead, having momentarily forgotten this crucial detail. The Ye family was a prominent military clan in Jiangbei, and under normal circumstances, he could have barged in without hesitation. As long as he revealed his identity, Ye Tai would not dare to act against him. But the issue lay in the fact that the famed killing deity of the border was none other than Ye Tai's own son. As the saying goes, one must not offend the monk if they wish to see the Buddha. Crossing paths with that individual could yield dire consequences. Let us proceed to the provincial governor's office. Zhao Zai contemplated briefly before arriving at a decision. What are you up to, you rascal? You come to Jiangbei without informing me. And now you expect me to attend some banquet celebrating the Ye family's achievements? Do you have any idea who I am? I am the governor of Jiangbei, on par with Ye Taiping. To have me participate in a gathering meant for a junior. This is something I cannot endure. Li Xingwen looked at the young man before him, lounging with an air of nonchalance, feeling rather helpless. To him, the Ye family celebration seemed to be an affair for children. It wasn't as if Ye Tai was celebrating his 80th birthday. Did his presence truly matter? Li Xingwen, this is a directive from my esteemed elder. Otherwise, do you think I would come to Jiangbei for no reason? Zhao Zai scoffed, feigning indifference. Your esteemed elder? How could he possibly send you to the Ye family? Upon hearing this, Li Xingwen's expression transformed from exasperation to gravity. The elder of the Zhao family? He is one of the most renowned martial saints in the capital. If he is concerned, the matter must be significant. I must ask, how is it that you, the governor, are utterly oblivious to the happenings in the Ye family? Zhao Zai lowered his legs, skepticism etched on his face regarding Li Xingwen's negligence. Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly tell me what is going on, Li Xingwen urged, a note of urgency in his voice. News had reached those far away in the capital, yet he remained in the dark about events occurring right under his nose. If the Ye family truly ascended to power in Jiangbei, would he remain unaware? If investigations were to ensue, his governorship would be at stake. The son of the Ye family, having served in the military for 3 years, is already regarded as a candidate for martial saint in the East. He has amassed countless victories in battle, earning the title of God of Death at the borders. Moreover, I have heard from the elder that the military seems to have conferred upon him a general's rank. Zhao Zai ceased his banter, his demeanor turning somber. Upon hearing this, Li Xingwen's complexion shifted dramatically. No wonder there had been no news about the Ye family's son. To be bestowed a general's rank at such a young age spoke volumes of his martial prowess. It was only natural for the military to keep such information under wraps. It was no surprise that he had garnered the attention of the martial saints in the capital. A general at such a young age must possess the strength of at least a grandmaster. In the future, he was destined to become a martial saint. Indeed, that day could arrive sooner than one might expect. He might become the youngest general in the Xia kingdom, and perhaps the youngest martial saint in the world. Let's go, Li Xingwen declared decisively, setting off at once. Where to? Zhao Zai chuckled, feigning ignorance. Of course, we are heading to the Ye family. This young man possesses the potential to become a saint. We must forge a close relationship, lest we offend him. Weren't you just lamenting that attending would be a loss of face? Meanwhile, outside the Ye family residence, luxury cars abounded, creating a lively scene. As a prominent martial arts family in Jiangbei, coupled with the position of the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, they commanded significant presence. Those who received invitations were all influential figures in Jiangbei. At this moment, the grand hall of the Ye family was filled with many guests. Upon the elevated platform stood the formidable General Ye Tai, the head of the Ye family and the commander of the Northern Demon Suppression Army. Today marks the celebratory banquet for my son, Ye Bai. In light of the turmoil at the front lines and the invasion of ferocious beasts, I, as a high-ranking general, bear the weighty responsibility of leading the charge. Yet, with the northern tribes lurking menacingly, I made the difficult decision to send Ye Bai to the front lines to confront the enemy. Ye Tai surveyed the assembly and spoke in a grave tone. His words elicited nods of agreement from many present, deepening their respect for him. The invasion of foreign tribes and the general's painful sacrifice of his own son to defend the front lines exemplify his unwavering dedication to the military. The purpose of today's gathering is twofold: to honor Ye Bai's achievements and to invite all present as witnesses. Many here belong to the military, and I intend to bestow upon Ye Bai the rank of Major in the Northern Demon Suppression Army. Who stands in favor, and who opposes this decision? Chapter 9. The Provincial Governor's Personal Visit. The esteemed martial family of the Yi clan. The Yi family's prestige reaches new heights. Ye Bai has served in the military for 3 years, and based on his qualifications and merits, he is entirely deserving of a promotion to Major. Furthermore, it must be noted that Ye Bai possesses extraordinary martial talent, undoubtedly a prodigious figure from the Saint Martial Academy of the capital. Henceforth, it appears that Jiangbei may soon witness the rise of another martial sage. General Ye's actions suggest he intends to groom Ye Bai as a successor, preparing him to take the reins of Jiangbei in the future. As Ye Tai's voice resonated, those present nodded in agreement, not merely echoing his sentiments, but acknowledging that Ye Bai's survival on the perilous battlefield against foreign foes over the past 3 years justifies his promotion to Major. Moreover, considering Ye Tai's intention to cultivate him as a successor, it was abundantly clear. They also understood that this was likely just the beginning. With Ye Tai having opened this door, Ye Bai's ascent through the ranks would only accelerate. This was a preparatory step for Ye Bai to eventually inherit the command of the Demon Suppression Army in Jiangbei. Indeed, it has been proven that Ye Bai, apart from being the son of the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, possesses the requisite martial talent to merit such recognition. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai nodded with satisfaction. Since there were no objections from anyone, it was settled. From this day forth, Ye Bai shall hold the rank of Major in our military. With this matter resolved, although Ye Bai's expression remained composed, his heart was unable to suppress its excitement. After all, he was merely 20 years old, achieving the rank of Major at such a young age, and soon to be a student at the Saint Martial Academy of the capital. How many can accomplish such feats at his age? Brother, congratulations on becoming another pillar of support for Jiangbei, Ye Linyuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. One must remain humble. There are many prodigies in the realm of martial arts, and I am but one among them, Ye Bai replied with a smile, maintaining his calm demeanor. Indeed, that may be true, but I have yet to hear of anyone achieving such accomplishments at your age, Ye Linyuan teased, her pride for her brother evident. After all, Ye Bai was her elder brother, and his elevation to Major at 20 naturally filled her with pride. Ye Bai chuckled softly, opting for silence thereafter. Once the announcement was made, Ye Tai took his seat, sharing a look of comfort with Su Rong as they beamed at Ye Bai. Their son had grown. At that moment, a steward hurriedly entered. Master, the provincial governor has arrived. Ye Tai's expression shifted to one of surprise. While his relationship with Li Xingwen could not be described as particularly close, it was not adversarial either. Ye Tai understood that Li Xingwen, as the provincial governor of Jiangbei, also bore the responsibility of overseeing him. Consequently, their interactions had always been minimal. Despite having sent an invitation to the provincial governor's office for the celebration banquet, he had not anticipated Li Xingwen's attendance. Although Ye Bai's martial talent was remarkable and his future appeared bright, he remained a mere junior. It seemed unrealistic for a provincial governor like Li Xingwen to attend personally. Could it be related to Ye Bai's promotion to Major? A hint of worry crossed Su Rong's face. It is unlikely. We publicly assert that Ye Bai has served in the military for 3 years, and there is nothing inappropriate about promoting him to the rank of Major upon his return. Furthermore, this matter pertains to the military, and even Li Xingwen lacks the authority to intervene. Ye Tai shook his head, equally perplexed. However, he quickly regained his composure and rose to step outside. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, displayed a myriad of expressions. They were acutely aware of Li Xingwen's status. Yet, what could be the purpose of Li Xingwen's visit to the Yi family, especially at this particular moment? It was well known that both Ye Tai and Li Xingwen held paramount positions in Jiangbei, and their relationship was equally understood. Could it be that Li Xingwen intended to meddle in Ye Bai's promotion to major? Outside the Yi residence, Ye Tai emerged and immediately spotted Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai standing at the entrance. He briefly surveyed Zhao Zai before retracting his gaze. "Governor Li, what brings you to my humble abode today?" Li Xingwen chuckled and replied, "I have heard that the Yi family has reason to celebrate. I happen to be free today and thought to join in the festivities." "Surely, General, you would not mind my presence?" "Of course not. A guest is always welcome. Please, come inside." Ye Tai raised an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical of Li Xingwen's words, yet he maintained his courtesy. As they entered, those inside were taken aback by the unfolding scene. Observing the light-hearted exchange between the two, it appeared that Li Xingwen was not there solely regarding Ye Bai's promotion. Otherwise, would Ye Tai not have confronted him directly? How could they have entered with such camaraderie? This understanding caused the spectators to collectively inhale sharply. Ye Bai's triumphant return from military service, coupled with the provincial governor's personal visit to celebrate, truly elevated the occasion. From this perspective, Ye Bai's martial prowess must exceed their expectations. Otherwise, why would Li Xingwen himself take the time to come? Amidst the speculation, Ye Tai, upon taking his seat, turned to the young man who had been accompanying Li Xingwen and inquired, "And who might this young gentleman be?" Initially, Ye Tai had paid little attention, but noticing the way Li Xingwen seemed to regard the youth with deference, he felt compelled to ask. "This is a younger member of my family, visiting from the capital, and his surname is Zhao," Li Xingwen explained with a smile. Upon hearing the surname Zhao, Ye Tai's brow furrowed slightly. He was quite familiar with Li Xingwen's background. A younger member of the family, surname Zhao. Could it be the illustrious Zhao family from the capital, renowned for their martial prowess? Not only Ye Tai, but many present were taken aback upon hearing the name, as they too realized that this young man hailed from a distinguished martial lineage in the capital. However, what could possibly bring a member of the Zhao family to the Yi residence? Surely, it could not be merely for the sake of Ye Bai. Zhao Zai quickly rose, adopting a more composed demeanor. "General Yi, 3 years ago, amidst the turmoil at the front lines and the invasion of foreign forces, you selflessly sent your son to the borders to combat the enemy. Such noble actions are truly commendable. I have recently heard that brother Yi has returned from the front, and you are hosting a celebration in his honor. I have taken the liberty to come and pay my respects." Zhao Zai's words fell upon the ears of the crowd, leaving many astonished. It is worth noting that this is a family of martial saints, and this young man is likely to be a future heir. To be so courteous towards the Yi family, and indeed, to come for Ye Bai. Ye Tai was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Zhao Zai to arrive for this matter. However, he did not dwell on it for long. Zhao Zai's remarks echoed the noble sentiment he had expressed 3 years prior when he sent his own son to the front lines. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai chuckled softly. "Young Master Zhao, safeguarding our homeland and vanquishing monstrous beasts is indeed the duty of a soldier. As a general in the military, how could I stand idly by in times of national peril?" Zhao Zai nodded with admiration. "What General Yi has said is most true. Pray tell, where might Brother Yi be at present?" Chapter 10. The Eastern General has arrived, and the Yi family has given birth to a prodigy. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai, unable to contain his excitement, stepped forward and said, "Brother Zhao, I am Ye Bai." Although the Yi family is a martial arts clan in Jiangbei, and Ye Tai serves as the chief military officer of the region, they still fall short when compared to the illustrious martial saint families. It is well known that those who become martial saints have transcended the limits of human capability, surpassing the bounds of vitality, blood energy, and lifespan as we comprehend them. Legends speak of martial saints possessing a blood energy of 1,000,000. In their fury, mountains and rivers may shift, and in their harmony, winds and rains align, leading the nation to prosperity and peace while subduing all adversaries. Ye Bai never envisioned that he would be on such familiar terms with a martial saint family. Zhao Zai examined Ye Bai, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. So this is Brother Ye Bai? Although he had never encountered the renowned figure in person, he was well aware of the tales surrounding him. One who had slain thousands of enemies along the border in a single night, dubbed the god of war at the frontier. While he may not possess striking features, one would expect him to carry the demeanor of a soldier. However, the individual before him, with his fair complexion, sharp brows, and bright eyes, seemed somewhat out of place. His air of privilege and comfort since childhood made it difficult for Zhao Zai to associate him with the god of war. Indeed, Ye Tai nodded. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai, although still somewhat perplexed, refrained from pressing further. "I see, Brother Yi, it is an honor to finally meet you," he said, extending his hand with a smile. Yi Bai felt a rush of joy, speculating that Zhao Zai recognized him due to his unparalleled martial arts talent, which had already stirred the capital. Perhaps Zhao Zai's visit was to invite him to join the prestigious Sacred Martial Institute in the capital. With a heart full of excitement, Yi Bai grasped Zhao Zai's hand firmly and replied with a smile, "Brother Zhao, you flatter me. I'm still quite lacking in comparison." Upon hearing this statement, Zhao Zai felt a pang of confusion. Lacking in comparison to me? Was this a jest or a humble assertion? The god of war at the frontier, the Eastern general, the youngest star of the Summer Kingdom, there was hardly anyone who could rival him in the nation. Not only Zhao Zai, but even Li Wenxing, who stood nearby, found the situation peculiar. Could this truly be the famed Eastern star Yi Bai? His demeanor seemed rather frivolous, bordering on sycophantic, a stark contrast to the image he had conjured of a young military star. However, since Yi Tai had acknowledged him, he felt it inappropriate to inquire further. With a smile, Yi Tai observed the scene, feeling that his decision was indeed correct. Yi Bai was his successor. He even believed that Yi Bai could lead the Yi family to greater heights. This was merely a celebratory banquet, yet the elite of the city had gathered. With the provincial governor personally in attendance and the Marshal Saint families coming to offer their congratulations, the fortunes of the Yi family had arrived. In the forthcoming era, the Yi family would undoubtedly secure its place. Yi Tai clenched his fists in anticipation, eagerly awaiting the day to come. "I did not expect the provincial governor to grace us with his presence today. I have prepared a modest feast, so please do not stand on ceremony," Yi Tai exclaimed with great delight, clapping his hands and laughing heartily. However, just at that moment, a discordant voice reverberated from outside the door, capturing the attention of all present. "Yi Tai, you truly are a master of calculations. I ask you, where is Yi Bai?" At that moment, at the entrance of the Yi family estate, a middle-aged man clad in military attire stood with a rigid posture, his face flushed with anger. This scene caused many onlookers to gasp in shock. Today, the Yi family was basking in glory. Not only was the provincial governor present, but even representatives from the esteemed martial families of the capital had arrived. Who would dare to provoke the Yi family on such a day? However, as their gazes settled on the figure at the door, their expressions froze in disbelief. It was not merely the man's imposing presence, but the golden insignia he bore upon his shoulder. The newcomer was none other than a general. "Good evening, Jun. Why are you here in Jiangbei instead of attending to matters at the military headquarters?" Yi Tai inquired, a frown creasing his brow, his tone tinged with hostility. Good evening, Jun let out a cold laugh. "What do you think? Naturally, I am here to demand a person. Where is Yi Bai?" "Yi Bai? Again with Yi Bai?" At this moment, the assembly was rendered utterly speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. The provincial governor, the martial families, and now a general from the Eastern Front had all converged. What secrets did Yi Bai harbor? Or was it that the Yi family had indeed produced a prodigious talent? Yi Tai's brow furrowed deeper. The arrival of Good Ding Jun signaled something extraordinary. After all, he had sent Ye Linyuan to the east, and now Good Ding Jun had come personally, specifically seeking Yi Bai. Could it be that Ye Linyuan possessed some exceptional status in the east, or had he caused some grave misfortune? Yet this seemed improbable. What sort of standing could necessitate the personal visit of a general? Yi Tai swiftly dismissed such notions. As he pondered, Yi Bai could no longer contain himself and stepped forward with pride. "General, I am Yi Bai." Today, Yi Bai was the center of attention, with all the prominent figures of Jiangbei gathered in his honor, which greatly satisfied his ego, cultivated from a young age. Believing Good Ding Jun had come to see him, he eagerly presented himself. Good Ding Jun glanced at Yi Bai, his brow furrowing. "You are Yi Bai? If he is Yi Bai, then who am I? The general of the Eastern Front?" Just as Good Ding Jun was about to unleash a tirade, he noticed Ye Tai did not intervene, which deepened his frown. Not only Ge Dingjun, but also Li Wenxing and Zhao Zai, who had been observing quietly, exchanged glances upon witnessing Ge Dingjun's reaction, sensing something was amiss. Ye Bai, as a rising star of the Eastern Front, could provoke such a reaction from Ge Dingjun. Something was decidedly off. Indeed, 9 out of 10 things were awry. You say he is Ye Bai? Ge Dingjun stepped closer, fixing his gaze on Ye Tai. Ye Tai nodded. What of it? My son, Ye Bai, has returned to my side. How could this cause such a stir for you? Ge Dingjun? Ge Dingjun narrowed his eyes, sidestepping the topic, and suddenly chuckled heartily. Oh, come now. It's been over a decade since we last met at the military headquarters, hasn't it? I simply came to see how things are going. To his surprise, Ye Bai had grown up so much. Ye Tai furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Ge Dingjun's sudden change in demeanor. If this was truly a reunion, what was the meaning of his anger? Ye Tai inquired. Ge Dingjun scoffed inwardly. Anger? How I wish I could give you a good beating. Had he not seen that Ye Bai was not that person, he would have already lost his temper. Oh, it's nothing, merely standing up for Ye Bai. He has bravely fought on the front lines and earned considerable merit. Yet upon his return, you bestow upon him merely the rank of major. Ge Dingjun chuckled, gaining some understanding. No wonder Ye Tai promoted Ye Bai to major. It turned out that he was not the same person after all. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai felt a surge of delight. Another ally to speak on his behalf. General He, the rank of major is already sufficient for me. I am still young and lack the necessary experience. It is only right that I progress gradually. Ye Bai exhaled deeply, speaking humbly. Ge Dingjun cast a glance at him. Then with astonishment remarked, Oh, I recall you have 2 sons. What the other one? Why not introduce him to me? Chapter 11. That wayward son has been cast out of the Yi family. Ge Dingjun inquired with a composed demeanor. Upon seeing that Ye Bai was not his Eastern Star general, he immediately sensed something amiss. However, he chose not to expose it at that moment. After all, Ye Tai was the general commander of Jiangbei, and his actions must surely have their rationale. What concerned him most was merely the whereabouts of his Eastern Star general. Oomph. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai let out a cold snort. His expression darkened, and his mood seemed to sour considerably. To those around him, Ye Tai appeared reluctant to mention his eldest son. Ge Dingjun narrowed his eyes. The information from his military department was undoubtedly accurate, having undergone a second verification. Thus, if this Ye Bai was not his Eastern Star general, he must be another son of Ye Tai. That wayward son has already been expelled from my family. To be precise, it was not I, Ye Tai, who cast him out. Rather, he chose to sever ties with me. Ye Tai took a deep breath, his face glacial as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, the onlookers were somewhat taken aback, yet none dared to elaborate. Firstly, it was a private family matter, and who would dare speak against Ye Tai? Secondly, it was not Ye Bai, the prodigy, who had left, thus the impact on the Yi family was not substantial. Ah, I see. Ge Dingjun nodded thoughtfully. Inwardly, he pondered what had compelled Ye Tai to expel a military general, a future martial sage, from his household. Clearly, some unpleasantness must have transpired. Stealing a glance at Ye Bai, Ge Dingjun's mind began to form conjectures. The individual from his eastern ranks was certainly not the Ye Bai before him. Yet the celebration hosted by the Yi family was in honor of this very Ye Bai. What was their intention? Ge Dingjun's brow furrowed deeper. He could not fathom that after Ye Linyuan's return, he had been compelled by Ye Tai to relinquish his merits, leading to his furious departure from the Yi family. In his view, Ye Linyuan was Ye Tai's own son. Could such an act be committed by father? Nevertheless, Ge Dingjun refrained from voicing the truth. Since the eldest son of the Yi family had departed, severing ties, did this not imply that Ye Linyuan remained affiliated with the Eastern faction? If he revealed the truth, would Ye Tai still permit him to leave? Regardless of the circumstances, Ye Tai was still Ye Linyuan's father, and should Ge Dingjun disclose the reality, the Eastern faction could very well lose a martial genius. Compared to losing a martial prodigy, he was far more inclined to retrieve this talent for the Eastern region, rather than seeking financial compensation for 3 years of nurturing a genius from Ye Tai. A martial talent like Ye Linyuan was invaluable beyond monetary measure. Ge Dingjun took a deep breath and smiled lightly, saying, since that is the case, I shall no longer intrude. I look forward to another opportunity to meet. Did he truly believe that he, a general from the eastern faction, had come solely for Ye Bai? Having obtained the answers he sought, remaining at the Ye family was now of little significance. His immediate goal was to locate Ye Linyuan and bring him back to the military district. Oh, I shall refrain from offering my farewells. At this moment, Ye Tai found himself engulfed in a myriad of uncertainties. He had merely hosted a celebratory banquet, yet an unexpected multitude had gathered. Were they truly here for his son Ye Bai? Contemplating this, Ye Tai's gaze settled upon Ye Bai, revealing a blend of satisfaction and skepticism. Ye Linyuan nodded and, without further ado, exited the Ye family residence. Observing from the sidelines, Zhao Zai quickly followed suit. Outside the Ye residence, Zhao Zai, noticing the hurried departure of Ye Linyuan, called out, "General He, please hold." Ye Linyuan turned, frowning slightly. "What is it?" "General He, I am Zhao Zai, a descendant of the Zhao family from the capital. I have a few inquiries that I hope would not impose upon you for more than 2 minutes." Zhao Zai approached earnestly, introducing himself. The Zhao family? Ye Linyuan's expression softened as he instantly associated them with the illustrious martial lineage. "Speak, what do you wish to know?" "May I ask, General, is the legendary god of death from the border, Ye Bai?" Zhao Zai took a deep breath, as this matter had troubled him for quite some time. He found it peculiar that despite Ye Bai's prominent status, the two men seemed to be strangers upon their encounter today. Moreover, Ye Linyuan's demeanor only deepened his suspicion. It is indeed Ye Bai, yet not the one currently residing within the Ye household. Ye Linyuan scoffed, continuing, "It is baffling that Ye Tai, in his apparent confusion, has expelled a general of the military and a future martial saint from his home, only to replace him with someone else. Truly astonishing." Zhao Zai was taken aback. Though he had long harbored doubts about Ye Bai's identity, Ye Linyuan's words now left him incredulous. Just as Ye Linyuan had surmised. What kind of charade was Ye Tai playing? Why did you not expose this earlier? Zhao Zai inquired, furrowing his brow. Ye Linyuan laughed heartily and responded nonchalantly. "Why should I? What Ye Tai does bears no consequence to me. His expulsion of an Eastern general is hardly a misfortune for my interests. Indeed, without his position in the Ye family, he can only return to the East." Zhao Zai nodded, a look of realization dawning upon him. "Well, I must seek out my esteemed general from the East. Surprising that after 3 years of service, I do not even know his name." Ye Linyuan sighed deeply, a look of regret crossing his features. "What then is the Ye family truly up to? I shall not intrude any longer." Within the Ye household, Ye Bai basked in the limelight, his spirits soaring. "Yuhan, has the matter of the engagement been resolved?" Ye Bai inquired softly, seated in a corner of the hall. "Yes, and I owe you my gratitude. Without your assistance, I would not have dared to broach the subject with Uncle Yi," Su Yuhan replied, her expression composed yet imbued with appreciation. Prior to this, she had only confided in her family and Ye Linyuan regarding the annulment of the engagement. In the presence of Ye Tai, even her father would not have the audacity to speak up. Fortunately, Ye Bai reassured her that she could propose the idea of breaking off the engagement without fear of inciting Ye Tai's wrath, which emboldened her to voice her thoughts. A smile adorned Ye Bai's face, with Ye Linyuan no longer associated with their family, and his audacity to confront his father. It was no surprise that Ye Tai would acquiesce. "By the way, Yuhan, I encountered an individual today from a prestigious martial arts family in Kyoto, and I shall introduce you shortly." Ye Bai's eyes gleamed momentarily, a smile gracing his lips. "A martial arts family?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Yuhan's eyes as she inquired, "How could you possibly know such a distinguished lineage?" "Perhaps it is due to my exceptional martial talent that I have garnered attention in Kyoto," Ye Bai replied nonchalantly, though the pride on his face was unmistakable. Su Yuhan furrowed her brows, but chose to remain silent. At that moment, Zhao Zi happened to enter through the door. "Brother Zhao, come quickly." Chapter 12. A sudden departure. Ye Bai called out, "Where's my brother?" Upon hearing Ye Bai's shout, Zhao Zai turned his gaze for just a fleeting moment, his expression darkening instantly. Retracting his gaze, Zhao Zai disregarded the question and approached Li Xingwen, whispering a few words to him. As Li Xingwen listened, a look of bewilderment gradually emerged on his face, soon replaced by a dawning realization. "General Yi, I have urgent matters to attend to today. Farewell, he said, his tone growing colder. Ye Bai was not the renowned figure from the frontier. The true individual was Ye Linyuan, who had been cast out by Ye Tai. What business did he have at the Ye family gathering? Ye Tai was taken aback, immediately noticing the shift in Li Xingwen's demeanor. After a brief pause, he replied, "In that case, please do as you wish." Li Xingwen rose and, accompanied by Zhao Zai, prepared to depart. At that moment, Ye Bai sensed the subtle tension in the atmosphere, but was oblivious to the underlying cause. "Brother Zhao, what transpired? I called for you just now, yet you appeared not to hear me," he expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction. In the past, he would never have dared to speak so casually to a member of the Martial Saint family. However, today was different. Powerful figures had gathered from all corners. All for him, Ye Bai, the protagonist of the day. Zhao Zai let out a cold sneer. "Brother? Ye Bai, I merely mistook you for someone else. If this gets out, I assure you, you won't be able to enter the capital." He spared Ye Tai some courtesy, as he was, after all, the general of Jiangbei, a high-ranking military official. Even the Martial Saint family dared not be overly arrogant in the presence of such a figure. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have long since dealt a severe blow to Ye Bai. "Brother? What do you think you are to be calling me that?" Ye Bai was momentarily taken aback. Swiftly snapping back to reality from his star-studded reverie, his expression hardening into silence. As Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai departed, Su Yuhan also prepared to leave, passing by Ye Bai without pausing, as if their earlier words had been mere jest. Witnessing this scene, Ye Bai clenched his fists, feeling as though a heavy stone had settled upon his heart, leaving him somewhat stifled. The Jiang family. Ye Linyuan emerged from the wash basin, fully dressed. The scar on his chest had noticeably faded, showing signs of healing. "Your physique is quite impressive. It appears you have practiced some form of body-refining martial arts. As your recovery rate exceeds my expectations," Jiang Yuye remarked, producing a sandalwood box from which the fragrant aroma of medicinal pills wafted forth. Ye Linyuan reached out to accept it, inquiring, "The wound has healed swiftly, but there are still toxins lingering within." Jiang Yuye nodded and replied, "The subsequent medication will primarily focus on detoxification. Within less than a week, you should be completely healed." "Thank you, Elder," Ye Linyuan said gratefully. Jiang Yuye chuckled softly, expressing, "Your physique is rather rare. You have likely reached the realm of golden skin and jade bones. To have wounded you, that foe must possess considerable strength. Indeed, they are not to be underestimated, perhaps on the brink of the Martial Saint level," Ye Linyuan remarked with a faint smile. Jiang Yuye took a deep breath. Having stepped half a foot into the realm of a Martial Saint, a feat achieved by a Grandmaster, the sheer power was utterly terrifying. It is no wonder he is referred to as the god of slaughter at the border. "Old Patriarch, there is someone outside who claims to be from the military, named He Dingjun." At that moment, a voice resonated from beyond the door. Jiang Ye paused momentarily, then smiled. "It seems there are still those who care about you." Ye Linyuan let out a bitter smile and stepped out of the room. "Ha ha ha!" Upon seeing Ye Linyuan, He Dingjun burst into hearty laughter. "You rascal, I finally found you. I almost thought you wouldn't return." He Dingjun approached, giving Ye Linyuan a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Did we not agree that you'd come back once your injuries healed? Why has Commander He come personally?" Ye Linyuan asked, a perplexing emotion swirling in his heart. "It's because I'm worried your father won't let you go. You're now a budding Martial Saint. If you don't return, it would be a tremendous loss for our eastern region." He Dingjun replied casually, then immediately adopted a serious tone. "You need to explain to me what exactly is going on with Ye Bai, and I heard from Ye Tai that you've severed ties with the Ye family." In the hall, He Dingjun slammed his teacup down on the table with force, snorting coldly that Ye Tai is truly intolerable. For Ye Bai's sake, he actually demands you relinquish 3 years of hard work and effort. To rationalize this, he plotted a scheme for his brother to enlist. He Dingjun was left dumbfounded. Is there truly such a parent in this world, so biased to such an extent? Just because Ye Linyuan is the older brother, he must assist his younger sibling? What do you plan to do next? He Dingjun inquired. He did not offer to assist Ye Linyuan, for given his current status, he hardly required such intervention. If anything, it would be Ye Linyuan coming to his aid. "Once your injuries are healed, you should return to the military district and participate in the selection for the Star General. As for the Ye family, since you have severed ties, let bygones be bygones. Ye Linyuan sighed, expressing his resignation. Ye Dingjun nodded in agreement. That is wise. With your present status, Ye Tai does not possess the authority to meddle with your records. However, I will remember this matter, and once I am at the military department, I shall certainly report his true nature. Ye Linyuan took a sip of tea, remaining silent. I have heard that this time, the military department will reward the Star Generals with true dragon essence, which is crucial for advancing to the true dragon level of martial artists. You must not miss this opportunity, Ye Dingjun added. Ye Linyuan nodded, saying, yes, under the condition that my injuries heal. I should be able to achieve a Star General rating of 6.5 stars. Ye Dingjun was taken aback, inhaling sharply. 6.5 stars? The true dragon level Star General rating is only 5 stars, and you already possess 6.5? No wonder, you are indeed a leader in our military district. In the Ye family hall, after the departure of prominent figures such as Li Xingwen and Ye Dingjun, Ye Tai gradually lost interest. The celebration banquet lasted merely an hour before concluding. Ye Tai sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Do you not find today's events rather peculiar? He inquired. Su Rong shared his sentiment. Although the Ye family held the esteemed position of the commander of the demon army in Jiangbei town, it seemed implausible that both Li Xingwen and Ye Dingjun would attend solely for this reason. Moreover, why did they depart so hastily afterward? It evoked a sense that they had come for a particular individual, only to alter their demeanor upon discovering that this person was absent from the Ye residence. Such an assumption was not without merit. Was it not Ye Bai who had taken the place of his elder brother, who had served in the military for 3 years? Could it be related to Linyuan? Su Rong suddenly proposed. Aside from this possibility, she could conceive no other explanation, for in her mind, these 3 years have been an utter blank concerning Ye Linyuan. Chapter 13. Ye Tai's bewilderment and Ye Linyuan's identity. Combined, upon hearing Su Rong's words, Ye Tai could not help but furrow his brow. The events of the day were far too peculiar. First, there was Li Xingwen, followed by the arrival of emissaries from the martial sage family. Finally, the Eastern General also arrived at the Ye residence, displaying unusual behavior and speech. Initially, Ye Tai assumed they had come for Ye Bai, for in his eyes, Ye Bai was a successor, endowed with extraordinary martial talent. It was conceivable that a future martial sage would attract such attention. However, the subsequent shift in their demeanor and their hasty departure left Ye Tai perplexed. Su Rong's comments compelled him to ponder. Could it be that Ye Linyuan had encountered some trouble at the front lines? Or perhaps he harbored a secret identity on the battlefield? The former seemed implausible, if it had indeed stirred up trouble. Given Ye Tai's understanding of Ye Dingjun, it would have been disclosed on the spot. After a brief contemplation, Ye Tai concluded that Ye Linyuan must be quite remarkable to have drawn the attention of the provincial governor and the martial sage family. It appeared that he had underestimated Ye Linyuan over the past 3 years. A cold smirk crossed Ye Tai's mind. No wonder Ye Linyuan reacted so strongly when he intended to bestow Ye Linyuan's merits upon Ye Bai. It seemed there was something special about Ye Linyuan's status within the military. Nevertheless, Ye Tai's disdain for Ye Linyuan only deepened. With a semblance of merit and recognition from the East, did Ye Linyuan dare to defy him? Let's not forget, everything Ye Linyuan possessed was granted by him. Without Ye Tai, Ye Linyuan might have perished in some forsaken corner of the old city during a harsh winter. He who grants can equally take away. Perhaps I should retrieve Linyuan and cease this stubbornness. Noting Ye Tai's fluctuating expression, Su Rong spoke gently. Retrieve him? Does he think that by orchestrating such a spectacle, I shall alter my decision? Why did he choose to act now, at the celebration banquet for Ye Bai, if not to deliberately embarrass his brother? Ye Tai replied coldly. Su Rong opened her mouth, at a loss for words. I shall see what this rebellious child intends to do. Has he truly never regarded us as family? With that, Ye Tai issued 2 commands. The first, to have the military conduct a thorough investigation into Ye Linyuan. The second, to ascertain Ye Linyuan's current whereabouts, as he intended to confront him personally. Meanwhile, after Ye Dingjun had learned the entirety of the matter, he departed from the Jiang residence and returned to the east. Jiang Yi, now aware of the situation, could not help but marvel at the shamelessness of some individuals. However, knowing Ye Linyuan's identity, Jiang Yu felt a sense of anticipation regarding this affair. What expression would Ye Tai wear when he finally discovered Ye Linyuan's true identity? Old Patriarch, representatives from the Su group have arrived, inviting you to participate in the development of the latest pharmaceuticals. A voice rang out from outside. Jiang Ye regained his senses and, without a moment's hesitation, declared, "No. Inform the Su group that from this day forth, the Jiang family shall have no further collaboration with them." In this era of martial arts, the value of a martial artist is self-evident, and the elixirs for martial artists are even more precious. A mere bottle of ordinary blood-nourishing powder commands a staggering price of 100,000. This is merely the cost of a basic martial artist medicine. Should the potions be of a higher grade, the price escalates even further. For the affluent, even those lacking martial talent can ascend through the power of these medicines. A prime example is a certain corporate executive who invested billions to become a master, stirring a nationwide sensation. Thus, the profits for pharmaceutical companies are exceedingly high, and the competition is fierce. The Su group's dominance in Jiangbei is attributed not only to their own prowess, but also significantly to Jiang Yuye's influence. Now that Jiang Yuye is aware of the actions of the Yi family, he has resolutely decided to sever ties. Upon returning to the provincial governor's office, Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai wore grim expressions. "Just look at the mess you've created. As a provincial governor, why on earth did I attend Ye Bai's celebration banquet? You brought disgrace upon me." Li Xingwen was furious. If Ye Bai were the distinguished figure he purported to be, he might have held his tongue. However, the reality is that Ye Bai is merely a pampered scion, the youngest son of the Yi family. Why does he have to partake in such an event? Can you blame me? Who knew that Ye Tai would throw a military general out of his home? Zhao Zai's mood was equally dismal. The very thought of Ye Bai's smug expression made him feel nauseous. What truly irked him was that he had been calling him brother Yi, if not for the sake of Ye Tai's reputation. He would have relished the opportunity to slap Ye Bai twice. Hearing this, Li Xingwen could only sigh and respond, "Indeed, Ye Tai seems to be acting irrationally. But what are your plans now? I need to find out where he is. I shall visit him in person," Zhao Zai asserted. Their journey to Jiangbei was entirely motivated by Ye Linyuan. Regardless of the political climate in the capital or Ye Linyuan's future significance, the value of this endeavor is immeasurable. After hearing this, Li Xingwen hesitated before asking, "What is the current situation in the capital?" The foreign factions are growing stronger. Several martial saints are embroiled in fierce disputes over sovereignty, especially with the upcoming selection of stars, which may yield a victor. Zhao Zai's expression turned grave. "So, whoever the eastern figure supports will likely secure sovereignty." Li Xingwen's eyes flickered with intrigue. Could that individual truly be so formidable? Is their talent and future so highly regarded that they can alter the dynamics among the great martial saint families? Zhao Zai took a deep breath and replied, "They may be even stronger than you imagine. In the military, few can rival his status." Upon hearing this, Li Xingwen's expression shifted dramatically. The highest rank in the military is that of general, which is categorized into major general, lieutenant general, and full general. Upon reaching the level of full general, one is evaluated by their star rank. 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars. Each promotion to a new star requires an unimaginable amount of merit, and one's own strength must also be formidable. Individuals like Ye Tai and He Dingjun, who oversee certain territories, are indeed 1-star generals. Ye Linyuan's status within the military is unparalleled. What rank does he hold? 1 star? That seems improbable, as there are hundreds of 1-star generals across the nation's major military districts. 2 stars? That would place him at the level of a military leader. Li Xingwen took a deep breath, feeling a chill run down his spine, daring not to ponder further. Nevertheless, this seems reasonable. No wonder he can alter the dynamics of several prominent martial arts families. Yet, achieving such accomplishments at such a young age is truly astonishing. The Yi family must be lamenting their decisions. After He Dingjun departed, Ye Linyuan remained at the Jiang residence for several days, unaware of the happenings within the Yi family. Nor did he wish to know. At this moment, he was focused on recuperating from his injuries. Thanks to the elixirs provided by Jiangbei, Ye Linyuan's wounds healed rapidly, with the injuries now fully mended. In another 2 or 3 days, the toxins would be entirely eradicated. Ye Linyuan opened his eyes, feeling a rush of vitality as he expelled a breath of stagnant air. His physical condition improved steadily, and concurrently, as the toxins were purged, he sensed a loosening of his martial realm. Originally, he was merely a step away from the true dragon level. However, the setback from his injuries had hindered his progression. Judging by his current physical state, once the toxins were eliminated, he would be poised to advance into the true dragon realm. Ye Linyuan splashed cold water on his face from the wash basin and stepped out of the room. Having spent several days at the Jiang residence, it was time to seek fresh air. Upon exiting, he spotted Jiang Yuye tending to some precious herbs in the courtyard. At last he emerged. "How is your recovery progressing?" Jiang Yuye inquired with a smile. "It's going well. In another couple of days, I should be fully healed." "Thank you, old man." Ye Linyuan expressed his gratitude. "That's splendid. However, do not forget our agreement." Jiang Yuye chuckled before continuing. Ye Linyuan nodded, about to leave when Jiang Yuye suddenly called out to him. "By the way, the situation in Jiangbei has been rather tumultuous lately. It would be wise to exercise caution if you plan to venture out." Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan recalled a strange foreign presence he had sensed during his recovery these past few days. "What major event has transpired in Jiangbei?" Ye Linyuan queried. Jiang Ye set down the herbs and nodded. "Indeed, a cave has appeared 100 miles from Lingwu City, preliminarily assessed to be of double S rank." "A double S rank cave? That implies the presence of at least Grandmaster-level foreign beings within." A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Ye Linyuan's eyes. Such caves are rare and usually accompanied by a multitude of exotic beasts or their lairs. As Ye Linyuan pondered, Jiang Yuye displayed a look of sudden realization, momentarily forgetting his own identity, chuckling softly. "However, there is indeed a matter concerning you." Ye Linyuan retracted his thoughts and inquired, "What matter?" "The provincial governor's office sent word yesterday, requesting a visit, as it appears someone from the capital wishes to see you." Jiang Yuye reflected. "The capital?" Ye Linyuan's expression shifted. Someone from the capital sought an audience with him? He recalled that his last visit to the capital was during the military rank conferral. Such a place was teeming with influential figures and powerful families. Prominent institutions like the Sacred Martial Academy and the Martial Saints sects were abundant in the capital. If someone from there wished to meet him, it must be a significant affair. Ye Linyuan asked, "Did they specify the reason?" "They did not mention it. But I heard that a member of the Zhao family, one of the Martial Saints clans, has arrived in the provincial governor's office, possibly linked to you," Jiang Yuye replied, shaking his head. "Very well. Since I have no pressing matters, I shall pay a visit." In the military department, at the martial arts arena, Yitai strode in with purpose, surveying his surroundings. How was the situation in the cavern? Yitai invited. A commanding officer stood, saluted, and reported, "Commander Yi, the demon-subduing army has been dispatched and is currently planning the clearance." Yitai nodded and casually asked, "What about that matter?" "It appears we lack the necessary authorization. It may require your personal endorsement," the officer replied. Yitai's expression shifted to one of surprise. Insufficient authority? This was a commanding officer. It seemed that Ye Linyuan's status was even more intricate than he had imagined. He could hardly fathom that Ye Linyuan's rank surpassed that of a commanding officer, and indeed, even his own. After all, having served for 3 years, what significant achievements could a mere youth in his early 20s possibly claim? Yitai approached, gazing at the screen that indicated insufficient authority, and placed his hand upon it. Verifying identity. Gene matching in progress. Verification successful. Welcome to the military department system. General Yi, your current permissions allow access to the following content. Yitai slowly withdrew his hand and waved, prompting the commanding officer to discreetly exit. At once, with a mere thought, information regarding Ye Linyuan materialized before him. Entering the Eastern War Zone Vanguard Squad in the year 397 of the Martial Era, officially stepping onto the battlefield in February of this year, slaying over 10 enemies on the first day, earning a merit increase of 10. On February 18th of this year, the captain of the Vanguard Squad fell in battle, and due to Yi Bai's slaying of over 100 enemies, he was exceptionally promoted to the rank of sergeant. assuming command of the vanguard squad. In December of the year 397 of the martial era, he joined the 367th Division, receiving the rank of second lieutenant. Ye Tai's pupils constricted slightly. Indeed, he had heard some news about Ye Linyuan during that first year. However, he had not anticipated such rapid advancement in rank. In the span of just 1 year, he had transformed from a mere recruit to an officer. Such speed was truly extraordinary. However, at this moment, Ye Tai comprehended the reason behind Ye Linyuan's steadfastness regarding his modest military achievements. It was indeed for this very reason. According to Ye Tai's conjecture, the current Ye Linyuan was at least a captain in the eastern region, if not a senior officer. Access denied. Just as Ye Tai intended to delve further, he discovered that his permissions were insufficient. Yet he was not taken aback. Such speed was undoubtedly indicative of a martial arts prodigy. It was only natural for him to be under the protection of the East, but the encryption of this access seemed excessively stringent. Reflecting on He Dingjuan's sudden appearance a few days prior, Ye Tai surmised that this was likely a precaution against him, as if I would covet a mere lieutenant. Ye Tai closed the screen, a cryptic smile gracing his face. Exiting the martial arts training hall, Ye Tai nonchalantly inquired, "Do you believe Ye Linyuan is currently at the Jiang family?" Indeed. Ye Tai strode away from the military headquarters, only to let out a cold snort upon stepping outside. This ungrateful wretch certainly knows how to choose his locations. Just then, a phone call rang. Upon answering, Ye Tai's expression abruptly shifted after hearing just a few words, prompting him to leave in haste. Shortly thereafter, at the Ye family residence, in the main hall, Su Rong sat on the sofa with a troubled expression, mirrored by Ye Bai and Ye Linyuan. As soon as he entered, Ye Tai inquired, "Is it true that the Jiang family has severed ties with the Ye family?" Su Rong nodded, her complexion grim, as she relayed, "Yes, a few days ago, during the research for the new drug, our request for Jiang Yuye was met with outright refusal. He stated that henceforth, there would be no further interactions with us." Chapter 14. Is it all Ye Linyuan's fault? Ye Linyuan comes knocking. Combined, in the grand hall of the Ye family, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Without the assistance of Jiang Yuye, the Su Corporation faced significant obstacles in developing new pharmaceuticals, particularly in this era of martial prowess, where martial arts medications are in vogue. Major corporations frequently unveil new products. Failing to keep pace with market demands could lead to elimination. Thus, Jiang Yuye was of paramount importance to the Su Corporation. Upon hearing Su Rong's words, Ye Bai could not help but furrow his brow and remarked, "Could it be that old Master Jiang finds our offerings insufficient, hence his reluctance to collaborate with us? Or perhaps we have inadvertently displeased him in some manner?" Ye Bai speculated, struggling to conceive of other possibilities. After all, in Jiangbei, the Su Corporation was Jiang Yuye's most favorable partner, bolstered by the backing of Ye Tai. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ordinarily, there would be no reason for Jiang Yuye to sever their financial ties. Unlikely. We provide the Jiang family with a 50% annual dividend, and I haven't seen old Master Jiang or any of his family members around these past few days. Ye Linyuan shook her head, dismissing Ye Bai's conjecture. Su Rong nodded in agreement. As long as the Jiang family did not overstep their bounds, there was no need for a falling out with Jiang Yuye. Yet, the Ye family had done nothing to provoke Jiang Yuye's ire. Why, then, had he suddenly declared an end to their collaboration? Could it be that another corporation had discreetly reached out to Jiang Yuye, offering terms too enticing to refuse? After a moment of silence, Su Rong turned her gaze toward Ye Tai, seemingly awaiting his decision. Listening to the discussions within the hall, Ye Tai's expression grew increasingly grim. "I don't believe so," he stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Su Rong and Ye Bai instantly turned toward Ye Tai. "Father, do you know the reason?" Ye Bai inquired. With a stern countenance and a hint of anger in his tone, Ye Tai replied, "It is that Ye Linyuan, who is currently at the Jiang residence. Jiang Yuye's abrupt announcement to terminate cooperation with the Ye family is likely linked to him. Just moments ago, upon returning from the military, he had learned of Ye Linyuan's news. Jiang Yuye and the Su Corporation had cooperated for many years, maintaining a stable relationship without any changes. Why then had cooperation ceased immediately upon Ye Linyuan's return? Moreover, Ye Linyuan was still at the Jiang family. Such circumstances inevitably led Yi Tai to draw certain conclusions. What? It is he. Yi Bai was momentarily taken aback before asking, Father, given his current status, how could the Jiang family possibly take him in? And would old Master Jiang even trust his words? Yi Tai snickered derisively. Do not underestimate your elder brother. His position in the East is not insignificant. He is at least a captain. Upon hearing this, Yi Bai and Ye Linyuan instantly understood. A captain at such a young age might very well attract Jiang Yuye's attention, becoming an investment of sorts. However, it seemed Jiang Yuye's judgment was rather lacking for choosing someone cast out by the Yi family. Yi Bai could not help but let out a cold laugh internally. Just a captain? He was now a major. This was utterly excessive. He had already angered his father that day. And now he was attempting to sow discord between us and the Jiang family. It seemed he had never regarded us as family. Ye Linyuan was equally indignant, even harboring some resentment towards Yi Tai for having brought him back all those years ago. Are you certain? Although Linyuan bears some grievances against us, I refuse to believe he would resort to such actions. Su Rong, upon hearing this, remained somewhat skeptical. What is there to be certain about? He is currently at the Jiang residence. Can you think of another possible culprit? Yi Tai cast her a sidelong glance and replied coolly. Su Rong fell silent for a moment, then sighed, suggesting they invite Jiang Ye to their home to discuss matters further. Yi Tai's eyes narrowed slightly, remaining silent. Yet a glimmer of light flickered within his gaze. Witnessing her parents' worry, Ye Linyuan's cheeks flushed with anger as she strode purposefully outside, determined to confront Ye Linyuan. At the provincial governor's office, Ye Linyuan lifted his teacup and took a sip, reclining on the sofa as he inquired. I heard from old Master Jiang that someone is looking for me? Though Li Xingwen held the position of provincial governor, he was still overshadowed by Ye Linyuan's current status. Not even He Dingjun could compare. His courtesy towards He Dingjun stemmed from gratitude. With others, however, there was no need for such formalities. General Yi, we initially planned to visit you, yet it seems you have come in person. Li Xingwen speculated that the man before him was indeed the Ye Linyuan who had been expelled from the Yi family. With a straight posture, sharp brows, and piercing eyes, he exuded a potent vitality and a faint aura of combativeness, entirely different from the Yi Bai he had encountered at the Yi residence. No matter, having been at the Jiang residence for too long, it is refreshing to step outside. Please state your business. Ye Linyuan gestured dismissively, placing his teacup on the table, while the secretary discreetly refilled it. Zhao Zai, Li Xingwen called, and Zhao Zai entered from outside. General Yi, this is my nephew from the Zhao family in Kyoto. Li Xingwen introduced with a smile. Ye Linyuan nodded, familiar with the prominent martial families of Kyoto. General Yi, it is a pleasure to meet you. Zhao Zai inhaled deeply, exuding an unprecedented seriousness. Given Ye Linyuan's stature, even his father would treat him with utmost respect, let alone himself. This military general had slain countless enemies on the battlefield, standing as a pillar of humanity. No need for pleasantries. Please speak plainly. What does the Zhao family require of me? Ye Linyuan inquired. Zhao Zai hesitated briefly before responding. I presume you will participate in the upcoming selection for the Stellar General and will likely go to Kyoto. Currently, the foreign tribes are eyeing us warily, and the situation in Kyoto is quite complex, with the major martial families embroiled in a stalemate over power. If we could secure your support, the situation in Kyoto could stabilize swiftly, allowing us to unite in our efforts against the foreign tribes. Zhao Zai took a deep breath and continued. Having secured the support of Ye Linyuan, albeit not the entire military establishment, he had at least garnered half of its backing, sufficient for his purposes. Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, stating that the military's sole responsibility was to suppress foreign tribes and that they had no intention of intervening in the matters Zhao Zai raised. Yet, the foreign tribes were growing increasingly formidable, and the martial families were at a stalemate. If this protracted situation did not reach a resolution soon, it would only allow the enemy to exploit any weaknesses. Zhao Zai reiterated his point. Ye Linyuan fell silent for a moment, acknowledging that Zhao Zai had a point. However, this was not a matter he could unilaterally decide. After all, the military was not under his sole authority. I will contemplate this further. We shall discuss it once we reach the capital, Ye Linyuan replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai was about to voice another thought, but the look in Li Xingwen's eyes made him swallow his words. Very well, let us conclude this matter for now. Everything will be addressed once we arrive in the capital. Meanwhile, outside the provincial governor's office, Ye Linyuan awaited with an imposing demeanor, her eyes peering inside. Upon spotting Ye Linyuan, she immediately made her way toward him. However, just as she intended to confront him, she was taken aback by an astonishing sight. Following Ye Linyuan were Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai. She had witnessed these two at her brother Ye Bai's celebration banquet. One was the provincial governor of Jiangbei, while the other hailed from a renowned martial family in the capital. How could Ye Linyuan associate with them? Ye Linyuan's expression was one of confusion. Although she harbored a deep disdain for Ye Linyuan, compounded by the recent turmoil within the Ye family, she was not one to let her anger cloud her judgment. Having been raised in the Ye household, most importantly, the demeanor of Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai suggested they held Ye Linyuan in a degree of fear and respect. Infuriating, Ye Linyuan clenched her teeth, refraining from confronting him directly. Firstly, she was still uncertain about the nature of Ye Linyuan's relationship with Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai. Secondly, as a prominent family in Jiangbei, any public discord between the siblings would tarnish the Ye family's reputation. All right, you may leave, Ye Linyuan said indifferently, turning away from the governor's office. Li Xingwen and Zhao Zai, understanding the cue, nodded and retreated. As Ye Linyuan walked away, he halted abruptly at the entrance of a less crowded alley. Have you not grown weary of following me for so long? With his current mental acuity, he could perceive the entirety of Lingwu City. Ye Linyuan had been stealthily trailing him. How could he be unaware? Ye Linyuan stepped forward, her face a mask of fury. This left Ye Linyuan somewhat bewildered. However, he remained unconcerned, having distanced himself from the Ye family. As long as they did not provoke him, he would not cause them any trouble. Pray tell, what is your relationship with the governor and that individual from the Zhao family in the capital? Who exactly are you? Ye Linyuan questioned with a hint of uncertainty. Provincial Governor Li Xingwen. How could he be so closely associated with the esteemed family of the Kyoto martial saints? This stark contrast to her understanding of Ye Linyuan was bewildering. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan offered no explanation but coldly remarked, after following me for so long, is this what you wish to discuss? This statement jolted Ye Linyuan back to reality, and with a displeased expression, she retorted, Ye Linyuan, you are being utterly unreasonable. Have you ever regarded us as family? Pray tell, why did you persuade Jiang Yuye to refuse collaboration with the Ye family? Refusing to collaborate with the Ye family? Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow and replied nonchalantly, what does Jiang Yuye's decision to work with your family have to do with me? Still pretending. Her father had said that he had been staying at the Jiang residence for days. Who else could it be? Hearing Ye Linyuan's accusations, Ye Linyuan felt increasingly perplexed. Why was Jiang Yuye's refusal to partner with the Ye family being directed at him? Moreover, when he had originally left, Ye Tai had displayed a demeanor that suggested he should not return. Why was he now being scrutinized or observed? He did not believe Ye Tai was genuinely concerned. If he had truly cared, he would not have insisted that he replace Ye Bai in the military. Nor would he have demanded that Ye Linyuan relinquish 3 years of hard work and sacrifice upon his return. If you have issues, seek help instead of losing your mind here. I have no interest in indulging you, Ye Linyuan stated flatly before turning to depart. The matters between the Yi and Jiang families were of no concern to him. He had no desire to know, nor did he care. As for the Yi family's opinion, he had already distanced himself. Why would he still be concerned about their perspective? Ye Linyuan was taken aback by Ye Linyuan's indifferent demeanor. When he had first returned to the Yi family, he had been exceedingly accommodating towards her and Ye Bai. Even when she had often belittled him, he had still referred to her as third sister. Now, he dared to insult her? What she failed to realize was that the former incarnation had been so compliant because he had yearned to integrate into this family. Now that the Yi family did not regard him as one of their own, what reason did he have to consider them family? Moreover, Ye Linyuan was a transmigrator, so naturally, he held no affection for Ye Linyuan. Ye Linyuan, you ungrateful wretch. Father brought you back from the old district and provided you with everything. Not only do you fail to show gratitude, but you also intend to harm the Ye family. As she saw him on the verge of leaving, Ye Linyuan instinctively shouted loudly, "Ungrateful? I've already stated during my time with the Ye family that the debt of gratitude owed for being brought back by Ye Tai has long been repaid. I owe nothing to any member of the Ye family." Ye Linyuan halted, slowly turning around, and began to walk towards Ye Linyuan. What? What do you intend to do?" Ye Linyuan's pupils constricted as she sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from Ye Linyuan. Additionally, her spiritual energy seemed to be drawn forth by some unseen force, unconsciously manifesting itself. The tremor, originating from the depths of the spirit, has manifested once more at this moment. I recall the last time I experienced this, it was while residing in the Ye family, sensing it from Ye Linyuan. The reason I engage in this tedious dialogue with you is due to the sentiments we shared as siblings for several years in the past. You wish to know who I am, do you not? Allow me to disclose that to you now. As the words fell, a mighty surge of spiritual power erupted from Ye Linyuan, his pupils illuminated with a grayish-white radiance. In that instant, Ye Linyuan was utterly entranced. In her vision, Ye Linyuan's figure began to fragment, 1, 2, 3, until her surroundings were filled with manifestations of him. Moreover, she seemed to perceive a projection from some battlefield, depicting a tall young man, tattered in garments and drenched in blood. He trod upon countless corpses of otherworldly beasts, wielding a spear that pierced through a creature of a foreign race. That scene was indelibly etched upon her psyche. Subsequently, she glimpsed a hazy tableau. A throng clad in military attire, adorned with caps, bore resplendent golden insignias upon their shoulders, saluting a young man before them. That young man, too, bore a glorious golden emblem upon his shoulder, and as she strained to discern his features, he vanished at the critical moment. Who could that be? Could it be Ye Linyuan? Ye Linyuan came to her senses, murmuring in disbelief. Though she failed to see clearly, that vision lingered within her consciousness like a haunting nightmare, impossible to dispel. She could not accept that it was Ye Linyuan. It simply could not be him. At this moment, her martial path lay in stagnation. That figure and scene became her inner demon. Unless she acknowledged that figure, that individual who commanded attention in the military and received salutes, was indeed Ye Linyuan. As Ye Linyuan regained her composure, she sought to find Ye Linyuan, only to discover that his presence had already vanished. Despondently, she returned to the Ye family, still murmuring, it could not possibly be Ye Linyuan. Chapter 15. Ye Tai's fury. A single strike sends him flying. Linyuan, what has happened to you? Ye Bai inquired, noticing her vacant gaze and her incessant murmuring. However, Ye Linyuan seemed oblivious to his presence, lost in her own thoughts as she wandered further inside. Ye Bai hurriedly followed her. At that moment, Ye Tai was seething with anger over Ye Linyuan's matters, yet his stern expression softened considerably upon seeing Ye Linyuan. In his eyes, both Ye Bai and Ye Linyuan were far superior to Ye Linyuan. Father, please look at my sister. She seems to be entranced, Ye Bai called out as he entered. Ye Tai furrowed his brow and soon recognized Ye Linyuan's unusual state. With just a glance, he discerned that her mental faculties were compromised. Rushing forward, a worried expression crossed his face as a pure essence of spiritual energy emanated from his palm, gently pressing against Ye Linyuan's forehead. In no time, her gaze began to clear. Linyuan, what has transpired? Ye Tai asked with concern. I don't know. Ye Linyuan shook her head, desperately wanting to utter Ye Linyuan's name, but the moment she thought of it, the horrific scene from earlier flooded her mind. The brutal battlefield awash with blood and the blinding glory of honor. That figure loomed in her thoughts like a relentless specter, and any recollection sent her mental state spiraling out of control. Upon witnessing her distress, Ye Tai erupted in fury. In Jiangbei, who dares to lay a hand on my daughter? They truly seek their own demise. Linyuan, you should retreat to your room and rest. Do not fear. Once I apprehend that individual, you may deal with him as you wish, Ye Tai said, suppressing his rage and speaking with a calm demeanor. Ye Linyuan nodded, her eyes filled with terror as she returned to her chamber. Meanwhile, Ye Bai's expression was equally grim. Father, what has happened to my sister? Someone has forcibly imprinted a horrifying memory upon her, using spiritual energy, which has become her inner demon, Ye Tai replied, his usually stoic face now twisted in anger. What? Does this mean Linyuan's path in martial arts may be at its end? Who could be so malevolent? Ye Bai's countenance changed upon hearing this. The path of martial arts relies not only on innate talent, but also on the heart of a warrior. Once the warrior's heart is shattered, even the greatest talent becomes worthless. It is not yet so dire. Once I locate that person, I will slay him on the spot and free Linyuan from her inner demon, Ye Tai declared solemnly, his breath resonating like a mighty bell, his anger palpable. Father. When Linyuan returned, she was murmuring. My brother's name? Ye Bai pondered, before suddenly realizing the implications. What? That wretch dared to harm his own sister? Ye Tai's shock morphed into rage as he narrowed his eyes. Send someone to the Jiang family, and summon Ye Linyuan to return at once. Otherwise, if I have to go myself, do not expect any leniency in our father-son bond. He was indeed contemplating going directly to the Jiang family to bring Ye Linyuan back forcibly. However, this is Jiangbei, and he is Ye Tai. What could he possibly want at the Jiang family? A father-son showdown? Ye Linyuan lacks shame, yet Ye Tai certainly does not. Very well, I shall go at once. Ye Bai nodded in agreement. In truth, Ye Linyuan did not shatter Ye Linyuan's resolve in martial arts. He merely articulated certain truths. It was simply that Ye Linyuan was unwilling to believe them, leading to the current predicament, albeit this was within Ye Linyuan's expectations. Given Ye Linyuan's disdain for him, how could she ever accept his current identity? Once she does, the demons within her heart will naturally dissipate. One cannot deny that Ye Tai acted swiftly. No sooner had Ye Linyuan arrived at the Jiang family than the Ye family dispatched someone to notify him. It seems that Ye Linyuan has already returned to the Ye family. A contemplative expression crossed Ye Linyuan's face. He naturally surmised the reason the Ye family summoned him back for the morrow, yet he was too apathetic to prepare an explanation. He had not truly severed Ye Linyuan's path in martial arts. Young Master Ye Linyuan, the person from the Ye family continued. The family head has made it clear that if you do not return tomorrow, do not blame him for disregarding the bonds of father and son. Disregarding the bonds of father and son? Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan couldn't help but chuckle. If he were to honor such bonds, would he have uttered those words that day? The members of the Ye family lowered their heads, too afraid to respond. Enough. Go back and tell Ye Tai that I have no ties to the Ye family and will not return. If he truly wishes to find me, he can come himself, since we have declared there are no more connections. Ye Linyuan resolved that he would not set foot back in the Ye family, not even sparing a glance at their door. At the Ye family, upon receiving this news, Ye Tai slammed his palm onto the table, instantly reducing it to splinters scattered across the floor. This wretch, does he truly believe I am powerless against him? If that is the case, I shall pay him a personal visit, Ye Tai declared coldly, rising immediately. Ye Bai followed closely behind, his anger towards Ye Linyuan particularly palpable. After all, one must not lay hands on his own sister. Before long, the Jiang family buzzed with activity. In the main hall, Jiang Ye regarded the fiercely determined father-son duo with a grim expression. Ye Linyuan, come out and face me, Ye Tai demanded upon entering. Jiang Ye's expression shifted slightly. General Ye, this is the Jiang family, not your Ye family. Ah. Ye Tai let out a cold laugh. Speaking nonchalantly, Jiang Ye, under normal circumstances, I might still afford you some respect. Yet today, that wretch dared to turn against his own sister. I will grant no favors to anyone. Should you dare to oppose me for his sake, do not blame me for forgetting our past kindness. Jiang Ye's countenance darkened at these words. Yet he could see that Ye Tai was genuinely enraged. Otherwise, he would not have spoken thus. However, as the Jiang family was a lineage of medical practitioners, they possessed their own depth of heritage. Just as Jiang Ye was about to respond, a voice rang out from the entrance. Old Master Jiang, if you seek me, please do not make things difficult. Ye Linyuan entered with an air of calmness. The moment Ye Bai laid eyes on him, she stepped forward, her gaze seething with a chilling, murderous intent. Ye Linyuan, you wretched beast, you once defied our father, and now you dare to lay hands on Linyuan. Do you still possess any shred of humanity? She is your own sister. Ye Linyuan frowned slightly and replied indifferently, "Do not speak so harshly. I have done nothing to her. Surely you know, and does your father remain unaware? Besides, I regard her as a sister, but does she regard me as a brother?" He casually took a seat, his tone remaining composed. Upon hearing this, Ye was so enraged that his breath became uneven. Although their relationship had been severed, he was still her father. Chapter 16. Am I now the elder brother? Reflecting upon it now, Ye was incensed. Ye Linyuan's incessant reference to him as your father grated on his nerves. Yet, as Ye Linyuan had remarked, Ye Linyu's predicament was not so dire that she could never tread the martial path. "How dare you speak to your father in such a manner?" Ye seethed, the air around him charged with a soldier's ferocity. "Today, I shall teach you a lesson." Slowly, Ye advanced, his gaze cold as ice. Observing this scene, Ye did not intervene. After all, Ye intervention was far preferable to his own. A public confrontation between father and son was hardly desirable. He held considerable confidence in Ye, his successor, a prodigy among the younger generation of Jiangbei. Surely, he could handle a mere Ye Linyuan. Ye Linyuan cast a cursory glance at Ye, instantly discerning his strength. A practitioner at the acquired level. Achieving such prowess at a young age was commendable. However, the misfortune lay in the fact that he was up against Ye Linyuan. With a thunderous step, Ye launched himself toward Ye Linyuan with astonishing speed, the wind from his punch howling, almost as if it sought to rend the very air. With approximately 1,000 points of vital energy, his single-arm strength reached 10,000 pounds, enough to demolish a building. Yet, Ye Linyuan remained unfazed, standing still without a hint of movement. This spurred Ye arrogance. His martial prowess ranked among the elite of Jiangbei's youth. His elder brother, it seemed, had been rendered speechless by fright. However, in the next moment, Ye expression froze in disbelief. The punch he so proudly unleashed had missed entirely. Ye Linyuan's figure had vanished without a trace. He hadn't even caught a glimpse. Not only Ye but also Ye who stood nearby, was taken aback. Just as Ye fist was about to connect with Ye Linyuan, he perceived a fleeting shadow. The following instant, a sound akin to the splitting of air erupted, and an overwhelming force of vital energy surged forth, thickening the air around them. A faint metallic scent of blood accompanied an oppressive feeling that constricted his throat. "This is bad." Ye complexion shifted. He sensed the formidable force behind Ye Linyuan's punch, far exceeding 10,000 pounds, perhaps reaching a staggering 100,000. Given Ye current strength, he would likely be bedridden for a month. Ye attempted to intervene and save Ye but Ye Linyuan's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving him no time to act. He barely registered the sound of a blood-curdling scream before it rang out. Ye, eyes wide with disbelief, was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he struggled to rise, every movement sending searing pain through his shattered bones. Beast. Witnessing this, Ye cast aside all notions of a father-son feud and his own dignity. He reached out toward Ye Linyuan, his palm imbued with the power of a grand sex master. If Ye punch could easily obliterate a building, then Ye strike had the potential to raze an entire city to the ground. The strength of a commander holding dominion over a region was indeed formidable. Confronted by Ye Linyuan's unwavering advance, he stepped forward, unleashing a devastating strike towards Ye. A thunderous sound erupted, stirring up a cloud of dust, causing the entire Jiang clan to tremble. "Ye, I am no longer bound to you. From whence did this beast emerge? If we're to speak of beasts, I dare say you are the most monstrous of all. Shall I expose your deeds to the world?" After delivering his blow, Ye Linyuan's demeanor remained cold and detached. Ye was utterly stunned. This strike had indeed been met with Ye Linyuan's own, and now his arm trembled from the force. Moreover, the aura he sensed emanating from Ye Linyuan felt akin to descending into an abyss. If Ye presence resembled the oppressive weight of Mount Tai, rendering one breathless, then Ye Linyuan's aura was akin to a river, a sea, a chasm. "Unfilial wretch, you dare to resist?" Ye questioned, a mixture of astonishment and fury in his voice. He was taken aback by Ye Linyuan's strength, while anger surged at his defiance. Though he had witnessed Ye Linyuan's resolute demeanor during their time in the Yi household, he had merely assumed that Ye Linyuan sought to reclaim his military accolades after 3 years of service. He had thought Ye Linyuan had been unable to accept his situation, thus daring to confront him. What he never anticipated was Ye Linyuan's audacity to strike him. After all, he was Ye Linyuan's father. In the past, his wrath would send Ye Linyuan cowering in submission, yet now he exhibited such rebellion. Daring to engage him? Are you out of your mind? I severed all ties with the Yi family that day. When you call me unfilial, are you referring to the one lying on the ground? Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, pondering. You have struck me. Am I not permitted to retaliate? What is the point of this confrontation otherwise? Upon hearing this, Yitai finally noticed the feeble Yi Bai lying on the ground, his expression shifting dramatically. Very well. I never imagined that beneath that submissive exterior lay such a beast. Yitai trembled with rage, regretting ever taking in Ye Linyuan. He should have let him fend for himself in the old district. Yitai was consumed by fury. Yet he had undeniably felt Ye Linyuan's formidable power in their clash. Should a true fight ensue, the outcome was uncertain. And if they were to unleash their full strength, the entirety of Lingwu City would be drawn into the fray. As a man of stature, he had to consider the Yi family's reputation, and he was also wary of his past schemes being revealed by Ye Linyuan. Such revelations would tarnish his name beyond repair. General Yi, your assertion is misguided. When the beasts invaded, abandoning your eldest son was undeniably your fault. As the saying goes, to bear a child and not nurture them is a grave injustice. Seeking him out is your duty as a parent, not an act of kindness. Jiang Ye stepped forward upon hearing these words. Yitai's countenance shifted from green to white, ultimately culminating in a cold snort as he rushed to assess Yi Bai's condition. You possess a heart of stone. Do you not realize your brother is on the brink of his martial examination? You are jeopardizing his future. After reviewing the matter, Yitai's tone turned icy. Just moments ago, he had referred to him as a beast, and now he was calling him brother? Has he ever inquired whether, during my time in the Yi family, Ye Linyuan has ever addressed me as elder brother? Ye Linyuan showed no mercy, bluntly stating the truth. As for this matter, Yitai was certainly not unaware. Ever since Ye Linyuan returned to the Yi family, neither Ye Linyue nor Yi Bai had shown him any warmth, let alone called him brother. However, when faced with such circumstances, Yitai consistently turned a blind eye. He believed that perhaps Ye Linyuan's brief return had yet to allow him to fully integrate. With time, things would surely improve. This anticipation stretched until the present moment. Even he himself had forgotten that neither Yi Bai nor Ye Linyue had ever addressed Ye Linyuan as brother. Perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to it. Ultimately, Yitai said nothing, his expression grim, as he left Zhang's residence with Yi Bai, his heart a tumult of emotions. Chapter 17, Ruined. No chance for the college entrance examination. Disturbance in the abyss. Upon returning to the Yi family, Yitai hurriedly examined Yi Bai's injuries. With the martial arts examination approaching, there was no room for error. What happened? The injuries are so severe. Just as Yitai brought Yi Bai through the door, Su Rong returned home. Seeing Yi Bai, drenched in blood, she rushed forward with concern. It's all because of your son. He was so ruthless. Now, with the martial arts examination nearing, he has severely injured Yi Bai. It seems he is intent on seeing his brother suffer. Yitai's face flushed with anger. Were it not for Ye Linyuan's inexplicably formidable strength, he might have crushed him on the spot and made him kneel at the Yi family's entrance for 3 days and nights. However, he couldn't fathom why Ye Linyuan's martial prowess was so overwhelming enough to make him feel pressured. At that moment, Yitai's confusion lingered, but he had no time to ponder as Yi Bai lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Linyuan? Are you saying that Yi Bai's injuries were inflicted by Linyuan? Su Rong produced a miraculous pill and placed it in Yi Bai's mouth, her face betraying her shock. The Su group specialized in developing medicines for martial artists. Although Yi Bai's injuries were grave, with sufficient resources, recovery before the examination was not beyond reach. Who else could it be? That little wretch has grown audacious enough to lay hands on me. The more Ye thought, the angrier he became, nearly beside himself. He had always been a hard man, steadfast in his demeanor. With his son so defiantly opposing him, he felt powerless. Did you provoke Linyuan in some way? Su Rong sighed internally, believing that after a couple of days, Linyuan's resentment towards them would dissipate and he would return. Yet, things had only grown worse and more complicated. Provoke him? I was the one who felt provoked. Ye glared, visibly displeased. Su Rong chose not to respond further. After assessing Ye Bai's condition, she reassured him, the injuries are severe, but I will return with some medicine from the company. It will not hinder the martial arts examination. Upon hearing this, Ye finally exhaled in relief, though his anger remained unabated. It seemed this transgressor was resolutely determined to sever ties with the Ye family. In that case, do not seek him out any longer. Let him fend for himself. Ye stated sternly. Although Ye Linyuan's words today had deeply affected him, he could not comprehend why his children had never acknowledged him as their elder brother since Linyuan's return. As a father, how could he bow to his own son? Even if he were truly at fault, even if the blame lay with him. Su Rong sat in silence, feeling the situation spiral beyond her control. Although she had not been present today, Ye fury was palpable, indicating that if this continued, father and son would inevitably become enemies. As Linyuan's mother, she already felt a sense of indebtedness to him and never intended for matters to escalate to this point. Yet, she sensed that if she did not take action soon, her eldest son might truly depart from her life forever. Beyond Lingwu City, a vast mountain range sprawls before one's eyes, its peaks rising and falling in majestic waves. At the foot of these mountains lies a quaint village. At the village entrance, several robust men, wielding farming tools and rolling up their handcuffs, prepare to return home. Along the path, snippets of conversation punctuate the air. What's going on lately? At night, I feel a chilling sensation on my back, as if someone is watching me. You're not alone. I've felt that too. I heard there's been a cave appearing in the mountains, harboring strange beasts. No wonder I've been so restless these past few days. What's there to worry about? The demon suppression army has arrived, and at the helm is at least a master warrior. Indeed, a master martial artist is said to possess the strength to shatter a mountain with a single punch. With such a figure around before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous roar echoed from the mountains. Boom! Debris flew into the air, dust swirling. A cloud of black smoke billowed from the mountains, enveloping the sky like a thick shroud. Accompanying this was the unmistakable sound of the demon suppression army. Retreat. Everyone in the village. Evacuate immediately. A stern-faced lieutenant from the demon suppression army emerged from the depths of the mountains, landing at the village entrance with an air of gravity. Sir, what is happening inside? Why the sudden evacuation? A burly man questioned, bewildered. The lieutenant's expression remained impassive as he replied coldly. The beasts within exceed our expectations. If you wish to live, you must leave at once. Upon hearing that even the demon suppression army could not handle the situation, the men wasted no time and fled. Soon, families were hastily evacuating from the village. Contact the military headquarters immediately. This cave is not merely SS rated. It could be even higher. Request additional troops for suppression. Furthermore, call for psychic specialists to reassess the cave's level. After issuing his commands, the lieutenant turned and ventured into the depths of the mountains. Within the encircling mountains lies a basin, at the center of which is a gaping, pitch-black chasm, unfathomable in depth. A beast emerged from the cave, resulting in heavy casualties for the army. This was but one creature, who, for heaven's sake, declared this a SS level. The lieutenant's expression soured, yet he did not hesitate as he stepped into the basin. In the capital, at Shengwu University, the pinnacle of martial arts education, every aspiring warrior dreams of entering its hallowed halls. Those fortunate enough to gain admission possess extraordinary martial talent and a promising future. Graduates who join the military can ascend directly to the rank of lieutenant, and those who teach can expect the support of national policies. On the university playground, Jiangbei closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly. Her mental world was a shade of gray, with all people and objects magnified frame by frame. It seemed as if the entire school lay within her observational grasp. Her psychic power has finally surpassed level 7. Jiangbei opened her eyes, her clear gaze sparkling with joy. Psychic ability is a fundamental subject for every warrior, as its application proves immensely beneficial in real combat situations. This phenomenon is akin to the cheats found within video games, possessing the ability to distinctly slow down the movements of any individual, and even detect foes concealed behind walls or situated at a considerable distance. Certain martial artists endowed with formidable mental acuity can anticipate their adversaries' subsequent actions, thus enabling them to react accordingly. However, honing such mental prowess is no simple endeavor. Consequently, the majority of martial practitioners opt for specialization, with a select few prodigious talents choosing to pursue dual mastery. Xiaodi. Just as Jiangbei was on the verge of expressing her delight, a voice called out from the distance. The newcomer, bearing the insignia of a major general upon his shoulder, approached with purpose. "Teacher, what brings you here?" Jiangbei inquired, her tone laced with surprise. "I have just received a mission to survey a cavern in Lingwu City and happen to think of you. What do you say? Would you like to accompany me and take a look?" Chapter 18. Altering Genes from Withering to Rebirth. Grand Technique, Regeneration. After the affairs of the Ye family reached a conclusion, Ye Linyuan remained at the Jiang family residence. This morning, he sat cross-legged by the window, his eyes firmly closed. The pores of his skin subtly opened and closed, his breathing steady, as if he had entered a remarkable state. Indeed, this breathing technique was extraordinary, a testament to mastery. Ye Linyuan opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of vital energy, a smile gracing his features. After several days of recuperation, all toxins within him had been thoroughly expelled. He could distinctly feel that every cell in his body was brimming with vitality, even showing signs of overflow. This indicated that he had reached the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, just a step away from the True Dragon level. However, to break through to the True Dragon level, he required True Dragon Essence to cleanse his entire being, strengthening his bones and cells. Given his current status, acquiring True Dragon Essence would be a mere matter of uttering a single word, yet he found such low-grade essence beneath his notice. The True Dragon Essence awarded for the Military District Stellar Selection reached level 9. Should he absorb such essence, the development of his bones and cells would be maximized. Upon entering the True Dragon level, he would surpass his peers in terms of vitality, strength, and speed, significantly outmatching them. One could say that True Dragon Essence lays the groundwork for those advancing to the True Dragon level, especially at this tier, where it becomes extraordinarily precious. With a shift in his thoughts, Ye Linyuan turned his gaze to the system panel. Host: Ye Linyuan, age 22, realm, peak Grandmaster, vitality 100. 000. Current reward level 7. Glancing over the details, he confirmed that his vitality had indeed returned to its peak, even showing signs of enhancement. As for the reward level, it was quite straightforward. The system's function was simple. By defeating foes, one could earn various rewards, including vitality, realm advancements, martial arts, and elixirs, among others. The higher the reward level, the more substantial the rewards. Stowing away the panel, Ye Linyuan formulated his next plan. Once he concluded matters in Jiangbei, he would return to the military district to prepare for the stellar selection. However, Ye Linyuan glanced down at the messages on his phone, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Exiting the room, he contemplated bidding farewell to Jiang Yuye. His swift recovery over the past few days was largely thanks to Jiang Yuye. In the Jiang family hall, upon hearing this, Jiang Yuye smiled, stating, "Young friend, although your injuries have healed and the toxins have been eradicated, there remains a possibility of recurrence." At these words, Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow. He channeled his vitality throughout his body, his meridians flowing unobstructed, his vitality surging like a flood. There is absolutely no trace of lingering toxins. "Elder, I assure you, the toxins within me have been entirely purged. How could there be any talk of recurrence?" Ye Linyuan inquired. Jiang Ye shook his head slightly, replying, "The toxin you encountered is a first in humanity, originating from the cosmos. It is wise to remain vigilant. This statement held merit, for those otherworldly beings were indeed exceedingly enigmatic. Ye Linyuan nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuye, upon witnessing this, continued, "Next, there exists a certain potion designed to safeguard your vital essence, while also altering your genetic makeup to produce antibodies. In the event you encounter such toxins again, you shall attain complete immunity. Moreover, this genetic alteration will enhance your regenerative abilities." Ye Linyuan's expression momentarily reflected astonishment. Enhanced regenerative capabilities? Was it reminiscent of those vivid scenes he had witnessed in his past life, where severed limbs were restored? In this realm, he had never heard of such a phenomenon. Not even the mightiest warriors had been known to possess such regenerative powers. Jiang Yuye shook his head, seemingly guessing Ye Linyuan's thoughts, clarifying, "It is not to the extent you envision. It merely accelerates the process." Ye Linyuan nodded. If that were the case, it would certainly be beneficial. Although it did not equate to the miraculous regeneration he had imagined, the ability to generate antibodies and enhance regenerative functions was undeniably vital for a warrior like him, who had spent years on the battlefield. Jiang Yuye retrieved a porcelain white vial from a concealed space and handed it to Ye Linyuan, adding, "Should you absorb it well, the effects may be even more pronounced." Ye Linyuan nodded appreciatively and stepped into a room. In this era of martial artists, nearly every household possessed a training chamber. Upon entering, Ye Linyuan poured the contents of a vial into his palm, revealing a pill the size of a fingernail. It was a celestial blue, exuding a herbal aroma. Without further contemplation, he swallowed it whole. In the next moment, Ye Linyuan felt a tremendous transformation occurring within him, a searing pain radiating from all parts of his body, as if something within him was being shattered and reassembled. He understood clearly that it was his very genes and the cells within his body. This elixir possessed formidable destructive power, relentlessly dismantling the strands of his genetic code while simultaneously brimming with vitality, stimulating his cells to flourish. At that instant, Ye Linyuan felt akin to a green leaf enduring the passage of seasons, withering yet rejuvenating. This was the effect of the potion. But Ye Linyuan's thoughts lingered on the understanding that all martial arts are realized through cultivation. Whether it pertains to martial techniques or the philosophies espoused by venerable sects, it remains true. If this metaphor of withering and reviving could be integrated into the martial arts, perhaps he could indeed achieve the miraculous feat of limb restoration. Ye Linyuan once again engaged in his breathing techniques, entering a profound state of enlightenment, fully immersing himself in the essence of this metaphor. Prior to this moment, his innate talent for martial arts was already exceedingly high, and after 3 years of systematic refinement, his capabilities transcended the mere label of genius. Even the term prodigy would pale in comparison. With a thunderous crash, the internal transformation ceased, and Ye Linyuan abruptly opened his eyes, surrounded by swirling winds and crackling lightning, the elements of ice and fire intertwining. His martial prowess was unmistakably revealed. Upon closer inspection, one might discern a fleeting glimmer of green in his gaze. The phenomenon of withered wood blossoming anew encapsulated the marvel of vitality, and within it, he discovered a new understanding of martial arts, the great sect technique, regeneration. Ye Linyuan took a deep breath, his eyes still filled with profound incredulity. Rebirth. Even in the era of martial arts, such an occurrence was unprecedented. With this technique, it implied that even in the face of grave injuries, one could heal at an astonishing rate, and even severed limbs could regenerate in a remarkably brief span of time. A thought flickered in Ye Linyuan's mind as he gazed at his palm, lost in contemplation. Naturally, he would not sever his own hand. What if this martial art was not fully perfected? That would be utterly foolish. Suddenly, a small knife materialized beside him, swiftly slicing open his palm. Before blood could even flow, the wound had already staunched, a result of the medicinal properties at play. Subsequently, Ye Linyuan activated the masterful technique he had just comprehended, and the wound healed at a visibly rapid pace until not a trace remained. The effect was astonishingly extraordinary. It seemed that true regeneration was indeed achievable. Chapter 19. A visitor from Kyoto, the master of mental strength. How is it? Outside, Jiang Ye inquired with a smile as Ye Linyuan emerged. Quite well absorbed. Ye Linyuan nodded slightly, refraining from disclosing his comprehension of the master technique. Rebirth. That's good. Now you can leave with peace of mind. In the future, should you encounter such toxins, you will be completely immune. Jiang Ye sighed inwardly, reflecting on Ye Linyuan's esteemed status within the military. It had only been a short while, perhaps an hour, yet he had entirely absorbed this 8th level, nearly 9th level substance. Unbeknownst to him, Ye Linyuan had not only absorbed the potion, but had also grasped a master martial skill from it. One could only imagine the expression on his face if he witnessed Ye Linyuan's severed limb regenerate. At that moment, Ye Linyuan's phone emitted another sound. Glancing at it casually, he promptly chose to block the number. By the way, my granddaughter called a few days ago, saying she would return to Jiangbei. Jiang Ye chuckled before continuing. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan couldn't help but sigh internally, realizing he could not evade this matter. However, during his stay at the Jiang family, Jiang Ye had provided him with considerable assistance. Without his guidance, his injuries would have taken much longer to heal. Most importantly, he had been unable to comprehend the master technique. Given the circumstances, he couldn't simply leave after it had been brought up. After a moment of silence, Ye Linyuan finally spoke. Very well, I shall impose upon you a little longer. Meanwhile, not far from Lingwu City, the mountains now bore no trace of ordinary people. With the sudden onset of a crisis, the area was suffused with the solemnity and intensity of a military camp. The emergence of a formidable beast had resulted in the presence of more than twice the number of the demon suppression army, sealing off the area completely. At that moment, in the nearby sky, a specially designed helicopter approached at remarkable speed. Among its occupants was none other than the representative from the Sacred Martial Academy of Kyoto. Upon hearing the sound, a lieutenant colonel emerged from the military camp. His name was Su Qianlong, the one who had previously ordered the evacuation of the surrounding populace. He was also the elder brother of Su Yuhan from the Jiangbei Su family, currently serving as the team leader of the 72nd Demon Suppression Army's vanguard, responsible for this subterranean area. As the helicopter landed smoothly, a woman in a light blue military uniform and alloy combat boots descended, accompanied by a seemingly young girl. Su Qianlong's gaze swept over them, and he immediately recognized her. This was the prodigy from the Jiang family who had entered the Sacred Martial Academy 2 years ago. What brought her back, and why was she alongside military personnel? However, it was not surprising. Those who gained admission to the Sacred Martial Academy were all exceptional talents destined to become formidable assets on the battlefield. Establishing connections with the military early on was only natural. I am Su Qianlong, the person responsible for this area. You are here to inspect the subterranean site, I presume? Su Qianlong stepped forward to inquire. How was the situation in the underground cavern? Zhao Lingshuan inquired, lightly nodding her head as she stepped forward. Su Qianlong followed closely behind, responding, initially, when the cavern first emerged, we classified it as a SS level. However, just a few days ago, a master-level aberration suddenly appeared below, and aberrations continue to emerge sporadically. At present, we remain unaware of their exact numbers or the strength of the most formidable aberration. Zhao Lingshuan halted her steps, casting her gaze toward the mountains, and asked, have any psychic warriors conducted an investigation? Not yet. Currently, our psychic warriors are unable to assess the situation from the outside. It seems something within is obstructing their mental abilities. Therefore, we have requested more advanced psychic warriors from above, Su Qianlong replied, shaking his head with a grave expression. Typically, in a standard cavern, psychic warriors can observe from the outside. This is the first time I have encountered a mental barrier of such magnitude. I see. This leaves us with two possibilities. Either the number of aberrations within is overwhelming, creating an interference field that disrupts mental perception, or the aberrations level surpass that of a grand master. Zhao Lingshuan remarked, her brow furrowing. Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong's expression shifted. If it exceeds grand master level, does that mean a true dragon-level aberration exists within the cavern? In all of Jiangbei, few possess the capability to resolve such a predicament. Moreover, such aberrations typically inhabit frontline battlefields. How could one suddenly manifest in the cavern? Su Qianlong swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation and continued. Is there a method to assess its level? If it exceeds double S, we must urgently prepare. Prepare a helicopter and take me to the area above the cavern. Zhao Lengxuan instructed. Shortly thereafter, a helicopter ascended slowly, heading deep into the mountains. At that moment, the cavern had expanded considerably, surrounded by the remnants of aberrations, indicating that multiple aberrations had emerged in recent days. As the helicopter hovered above, the cavern appeared as a vast, bottomless abyss, with wisps of black mist swirling forth, adding to its eerie nature. Upon reaching the altitude, Zhao Lingxuan's expression grew notably grave. This place was far more sinister than she had anticipated. When she released her mental energy to probe downward, she too was met with an invisible force that obstructed her efforts. Strange, I'm also unable to investigate, Zhao Lingxuan said, her brow slightly knitted, her tone laced with seriousness. What? Even a master-level psychic warrior cannot probe? What exactly is the origin of this cavern? Su Qianlong's countenance changed, unease creeping into his heart. Prior to Zhao Lengxuan's arrival, he had perused information from above. She was indeed a genuine master of the psychic arts. Her mental scanning range reached 100 miles. The terror of a cavern that even a psychic of her caliber could not investigate was unimaginable. Currently, what is the highest level of warrior in the military camp? Zhao Lengxuan pondered, retracting her mental energy. 7th level master. That would be me, Su Qianlong replied. Master? It is still insufficient. I require a martial artist of at least the Grand Master level to accompany me and delve into the depths of the cavern for an internal assessment of its level. Zhao Lingxuan shook her head. The exact level of the cavern remains uncertain. However, based on the current information at hand, the presence of master-level aberrant beasts within is confirmed. Yet, their numbers remain ambiguous. Thus, the peril for a master descending into the abyss remains exceedingly high. The most prudent course of action would be to secure the assistance of a grandmaster. Absolutely not. Su Qianlong rejected the notion almost instinctively. The level of the cavern is unknown, and previously, we dispatched several small teams to venture inside, none of whom returned. This is far too perilous. Even if I were to acquiesce, General Yi would never permit it. The insistence on a grandmaster to accompany us into the cavern is untenable. Su Qianlong understood well that grandmaster-level martial artists are a rare commodity, each serving as a pillar for humanity. Should any untoward incident occur, it would represent an immense loss for our kind. Moreover, master-level mentalists are even scarcer. If Zhao Lengxuan were to encounter any misfortune here, Su Qianlong could not bear the consequences. Therefore, let us return for now. I shall contemplate alternative strategies. Chapter 20. The Final Resort. Encounter at the Jiang family. In the military camp, Zhao Lengxuan endeavored through myriad methods, yet her mental prowess remained unable to penetrate the subterranean depths. Each time she approached the abyss, an invisible force seemed to repel her spirit from entering. With no alternative left, she concluded that the only way to thoroughly comprehend the cavern was to delve into it from within. She retracted her mental energy, a hint of resignation gracing her countenance. If there truly was no other option, I must request assistance from the military, although the likelihood of success appears slim. Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong sighed. Zhao Lingxuan nodded, insisting, I shall remain in Jiangbei for the next few days and continue my attempts, though the outcome is unlikely to change. Su Qianlong acknowledged her resolve and proceeded to report the situation to the military. I have other matters to attend to. Please inform me should you receive any news. As they journeyed towards Lingwu City, Jiang Dai curiously inquired, Teacher, what will happen to the cavern if the request is unsuccessful? She had witnessed the recent events unfold and had also attempted to probe the depths with her mental energy, yet found no alterations. A nuclear strike would utterly annihilate the cavern, Zhao Lingxuan replied after a moment of contemplation. This level of cavern cannot be adequately assessed, leaving humanity ill-prepared. The danger level remains unknown, and the most prudent course of action would be to obliterate it completely. However, while such destruction could temporarily eradicate the beasts within, it would also exacerbate the fissures deep within the cavern, leading to the inevitable resurgence of the creatures, both in number and in strength. Hence, such measures are strictly prohibited unless absolutely necessary. If that is the case, Jiangbei will transform into a new battlefield, unfit for human habitation. Jiangdai expressed her concern. This was her homeland. Should such measures be enacted, all inhabitants would have to evacuate, as the nature of the beast that might emerge thereafter remains uncertain. Only when the creatures have been entirely eradicated and the fissures completely sealed can humanity return. Should it come to that, our living space would be further constricted. Thus, the optimal solution is to accurately assess the cavern's level and prepare accordingly, although the military may not consent to this. Zhao Linyuan's demeanor remained composed, though her tone was notably somber. I have heard that your grandfather has arranged a marriage for you. Are you prepared to meet him upon your return? Seemingly sensing the heaviness in the atmosphere, Zhao Linyuan jested. Jiangdai's face flushed, and she pursed her lips, replying, "Teacher, please do not tease me. Rest assured, you are a genius from our esteemed Kyoto Shungu Academy. Should that individual fail to meet my expectations, I shall be the first to voice my dissent." Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and before long, they arrived in Lingwu City. Zhao Linyuan and Jiangdai proceeded to the Jiang family home, where Jiang Yuye, though residing in Jiangbei, was renowned for diagnosing countless martial artists. Thus, the Jiang family holds a significant position not only in Jiangbei, but across the nation. Zhao Linyuan, as Jiangdai's mentor, felt compelled to pay a visit upon arriving in Jiangbei, both emotionally and logically. Grandfather, Jiang Ye, who was tending to the plants, trembled slightly upon hearing the voice. A genuine smile blossomed on his face as he exclaimed, "Ah, Dai, you have finally returned." As a family renowned for its medical expertise, the Jiang family now finds itself in an era dominated by martial prowess. The two sons of the Jiang family understood this principle from a young age, dedicating themselves to the path of martial arts in pursuit of becoming formidable warriors. However, the road to martial arts is fraught with challenges. The brutality of the battlefield is not merely a theoretical concept. Years after graduating from the martial academy, both sons perished in the Beast War, leaving only one surviving heir. Jiang Yuye felt immense guilt and sorrow, channeling all his energy and hopes into Jiangdai, wishing for her to inherit his medical legacy and avoid the treacherous path of martial arts. Little did he anticipate that perhaps fate had smiled upon them, gifting the Jiang family with a prodigy. Jiangdai not only displayed remarkable talent in inheriting Jiang Yuye's medical skills, but also excelled in the realm of martial arts. 2 years ago, she was admitted to the Holy Martial Academy with outstanding achievements in martial arts. Yet Jiang Yuye remained apprehensive, as she was the sole surviving bloodline of the Jiang family. Now, witnessing his granddaughter return safely, the depth of familial affection he felt was beyond words. This was also a source of confusion for Jiang Yuye regarding Ye Tai. His own son had served 3 years in the military and returned to face such indignities. "Grandfather, this is my mentor, who fortuitously came to Jiangbei on a mission and decided to pay you a visit," Jiangdai said as she assisted Jiang Yuye into the hall. "Greetings, Grandfather Jiang. My name is Zhao Linyuan, and I currently serve as a mental discipline instructor at the Holy Martial Academy," Zhao Linyuan said with a smile. Holding great respect for the renowned medical sage, who had healed numerous martial artists, including several masters and grandmasters, thereby securing a glimmer of hope for humanity's future. Jiang Ye nodded with a smile, though he could not help but feel astonished. She appeared to be merely in her late 20s, yet had already achieved the rank of Major General. However, Jiang Yuye remained largely unperturbed, as his family boasted an even more extraordinary military talent. "How have you been adapting at the Martial Academy? Has anyone dared to bully you? Though I am advancing in years, I still possess some connections. If anyone dares to mistreat you, do not hesitate to inform your grandfather." Zhao Linyuan quietly observed this scene, aware of certain circumstances within the Jiang family, and wisely chose not to interrupt. As she discreetly left the hall to explore her surroundings, she suddenly spotted a figure that was strikingly familiar. That figure seemed to evoke distant memories, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. Ye Linyuan, hearing the commotion outside, contemplated stepping out to investigate. Although he did not notice Zhao Linyuan standing not far away, he sensed a gaze directed towards him. As Ye Linyuan turned around, he was met with the astonished gaze of Zhao Linyuan, who seemed to be staring at him in disbelief. This individual appeared somewhat familiar. Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, striving to retrieve memories associated with her. However, the recollections were too vague and elusive, rendering him momentarily unable to recall. General Yi, it is truly you. I never anticipated encountering you here, Zhao Linyuan exclaimed, her voice trembling with astonishment as realization dawned upon her. Do we know each other? Ye Linyuan inquired, his brow raised, regarding her with a peculiar expression. You do not remember? Just 6 months ago, in the Eastern Third War Zone, you retrieved a helicopter from the abyss. Chapter 21. Su Rong seeks Ye Linyuan. Apologies, I am not well acquainted. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan fell into deep contemplation, with a specific time and place in mind. Recalling the incident became remarkably easier. Soon, he remembered, it was indeed you. No wonder it felt somewhat familiar. A year prior, on the Eastern Front, a helicopter carrying a small squad was nearly engulfed by the abyss due to its influence. At that time, Ye Linyuan had just completed his mission and, sensing the anomaly, went to investigate, inadvertently rescuing the helicopter. Zhao Linyuan was one of the occupants. Their encounter had been brief, hence his impression of her was not profound. Indeed, I hadn't the chance to express my gratitude properly at that time, Zhao Linyuan said, nodding with genuine surprise. Although their meeting was short-lived, Ye Linyuan's figure was vividly etched in her memory. The image of him diving into the chasm and lifting the helicopter from within still lingered in her mind. Particularly, the splendid golden insignia on his military uniform rendered him unforgettable. From that moment, she regarded Ye Linyuan with an idol-like reverence. It was merely a trivial matter. But what brings you here? Ye Linyuan waved his hand dismissively and inquired. Zhao Linyuan then recounted the events that led her to seek him. I see. So the level of that chasm has yet to be defined? Ye Linyuan nodded thoughtfully. Yes, for now, we can only devise ways to investigate from within. Otherwise, the military will likely resort to nuclear options, Zhao Linyuan lamented, a hint of resignation crossing her features. Ye Linyuan nodded slightly, acutely aware of the repercussions that would follow the use of nuclear weapons. However, it seemed unlikely the military would grant permission for internal exploration. A single misstep could result in catastrophic losses. If you wish to descend, I am more than willing to accompany you, Ye Linyuan remarked nonchalantly. Having recently recovered from severe injuries and honed his skills, he had even grasped a new martial technique. This ignited a spark of excitement within him. With the system at his disposal, what posed a perilous challenge to others could very well be a tremendous opportunity for Ye Linyuan. He was now at the pinnacle of strength, and one step further would elevate him to the status of a true dragon. Should he defeat an enemy and obtain some 10th-level true dragon essence, his martial journey would become even more assured. Really? Zhao Linyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, but her expression quickly shifted to one of concern. Shouldn't we inform the military? After all, that chasm is exceedingly dangerous. What is there to fear with me by your side? And besides, I do not represent the military, Ye Linyuan replied with a gentle smile. If it were anyone else uttering such words, Zhao Linyuan might have dismissed them entirely. However, the individual before her undeniably had the authority to make such claims. With you around, I am certainly at ease. In that case, when shall we set forth? Zhao Linyuan shook her head, casting aside her apprehensions, brimming with excitement and anticipation. She never anticipated that she would have the opportunity to fight alongside her idol. I'll go inform the old man right away. Ye Linyuan was a man of action, never one to procrastinate. As he entered the hall, his gaze immediately fell upon Jiangbei, who was seated beside Jiang Yuye. Jiangbei likewise turned her attention towards the entrance. A tall and elegant figure, with sharp brows and bright eyes, stood at the doorway. When their eyes met, Ye Linyuan paused momentarily, but quickly averted his gaze, saying, Old man, I have some matters to attend to, but I shall return shortly. All right, do what you need to do, but remember to return for dinner tonight. Jiang Yuye responded cheerfully, clearly pleased by the exchange. Ye Linyuan nodded and strode towards the exit. Once he had left, Jiang Yuye turned to Jiang Dai and inquired, "What do you think? Grandfather has good taste, doesn't he?" The latter's cheeks flushed, and she remained silent. Upon exiting the Jiang family estate, Ye Linyuan and Zhao Lingshuan were preparing to head towards the abyss when a white car slowly came to a halt beside him. The door swung open, and the elegantly dressed Su Rong stepped out. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan, she softly called, "Linyuan." Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow and chose to ignore her, brushing past without a word. This caused Su Rong, who had intended to reach out and grasp his hand, to freeze momentarily, her heart trembling in response. "Linyuan, are you still holding a grudge against me?" Su Rong hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, her tone somber. She had attempted to call him several times, but he had not answered, even going so far as to block her. Thus, she had come to this place. "I have no connection with you, so why should I hold a grudge?" "Madam, you seem rather perplexed," Ye Linyuan replied calmly, regarding the woman obstructing his path. After uttering these words, he continued on his way, striding purposefully away. At that moment, Su Rong had prepared a plethora of words to express once she saw Ye Linyuan, but they all lodged in her throat, unspoken. The coldness of his tone and gaze rendered her voiceless. It was as if he regarded her as a complete stranger. This perception pierced her heart like a sharp needle. Yet that was not all. What truly pained her was the absence of any blame or grievance in Ye Linyuan's indifferent tone. Such an emotionally devoid manner conveyed to her that her son had seemingly become a stranger. Sitting in the car, Su Rong's face turned pale as she found herself at a loss. She had believed that Ye Linyuan had merely needed time to adjust after leaving the Yi family. She thought that after a while, once his anger had subsided, he would return. She assumed that her eldest son would still be as obedient as before. However, at this moment, the profound pain within her heart signified that she might truly be on the verge of losing her eldest son forever. Su Rong took a deep breath, resolutely determined to clarify matters today. Even if reconciliation proved unattainable, she would at least strive for a chance. She composed herself and, gazing at the place where Ye Linyuan had departed, set off in her vehicle. As she journeyed towards the underground cavern, Zhao Lingshuan caught a glimpse of Su Rong from earlier, yet she dared not inquire further. Meanwhile, Ye Linyuan had completely cast aside the events that had just transpired. "Who was that girl from the Jiang family?" After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Jiang Dai, the granddaughter of the Jiang family," Zhao Lingshuan replied. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Ye Linyuan's face. So that was who she was. However, he had previously agreed with Jiang Yuye that he could be indifferent, yet he still needed to be deemed worthy in her eyes. Reflecting on his upbringing in the old district, followed by his time on the front lines, he was steeped in bloodshed and violence. It was likely that someone as delicate and fair as Jiang Dai would look down upon him. Noticing the odd expression on Ye Linyuan's face, Zhao Lingshuan felt perplexed. Why did it seem that he appeared more troubled now than he did when confronting the depths of despair? Chapter 22. Su Qianlong was astonished. The commander is so young? A dungeon that surpasses the triple S level. Before long, Ye Linyuan and Zhao Lingshuan arrived at the location guarded by the Demon Suppression Army. At this moment, Su Qianlong had just finished reporting to the military headquarters, and the conclusion handed down was, without a doubt, a refusal. Under circumstances shrouded in uncertainty, the military could never allow a Grand Master and a Master of the Mind System to venture recklessly. Frustrated, Su Qianlong exited the military camp, pondering how they could possibly maintain their defense when every direction was met with disapproval. The emergence of increasingly powerful beasts was imminent, and a massive eruption from the dungeon could occur at any moment. At that time, Su Qianlong spat out a curse, resigning himself to the fact that he would have to fight for time for his family. Just as he was wallowing in his discontent, two figures approached from outside the camp. One of them was none other than Zhao Lingshuan, who had departed not long ago. Su Qianlong's eyes lit up. Could it be that this master of the mind system had found a solution? "Su Qianlong, come here." Zhao Lingshuan waved him over, her tone brimming with excitement. "What's going on? Do you have a plan?" Su Qianlong hastened to her side, his face reflecting equal enthusiasm. "Yes, a commander from a military headquarters has arrived, and he is accompanying me into the dungeon, Zhao Linyuan replied softly. Su Qianlong was taken aback. A commander from the military headquarters? He glanced back, spotting a young man standing not far away, his gaze fixed deep into the mountains, as if he were probing something. This left Su Qianlong in a daze for quite a while. How could a commander from the military be so young? More importantly, he looked remarkably familiar. Did you hear? Send a helicopter to take us there, Zhao Linyuan urged, noticing his dazed expression as she gave him a light kick. All right, I'll prepare it immediately. Su Qianlong snapped back to reality, responding hastily. He thought little of it. After all, Zhao Linyuan held the rank of Major General, and for her to refer to him as a commander indicated a position of significant authority. Clearly, the higher-ups had made arrangements. Fourth squad, escort the two commanders to the dungeon, Su Qianlong called out. Soon, several young martial artists clad in military uniforms emerged from the camp. Yes, in the military camp, a helicopter gradually ascended, heading towards the depths of the mountains. As they approached the dungeon, Ye Linyuan sensed a multitude of formidable auras, all presumably at the master level. It was evident that this was indeed not a double S-level dungeon. Otherwise, such a plethora of master-level beasts would not exist. Yet, this was fortuitous for him, as it meant he could reap rewards. Ye Linyuan felt a surge of excitement. This journey was not in vain. Two commanders have arrived. Shall we lower the altitude? A member of the Demon Suppression Army called out from the front. Ye Linyuan glanced down and replied, no need. With that, he grabbed Zhao Linyuan and leaped down, plunging into the dungeon amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. I can't believe it, exclaimed a stunned soldier from the Demon Suppression Army. They just jumped into the dungeon like that? Truly impressive. The others marveled at their audacity, recognizing that for a commander, entering the dungeon was as casual as returning home. When a moment called for it, they simply acted without hesitation, for after all, they were commanders. Darkness, dampness, and a foul stench enveloped the surroundings. Zhao Linyuan was profoundly startled by Ye Linyuan's actions, clinging tightly to him, reluctant to let go. At that moment, they were in a continual descent. The light from the entrance grew increasingly dim, the darkness surrounding them all-consuming. After an indeterminate period, they finally landed on the ground. The humid environment and shadowy space exuded a suffocating sense of oppression. With a mere thought, Ye Linyuan summoned flames that danced around him, illuminating the area just enough to discern their surroundings. How can we explore further? He pondered. Taking a few steps forward, he unleashed his flames upon several feeble aberrant beasts, reducing them to ashes. This is merely the first layer. My spiritual power cannot delve deeper yet, Zhao Linyuan remarked, shaking her head. Ye Linyuan nodded and continued to pull her downward, and soon after, this layer was entirely consumed by flames. The descent continued through the first, second, and third layers. Generally, the cave system does not exceed 40 layers, and the deeper one goes, the more formidable the aberrant beasts become, accompanied by escalating dangers. It was not until the 20th layer that Ye Linyuan finally halted. It appeared that this cave system was at least of 3S rank. The presence of master-level aberrant beasts was evident on the 20th layer. Gazing ahead, Ye Linyuan spoke in a calm tone. Not far in front of them, dozens of master-level aberrant beasts were fixated on their presence. Taking a bold step forward, flames surged around him as a long blade materialized in his hand. With a swift swing, the blade, aglow with fire, hurtled toward the aberrant beasts. The blade's passage cleaved the beasts into pieces, which were then consumed by the flames. These master-level aberrant beasts were utterly powerless before Ye Linyuan, a peak master. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Slaying an aberrant beast yields a bottle of robust blood soup. Ding! Slaying an aberrant beast grants 1 year of cultivation. Ding! Slaying an aberrant beast rewards a martial skill. Floating wind. Ding! Ignoring the voices within his mind, Ye Linyuan sheathed his warblade. The anticipated rewards had not materialized. These rewards were solely master-level skills, offering little enhancement for him at present. Surely, my spiritual power can penetrate further. There must be Grandmaster-level aberrant beasts within. Zhao Linyuan's expression turned grave as she looked up at Ye Linyuan and continued, but that lies on the 30th layer. Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow. Does this imply that even higher-level aberrant beasts reside on the 40th layer? Zhao Longxuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed. But the specifics regarding their levels and numbers may require descending another 10 layers. Upon arriving here, Zhao Longxuan comprehended why spiritual warriors were unable to survey this cave system. On the 40th layer, intense spiritual fluctuations resonated. Firstly, aberrant beasts lack spiritual power, as they are the result of biological mutations, what is referred to as abyssal infection, stemming from the machinations of alien races. The spiritual fluctuations emanating from the 40th layer likely indicate the presence of an extraterrestrial entity. If that is the case, it would indeed pose a significant problem. Since the emergence of the rift in the starry sky, no alien races have ever appeared within the territories guarded by humanity. Let us descend another 10 levels. They are merely formidable beasts, which I can still manage, Ye Linyuan stated nonchalantly. However, I cannot guarantee what awaits us on the 40th level, should danger arise. Zhao Longxian expressed her concern. As long as he is not a martial saint, there will be absolutely no issue. Ye Linyuan once again unsheathed his battle blade, his expression remaining unperturbed. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Longxian nodded and followed him deeper into the abyss. Soon enough, those master-level beasts were eradicated. Ye Linyuan and Zhao Longxian reached the 30th level, where Zhao Longxian was acutely aware of the perilous nature of this place. She swiftly released her mental energy to probe below, while Ye Linyuan dealt with the beasts that rivaled the formidable ones. This cavern surpasses the triple S grade. It is not good. We must retreat. Approximately 10 seconds later, a voice suddenly echoed within the depths of the cavern. Chapter 23. The Eruption of the Abyss. The disappearance of Ye Linyuan. Zhao Longxuan suddenly spoke, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Clearly, she had uncovered something terrifying on the 40th level of the abyss. The flash of a blade revealed Ye Linyuan's alloy-worn knife slicing through a monstrous creature, as he abruptly turned, surpassing the prowess of an SSS-level warrior. Below existed creatures rivaling the strength of true dragon-level warriors? Indeed, yet it was uncertain whether they were truly beasts, for their mental prowess was formidable. Zhao Longxuan nodded gravely. Is there a specific number? Ye Linyuan paused momentarily, his expression revealing little change. With numerous master techniques at his disposal, including several grand techniques, he remained capable of contending even against true dragon-level warriors. Thus, upon hearing the situation, he felt no fear. Rather, a thrill of excitement coursed through him. What rewards might await if he vanquished these beasts? It was known that the rewards from his system were determined by the level of the beasts he dispatched. However, before entertaining such thoughts, it was imperative to ascertain the situation below. If the numbers were overwhelming, caution would be prudent. Zhao Longxuan shook her head, declaring the abyss to be exceedingly strange, with mental fluctuations surpassing even those of a mental-type master, rendering accurate probing impossible. Nevertheless, a conclusion had been reached. This abyss was at least SSS level, if not beyond. Ye Linyuan hesitated, contemplating whether to descend. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a shadow, measuring several dozen meters in length, suddenly surged forth from the depths of the abyss nearby. Like a colossal whale leaping from the ocean under the cover of night, it opened its cavernous maw, intent on swallowing both of them whole. The emergence of this shadow caused the entire abyss to tremble, inciting all the creatures within to frenzy. Debris cascaded down, the entrance above nearly sealed. We must go. Ye Linyuan's eyes sparkled with determination. He could handle this beast with relative ease, but first, he needed to ensure Zhao Longxuan's safety. The circumstances within the abyss were intricate. Any unforeseen event could distract him. Understood. Zhao Longxuan was equally aware that, despite being a mental-type master, her efficacy in the abyss paled in comparison to that of combat-type warriors. Moreover, these beasts had already surpassed the Grand Realm. Remaining here would only serve as a liability. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at the still open entrance above and leaped into action. A whirlwind enveloped Ye Linyuan as he thrust forth his palm. the tremendous force propelling Zhao Linyuan's figure swiftly away. Simultaneously, the beast's gaping maw loomed before Ye Linyuan, consuming both the corpse of the creature on the ground and the debris before retreating rapidly into the abyss. The 30th level of the abyss fell into silence, while the creatures above erupted into chaos following the appearance of the beast. Surrounded by mountains, the abyss was visibly collapsing at an alarming rate, with the entire mountain range trembling. "This is dire. The beasts have gone berserk. Quickly, notify the military." The squad waiting in the helicopter felt a heavy weight in their hearts upon witnessing the scene. After days of vigilant guarding, they were acutely aware of the eerie nature of the cavern, its level surpassing even the double S rank. The consequences of an uprising would be unimaginable. With two commanding officers still inside, should they inform the captain to hastily dispatch reinforcements? One team member nodded and spoke. However, at that moment, a figure leaped from the depths of the cavern, firmly grasping the helicopter's landing gear. "Commander, what is happening below? What about the other officer?" One of the team members inquired. Zhao Linyuan's expression was graver than ever, her tone resolute as she commanded, "Return immediately and notify the military headquarters." If it were merely large-scale exotic beasts, she might not have been as concerned. She was well aware of Ye Linyuan's identity and strength. Yet, the issue lay in the presence of true dragon-level beasts below. In the previous situation, she had felt utterly powerless. As a master of the spiritual realm, she certainly possessed the capability to kill like a combat-type martial artist. However, beneath the cavern, her mental powers were impeded, rendering her combat ability inferior to that of an ordinary combat master. Thus, retreating was her wisest choice. The several team members, seeing Zhao Linyuan's stern demeanor, dared not speak further and promptly piloted the helicopter back to the military camp. At the military camp, Su Qianlong also sensed the unusual activity in the cavern. Just as he stepped outside, intending to investigate, the helicopter landed. Zhao Linyuan descended, asserting with an undeniable tone, "Notify the military headquarters. The cavern's level has surpassed triple S, and the commander is still down there. Urgently request reinforcements for rescue." Su Qianlong was momentarily taken aback, realizing that of the two individuals who had arrived, only Zhao Linyuan remained. However, from the moment they met until now, it was the first time he had seen her so serious. Not daring to ask further questions, he hurried into the military camp to report the situation. The commander of the Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army was Ye Tai, and naturally, the report would reach him. At that moment, in the Jiangbei military headquarters, within the martial arts building, Ye Tai and several officers of the Demon Suppression Army were gathered. Before them lay real-time footage of the cavern transmitted by satellites. As the commander of the Demon Suppression Army, Ye Tai could not afford to ignore the disturbances occurring in the cavern. News arrived that the cavern was likely on the verge of an uprising, and Su Qianlong requested additional demon suppression troops for support. Moreover, according to his report, there was also a commander from the military headquarters inside the cavern. A division commander set down the phone and spoke. "What is the level?" Ye Tai inquired. According to the master of the spiritual realm from the military headquarters, it has exceeded triple S rank. The division commander's expression turned grave. Such a level of cavern should not have appeared within human habitation. This was undoubtedly catastrophic for Jiangbei. A life-and-death challenge for the Demon Suppression Army merged the 3rd, 7th, and 9th front lines, along with the 358th Division, and deploy them all to the cavern. Upon hearing the rank, a rare expression of concern flickered across Ye Tai's typically stoic visage, and he promptly issued a command. "What about the officer from the military headquarters below? They have requested personnel to be dispatched for a rescue." The division commander nodded slightly and inquired further. Ye Tai, upon hearing this, paused momentarily and asked, "Has their identity been confirmed?" "Not yet. They should have arrived with Zhao Linyuan," the commander replied. Ye Tai sighed deeply, rubbing his temples as he remarked, "In the battlefield, casualties are inevitable. If that day truly arrives, even if I must descend personally, I would not utter a single complaint." At this pronouncement, the room fell into a profound silence. The reality was indeed stark. The current level of the underground was exceedingly perilous and in a state of upheaval. To dispatch a high-ranking officer for a rescue mission from the military would likely result in a one-way journey. Nurturing a high-ranking officer is no simple task. It is inconceivable to sacrifice so many for the sake of one individual. Chapter 24. How did he become the commander? Within the military camp, Su Qianlong, upon receiving a response from the military headquarters, promptly explained the situation to Zhao Linyuan. What? The Jiangbei military headquarters proposed such a scheme? Are you aware of the caliber of individuals involved? If anything were to go awry, the losses to the military would be monumental. Zhao Linyuan was momentarily taken aback, her emotions nearly spiraling out of control. However, upon a moment's reflection, she realized that the proposal from the military headquarters, while not without its flaws, did possess a certain rationale. In the theater of war, casualties are an inevitable reality. On the front lines, countless lives are lost daily. Among the ranks of the Jiangbei military, the strongest individual is merely Ye Tai, a figure of top-tier strength, standing a mere step away from the true dragon level. Undertaking a mission of such magnitude is indeed a daunting challenge. The only feasible course of action is for her to swiftly report this situation to the general headquarters, requesting the dispatch of a powerful warrior. However, such back-and-forth communication would require at least half a day, even for a true dragon-level martial artist. As for summoning a martial saint, that may prove to be quite difficult. This is the military's decision. I am powerless to alter it, Su Qianlong sighed, adding, all we can do now is wait for the commander to take matters into his own hands. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the camp. This area is under a state of readiness, madam. You cannot enter. Su Qianlong cast a glance at Zhao Linyuan, hesitating briefly before making his way towards the commotion outside. The source of the disturbance was none other than Su Rong, the matriarch of the Ye family in Jiangbei and the head of the Su group, recognized by nearly everyone in Jiangbei. However, what was her purpose for being here? Su Qianlong approached, gesturing for the guards to step aside, and inquired with curiosity, Madam, this area is under a state of readiness. What brings you here? I am looking for my son. Let them clear the way, Su Rong replied anxiously, peering into the camp. Initially, she had planned to wait for Ye Linyuan to emerge. Yet, with the recent upheaval in the underground, the danger had escalated sharply, prompting her to act. Ye Bai, isn't he supposed to be preparing for the martial examination at home? He shouldn't be on the front lines. Su Qianlong furrowed his brow, reflecting on the recent visitors to the camp. Yet he could not recall seeing Ye Bai. I seek Ye Linyuan. Su Rong coldly cast a glance at the guard nearby, who exchanged looks with Su Qianlong. Upon receiving no objection from Su Qianlong, the guards tactfully stepped aside. Upon hearing this name, Su Qianlong felt a wave of astonishment, quickly followed by a dawning realization. Ye Linyuan, the eldest son of the Ye family, betrothed to my sister. However, did he not vanish 3 years ago? I was informed by Ye Tai that he had only recently returned. Ye Linyuan, he is not here, madam. Perhaps you have come to the wrong place? Su Qianlong remarked with an odd expression, noticing that Su Rong disregarded his words and proceeded deeper into the camp. Su Qianlong felt compelled to follow her. Madam, combat could erupt at any moment. It would be prudent for you to leave swiftly. If any mishaps occur, I would find it difficult to explain to General Yi. Su Qianlong urged. Su Rong paid no heed, for her gaze was immediately drawn to Zhao Linyuan, who stood not far away. She hurried over and anxiously inquired, Where's my son? Was he not just with you? These words rendered Su Qianlong, who trailed behind, utterly stunned. Was it not only the high-ranking official by Zhao Linyuan's side? He was Ye Linyuan? How could Ye Linyuan have attained such a rank? Su Qianlong vaguely recalled meeting Ye Linyuan during his time with the Yi family. Back then, Ye Linyuan had struck him as a poor boy from the mountains, suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar environment, appearing exceedingly awkward and out of place. Furthermore, he had learned from his sister that Ye Linyuan was not particularly well regarded within the Yi household, though he had felt a tinge of sympathy for Ye Linyuan then. The thought of his sister's future being tied to such a person had extinguished that sympathy entirely. How had he risen to such prominence now? Zhao Linyuan regained her composure, biting her lip, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Previously, she had only been aware of Ye Linyuan's military status, not realizing he was a scion of the Ye family of Jiangbei. If that were the case, then Ye Tai would surely not remain indifferent. Ye Tai's formidable lineage was renowned, and he had long engaged in battles against otherworldly beasts, possessing extensive combat experience. Surely, he would find a solution. He's still in the underground cavern and has not emerged. Madam, the situation is dire, and I implore you to allow General Yi to come to the scene before any decisions are made. Zhao Lungshuan murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Su Rong's complexion drained of color. Still within the cavern? The recent disturbances there had prompted an urgent city-wide notification. Thus, she had acquired some understanding of the cavern's perilous nature. The mere thought of Ye Linyuan being trapped within sent her heart racing. Have you informed Ye Tai? Su Rong asked. The military has been notified. Their response was to mobilize troops to suppress the situation, advising against rash intervention. Su Qianlong was engulfed in a haze of bewilderment, shock, and disbelief. Even as he spoke, he struggled to process the revelation that the high-ranking official Zhao Lungshuan referred to was none other than Ye Linyuan. What rank did Ye Linyuan hold? Major General or General? He could hardly fathom it. Hand me the phone. I shall make the call. Su Rong asserted, her tone brooking no dissent. I understand your feelings, but the military has already made its decision. Madam, I urge you to consider the greater good. Su Qianlong hesitated, quietly reminding her. Though he was astonished by Ye Linyuan's identity, he did not wish for Jiangbei to suffer losses among its high-ranking officials. Su Rong shot him a cold glance. Her voice icy as she declared, I'm calling Ye Tai directly. I will not utilize military resources for this matter. The individuals involved are his own son. Others may be indifferent, but he, Ye Tai, cannot be. As these words left her lips, Su Qianlong felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Su Rong's fury, and he quickly led her into the military camp, dialing the military headquarters. At the Jiangbei military headquarters, Ye Tai answered the phone, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. The military orders had long been issued and were unchangeable. If you wish for me to act as a father, throughout, I, Ye Tai, have only one son, and that is Ye Bai. In the end, Ye Tai replied coldly. Furthermore, you should hasten your return. That place is not meant for you. As the call ended, Su Rong stood in a daze, the chill in Ye Tai's tone reverberating through the phone. Suddenly, she recalled Ye Linyuan's word from that night, alongside Ye Tai's response. Ye Tai had stated that the sole purpose of finding Ye Linyuan was to cultivate him into a fine blade. At the time, she had thought Ye Tai was merely speaking out of anger. Yet, it now appeared otherwise, and she seemed to have grown accustomed to Ye Linyuan's selfless dedication and obedience. The debt of having lost Ye Linyuan all those years ago remained unsettled, and now he was being sent to serve in the military in place of his brother. She owed too much. Had she awakened to the truth sooner and spoken a word for Ye Linyuan that night, perhaps the current circumstances would not have unfolded as they have. Chapter 25. The Extraordinary Beasts, the Psychic Alien Race, and the Eruption of the 10th Level True Dragon Essence. A foul, decaying odor wafted through the air as Ye Linyuan emanated a soft blue radiance, surveying his surroundings. It appeared he had been transported to a level below 30. He mused internally that he currently found himself within the belly of a colossal beast. The creature's gaping maw, capable of devouring an entire house, had just swallowed both itself and the remains of a stone beast, with Ye Linyuan fortuitously caught in the mix. The gentle blue aura around him shielded him from the internal onslaught of the beast. Once he steadied his mind, Ye Linyuan brandished his alloy combat knife and plunged it downward with force. A piercing howl erupted from the beast as he eviscerated it. Such an entity, comparable to a major-level beast, possessed a hide harder than iron, rendering even the most advanced sniper rounds ineffective. Engaging this beast from the outside would indeed prove to be quite a challenge. However, from within, Ye Linyuan's unique alloy weapon sliced through the creature with ease. As it was caught entirely off guard, as psychic waves intensified, it became evident that a foreign entity lurked below. Although Ye Linyuan had cultivated his psychic energy, he had yet to reach the master level. Nonetheless, he could distinctly sense the escalating psychic fluctuations just beneath him. A glance at the system revealed rewards that still left him wanting. Yet, it was only natural. To obtain true dragon essence, one must vanquish enemies of true dragon caliber. Soon enough, Ye Linyuan made a resolute decision. Since he had committed to this venture, he must ensure a fruitful return. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. He never engaged in ventures that resulted in a loss. Continuing down the cavern, Ye Linyuan descended further, having previously been situated around the 32nd level. As he ventured deeper, the beasts indeed grew stronger. However, he chose not to confront them, for each was a formidable opponent of major-level prowess. The sheer number discouraged him from engaging. His sole focus lay on that alien entity, comparable to a true dragon. Before long, Ye Linyuan reached the 40th level, where the ground was strewn with puddles of liquid resembling mercury, radiating a silvery glow akin to moonlight. He surveyed the area with intrigue, acutely aware that this liquid housed potent psychic energy. It was indeed a secret silver mine, a valuable resource for cultivating psychic powers. Having encountered such a mine before, he recognized it instantly. This treasure was highly sought after by psychic warriors, often fetching astronomical prices in the outside world. To his astonishment, he discovered its presence within the cavern. It seemed that the inability of external warriors to penetrate the depths of the cave was somewhat attributable to this secret silver mine. With the light emitted from the silver, Ye Linyuan discerned a distortion in space before him, from which an ominous shadow materialized, cloaked entirely in black fabric. The figure's face and body were obscured, rendering its features unrecognizable, reminiscent of a wizard from the silver screen. Only two green bean-sized eyes, glimmering with an eerie light, were visible. It turned out to be a member of the Corpse Clan, which explained everything. Ye Linyuan held his battle knife horizontally before him, memories of previous encounters with various alien races flashing through his mind. The Corpse Clan hailed from the depths of the cosmos, possessing formidable spiritual powers that allowed them to inhabit corpses and manipulate the bodies. This phenomenon bore resemblance to the folk tales of borrowing souls. On the battlefield, the Corpse Clan was notoriously difficult to eliminate. Even if their bodies were rendered useless, they could swiftly transfer their essence to another vessel. Hence, the most effective method to eradicate the Corpse Clan was through spiritual annihilation or employing weapons that suppressed spiritual forces. The secret silver that appeared in this cavern was a significant boon for the Corpse Clan. The scent emanating from you is so familiar. The shadow fixated on Ye Linyuan, its voice hollow and devoid of emotion. Ye Linyuan maintained his composure, responding lightly. Then let us have a closer look. Remember my face. The next time we meet, be sure to flee first. Upon hearing this, the shadow's bean-sized eyes blinked once, followed by a shuddering realization. It's you. You actually survived. Damn lizard clan. Weren't you supposed to perish within a month? What a useless bunch. The shadow exclaimed, a mix of anger and astonishment. The memory returned. Yet you shall not have it next time. Ye Linyuan nodded slightly. Flames surged, accompanied by whirlwinds, thunder, and frost, each element manifesting around him, each representing a profound technique. Did you truly believe you could kill me? I have long heard of your unique physique on the battlefield, and here you are, delivering yourself to me. With your body, my status will surely rise. The shadow grinned malevolently, its tone chillingly enthusiastic. Its strength had already reached the true dragon level. And although Ye Linyuan was a thorn in the side of their kind, he was merely a top-tier practitioner. Now, having come to him, was this not a boon for the shadow? Whispers on the battlefield spoke of Ye Linyuan having slain true dragon-level beings, yet the Corpse Clan was different, even in defeat. They could abandon their corporeal form and allow their spirit to flee. Ye Linyuan ceased his idle chatter, the blade's light flashed, vanishing into the depths of the cavern like a wraith. Let me see what you are truly capable of. The shadow snorted coldly. The surrounding space warped dramatically, and the secret silver on the ground began to evaporate at a visible rate. However, soon terror flickered in the shadow's eyes as its spiritual power was confined within this space. Moreover, it could not discern Ye Linyuan's exact location. The overwhelming intent to kill loomed over it like a waterfall, rendering it nearly immobile. The domain of murderous intent, yet you are merely a top-tier practitioner. How can your domain be so formidable? To To become a top-tier practitioner is to establish one's own aura, with a swirling wind enveloping the body. Mastering one's martial way allows the aura to transform into a domain, doubling combat prowess within that martial domain. It is said that one who achieves the rank of a martial saint can cultivate a dharma form, standing firm in the world. If it embodies fire, a single step can scorch 1,000 miles of earth. If it embodies water, the heavens darken and torrential rains pour unceasingly. Your hide is indeed thick. Slaying true dragon-level beings is no easy feat. Ye Linyuan clicked his tongue, exerting pressure within his domain, yet he found it challenging to breach his opponent's defenses. I advise you not to waste your efforts. I've already summoned all the exotic beasts back to the abyss. If you charge out now, you may still have a glimmer of hope. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of the advice. However, the tempestuous winds, thunder, and flames encircling him unleashed their relentless assault in successive waves. It is crucial to understand that each of these spectacular effects was underpinned by a formidable grand technique. Even the most seasoned warriors regarded them as their trump cards. A grand strike could overwhelm even the mightiest of beings. Report, it seems the exotic beasts have all retreated. At that moment, a member of the Demon Suppression Army burst into the military headquarters, announcing loudly. Upon hearing this, Su Qilong strode out with purpose, his gaze fixated on the mountain range. As expected, all the exotic beasts had indeed returned to the abyss, and the tremors caused by their earlier rampage gradually subsided. What is happening? Why did they suddenly retreat? Chapter 26, A Half-Step to Ascend, Nightmares and Mental Resonance. Uncertain, yet seemingly evident. It appeared that these exotic beasts were retreating entirely. A member of the Demon Suppressing Army remarked. Upon hearing this, a look of perplexity emerged on Su Qianlong's face. How could the beasts, once in a frenzy, suddenly withdraw? Such an occurrence was unprecedented in his experience. However, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that they had been granted some respite. At the very least, now that they had discerned the level of this underground cavern, they could prepare adequately. Yet, soon another dilemma arose. Ye Linyuan remained below, and if all the beasts returned to their lairs, it would become increasingly difficult for him to ascend. Su Rong stepped out from the military camp, her face ashen upon overhearing their conversation. She understood all too well that the retreat of the beasts was advantageous for Jiangbei, yet it simultaneously diminished Ye Linyuan's chances of survival. Stand aside, I must go. Su Rong, in a state of despair, was almost recklessly intent on reaching the entrance of the cavern. However, such actions would not be permitted. Firstly, her identity was exceptional. Secondly, the beasts had just returned to their lairs, and the chaos had only just subsided. The cavern remained perilous. Madam, please remain calm. Under the current circumstances, even if you were to proceed, it would be futile and exceedingly dangerous. Su Qianlong turned to her, sighing as he offered his counsel. Though he spoke thus, with the tumult in the cavern now quelled, he harbored a grim realization. Ye Linyuan's fate was likely dire. Otherwise, they would have sensed any combat occurring below. The mental energy emanating from that realm seemed to be continuously waning. At that moment, Zhao Lengxuan suddenly spoke. After learning that Yi Tai had rejected Su Rong's plea, she promptly relayed the news to the general headquarters and maintained her mental probe into the situation beneath the cavern. Have you detected any news regarding Linyuan? Su Rong Zhao Lengxuan shook her head, responding, not yet. However, given the rate of decline in half an hour, my mental energy should be able to scan the entire cavern. Prepare a helicopter to take me to the cavern. Upon hearing this, the flicker of hope that had ignited within Su Rong was swiftly extinguished. She glared coldly at Su Qianlong and insisted, I must go. Su Qianlong wished to intervene, but dared not forcibly restrain the esteemed general's wife and the head of the Su group. Moreover, given Su Rong's adamant demeanor, further resistance could provoke a confrontation. Whereas Team 7? Ensure the safety of the madam. Su Qianlong gritted his teeth, conceding for the time being. He promptly reported the situation to Yi Tai. Su Rong arrived at the summit of the cavern via helicopter, only to find that the surrounding beasts had vanished entirely. The dim entrance revealed no signs of life. Disbelief washed over her as she directed her mental energy to probe the depths of the cavern. Searching from the first layer onward, within the cavern below, the domain had unfolded, and shadows were completely sealed off by Ye Linyuan. After enduring numerous trials of masterful techniques, the shadow's body had become utterly battered and broken. Ye Linyuan, you will inevitably be eradicated by us, the shadow declared fiercely, as a pale blue orb materialized above its head. In that fleeting moment, Ye Linyuan felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual power. This orb was the spiritual essence of the undead clan. Ye Linyuan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within them. He had never been one to exhibit mercy. Compassion would only lead to calamity. With a swift motion, he unleashed a blade imbued with the forces of thunder and frost, channeling various energies towards the pale blue orb. His weapon, a warblade of exceptionally rare materials, was classified as a grand artifact, containing elements specifically designed to obliterate spiritual forces. Thus, upon contact with the orb, it shattered like fragile glass, disintegrating instantaneously. Ding! The host has slain a monstrous beast, yielding a vial of level 10 true dragon essence. Ding! The host has triggered a double reward, acquiring the true dragon level martial art, immortal cell cultivation method. At the moment the orb shattered, a voice echoed within Ye Linyuan's mind. Elated, Ye Linyuan realized that his system truly had a knack for delivering timely rewards. At his peak Grand Master level, with his realm in a state of flux, it was the perfect juncture for a breakthrough, and the system had gifted him with level 10 true dragon essence. Moreover, it had bestowed upon him a martial art of true dragon caliber. Immortal cells, glancing at the information that flooded into his consciousness. Ye Linyuan learned that the immortal cell method involved compressing 1's vital energy into cells, inducing mutations that would yield an immeasurable reservoir of vitality. In battle, these immortal cells would function like an eternal star, continuously supplying him with boundless energy. Should he master this technique to its fullest, these cells could indeed achieve true immortality. Ye Linyuan inhaled deeply. Such was the power of a system reward, transforming cells into celestial bodies to provide energy. How many cells did the human body possess? If all were converted, to what heights would his combat prowess soar? The thought was unfathomable. Yet the pressing concern at hand was not the immortal cells, but the issue of the monstrous beasts returning to their lairs. There were countless beasts, even grand ones numbering in the hundreds. Escaping would not be an easy feat for him, unless he could break through to an even higher Grandmaster level. With this thought in mind, Ye Linyuan seated himself and retrieved the true dragon essence awarded by the system, applying it evenly across his body. The essence was designed to strengthen muscles and bones, while also possessing the ability to replace bone marrow. In simpler terms, it was a means of further developing the human body. The higher the grade of the true dragon essence, the greater the potential for enhancement, allowing a martial artist to ascend to unprecedented realms. Before long, Ye Linyuan's skin began to flush red, a tingling sensation coursing through his bones. Meanwhile, the vital energy within him surged chaotically. In a short time, he fully absorbed the vial of true dragon essence, feeling his internal vitality and strength nearly double. The boundary has loosened, yet I have not fully ascended to the level of a true dragon warrior. At present, I can be regarded as a half-step into the realm of ascension. Ye Linyuan opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Concurrently with his breakthrough in cultivation, his mental prowess had also seen an enhancement, particularly in this subterranean cavern, where the presence of secret silver lingered. The spirit of the recently deceased undead still harbored remnants of its mental energy. As his mental strength grew, Ye Linyuan encountered a new predicament. It seemed that during the absorption of mental energy, he was influenced by the mental residue of that undead creature, plunging him into a nightmarish realm. This was not an unprecedented occurrence. Rather, it was a unique ability of the undead, enabling them to invade the mental faculties of warriors, conjuring illusions that magnified fear from within. Those with wavering resolve could easily succumb to the nightmarish illusions, ensnared forever. However, upon sensing the state of his mental energy, Ye Linyuan remained unperturbed. His path in martial arts was exceptionally steadfast, and 3 years of relentless battles had forged his heart into an unyielding fortress. Such nightmares were insufficient to sway him. Chapter 27. In this moment, she finally comprehended the reason. Meanwhile, above the cavern, Su Rong was tirelessly searching for Ye Linyuan's whereabouts. She felt her spiritual probing range expanding. From initially being able to scan only 30 layers, she could now delve deeper. This elicited a mixture of joy and concern within her. The joy stemmed from the fact that, throughout her explorations, she had not detected Ye Linyuan's presence. The concern arose from the fear that descending further might reveal something unbearable. Nevertheless, she set aside her trepidations. She would not relent until Ye Linyuan was found. After approximately 3 to 5 minutes, a glimmer of joy appeared on Su Rong's face. She had found him. He was safe. He was unharmed. Su Rong exclaimed in delight, only to quickly realize that Ye Linyuan's current state was troubling. His eyes were tightly shut, seemingly battling against something. Su Rong carefully assessed Ye Linyuan's condition and ultimately confirmed that he had entered a phantasm. Furthermore, she was aware of the horrors of such illusions. Once entrapped, a person could descend into madness. Without a moment to lose, Su Rong intensified her mental connection with Ye Linyuan, seeking to enter his illusion and pull him back. The gates of the base reverberated with thunderous impacts, while the low growls of the otherworldly beasts echoed ominously. Hold the line. By time for those inside to retreat. Military support is on its way. The officer shouted as he faced the beasts. Behind him was a vanguard team of 10, engaged in fierce combat with the creatures. Among them was a youthful lad, his handsome features contrasting with the chaos, gripping his long blade tightly, yet standing frozen. Suddenly, a beast seemed to take notice of the boy and charged directly at him. Move aside. Curse it. The officer caught sight of this and shouted urgently. Seeing the boy still dazed, the officer disregarded the beast before him and sprinted toward the youth. With a sickening thud, the sound of the blade piercing flesh filled the air, warm blood splattering across the boy's face. The officer delivered a swift kick to the boy, fuming. Have you lost your wits? This is a battlefield. There is no time for you to acclimate. Captain, this kid isn't even a warrior. I don't know how he ended up here. Another team member rushed over, glancing at the boy sprawled on the ground, his expression grave. What? Is the military jesting with me? The minimum requirement for recruitment is a formal warrior, preferably with combat experience. Why on earth would they send someone who isn't even a warrior? Are they courting death? The officer's voice echoed ominously, and the boy gradually came to his senses. I'm sorry, Captain. I will strive not to hinder the team. The boy apologized as he rose, only to be met with the officer's icy gaze. The battlefield is perilous enough. They could scarcely look after themselves, let alone carry a burden. I do not care whether you are a warrior or not. Since you are here, you are a part of the demon-suppressing army. Remember, the demon suppression army exists to protect others, not to be protected. The young man nodded, gripping his long knife with unwavering resolve. Su Rong stared blankly at the scene before her. The figure of the youth was all too familiar. It was none other than Ye Linyuan, the very same young man who had just enlisted years ago. At this moment, his face bore a youthful innocence, yet this only deepened her sense of affection. For he was still her eldest son at that time. The battlefield is unfathomably brutal, each second spent evading the clutches of death. Not to mention that Ye Linyuan was not even a martial artist at this stage. Su Rong found it hard to fathom how someone without martial prowess could possibly survive amidst such chaos. In this instant, she seemed to grasp why Ye Linyuan's demeanor had altered so drastically upon his return. It was she who had sent her son, who was not even a martial artist, into the jaws of death. The sky hung heavy with a grim gray, a relentless drizzle soaking the battered streets, where vehicles lay scattered in disarray. Corpses floated in the gutters, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and decaying flesh. The city gates had been breached. Had the vanguard team perished entirely? On the street, an officer shouted loudly. The only sounds that filled the air, aside from the patter of raindrops, were the roars of the otherworldly beasts. No one responded. Captain, they must all be dead. Aside from the captain, the vanguard team consisted entirely of rookies. A member of the Demon Suppression Army remarked solemnly after a brief search, "Retreat. This city has fallen." After the Demon Suppression Army withdrew, the city was entirely overrun by the otherworldly beasts. Time passed, though how long was uncertain. Among the mountains of corpses, a filthy hand emerged. Soon, a young boy crawled out from the heap of bodies, his clothes tattered, his body smeared with blood and wounds. His face was ashen from excessive blood loss. "I'm still alive. It seems I truly have a tenacious fate." The boy grinned, dragging his weary body step by step out of the mound of corpses. However, the surroundings were teeming with otherworldly beasts. The boy, deprived of nourishment for so long, wandered aimlessly through the fallen base. Occasionally, beasts would appear nearby, and if discovered, he would face the grim fate of becoming their meal. "I'm so hungry. If this continues, I will perish." The boy, dragging his exhausted body, rummaged through the refuse piled high with corpses, searching for anything to replenish his strength. At last, he found a glass vial containing half a bottle of unspent nutritional fluid. Without a moment's hesitation, he opened it and gulped it down greedily. Upon witnessing this, Su Rong felt as if her heart was being tightly squeezed by a great hand, and tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. This scene reminded her of the moment she had found Ye Linyuan in the old district, when she had silently vowed to make amends to him and to compensate for the years of loss and separation. However, upon Ye Linyuan's return to the Yi family, he was confronted with a life even more arduous and bitter than that in the old district. Throughout the 3 years he spent in the military, they had not shown him a single moment of concern. Su Rong, covering her mouth, found herself halted at this juncture, hesitant to take another step forward. This realm was inherently Ye Linyuan's spiritual domain, reflecting the memories he most ardently wished to forget. She feared that advancing further would lead her to encounter Ye Linyuan. How much hatred would he bear for her upon their meeting? When his resentment reached its zenith, would he still be able to emerge from it? In that moment, Su Rong felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away, leaving her to collapse onto the ground. It was at this point that she finally comprehended the profound wounds inflicted upon Ye Linyuan by his parents. She also understood that the accolades he earned were indeed of great significance to him. 3 years of blood and sweat, 3 years of sword and spear, could not be dismissed with mere words. Just as she was enveloped in her sorrow, a flash of steel sliced through the rain, akin to a blinding light appearing suddenly in the dark night. The blade struck the youth, severing him in half before he could even react. With a crash, the glass tube fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. The youthful visage, still etched with confusion and helplessness, slowly crumpled to the earth. "No!" Su Rong let out a heart-wrenching cry, reaching out in a desperate attempt to grasp him, only to see a figure approaching her, devoid of expression. Chapter 28. The Surprise of the Su Family. "Yuan, that is your fiancé." Lin Yuan, as Su Rong discerned the visage of the figure, his youthful and innocent features had transformed into a countenance marked by resoluteness and indifference. She softly called out, yet Ye Linyuan did not linger by her side. Brushing past her, she reached out, yearning to grasp him, but ultimately seized nothing, left staring vacantly until his form vanished completely from sight. Outside the cavern, aboard the helicopter, Su Rong's complexion was ghastly pale. Within Ye Linyuan's spiritual realm, she had encountered an unforgettable scene. She was at a loss on how to confront Ye Linyuan, for as a mother, she had incurred an insurmountable debt to him, one that perhaps she could never repay in this lifetime. Madam? The Demon Suppression Army noticed Su Rong's distress, sensing it was severe, as though she had suffered a profound blow. Exchanging glances, they hurried back, fearing something might be amiss with Su Rong. Before long, a figure leaped forth from the cavern. Ye Linyuan had indeed seen Su Rong in the spiritual realm, yet it mattered little to him, for she had become inconsequential. This realization dawned upon him the moment he returned to the Yi family and reunited with his parents. In the military camp, upon witnessing Ye Linyuan's safe return, Zhao Longxuan's worry finally eased. "Commander," she rushed forward, appraising Ye Linyuan from head to toe, relieved to confirm he bore no injuries. Standing nearby, Su Qianlong felt an unsettling twitch in his eyelids. Just moments ago, Su Rong had been frantically searching for Ye Linyuan. Now she had returned, seemingly as though she had been gravely ill. This left him perplexed, and his curiosity regarding Ye Linyuan's identity deepened. Why was he referred to as commander by Major General Zhao? What rank did he hold? Furthermore, to emerge from such a perilous cavern single-handedly, what strength must he possess? A master, a grandmaster, a top-tier grandmaster? He could not ascertain. But he did know one thing. His name was Ye Linyuan, and he was destined to be his future brother-in-law. With this thought, a satisfied smile crept upon Su Qianlong's face, filled with pride. The military commander was to be his brother-in-law. After exchanging a few words with Zhao Lingshuan, Ye Linyuan turned his gaze towards Su Qianlong and found him grinning foolishly. Ye Linyuan regarded him with curiosity and then stated, "The level of the cavern remains unchanged. There are still numerous grand-level beasts. You must remain ever vigilant." Instantly, Su Qianlong's smile faded, and he replied solemnly, "Yes, Commander." In the evening, at the Su residence, following the stabilization of the cavern, Su Qianlong, having defended the cavern for half a month, rarely returned home. In the Su family hall, he animatedly recounted an astonishing tale. "Father, you cannot imagine. Do you know about the Yi family, specifically Ye Linyuan? He is the eldest son of the Yi family, the one who is betrothed to our sister. He is now a military commander. Goodness, I never anticipated such a transformation after 3 years apart. Yuhan, that is your fiancé." Su Qianlong took a sip of tea, utterly astonished. Seated upon the sofa, Su Yuhan furrowed her brow at Su Qianlong's words, responding with a peculiar tone, "Brother, what are you talking about? How could he possibly be the head of the military?" Not only Su Yuhan, but their father, Su Juqing, also frowned, questioning, "Have you mistaken someone? The Yi family recently expelled Ye Linyuan. How could he be the military chief?" At the banquet celebrating Yi Bai's achievements, Su Juqing was present, and it was Yi Tai himself who made that acknowledgement. If he were truly the military chief, would Yi Tai have been so willing to cast Ye Linyuan out? What? Su Qianlong, ready to speak, was taken aback by the revelation. "Are you saying Ye Linyuan was ousted from the Yi family? That cannot be false." It was confirmed by Yi Tai himself. Noticing his son's astonishment, Su Juqing immediately sensed something amiss. "What is going on? Speak clearly." After a moment of hesitation, Su Qianlong replied, "Indeed, the military chief is Ye Linyuan. Even a major general from the capital refers to him as such. Moreover, Madame Yi personally came to find Ye Linyuan. This cannot be fabricated." Upon hearing this, Su Juqing became visibly unsettled. He held unwavering trust in his son, Su Qianlong. If he claimed such, it must hold truth. After all, his son was employed within the military. "Are you suggesting that even the major general from the capital addresses Ye Linyuan as chief?" Su Juqing sought confirmation. If that were the case, then Ye Linyuan's rank must at least be at the level of a general. A general of such youth is exceedingly rare within the military. However, if this were indeed true, why would Yi Tai expel him from the family? It is indeed true. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There's no room for doubt. Furthermore, I suspect that Ye Linyuan's current status may have already reached the level of a star general. Su Qianlong pondered for a moment before dropping a bombshell. A star general? Does that not place him on par with Yi Tai? Su Juqing's heart raced at the thought. A star general at such a young age could very well assume command of the military in the future, potentially rising to the rank of marshal. Then why would Yi Tai cast Ye Linyuan out to support Yi Bai? He inquired, his brow furrowed. "I only just learned about this from you. What does it mean, General Yi?" Su Qianlong shook his head, equally perplexed. Logically speaking, Ye Linyuan's ascension to military chief would be a boon for the Yi family. Others would merely remark on the prowess of the Yi lineage. This would certainly enhance Yi Tai's reputation. How could he expel him from the family? This question left not only Su Juqing bewildered, but also Su Qianlong, as well as everyone else who had previously pondered this matter. They simply could not fathom how Yi Tai could be so heartless. After mulling over it for a long time, Su Juqing could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Regardless of Yi Tai's reasoning, they needed to clearly understand their position. As you mentioned, Ye Linyuan becoming the military chief, is indeed a favorable development for our Su family. Su Qianlong nodded in agreement, grinning as he remarked, Indeed, indeed. In the past, I worried for my sister's future, but it seems there is no need for concern now. Rather, it appears our Su family may be reaching beyond our means. A father and son exchanged a hearty laugh, both in remarkably high spirits. With a son-in-law of such stellar caliber, and at such a tender age, the future seems exceedingly bright. It appears that the Su family is poised to soar to great heights as a result. By the way, Yuhan, have you recently met with Linyuan? It's been so many years since we last saw him. As his uncle, I ought to pay him a visit. Would you accompany me tomorrow? Su Juqing chuckled softly, then suddenly turned to gaze at Su Yuhan, who sat beside him, her face etched with astonishment. Father, I have already rescinded that engagement some days ago. Su Yuhan spoke after a moment of silence. What? With these words, the Su family hall fell into an abrupt hush. Su Juqing and Su Qianlong stared at her in shock, their eyes sharp with disbelief. Chapter 29. The Su family is shocked. Isn't this a betrayal? The words of Su Yuhan left the Su family in a state of utter disbelief. You have called off the engagement? When did this happen? And who gave you the audacity to annul the marriage with the Yi family? Su Juqing was stunned, gazing at his daughter with incredulity. Setting aside the current standing of Ye Linyuan, the Yi family is undeniably the foremost martial family in Jiangbei. Furthermore, Yi Tai is the commander of the Demon Suppression Army in Jiangbei. To call off the engagement with the Yi family is tantamount to slapping them in the face. Had he not been driven away by Uncle Yi? What connection does he have with the Yi family now? Moreover, I had informed Uncle Yi in advance about this matter. Su Yuhan replied, still in shock. She had not anticipated that Ye Linyuan, 3 years ago, would now be a leader in the military. What folly! Even if Yi Tai had expelled Ye Linyuan, he is still Yi Tai's biological son and will eventually return home. By then, what will the Su family do? Not to mention, Ye Linyuan is now a military leader. Do you realize what it signifies at his age? It is exceedingly rare to find another at the military's upper echelon. Should he take command of the military in the future and ascend to the rank of marshal? Su Juqing paced back and forth, his expression fraught with concern, his tone laced with reproach. Dismissing Yi Tai's connection, considering Ye Linyuan's current standing, it is highly probable that he will assume leadership of the military and become a marshal, even if one disregards the long-term implications. Just looking at the present, he is a military leader. Who would dare to associate with the Su family after this engagement is called off? Who would dare to draw near to the Su family? This is merely a minor issue. If Ye Linyuan remembers this slight, the future will be dire for the Su family. Su Yuhan's call off of the engagement is tantamount to burying the Su family's future. Is it truly such a grave matter to annul an engagement? Su Yuhan glared at her father, defiantly lifting her chin. Do you even realize that your brother is currently serving the military? He is the martial talent of the Su family. At 28, he is a lieutenant colonel in the Jiangbei military and has the potential to rise through the ranks before the age of 40. Because of your reckless action, you have jeopardized the future of the Su family and your brother's prospects. Upon hearing this, Su Juqing was infuriated, raising his hand, but ultimately refraining from striking. He let out a long sigh, his heart a tumult of emotions. Initially, he had believed that the Su family was on the cusp of an era of prosperity, but now it appeared that such hopes were utterly unfounded. You must apologize immediately. I do not ask you to restore the engagement, but at the very least, do not let Ye Linyuan harbor resentment. Otherwise, do not expect me, Su Juqing, to acknowledge you as my daughter. Su Juqing understood better than anyone the implications of Ye Linyuan's status. A military leader in his 20s, he is the embodiment of hope for the future of the eastern region and the nation. Provoking such a figure will only bring calamity upon the Su family. This rebellious daughter not only betrays her father, but also drags her brother down with her. Su Juqing felt a heaviness in his chest, nearly choking on his own frustration. Su Yuhan stared blankly at her father, taken aback as it was the first time she had witnessed him express such anger towards her. The severity of his ire left her feeling as though he might even disown her as his daughter. Numbly, Su Yuhan exited the Su residence, still engulfed in a dreamlike state. Was Ye Linyuan truly the head of the military? Yet, her brother's words could not be false. A bitter smile escaped her lips as her gaze turned desolate. Meanwhile, at the Yi household, Su Rong encountered Ye Linyuan in the depths of the underground, catching a glimpse of his struggles within the realm of his mind. A pang of guilt twisted within her, rendering her visibly weary. She remained oblivious to her own state until Yi Tai returned from the military. "What troubles you? I summoned you back in haste. Are you injured?" Yi Tai plopped onto the sofa, casting a sidelong glance at the silent Su Rong, his brow furrowing in concern. "Did you truly consider bringing Linyuan back merely as a pawn to pave the way for Yi Bai?" Su Rong's unexpected question elicited a frown from Yi Tai. He replied with a calm demeanor, "Why the sudden inquiry? Both are my sons, and I have already discussed the matter of military achievements with you. I simply did not anticipate that this wayward child, after serving for several years, would grow rebellious." Yi Tai's casual explanation did little to reassure Su Rong. She gazed at her husband, realizing he appeared strikingly unfamiliar to her at that moment. Equally foreign was her own self. How could she have agreed to the absurd notion of allowing Ye Linyuan to cede his military accolades to Yi Bai? Regrettably, her awakening came too late. Ever since witnessing that moment in Ye Linyuan's mental realm, it had been indelibly etched into her memory, impossible to forget. Silently, she refrained from speaking, prompting Yi Tai to sense an unusual tension. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "Could it be that you blame me for not going to the underground?" At that time, while at the military base, he had received a call from Su Rong and was aware that Ye Linyuan was beneath the ground, yet Yi Tai remained unmoved. "You are still too attached to emotions. Does that rebellious son truly regard us as family?" Yi Tai scoffed, expecting Su Rong to share his sentiments. After all, he had merely requested 3 years' worth of achievements for Yi Bai, and in response, Linyuan had threatened to sever ties. Even his own sister and brother felt the brunt of his actions. But then again, considering this wayward son dared to confront him, what was there that he would not attempt? Ye Tai inyardlis kofut. What was it to serve a few years in the military, accumulating some accolades, and gaining a modicum of status? How dare he look down upon him? He was Yi Tai, the general of the Jiangbei demon subduing army. A 1-star general in the military, bearing an abundance of commendations. Sooner or later, Ye Linyuan would come begging for return. Without the support of the Yi family, his martial path and future would be fraught with insurmountable challenges. Su Rong sat on the sofa, her gaze filled with complexity. Upon hearing Yi Tai's words, she longed to question whether he had genuinely cared for Ye Linyuan over the past 3 years, whether he understood how he had endured during that time. Yet, upon reflection, she realized she had not shown concern either. Isn't it true that one has not fulfilled their responsibilities as a parent, and thus lacks the qualification to criticize others? Within the grand hall of the Jiang residence, Ye Linyuan and Zhao Lingshuan returned. For Ye Linyuan, the recent expedition to the underground caverns proved immensely fruitful. Not only did he acquire the true dragon essence, but he also obtained martial techniques of the true dragon caliber. His current realm has already reached the precipice of ascending to the dragon stage. With sufficient true dragon essence, entering the realm of the true dragon is merely a matter of time. Consequently, he now possesses greater confidence for the upcoming stellar selection. "Surely, your betrothal is not with General Yi, is it?" Zhao Lingshuan exclaimed in astonishment, her expression one of sheer disbelief. Prior to their arrival, she had contemplated that if the engagement did not meet her approval, she would be the first to oppose it. After all, Jiang Dai is her student and a prodigy of the Holy Martial Academy. She could not bear to witness Jiang Dai fall into a perilous situation. However, upon hearing Jiang Dai's account, Zhao Lingshuan found herself utterly unsettled. According to Jiang Dai, the engagement was indeed with Ye Linyuan. Who is Ye Linyuan? A general of the military, a radiant star of the East, and a beacon for the future of martial arts. She could not fathom how Jiang Yuya managed to persuade him to acquiesce. "Indeed, my grandfather mentioned as much." Jiang Dai nodded, then inquired with a tone of uncertainty, "Teacher, what is it? Do you disapprove?" Chapter 30. Self-Esteem. No, it's inferiority. Not at all. If it truly is as you say, I wholeheartedly agree. Zhao Linyuan remarked with a smile, though she found it somewhat unbelievable. A prodigy from the sacred martial academy, a general from the military, by all appearances. One would think the former had the upper hand. Yet, given that it was Ye Linyuan speaking, she could hardly oppose him. She dared not do so. Jiangdi nodded tactfully. After Ye Linyuan's return, he was promptly summoned by Jiang Yuye, the specific reason being related to Jiangdai. At over 90 years of age, despite being a master in martial arts, he had a lifespan of at least another 100 or 80 years. However, the fates of his two sons compelled him to worry about Jiangdai's future, considering long-term implications. He held Ye Linyuan in high regard. With his martial prowess and esteemed background, he was undoubtedly the best candidate for her future. Even if he were to pass one day, at least Jiangdai would not be left alone and unsupported. Over the past few days, he had observed Ye Linyuan's qualities. Remarkably, he was simply outstanding. Of course, the elder Jiang would not impose this idea without consulting his granddaughter first. Should Jiangdai disagree, he would certainly respect her wishes. However, prior to Ye Linyuan's venture into the depths of the earth, he had already broached the subject with Jiangdai, and now it was Ye Linyuan's turn. Ye Linyuan felt somewhat helpless. He had initially relished the idea of solitude, free from burdens on the martial path. Yet, Jiang Yuye had shown him immense kindness, making it difficult for him to decline. Outside the door, he knocked gently. Upon hearing movement within, he pushed the door open and entered. General Yi, are you looking for Jiangdai? Zhao Linyuan immediately conjectured upon learning the situation. Ye Linyuan nodded, prompting Zhao Linyuan to smile and say, "Little Dai, go ahead. Seek out your companion." As dusk approached, the weather in June and July remained pleasantly mild. With no martial arts classes to attend, Jiangdai donned a collegiate outfit. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her bright eyes complemented her radiant smile. Her skin, fair as snow with a hint of pink, was indeed striking. She followed closely behind Ye Linyuan, occasionally glancing up at the man who towered over her by half a head. Her understanding of Ye Linyuan's status was limited. In fact, she was not particularly familiar with him as a person. However, from what Zhao Linyuan and her grandfather had conveyed, it was clear he held a significant position within the military. He appeared to be of similar age, perhaps just 3 years her senior. I believe your grandfather has spoken to you, yet I feel it necessary to clarify. Ye Linyuan soudain halted, adressing her. Jiangdai came to a stop beside him, her expression serene. This is entirely orchestrated by your grandfather. If you find it too burdensome, you are welcome to express that. I trust your grandfather would not compel you. He continued thoughtfully. Jiangdai listened quietly, and once Ye Linyuan concluded, she nodded in acknowledgement, unable to deny the truth of his words. Observing the situation, Ye Linyuan smiled and remarked, "After all, you are still studying at the Sacred Martial Academy, while I spend my days battling monstrous beasts on the battlefield. It appears somewhat mismatched, however. I believe I could give it a try." Suddenly, Jiangdi interjected, interrupting Ye Linyuan's thoughts. This caught him off guard. In truth, when Jiang Yuye had proposed this request, he had not anticipated her acceptance. It seemed rather inappropriate to pair a blossoming young girl, radiant and youthful, with someone like him, who was entrenched in daily combat. This was not to undermine Ye Linyuan, for he possessed a commendable presence. Standing at over 6 feet tall, with a strikingly slender physique and a distinctly chiseled face, he exuded not only handsomeness, but also an aura of health and vitality. "What did you say?" Ye Linyuan asked, momentarily taken aback. "I said, I believe I could give it a try," Jiangdai replied, lifting her gaze to meet his, a hint of a smile illuminating her fair face. Now, it was Ye Linyuan's turn to be perplexed. Was this correct? Had he received the wrong script? Shouldn't Shi, like Su Yuhan, be obstinate and refuse? Have you thought this through? Once I resolve the matters in Jiangbei, I will return to the military headquarters, and it may be some time before we meet again. Ye Linyuan stated after a brief silence. Jiangdai, unfazed, smiled as she looked at him and said, "I will also join the military headquarters in due time. We shall meet again." Ye Linyuan fell silent once more, though he was not the type to be rendered speechless in the presence of a beautiful woman. He quickly regained his composure, Since she had expressed her intentions so clearly, to continue declining would seem rather ungracious. Nodding slightly, he softly replied, "All right." Not far from them, Su Yuhan observed this exchange with a mixture of emotions. Originally, Su Juqing had sent her to seek Ye Linyuan's forgiveness. Yet upon arriving, she found herself unable to take that crucial step, uncertain of how to begin. Watching the two engage in cheerful conversation, her expression soured. In Jiangbei, she was recognized as a great beauty, with suitors vying for her attention from Jiangbei to the capital. Yet, in the presence of Jiangdai, she felt overshadowed. Jiangdai was a martial arts prodigy from Jiangbei, revered as a goddess since her days at the martial arts high school. Coupled with her extraordinary talent, many who admired her dared not express their feelings openly. Now, standing before the two, Su Yuhan hesitated to approach, her pride seemingly preventing her from seeking Ye Linyuan's forgiveness. After all, he had previously adopted a humble demeanor in her presence. Perhaps there were other reasons that held her back. Ultimately, she stood quietly for a while in the distance before silently walking away. At that moment, Su Yuhan realized how absurd her previous thoughts had been. She had once believed Jiang Yuye to be mad for forcibly pairing his granddaughter, the martial arts genius of Jiangbei, with a disheveled outcast. Yet now it became clear that Jiang Yuye was not mad at all. He was, in fact, a high-ranking officer in the military. Upon returning to the Su family, Su Yuhan's expression was one of complexity, and upon seeing her appear as if she had lost her soul, Su Juqing abruptly rose from the sofa. "How is it? Has Linyuan not forgiven you?" he inquired anxiously. Not only was he concerned, but Su Qianlong also gazed at his sister with evident worry. His anxiety stemmed not from his own future, but from the well-being of his Su family. Su Yuhan shook her head and replied, "No, I simply do not know how to begin." At her words, Su Juqing's anger flared, and he exclaimed, "Why? Is it your worthless pride?" Su Yuhan pressed her lips together, remaining silent. This only intensified Su Juqing's fury as he approached her, declaring, "Your pride is a gift from the Su family, and from Ye Linyuan in years gone by. Now, because of you, the future of the Su family is shrouded in darkness. Do you expect me to humiliate myself to rectify this? Father, perhaps we should allow my sister a moment to collect herself," Su Qianlong suggested, observing their father's trembling form and his sister's despondent demeanor. He sighed inwardly, grappling with a tumultuous array of emotions. He had never anticipated that what should have been a joyous occasion could devolve into such turmoil. Yet there was no choice. Since the problem had arisen, a solution must be sought. Standing in the courtyard, Su Yuhan felt somewhat numb. Was it truly her pride that was at fault? In truth, it was far more complex. When she witnessed Ye Linyuan standing alongside Jiangdai, she felt that approaching them would render her a mere jester. More than a matter of pride, it was a profound sense of inferiority that consumed her. Chapter 31. The Martial Examination. Urgent dispatch from the military headquarters. Summoning Yi back to the military headquarters? It has been nearly a month since Ye Linyuan returned to Jiangbei. During this time, the underground cavern incident, a significant event for Jiangbei, has stabilized, resulting in diminished attention. However, today, Jiangbei is once again abuzz with excitement. Every household with a senior high school student is bustling with activity, for today marks the annual martial examination. For the ordinary populace, this presents perhaps the most accessible opportunity for ascension in this era of martial arts. With exceptional results, one might gain admission to prestigious universities, illuminating the path to a promising future. Not only could the individual earn provincial accolades, but their parents might also bask in the reflected glory. Such an achievement could easily be described as a source of familial pride. The martial examination garners interest not only from martial academies, but also from various martial arts alliances, the demon-subduing army, and martial arts schools. These factions typically seek to recruit outstanding students after the examination concludes, as they too are in need of fresh martial bloodlines. In addition to the rewards offered by the martial academies, joining these organizations can yield substantial additional benefits. Among these entities, the military training camp stands out as particularly unique. Successful candidates not only receive commendations from the military, but also earn military ranks. Moreover, once admitted their status within the martial academy is elevated, placing them among the ranks of prodigies. Indeed, some martial geniuses, after completing the military training camp, ascend directly to the martial academy's rankings, surpassing even senior students. Nevertheless, the entrance criteria remain exceedingly stringent. Only the most exceptional talents gain entry. Ye Linyuan set down the phone, his expression composed. Early this morning, he received a message from General He Linyuan. The content was straightforward. He was to select several martial prodigies from Jiangbei after the examination, to facilitate their entry into the training camp and subsequently into the Eastern Theater of Operations. With over 1,000 martial arts high schools in Jiangbei, the number of students is vast. However, for Ye Linyuan, this task is not daunting. He simply needs to consult the provincial governor's office. After all, the martial examination serves as a performance assessment for the provincial governor. If certain locales fail to produce candidates for prestigious martial universities for consecutive years, the provincial governor may find themselves held accountable. Thus, the provincial governor's office meticulously compiles a list of Jiangbei's martial prodigies. Nevertheless, as the examination has yet to conclude, Ye Linyuan is in no rush. For him, it merely means spending a few more days in Jiangbei. In the capital, at the general headquarters, within a certain conference room, dozens of figures took their seats in succession. The eldest among them, with hair already graying, appeared to be in his 60s. However, in this era of martial prowess, where human genetic limits have been transcended, his age might well extend several decades beyond that. The youngest present appear to be in their 40s or 50s. Clad in military uniforms, their expressions were resolute, their postures erect, exuding an air of tenacity that enveloped the entire conference room in a solemn atmosphere. Today, I have summoned you all for a straightforward matter. The tensions at the border have eased somewhat, and I wish to discuss the upcoming General Star competition, which has already been communicated to several major military districts months in advance. I intend to officially convene this competition in 2 weeks. What do you all think? The elder seated at the head of the table spoke, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present turned solemn. The General Star competition allows only a limited number of participants from each military district, with ranks of at least general, and candidates must be under the age of 40. This competition occurs once every decade, serving as a grand assessment organized by the military to rank the strongest warriors from the major military districts. Through this ranking, participants receive a General Star rating. The higher the rating, the greater the authority one wields within the military, and the more likely they are to ascend to the role of the next marshal. Naturally, the position of marshal is not solely determined by the General Star rating. Significant military achievements and other comprehensive factors are also considered. Nonetheless, the General Star rating holds paramount importance, accounting for nearly half of the overall evaluation. Everyone nodded in agreement. Silence enveloping the room. Observing this, the elder continued, "If there are no objections, you may begin your preparations. Furthermore, disseminate this information widely so that all military districts can ready themselves." Understood. With this, the assembly responded affirmatively. This was indeed a significant event, as the foremost warriors from the major military districts would all converge in Kyoto, including several from esteemed martial families, disciples of martial sages. The military must therefore make adequate preparations. "And where is Ye Bai at this moment?" the elder inquired, nodding thoughtfully. Someone chuckled and replied, "Marshal, it seems you still hold him in high regard. The last time we saw him was during the rank conferral ceremony. Remember, he is only 22 years old this year." The elder smiled, his face alight with anticipation. "I've heard news from the eastern region that he has returned to Jiangbei recently. He probably hasn't reached the east yet." A general, also smiling, added, "However, this election for the General Star is different. Many martial sage disciples wish to compete." The elder waved his hand, and the room fell silent once more. Let's not dwell on that. The matters concerning the martial sages can be handled by them. You must promptly notify everyone, including those on leave or assigned tasks, to prepare to come to Kyoto. At the Yi residence, a festive atmosphere had already taken hold. Ye Bai was to participate in the martial examination, and nearly everyone in the Yi family was bustling with preparations. Ye Tai, too, had shaken off his previous gloom, wearing an expression of great joy. In his eyes, Ye Bai would undoubtedly succeed in entering the Holy Martial Academy. And based on the current martial achievements of students from Jiangbei, it was only a matter of time before Ye Bai would emerge as the top scholar of the province, provided he performed to his potential. As a father, he naturally felt elated. Early in the day, Ye Tai personally escorted Ye Bai to the examination venue. Just as he stepped into the military headquarters, he was approached by someone in haste. Ye Tai, we have received word from the military. Ye Bai must return immediately, as there is an urgent mission. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai's brow furrowed involuntarily. A command from the east? Ye Tai was momentarily taken aback. Yet he dismissed it without much thought. He had taken credit for the achievements of Ye Linyuan, who had served in the military on behalf of Ye Bai 3 years prior. At this moment, he had effectively swapped their identities. His concealed son, whom he had hidden for 3 years, was indeed the one fighting on the eastern battlefield. Any accolades or military honors should rightfully belong to Ye Bai. As for the command from the east, he was utterly unconcerned. After all, he was the overall commander of Jiangbei, and to recall someone to the Jiangbei military headquarters merely required a single utterance. Moreover, that individual was none other than his own flesh and blood. However, according to the emissary from the east, this was a directive issued from the capital. The visitor shook his head and continued speaking. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai's brow furrowed instantly, his tone laden with confusion. The capital? Why suddenly issue such a command? Was there an explanation provided? The specifics were not disclosed. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai subtly gestured, and the visitor, understanding the cue, departed. Within the military headquarters, Ye Tai sat in his position, his expression a tempest of thoughts. Why had the East abruptly summoned Ye Bai back? Could it be that the situation on the Eastern Front had escalated, necessitating the recall of all demon suppression troops? He wished to revert the identities of Ye Linyuan and Ye Bai, which would naturally require Ye Bai's return. Yet Ye Bai was currently engaged in the martial examination and could not possibly return. Moreover, this was a command from the capital. Even if he were to intervene personally, he could not swiftly arrange for Ye Bai's return. Furthermore, how would the military and the outside world perceive his decision to pull his son from the front lines during wartime? Ye Tai would certainly not associate this sudden recall with the military competition of the district stellar generals, for in his eyes, such a notion was utterly implausible. Chapter 32. To what extent can one be shameless? Ye Tai sat in the military headquarters, his expression shifting through various phases before he finally rose to his feet. First and foremost, Ye Bai was beyond reach. This military examination was pivotal for Ye Bai's future and whether he could eventually take over Jiangbei. Yet, the orders from the capital could not be disregarded. Before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, Ye Linyuan reclined comfortably on the sofa, his demeanor one of utter contentment. After 3 years of relentless campaigns, he relished this rare moment of tranquility that had long evaded him. As for the provincial governor, he had already made the necessary arrangements personally and could procure the list at any moment. Li Xing, one was more than willing. Gaining entry to the military training camp would be advantageous for him, and he certainly would not refuse, especially given Ye Linyuan's esteemed position, which left him little room to decline. General Yi, what brings you here today? Outside, the voice of Jiang Yi echoed, prompting Ye Linyuan to squint, open his eyes. Ye Tai, what brings you here again? Yet, it was clear he wasn't here to see him, especially after their altercation the other day. The severance of their relationship had been expressed quite explicitly. Ye Tai himself, if he had any semblance of dignity, would not come seeking him. Before Ye Linyuan could further contemplate, Ye Tai's voice resonated once more. Is Ye Linyuan here? I need to speak with him. Ye Linyuan opened his eyes, his expression one of incredulity. Was he really here to find him? A chuckle escaped him, though it was laced with an air of sarcasm. The sound of laughter was particularly grating to Ye Tai, who snorted coldly. Am I not allowed to seek my son without your approval? Oh, you certainly didn't phrase it that way the other day. Now he is your son? Jiang Yi found it astonishing. What wind had swept through Ye Tai to alter his stance? From what he knew of Ye Tai, he was not the type to humble himself. I have no time for banter. Just tell me if he is here. Ye Tai's expression turned frigid. and a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This old man was increasingly disregarding him. "Apologies, but he is not here," Jiang Yi replied, his smile fading into a mere semblance of indifference. Upon hearing this, Yi Tai's demeanor darkened instantly, and in a frosty tone, he retorted, "Old man, you have gone too far. Do you believe I want to turn your Jiang family upside down?" His words were no jest. The power of a top-tier clan could easily dismantle a building. As he spoke, 6 military daggers were faintly visible, slowly rising around Ye Tai, accompanied by a gust of formidable wind. "Is this how you approach your inquiries?" Ye Linyuan pushed open the door, regarding him with an unperturbed gaze. He was indeed reluctant to meet Ye Tai, yet given the current situation, it was evident that Ye Tai would resort to violence if he did not emerge. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan, Ye Tai retracted his imposing demeanor, his expression surprisingly softening. The military daggers that had accompanied him also subsided, leaving Ye Linyuan utterly astonished. "Let us discuss this inside." Ye Tai, disregarding any formalities, strode into the room with purpose and sat down resolutely. "Speak quickly." Ye Linyuan leaned against the door, his expression cold as he observed the scene before him. He could not fathom why Ye Tai would suddenly undergo such a drastic change in attitude. For the events of the past had made Ye Linyuan's understanding crystal clear. Upon hearing those words, Ye Tai's previously relaxed demeanor contorted once more. He was on the verge of erupting, but managed to suppress his emotions, letting out a sigh instead. "Linyuan, I acknowledge that I have neglected you over the years, and it is only natural for you to harbor resentment towards me. However, you are still my son, and I cannot simply abandon you." The sudden shift in demeanor and his unfamiliar tone prompted Ye Linyuan to instinctively inquire, "Who are you? Have you been possessed?" Ye Tai paused, momentarily taken aback, and fell into silence. His expression remained unchanged, yet internally he felt an overwhelming urge to strike out in frustration. This wretched creature was infuriating. Ye Tai fought to contain his inner turmoil, remaining silent for a considerable time before continuing, "You must understand. Your brother possesses exceptional talent in martial arts and is destined to become a martial saint. My actions are all for the sake of the Yi family and Jiangbei. Why can you not comprehend my intentions as the eldest son of the Yi family? Why should I understand you?" Ye Linyuan retorted, a scoff escaping his lips, nearly breaking into a tirade. Ye Tai's countenance darkened. The phrase, "Why should I understand you?" struck him like a lightning bolt, causing veins to throb at his temples. Taking a deep breath to quell the surging blood within him, he continued, "Yet you have not afforded us the opportunity to make amends, have you? That is of no consequence. I do not care." Ye Linyuan dismissed with a wave of his hand, his tone indifferent. "Do not be so quick to refuse. Ye Tai urgit softly. I can provide you with what you desire. The identity of the Yi family's eldest son, martial resources, or even the position of chairman of the conglomerate. All of it can be yours, provided you agree to one condition." At this proclamation, Ye Linyuan's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. "So, that is the reason for Ye Tai's abrupt change. What you propose, I do not require, and as for agreeing to your terms, that is out of the question. If there is nothing further, please take your leave," he stated coolly, dismissing even the content of the proposal. "This morning, the military informed me that they wish to recall you, and it is a direct order from the capital." Ye Tai interjected, urgency lacing his voice. "Recall me? Are they referring to Yi Bai, or to me, Linyuan?" Ye Linyuan paused, a sardonic expression crossing his face. "Of course, they mean Yi Bai. Otherwise, I would not be here seeking you. Your brother is currently participating in the martial examination and will certainly be unable to return. You, however, will be stationed at the military for a while, and when I manage to transfer him back to Jiangbei, you will still hold the title of the Yi family's eldest son. Moreover, your mother's conglomerate will eventually be handed over to you." Ye Tai's demeanor softened, yet his tone regained some of its former arrogance. After all, in his eyes, the status of the Yi family's eldest son was unparalleled in Jiangbei. Moreover, the largest conglomerate in Jiangbei has similarly extended an offer to Ye Linyuan. He could hardly believe that Ye Linyuan would refuse such an exchange. Ye Linyuan realized that he had underestimated Ye Tai. To what extent can a person be shameless? It was one thing to enlist his brother in the military, but now he sought to reclaim his own and Ye Bai's identities through military achievements. Now, the military summoned him back, expecting him to stand in for a while. Is this truly human behavior? Furthermore, the conditions proposed by Ye Tai were beneath Ye Linyuan's consideration. To say the least, Ye Tai has a history of misconduct. Only a fool would take his words at face value. Thus, upon hearing Ye Tai articulate his intentions, Ye Linyuan retorted without a moment's hesitation, "What relevance does their search for Ye Bai have to me? Ye Linyuan, if you wish for Ye Bai to return to the military and solidify his identity, is that not precisely aligned with your desires? All my achievements over the past 3 years would merely be attributed to him, would they not?" Chapter 33. Frustrated and pressing the orders from Kyoto. Upon hearing the words, Ye Tai's countenance darkened to an alarming degree. He believed the conditions he had proposed were exceedingly generous. As long as Ye Linyuan acquiesced, he would remain the eldest son of the Ye family. In the future, he could take over the conglomerate, which, although not comparable to the path of martial arts, still held significant allure for an ordinary individual. Yet, Ye Linyuan had audaciously rejected him, his words laced with thinly veiled sarcasm. "Ye Linyuan, your brother is currently participating in the martial examination. How can he return? As his elder brother, should you not support him? If he becomes a martial sage in the future, will he forget you?" Ye Tai spoke in a low voice, having expressed all that was necessary, his patience utterly depleted. As a father, he had personally come and even put forth conditions. What more could he possibly desire? Ye Linyuan was clearly overstepping his boundaries. "Finish your rant? Then allow me to impart a single word. Leave." Ye Tai was thoroughly incensed by Ye Linyuan, and had it not been for the concern of maintaining decorum, he might have resorted to violence. In recent days, many had arrived in Jiangbei, including enrollment instructors from the Martial Academy and masters from the Martial Alliance. Should a confrontation ensue, it would be utterly disgraceful. Ultimately, Ye Tai departed from the Jiang family in a fit of rage, muttering under his breath, "Ungrateful wretch, beastly creature. After all this time, how could I have raised such a heartless individual who never regarded us as family?" Upon returning to the military headquarters, Ye Tai's expression remained grim. The military was awaiting his response, and with Ye Linyuan resolutely refusing to comply, he found himself in a precarious situation. However, one thing was certain: at this moment, Ye Bai must not return to the military. "Yizhua, the military is pressed for an update again. They seem quite anxious," reported a soldier who entered. Ye Tai rubbed his temples and replied impatiently, "Understood. Disregard them for now. We shall discuss everything in 3 days." The soldier hesitated, asking awkwardly, "But the eastern region is manageable. Yet this order comes from Kyoto. How shall we respond if they inquire?" "Simply state that Ye Bai is occupied with a martial examination and cannot be reached," Ye Tai said curtly. "What kind of upheaval can a mere Ye Linyuan cause? I refuse to believe that the military would truly pursue matters for the sake of one Ye Linyuan. Once the martial examination concludes, I shall facilitate Ye Bai's return to Jiangbei, and by then, everything will be settled on my terms. As for why a soldier who has served for 3 years still possesses a spot in the martial examination, I, as the esteemed commander of Jiangbei, seek only one slot. It is not as though he is gaining admission to the Sacred Martial Academy through backdoor means. Everything is still determined by merit. What could they possibly say? Even the military cannot find fault in this." "Understood." The soldier nodded in agreement. Eastern Theater, Military Headquarters. He Dingjun displayed a look of astonishment, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Did Ye Tai truly say that? Indeed, it appears he intends to forcibly suppress the military orders from Kyoto. A colleague nodded, equally shocked. The military orders from Kyoto directly reached Jiangbei, and Ye Tai had the audacity to disregard them and even attempt to impose his will. Such audacity, He Dingjun believed, was beyond his own capacity. Participating in the martial examination, it seems he is truly determined to have Ye Bai replace Ye Linyuan's achievements. Ye Tai, oh Ye Tai, are you aware of the monumental upheaval you have instigated? He Dingjun reflected on the news conveyed by the guards, filled with astonishment. Having visited Jiangbei once, he had gleaned some insights about Ye Linyuan and the Ye family. Thus, upon receiving this news, he immediately inferred Ye Tai's intentions. However, he Dingjun harbored a question. As a father, could he truly exhibit such blatant favoritism? Should we directly inform Master Yi? After all, he represents us in the grand competition in the East, a certain master inquired. Ye Dingjun pondered briefly before responding, well, since Ye Tai dares to defy the military orders from the capital, we shall notify him ourselves. As his words fell, a smile unexpectedly graced Ye Dingjuan's face. To challenge the military orders from the capital, it seemed Ye Tai was about to face a shocking revelation. In the afternoon, at the Jiangbei provincial government, vehicles gathered in droves, creating a bustling atmosphere. The martial examination posed fierce competition for students, yet for prestigious martial academies, the rivalry was equally intense. Every year, during the enrollment period, they sought to gather information in advance to engage with students possessing remarkable martial talents, ensuring they were not outpaced by others. At this moment, the lively provincial government suddenly fell silent. In the reception hall, numerous individuals stared in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Master Yi, please come in. The list has been prepared for you. Provincial Governor Li Xingwen wore a smile, his demeanor notably humble, almost bowing in deference. This left the recruiting teachers in sheer disbelief. Who was Li Xingwen? Aside from Ye Tai, who commanded the demon-subduing army, Li Xingwen was undoubtedly the foremost authority in all of Jiangbei. Even Ye Tai could not compel him to behave so subserviently. Who then was this young man? Ye Linyuan chuckled lightly, responding with an air of nonchalance. There is no need for such formality. I merely wish to peruse the list. Of course, Li Xingwen eagerly replied, his gaze anxiously fixed on the list in Ye Linyuan's hands, hopeful for the selection of more candidates. This one, and these few as well. I shall personally speak with them after the martial examination concludes. Ye Linyuan indicated several individuals with promising martial potential on the list. Li Xingwen's eyes followed, swiftly committing the names to memory. Very well, I shall make the arrangements. He nodded in agreement. Ye Linyuan glanced at the others waiting and, without lingering, smiled. You all carry on with your tasks. I shall not impose further. Li Xingwen personally escorted Ye Linyuan to the door. Upon his return, a fervent discussion erupted, filled with inquiries. Governor Li, who is that young man? Indeed, how have we not heard of him before? He is exceedingly young. Could he possibly be a scion of a martial sage family? The crowd buzzed with speculation, their voices rising in excited conjecture. The scene they had just witnessed was nothing short of breathtaking. A provincial governor personally came to greet him, adopting a humble demeanor, and yet this individual was remarkably youthful. Even a scion of a martial family would find it difficult to command such respect from Li Xingwen. Representatives from the military were present, intending to select a few individuals from Jiangbei to enter the training camp. Li Xingwen took a deep breath. He did not perceive any shame in this, but rather spoke with grave seriousness. The military? I've never encountered such a person. Is he the son of a commander? Someone inquired. Not at all. He is the commander himself, the genius from the East 3 years ago. Upon Li Xingwen's revelation, the room fell into a profound silence. The genius from the East who had suddenly risen to prominence 3 years ago, only to vanish shortly thereafter. His meteoric rise had once caused a nationwide sensation, and after his disappearance, many presumed him dead, lamenting his fate. After all, that region was a battlefield where lives were lost daily. No one could guarantee what would transpire in the next moment. To their astonishment, not only was he alive, but he stood here in perfect health, referred to by Li Xingwen as the commander of the military. One might dare to ask the provincial governor about the current military rank of this individual and where his home lies. Chapter 34. Astonishing Identity? Why is my name not here? Upon the utterance of this phrase by Li Xingwen, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The once renowned martial genius from the frontier had captivated many, but after his disappearance, numerous individuals presumed he had perished in battle. As time elapsed, he faded from memory. Yet, to their utter disbelief, they now found themselves in the presence of the man himself at the Jiangbei provincial governor's office. As for his military rank, it remained somewhat unclear. However, my nephew mentioned that he was at least of general rank. Li Xingwen shook his head, a hint of regret apparent. His curiosity about Ye Linyuan's current status was profound, yet he hesitated to inquire directly. Even Zhao Zai, who had come from the capital, seemed bewildered, indicating that the military had successfully shielded him from scrutiny. Information not easily gleaned by ordinary individuals. A general? Good heavens! He appears to be merely in his early 20s and has already attained such a rank in the military? Governor Li, may I inquire as to where his family resides? We would like to pay a visit during our stay. Indeed, a general at such a tender age must possess formidable skills, at least as a grandmaster. My word, a grandmaster, so young. Li Xingwen's words left many in attendance utterly astounded. The impact of this revelation was monumental. A general in his 20s and a grandmaster. Each of these achievements, even taken individually, had never been witnessed in this era of martial artists. It could be asserted that Ye Linyuan was truly the foremost individual of his time. In the annals of history on Blue Star, perhaps only during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han had such a figure emerged. What immense contributions did that individual make? Ye Linyuan's ascension to the rank of general in the military spoke volumes of his merit. He is the son of Ye Tai. Li Xingwen did not conceal this fact and stated it plainly. Ye Tai, the Grand Commander of Jiangbei? No wonder. A true scion of a martial family. I have heard that the Yi family has another son preparing for the college entrance examination, with a high likelihood of entering the Holy Martial Academy. Indeed, I had gathered some information about this young man prior to my arrival. He possesses considerable martial talent, and his admission to the Holy Martial Academy is virtually guaranteed. Several teachers from the admissions office exchanged glances, their expressions becoming significantly more intriguing. A scion of a martial family, coupled with a martial prodigy. Should he be admitted to the academy, a new figure of prominence is destined to emerge in the capital, potentially elevating the academy's standing. Upon witnessing the expressions of those present, Li Xingwen understood their thoughts. After a moment's hesitation, he declared, "Let me be forthright. Just a few days ago, Ye Tai expressly acknowledged that he had cast Ye Linyuan out of the family, and this Ye Linyuan is the very individual we just spoke of." Upon hearing this, the admissions officers, who had been previously astounded and calculating, were momentarily taken aback. Cast out of the family? What sort of protocol is this? Is this even permissible? To expel a general in his early 20s? Has Ye Tai lost his senses? Even at that age, Ye Tai was merely beginning to make his mark as a youth. Why on earth would this occur? Someone inquired. Upon hearing these words, Li Xingwen fell into a contemplative silence. If the provincial governor were privy to certain insider information, he could share it without fear of gossip, as we are not the type to indulge in idle chatter. We would undoubtedly keep our lips sealed. It was only after hearing this that Li Xingwen sighed, took a seat, and remarked that it was not exactly classified information. Rather, it pertained to the private matters of the Yi family, which he felt reluctant to discuss. He only knew that Ye Linyuan's current relationship with Ye Tai was quite strained, and that Ye Bai was significantly involved in this discord. For more specific details, one might inquire at the military headquarters. Clarity would ensue. There, Ye Linyuan's identity was indeed safeguarded, but discovering his name remained a trivial endeavor. It is worth noting that at the military headquarters, he is still referred to as Ye Bai. As soon as the events at the provincial governor's office unfolded, those who had come to Jiangbei were engulfed in a frenzy. Why did Ye Tai seek to expel Ye Linyuan? And why was the individual at the military headquarters addressed as Ye Bai? If he is indeed Ye Bai, then who is the one participating in the college entrance examination? Those who were oblivious to the underlying circumstances found themselves utterly bewildered upon hearing this name. Nevertheless, they were all acutely aware of one fact. The figure who appeared at the provincial governor's office was a former member of the military, known as Ye Linyuan. The martial arts examination did not extend for long, lasting only about 2 days. After all, the humanities portion was brief, and the martial arts assessment merely required testing for vitality and combat power indices, alongside a practical examination. However, the practical assessment was not conducted by gathering all the students participating in the martial arts examination to engage in group battles, with winners advancing and losers being eliminated. Such an approach would entail an overwhelming workload and the complexities of categorizing winners and losers, which would take months to complete. In reality, The practical assessment was quite straightforward, with each martial arts academy possessing its own independent mechanical dummies. The strength of these dummies varied according to the levels of the challenges faced. Rankings were determined by the highest level reached and the shortest time taken to complete the challenges. This method was not only accurate, but also highly efficient. Consequently, the martial arts examination concluded in approximately 2 days, and now everyone awaited the announcement of results. However, prior to that, for the martial arts students, there remained another matter: the opportunity to receive an additional reward. At the First Martial Arts High School of Lingwu City, the only students present today, aside from those in their first and second years, were the talented third-year students. The list being announced today comprised those exceptional individuals selected by the Martial Arts Alliance or various martial arts schools. Ye Bai was prominently featured among them, yet, as the son of Ye Tai, he looked down upon the Martial Arts Alliance and schools alike. His sole aspiration was to enter the training camp organized by the military, which every year attracted martial arts prodigies from across the nation. This camp represented the finest opportunity for martial artists at their current stage to hone their skills. In the office, after a teacher wearing glasses finished reading the list of individuals chosen by other martial arts factions, he produced another document. He proceeded to announce the names of those participating in the military training camp. However, he advised against becoming overly elated. This is merely a list. Whether one can ultimately participate hinges upon the military's evaluation and the results of the martial examination. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the students standing nearby fell silent. Li Pengfei, Xiameng, Chen Shuhua. As each name was called, Ye Bai's expression shifted from initial confidence to disbelief. 4. By the time the final name was announced, his was conspicuously absent. This left Ye Bai momentarily stunned. Once the teacher concluded, he earnestly inquired, "Teacher, why is my name not on this list?" The bespectacled teacher was equally perplexed. Logically, Ye Bai's grades should have warranted a place in the training camp. How could his name be missing? This list was issued by the provincial governor's office, and the precise reason remains unclear to me as well. Now, those whose names have been called should proceed to the provincial governor's office, where military personnel will conduct your evaluations. Chapter 35. Why? Simply because I find you displeasing. Once everyone around him had departed, Ye Bai quietly left the school. His fists were clenched tightly, his heart filled with resentment, especially when his classmates, upon discovering that his name was absent, cast glances that were unbearable for him to endure. Having been the center of attention since childhood, with a lofty ambition, how could he accept such a stark contrast? In a training camp, if others could gain entry, why should he be denied? In the provincial governor's office, within a spacious training room, Ye Linyuan stood atop, surveying the crowd before speaking in a calm voice. Your martial arts talents are not lacking. Barring any unforeseen incidents during the martial arts examination, you should all gain entry into the training camp. Instructor, I've heard that the rewards in the training camp are quite substantial. What are they this time? Asked a slender boy from the audience. With a playful expression, Ye Linyuan replied, 1 million in cash, a master-level skill, and a breakthrough pill. Wow. A master-level skill is said to be worth tens of millions on the martial arts official website. Such a reward is astonishing. And the breakthrough pill, a 7th-level elixir, is rumored to significantly enhance the success rate of breakthroughs. Its value also exceeds 10 million. Absolutely worth it. No wonder the training camp is considered the first lesson in the metamorphosis of a martial artist. The students below were left in awe, their gazes ablaze with fervor. The total value of these rewards likely amounted to several tens of millions, and yet, this was merely a secondary benefit. More importantly, within the training camp, all manner of nourishing food, martial skills, combat techniques, and more will be provided free of charge. Gaining entry into the training camp was akin to stepping into a treasure trove for martial artists, a place that numerous talented warriors would vie to enter. Observing their reactions, Ye Linyuan couldn't help but smile and added, while the rewards are indeed generous, I must first announce the rules. Within the training camp, everything must be acquired with points. Food, clothing, shelter, and daily necessities all require points. Moreover, there are no rules. You may be killed by others, or you may kill others, and the military will not intervene. As for whether you will face trouble upon exiting, that is also not their concern. Upon hearing Ye Linyuan's words, the previously enthusiastic students felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. To participate in a training camp where one might lose their life, the cost was far too great. Now that I have laid the facts bare, those who wish to withdraw may do so now. Ye Linyuan was not exaggerating, but merely stating the truth. The warriors nurtured within the training camp were destined to face the battlefield, not to be sheltered like greenhouse flowers. Hence, brutality was inevitable. Instructor, I withdraw. I'd rather join a martial arts school, even if the rewards are less. Someone spoke up and made their exit. Is anyone else? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you choose to withdraw now, it's still not too late. However, should you wait until you are selected to withdraw, you will be treated as a deserter, Ye Linyuan continued. Subsequently, 2 or 3 more individuals stood and walked out the door. Ultimately, among the 10 chosen, only 2 remained. It seems better than I had anticipated. You 2, return and await my news. Once confirmed, someone will escort you. Ye Linyuan observed the 2 individuals before him, a young man and a young woman, and felt a flicker of surprise. He had initially believed that securing even one participant would be commendable. Yes, instructor, they replied in unison before stepping outside. At that moment, a voice filled with fury echoed from outside. Ye Linyuan turned to glance and recognized Ye Bai, remaining composed as he remarked, "You seem to be recovering well. I thought you would miss the martial arts examination." Upon hearing this, Ye Bai was instantly reminded of the last occasion when he had been sent flying by a slap, his expression turning ashen. "Ye Linyuan, now I understand why I was not selected. It turns out you were behind it all," Ye Bai exclaimed, his tone laced with cold indignation. "I will inform you that this is personal vengeance. Are you not afraid the military will investigate?" He feigned a look of realization, then continued his tirade. He insisted that with his talent, there was no way he could be excluded from the training camp. It was all the machinations of Ye Linyuan. He deliberately raised his voice, aiming to draw the attention of the classmates he had just been with, hoping to restore his long-standing pride. As anticipated, once Ye Bai's voice resonated, the classmates who had yet to depart halted in their tracks. "Do not overestimate yourself, in my eyes. Your talent is utterly worthless and rather mediocre within the training camp," Ye Linyuan remarked coolly as he approached and patted Ye Bai on the shoulder without a hint of mercy. Ye Bai stepped aside, his eyes icy with anger. Mediocre in martial arts talent? Then pray tell, why were they selected? His implication was clear. If those with lesser talents were chosen, why was he not? Ye Linyuan regarded him with indifference and replied, "Why? There is no reason. I simply find you displeasing." With that, he turned away, uninterested in further discourse. "Ye Linyuan, how dare you?" Ye Bai was taken aback. Despite invoking the military, Ye Linyuan remained audaciously unrepentant. This was clearly a direct affront to him, disregarding even the military's authority. The sheer audacity of Ye Linyuan's demeanor nearly made him choke with rage. However, the rationale behind Ye Linyuan's decision to exclude Ye Bai from the list was not without merit. The training camp sought martial prodigies destined for the military. And while Ye Bai possessed commendable talent, his character was severely lacking, ultimately leading to inevitable chaos should he enter the training camp. In blunt terms, Ye Linyuan simply held him in contempt. Witnessing Ye Bai tremble with fury, the surrounding classmates could not suppress their satisfaction. Just moments ago, Ye Bai had nearly accused them of lacking martial prowess. Taking a deep breath, Ye Bai attempted to regain his composure. So what if it was the training camp? What significance did it hold? Even without it, he remained major of the Zhun Demon Army. However, this matter was far from over. Upon returning home, Ye Bai promptly relayed the news to Ye Tai. Ye Tai serves as the commander of the demonic army in Jiangbei town, and Ye Linyuan has made a personal vendetta against him, which Ye Tai is entitled to address. Did he truly utter such words? Upon hearing this, Ye Tai's expression remained unchanged, his countenance as stern as ever. However, within, he had already pronounced Ye Linyuan's death sentence. Perhaps this sentiment had been brewing long before. Only now it had intensified. Ye Linyuan had repeatedly tested his limits, seeking to ruin Ye Bai's future, an act he could never forgive. Indeed, he even claimed that his sole motivation was a personal disdain for him, which led him to exclude his name. Ye Bai's face was grim, his fists clenched tightly. "Do not concern yourself with this matter. I shall handle it. Once the martial examination results are released, I will transfer your military status back to Jiangbei. Then, Ye Linyuan will have nothing left." Ye Tai spoke coldly, his gaze equally somber. Chapter 36. The Unsuccessful Scholar. St. Martial Academy rejects admission. The Ye family stunned. While awaiting the martial examination results, Ye Tai refrained from leveraging his military authority to settle personal grievances against Ye Linyuan. After all, Ye Linyuan's identity was intrinsically linked to Ye Bai. To act against Ye Linyuan would be tantamount to jeopardizing Ye Bai's future. Nonetheless, in recent days, he had been bustling about, preparing to transfer his military registration back to Jiangbei. For a general of Jiangbei, this was not a formidable task. However, the bureaucratic processes from the eastern region were persistently delayed, leaving him in a state of helpless anticipation. A sense of unease lingered within him. Seated upon the sofa, Ye Tai held a pristine newspaper, his expression laden with perplexity. Since the last incident involving the underworld's intrusion into Ye Linyuan's psyche, Su Rong had seldom returned home. Yet, she hurried back these past few days, concerned about Ye Bai's martial examination. Upon hearing Ye Tai's musings, Su Rong remained silent. Logically, representatives from the St. Martial Academy should have arrived by now, yet their absence was bewildering. Ye Tai furrowed his brow, his tone imbued with profound confusion. The top 10 St. Martial Academies in the capital engaged in fierce competition annually for martial prodigies. The examination had concluded 3 days ago, and today the results were to be announced. Yet, not a single individual from the academy had visited the Yi residence, which was decidedly illogical. Uncertain, Ye Bai's martial talent should have made his acceptance into the St. Martial Academy a certainty, Su Rong remarked coldly. At this, Ye Tai nodded noncommittally. Such concerns were unwarranted. He had witnessed Ye Bai's capabilities firsthand. There was no cause for alarm. Admission to the St. Martial Academy would be effortless, and surely they would come eventually. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the results of the martial examination were released. Ye Tai's gaze was fixed upon the computer screen, unblinking. Jiangbei Martial Examination Results Inquiry. He clicked refresh repeatedly, and finally, the screen transitioned. Ye Bai's score appeared before him. Third, Ye Tai's heart sank, plummeting in an instant. The son he had high hopes for had not achieved the title of provincial martial champion. Ye Bai, sensing the shift in his father's demeanor, glanced at the screen, his expression transforming instantaneously. "Father, I have disappointed you. I did not perform well during the examination. My recent injuries affected my performance," he confessed in a low voice. Lacking conviction, his injuries had long since healed under the care of Su's pharmaceutical remedies. Yet his self-assurance and the promise made to Ye Tai lingered in his mind. Having failed to secure first place in Jiangbei, he felt compelled to fabricate an excuse. Ye Tai's gaze flickered momentarily with shadows, but he refrained from directing his ire toward Ye Bai. It matters not. In this era of martial prowess, hidden talents abound. Until the final moment, anyone could emerge as a dark horse. This is a normal occurrence. You need not blame yourself. At least, admission to the St. Martial Academy is assured, he reassured, though his heart seethed with hatred for Ye Linyuan. He was acutely aware that Ye Bai was on the cusp of the martial examination, and yet Ye Linyuan had dealt such a heavy blow, robbing Ye Bai of the title of martial champion. Ye Linyuan, how ruthless! Reflecting upon the events of recent days, Ye Tai felt his patience nearing its breaking point. His eyes narrowed slightly, his expression inscrutable, lost in thought. Shortly thereafter, the admission list of the Sacred Martial Academy was unveiled, causing an uproar throughout the city. Ye Tai was filled with unbridled fury. Ye Bai's name was conspicuously absent from the prestigious list of the top 10 academies. How could this be? Father, my results should have guaranteed my admission. Ye Bai was equally bewildered. Even though he did not attain the title of martial champion, his accomplishments were undeniable. Gaining entry into the Sacred Martial Academy was a foregone conclusion. Perhaps it was an oversight. There is no need for alarm. I shall inquire immediately. Ye Tai inhaled deeply, striding purposefully out the door. At the provincial governor's office, will Ye Bai be admitted or not? Someone inquired. Let's observe for now. The situation with the Ye family is exceedingly complicated, and mishandling it could provoke dissatisfaction from that esteemed individual, replied another admissions officer from the Sacred Martial Academy. Upon hearing this, the other admissions officers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of their predicament. Ever since they learned of the Ye family's circumstances, their deliberation over Ye by admission had been fraught with uncertainty. If they admitted him and displeased the military official, how could they justify their decision? Conversely, not admitting him would clearly violate protocol, given that Ye Bai's score surpassed the required threshold by a significant margin. The admissions officers were at their wits' end, for the first time united in their hesitation rather than competing for applicants. As they deliberated, an abrupt screech of brakes echoed from outside the provincial governor's office. A burly, stern-faced man clad in military uniform stormed in, exuding an intimidating aura. The assembled officers exchanged glances, their expressions turning grave. How dare they underestimate the Ye family? Upon entering, Ye Tai's icy gaze swept over the group, instantly sending chills down their spines as a palpable aura of menace enveloped the room. The general was incensed. Now, tell me why my son's scores are sufficient, yet his name does not appear on the admission list? Ye Tai demanded lude, his presence accompanied by the palpable tension of impending violence. General Ye, please remain calm. The matter is rather complex. One of the admissions officers responded with a wry smile. Complex? How so? Explain it to me. Ye Tai glared at him, the tension rising to an unbearable level. It is not that we do not wish to admit him. Rather, Ye Bai's background is exceedingly intricate. His martial examination results include a merit bonus from his 3 years of military service in the East. However, we have learned of an individual named Ye Linyuan, who is said to have served in the East during that time. We question whether this merit should be considered valid. The officer sighed, speaking softly. At this revelation, Ye Tai's fury erupted, his tone frigid as he retorted. Let me make this clear. Ye Linyuan is nothing but a treacherous, ungrateful wretch I once brought back. He has long been cast out from my household. How could he have served in the East? The one who served there is my son, Ye Bai. Can I mistake my own flesh and blood? Have you all lost your wits, unable to clarify such a trivial matter? Upon hearing the name Ye Linyuan, Ye Tai's fury ignited instantaneously, and he unleashed a torrent of indignation upon the group. Indeed, we naturally believe what General Ye has stated. However, this matter is beyond our jurisdiction. We must await a thorough investigation from the Martial Academy before we can provide definitive admission information. After all, as you are aware, this is a martial examination, and any hint of favoritism or malpractice could bring repercussions upon us that we cannot bear. One of the teachers hastily interjected, acutely aware that Ye Tai was currently in a volatile state, and they dared not provoke him further at this moment. Very well, if you wish to investigate, then do so diligently and ascertain whether it is truly Ye Bai. Should you fail to provide the Ye family with a satisfactory explanation, do not blame me for being unyielding. Ye Tai recognized that, given the suspicions raised by the Sacred Martial Academy, no matter his actions today, he could not alter the outcome. Yet, he felt no trepidation, for he was certain that the military department would unwaveringly uphold Ye Bai's name, remaining unchanged. However, there was one matter he needed to begin preparing for in advance. Chapter 37. The end is merely the beginning. Undercurrents in the late night. Ye Tai departed from the provincial governor's office with a pallid countenance. Though he was consumed by an overwhelming fury regarding the matter at hand, he was acutely aware that this was indeed the governor's residence. Regardless of his ire, he could not afford to act out here. Moreover, the individuals involved hailed from the Sacred Martial Academy, and it served no purpose to confront them directly, especially since Ye Bai still had aspirations of attending the Sacred Martial University in the future. To eliminate a teacher from that institution would jeopardize Ye Bai's prospects entirely. However, this incident was far from a simple conclusion. After several days of contemplation, Ye Tai had come to a profound realization about Ye Linyuan. It became evident that Ye Linyuan had never regarded them as family. Time and again he had demonstrated his rebellion and inflicted wounds upon them. Ye Lingyu and Ye Bai had both suffered at his hands, and the repercussions even extended to the current martial examination. depriving Ye Bai of the title of provincial martial champion. The situation had nearly cost him admission to the sacred martial university as well. As Ye Tai settled into the rear of the vehicle, his expression fluctuated unpredictably, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Ye Linyuan was devoid of such convoluted thoughts. He had resolved all matters in Jiangbei, and there was little left for him to attend to in that region. Furthermore, news had reached him from the east regarding the commencement of the military selection for the Star Generals. Old sir, I appreciate your hospitality these past few days. With my affairs in Jiangbei concluded, it is time for me to take my leave, Ye Linyuan expressed graciously to Jiang Yuyi. Ah, splendid. I have heard that there will be a grand competition for Star Generals in the capital soon. Given your status and age, you must have an opportunity to participate, correct? Jiang Yuyi inquired with a smile. Indeed, the military has issued orders for me to proceed directly to the capital for the competition, Ye Linyuan affirmed. Then it is fortuitous we can depart together. Xiao Dai is also heading to the sacred martial university in the capital, Jiang Yuyi remarked. Ye Linyuan did not decline. For him, whether one more person accompanied him or not was inconsequential. Due to the late hour, their journey was scheduled for the following day. For Ye Linyuan, the affairs in Jiangbei were settled, yet many remained in the region, including the sacred martial university and various martial factions. They awaited the opportunity to recruit martial students of their choosing, thus would not leave immediately. Moreover, a significant matter loomed. Would Ye Bai, long heralded as a prodigy in Jiangbei, gain admission to the sacred martial university? The news of Ye Tai's visit had spread throughout the entirety of Lingwu City, inciting curiosity as to why Ye Bai had not been accepted, especially when his scores were deemed sufficient. However, this was of no concern to Ye Linyuan. He was in good spirits, finally able to depart Jiangbei, relieved to be free from their presence. In recent days, Jiangbei had witnessed an abundance of events. From the incidents in the underground caves to the impending martial examinations and the military training camps Star Generals competition, it could be said that the occurrences of the past year paled in comparison to the whirlwind of the past few days. With the martial examination results announced, the matter was officially concluded. Whether Ye Bai would be admitted lay entirely in the hands of the sacred martial university. Although the day of the announcement has passed, they can still admit students at any time if they wish. Yet for Ye Tai and Ye Bai, their pride has undoubtedly been tarnished. For Ye Bai's name is conspicuously absent from a list. In the dead of night, deep within the cave, situated over 100 miles from Lingwu City, the Demon Suppression Army has significantly reinforced its presence, encircling the mountain ranges both inside and out. At the heart of the cave, numerous members of the army are busily entering and exiting, diligently exterminating the beasts within. The cave remains perilous, especially given its proximity to the urban area. It must be thoroughly cleansed. Captain, we have a situation below. A team from the Demon Suppression Army is engaged in the eradication of the beasts on the 7th or 8th level of the cave. Suddenly, one soldier speaks up. Our task is to clear this level, leave the beasts below to the more formidable forces of the Demon Suppression Army. We must not interfere. The captain's gaze silenced him. The beast levels vary with each layer. Hence, the tasks are assigned according to the squad's capabilities. But I sense that there seems to be no living souls below. It feels as if countless eyes are watching me. The soldier stands at the entrance, peering down with a tremor in his voice. Upon hearing this, the captain glances at him and is about to investigate when a fierce roar from the beasts erupts from below, and the entrance begins to collapse, widening ominously. It appears as though something is attempting to burrow its way out. Not good, retreat. The captain's expression darkens. A powerful wave of energy is approaching them rapidly. No sooner had he spoken than a beast lunges forth, swallowing them whole. Above the cave, helicopters circle ominously. The troops aboard gaze down with grave expressions, faintly hearing a scream in the distance. Call several teams to ascertain the situation below. Someone instructs. Immediately, the soldiers above retrieve their communication devices, repeatedly calling out. Yet there is no response from below. Night envelopes the area, the helicopters casting weak beams of light, while the mountains remain eerily silent. An unsettling premonition descends upon everyone present. Quickly notify the military headquarters. Are there any survivors below? Su Qianlong stands at the entrance of the military camp. Beside him is a psychic warrior. Ever since Ye Linyuan ventured inside, the psychic energy within the cave has dissipated, allowing the psychic warriors to probe the situation within. Currently, there are no signs of life detected. The team that entered is likely facing dire circumstances. The psychic warrior opens his eyes, his expression grave. Why is this happening? Wasn't the level of the beasts in the cave thoroughly investigated? Warriors of equal strength were dispatched to each layer to cleanse them. How could this happen? Su Qianlong, upon hearing this, gazes at him with a steely expression, his voice laced with fury. To lose so many warriors in a single night, including several masters. Such a tragedy is entirely due to the inadequate risk assessment conducted prior to the commencement of the mission. From the depths of the cavern, I sensed a fluctuation in space. The fissures had not vanished, and formidable beasts were emerging through the cracks. It is likely that the misfortune befalling these squads is connected to this. The mental warrior sighed, his expression grave. A spatial rift? This implies that the towers have not abandoned this cavern, but rather intend to utilize this fissure to transport more otherworldly creatures, orchestrating a large-scale assault. Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong began to pace back and forth at the entrance of the military camp. If his suspicions were indeed accurate, the situation could become exceedingly dire. Jiangbei was at great risk of succumbing. He immediately instructed to notify Yizhua, conveying the urgency of the situation. In the dead of night, at the Yi residence, Yitai was jolted awake by the insistent ringing of the telephone. As he groggily came to his senses, clarity washed over him in an instant. Understood. I shall proceed to the military headquarters at once. Chapter 38. The Great Eruption. Unexpectedly, Kyoto is enraged. The sky lightened, and a grand sun slowly ascended. The entire Lingwu city was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Taxis, broadcasts, televisions, all echoed the same alarming news. Last night, a significant eruption occurred in the cavern, located 100 miles from Lingwu City. According to martial artist assessments, there exists a spatial rift beneath, through which an endless stream of extraordinary beasts is being transported. It is highly probable that the alien race is preparing for a large-scale offensive in Jiangbei. The security department has urged everyone to minimize outings and be prepared for immediate evacuation. News from the military indicates that last night, General Yitai, the commander of the Jiangbei demon-subduing army, has arrived at the military headquarters. He has initiated a thorough analysis and investigation of the cavern situation, reassuring the residents of our city not to panic, while martial artists and retired members of the demon-subduing army should be ready for summons at any moment. Voices from all directions filled Lingwu City, stirring discussions among many residents. Once again, it's the cavern. Didn't it stabilize last time? Who knows? But it seems quite serious this time, especially with that rift below and an unknown number of extraordinary beasts. In my opinion, it's best to pack up and prepare to flee. Cower, my friend. General Yi has personally gone. What could possibly go wrong? Exactly. With General Yi here, Jiangbei is secure, and so am I. In addition to the sounds of television broadcasts, numerous passers-by engaged in conversation. Upon hearing of the cavern's eruption, many people's immediate reaction was panic and the instinct to flee. Yet, upon reflection, with Yitai personally overseeing the situation, what is there to worry about? Yitai, hailing from Jiangbei, is the son of a prominent commander in the Jiangbei demon-subduing army. He later attended the martial arts university, entering the martial battlefield and achieving numerous accolades. Ultimately inheriting his father's esteemed position, he became the commander of Jiangbei, having maintained stability for over 20 years without any significant military conflicts. Thus, in the hearts of many in Jiangbei, Yitai is akin to a guardian deity. Military headquarters, conference room. What is the current state of the cavern? Who told me it was stabilized? Yitai slammed his palm on the table, filled with rage. Last night, he personally visited the cavern, and the situation below is dire. At least hundreds of formidable, extraordinary beasts are active down there, and they are climbing to ever-increasing levels. The eruption could occur at any moment. General, the cavern was rated beyond a triple S level, inherently perilous. We have been overly complacent. No, one anticipated the existence of a rift below. A sigh escaped someone's lips as they remarked, "The current situation is quite grim, based on the levels and numbers of extraordinary beasts reported from below. Once an eruption occurs, our forces in Lingwu City may not be able to withstand it." After a moment of silence in the conference room, a bespectacled, cultured individual spoke. Such words render the room silent once more. The number of aberrant creatures has reached a terrifying threshold, and an outbreak could occur at any moment. If the demon suppression army in Lingwu City fails to contain the situation, the consequences would be dire. After all, Lingwu City is centrally located in Jiangbei. Should we not consider dispatching forces from other regions to Lingwu City as a precaution? Proposed a commanding officer. However, this suggestion was quickly countered. It is not feasible. The current distribution of the demon suppression army in Jiangbei is balanced, each unit fulfilling its duty. What would happen if we recklessly withdrew forces from other defensive lines? Upon hearing this, not only did others frown, but even Ye Tai could not help but furrow his brow. The 73rd Division and the 26th Division. You are to transfer 3 regiments from your respective units. The remaining forces will remain in place for now. Furthermore, concentrate all available troops in Lingwu City at the underground cavern to carry out a cleansing operation. It is imperative that we eliminate all aberrant creatures before they emerge from the cavern and seal the rift. After a prolonged silence, Ye Tai finally spoke. With Ye Tai's orders given, the others ceased their hesitations and immediately set to work. Soon, there was a large-scale mobilization of forces in Jiangbei, infusing the entire city with a solemn atmosphere. Ye Linyuan also sensed the unusual activity in Jiangbei as he watched the news broadcast on television, his expression impassive. He was most familiar with the situation in the underground cavern, yet he was astonished that, after such a long time, the issue remained unresolved. Had Ye Tai truly been preoccupied with paving the way for Ye Bai, neglecting the cavern? Nevertheless, Ye Linyuan was disinclined to intervene. As a soldier, he had a duty to address the cavern before departing. This was not merely aiding Ye Tai, but rather a responsibility to the ordinary citizens of Lingwu City. However, upon reflection, Ye Tai was the commander of the demon suppression army, and resolving the cavern issue should not be overly difficult. He certainly did not wish to witness Ye Tai's displeasure. Thus, after bidding farewell to the Jiang family, Ye Linyuan embarked directly on his journey to Kyoto. Merely an hour later, the underground cavern experienced a complete eruption. All aberrant creatures emerged like ravenous wild dogs, relentlessly assaulting the defenses established by the demon suppression army. The speed of the onslaught caught everyone off guard, particularly the forces on the front lines. Several regiments had only just arrived and were immediately thrust into battle. Ye Tai could no longer remain seated at the military headquarters. He hastened to the military camp near the cavern. Such a large-scale eruption demanded significant attention. "Commander Yi, the provincial governor has arrived." A voice called from outside, belonging to Su Qianlong. "Come in." Ye Tai rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of fatigue. The recent turmoil surrounding the martial examination had already been a source of distress. Now, with the cavern erupting, the immediate inability to suppress, it was most troubling for Ye Tai. Li Xingwen entered, glancing at the nearby defenses before turning to Ye Tai and inquired, "What is the current situation? Speak frankly with me. If necessary, I will promptly notify the public to evacuate." As the provincial governor, although he could not directly interfere with the demon suppression army, the survival of Lingwu City was at stake, and he had both the obligation and the right to fully understand the circumstances. The outlook is rather bleak. Preparations for evacuation must commence, as the emergence of the underground threat was too sudden. "My key forces have yet to arrive." Ye Tai rubbed his brow, his voice heavy with concern. Given his esteemed position as a general, there is little to fault him on. The collapse of the underground stronghold occurred subsequent to the rating being issued. A large-scale evacuation will undoubtedly require reporting, and the military will soon be apprised of the situation in Jiangbei. The reputation Ye Tai has painstakingly built over 2 decades could be obliterated in an instant. However, Ye Tai understands that he cannot sacrifice the lives of so many in Lingwu City to preserve his own reputation. "Very well, I understand," Li Xingwen nodded. Observing Ye Tai's weary demeanor, hesitating as he stood in place. "Is there something else on your mind?" Ye Tai inquired, his brow furrowing. "Oh, never mind. It's nothing. I shall take my leave." Li Xingwen abruptly shook his head, choosing to say no more. Ye Tai, frowning, watched his retreating figure and muttered after a while, utterly perplexing. Chapter 39. The situation escalates. Jiangbei must change command. If necessary, assistance could be sought from other military divisions to see if any troops could be mobilized. Li Xingwen stepped out of the door, only to return after a moment of hesitation. After much contemplation, although he did not articulate his thoughts, his intent was clear. He originally hoped that Ye Tai would reach out to Ye Linyuan, the eastern commander, as mobilizing troops would be relatively effortless. Moreover, given the battlefield context, Ye Linyuan would likely not allow personal sentiments to interfere. However, upon further reflection, he feared that if he expressed this, Ye Tai would probably not believe him, and it might even adversely affect him. With the current state of the war dire, Ye Tai, as the backbone of the demon suppression army, must not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Li Xingwen left the defense line and promptly returned to the provincial governor's office, where an order for retreat was issued throughout the city. Instantly, the atmosphere in Lingwu City became tumultuous, with everyone engaging in fervent discussions. Was the underground cavern truly so terrifying that even General Ye's personal intervention was futile? As a native of Lingwu City, the abrupt order to evacuate was alarming. One's life takes precedence. With the city at a state of first-level combat readiness, it was likely that the situation at the front lines was worse than they had imagined. The evacuation of the citizens of Lingwu City ignited a significant uproar. All eyes from the outside were drawn to this place, for Lingwu City is the heart of Jiangbei. Should it fall, the entire Jiangbei region would be at risk of succumbing, transforming it into a new battlefield. Consequently, the pressure on the military command intensified. Not only that, but even the attention of the capital was captivated. Initially, it was believed that the various regions were relatively calm, with preparations underway for the Star General competition. However, the unexpected turmoil in Jiangbei caught them off guard. Furthermore, prior to this, they had already dispatched a master of the mental faction to assess the situation in the underground cavern. Now, with the cavern experiencing a catastrophic outbreak, citizens fleeing, and Lingwu City in peril, Jiangbei was on the brink of chaos. It must be noted that Jiangbei is home to hundreds of millions. If it were to fall, where would these people go? How many lives would be lost to this calamity? This represents a grave dereliction of duty on the part of the Jiangbei military command. In the military command, Ye Tai's expression fluctuated between concern and frustration. Just moments ago, a call from the military command had berated him fiercely and demanded an expedited resolution to the underground crisis. Facing such a predicament, regardless of his audacity, Ye Tai would not dare to defy. Fortunately, the capital had not directly held him accountable for the previous summons of Ye Linyuan back to the military command. Yet, Ye Tai understood that if it were not for the imminent outbreak in the cavern, would the capital have remained patient until now? Commander, the situation at the defense line is deteriorating rapidly. All the troops we can mobilize have been deployed, yet these aberrant beasts are far too ferocious. Without reinforcements, the defense line can hold out for at most 3 more days, reported a division commander with grave solemnity. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai fell into a profound silence. 3 days left, which meant that after that, they would all have to evacuate Lingwu City. At that time, the populace of Lingwu City should have largely evacuated. If Ye Tai followed suit, the losses would be minimized. However, how could Ye Tai resign himself to such a fate? He had defended Jiangbei for over 20 years, and the people regarded him as their guardian deity. Should he fail to completely repel the monstrous beasts back into their lair, his hard-won reputation from 2 decades would be utterly obliterated. He would become the first general to be driven from his stronghold by these creatures. How could Ye Tai endure such disgrace? Yizhua, perhaps we should notify other battle zones to see if we can summon some troops for assistance? Someone suggested. Ye Tai waved his hand dismissively, replying calmly, "There is no need. Let the forces stationed at the 8th and 9th defensive lines return to bolster our defenses and exert full pressure on the monstrous beasts." Additionally, We should form a coalition of martial artists from the nearby cities and martial arts alliances to hold the 8th and 9th lines. After much contemplation, Ye ultimately declined the proposal. Seeking aid from other military districts would require at least a day or two to arrive. And whether the defensive line could withstand the onslaught during that time remained uncertain. Moreover, there was the matter of his reputation. As the commander of Jiangbei, overseeing 300,000 demon suppression troops, how would it reflect on him if a surge from the lair caused chaos? If reinforcements could arrive before the defensive line collapsed, it would be acceptable, but if they failed to arrive, he would suffer a double loss. If it comes to that, he would take to the front lines himself. Ye Tai's decision was not without merit. He possessed formidable strength and had fought on the battlefield for many years. Well aware of the capabilities and weaknesses of the monstrous beasts, even against dragon-class beasts, he had his strategies. However, this uprising from a lair was alarmingly sudden and swift. The defensive lines were crumbling one after another, and within just an hour, the once formidable defenses of Lingwu City had dwindled to their last line. Such rapid deterioration left everyone astounded. Meanwhile, in the capital, in the conference room, reports from the front lines were being delivered to the table. The elder at the head of the meeting wore a grim expression, his fury palpable. What was Ye playing at, given the dire situation in the lair? Why had he not reported immediately? Now, with only the final line of defense remaining in Lingwu City, should it fall, the entirety of Jiangbei would succumb. The elder's gaze remained fixed on the battle reports, a mix of anger and concern etched on his face. Should Jiangbei fall and become a new battleground, not only would humanity's living space diminish, but how many lives of soldiers and martial artists would be required to cleanse the land of the monstrous beasts? Marshal, the situation in Jiangbei is dire. The majority of the demon suppression troops are dispersed across various defensive lines. The lair's threat level is too high, and the uprising is too swift to manage effectively. However, Ye failure to report early does raise concerns. Someone interjected, "This is not the time to debate who is at fault. We must focus on how to address the lair situation." Another voice chimed in. "The last of the demon suppression troops stationed at the various defensive lines cannot be recklessly redeployed. Otherwise, if any other line falls, we will be left vulnerable on all fronts." A serious officer analyzed. "Relay orders to the entire army. All troops of the demon suppression closest to Jiangbei, regardless of their current missions, must abandon them and proceed to offer support to Jiangbei. Moreover, is Ye Linyuan not stationed in Jiangbei? Let him refrain from returning. Assemble the Eastern Demon Suppression Army to temporarily withdraw Ye and allow Ye Linyuan to take his place." At this moment, the elder inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury as he spoke. As his words echoed, various orders began to disseminate from the military headquarters. Almost simultaneously, all squads of the Demon Suppression Army near Jiangbei received their instructions. Ye Linyuan was, of course, no exception. However, as this news spread, the military headquarters in Jiangbei witnessed Ye Tai's face contorted with disbelief. The military headquarters intended to replace him with another? It was noteworthy that he was the chief general of Jiangbei, the very pillar of strength for the entire region. After safeguarding Jiangbei for over 2 decades, how could they simply remove him? Ye heart brimmed with incredulity. Given his experience and achievements, who possessed the merit to supplant him? Chapter 40. Who can replace me? Ye reinforcements from all directions. In the Jiangbei military headquarters, numerous individuals were gathered. The news of the leadership change in Jiangbei had sparked a considerable uproar. Those present were all high-ranking officials of the Jiangbei military, with the lowest rank being that of a division commander. No one had anticipated that such an order would be issued from the capital. Although the affairs concerning the underground had a substantial connection to the military, it seemed excessive to change the commander on the eve of battle. However, upon reflection, given the exceedingly complex situation in Jiangbei and the precarious state of Lingwu City, it was likely that the capital's decision was made with Jiangbei's best interests in mind. But who would be the replacement? The Eastern commander, the Western commander, or perhaps a martial saint, or even a general parachuted in from the capital? Everyone was filled with uncertainty. After all, considering Ye Tai's status and the merits he had accumulated over the years, Who could possibly supplant him? The news from the capital was well known to all, wasn't it? From this moment until the arrival of the new commander of the military headquarters, I will temporarily assume command here, leading the demon suppression army to eradicate the monstrous beasts. Ye Tai's expression remained calm, yet his tone bore an ambiguous undertone. While he articulated it this way, his thoughts were quite the contrary. As the supreme commander of the Jiangbei demon suppression army, his position within the military ranked among the top 10. Who could take his place? Who would dare to replace him? Unless those few high-ranking officials from the military personally came forth. But such a possibility was slim, given that they were already at the level of martial saints. Ye Tai felt a chill in his heart. The capital's decree had left him with no semblance of dignity. To be replaced on the battlefield, he would likely be the first. Commander Yi, regardless of the circumstances, in Jiangbei, I only recognize you as the supreme commander. Indeed, several main forces were on their way. It wouldn't be long before we could completely suppress the monstrous beasts. We must report this to the capital. You have defended Jiangbei for so long, and it changed you just like that. As Ye Tai's words fell, many present could not help but voice their discontent. They sympathized with Ye Tai. In the Jiangbei military, these individuals could be considered Ye Tai's confidants, most of whom he had personally promoted. Therefore, their loyalty to him was beyond doubt. Seeing this, Ye Tai's expression did not change much, but internally, he couldn't suppress a smile. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of seriousness and stated, "Such insolence. The commands of the military must be obeyed." Furthermore, the capital only mentioned a temporary arrangement. They did not definitively state that I, Ye Tai, am to be replaced. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room fell into a brief silence. Yet, someone still spoke up. "Commander Yi, even if it is temporary, I shall not heed his orders." Ye Tai waved his hand dismissively, saying lightly, "All right, the immediate priority is to resolve the underground situation. This is not the time to debate whom to listen to. You all, return to your posts. Before the main forces arrive, our last line of defense must not falter." "Yes, Commander Yi." As everyone departed, Ye Tai's expression turned icy. Replace him? Was this not a slap in his face? He intended to demonstrate to the capital and the outside world that, without anyone else, Ye Tai could still resolve the underground crisis. Not long after departing, Ye Linyuan received news from Kyoto. He was momentarily overwhelmed, pondering why he needed to attend to a mere underground cavern. After finally enjoying a brief respite from the Eastern Front, he found himself once again entangled in duty. He turned to Zhao Lingshuan, who was beside him with a tablet, inquiring about the latest reports from Jiangbei regarding the cavern. The outlook was not optimistic. Just half an hour prior, Lingwu City had issued a state of emergency, prompting an evacuation as the upheaval in the cavern surpassed military expectations. Zhao Lingshuan, perusing the freshly released information, confirmed this grim update. Indeed, Ye Linyuan reflected, Ye Tai is truly a devoted father. He has been so preoccupied with Ye Baiwu's examination that he has neglected matters pertaining to the cavern. It is no surprise that Kyoto has decided to relieve him of his duties. Ye Linyuan nodded thoughtfully, his tone wavering. "What shall we do now?" Zhao Lingshuan inquired. "We must return, not solely for Ye Tai, but for Jiangbei as well," Ye Linyuan replied calmly. If Jiangbei were left with only Ye Tai amidst a battlefield, Ye Linyuan would not hesitate to depart. Ye Tai's fate held no significance for him. However, Jiangbei was home to hundreds of millions, and it had yet to succumb to chaos. He felt compelled to return. This was not only a military order, but also a profound sense of responsibility. Shortly thereafter, at the Jiangbei military headquarters, a procession of military vehicles and helicopters arrived, disembarking troops from various regions of the Demon Suppression Army. Their ranks varied, with most being martial artists at the master level, and some even at the junior grandmaster level. This influx exhilarated Ye Tai. Within a mere half hour, at least 1,000 troops had assembled, boasting formidable strength. One should not underestimate this contingent. Organized into specialized squads, their combat capability was likely to double. The adage holds true. It is not the quantity, but the quality that matters. The majority of these over 1,000 individuals were masters, and their combat prowess was commendable. This bolstered Ye Tai's confidence in quelling the cavern crisis. As for the newly appointed commander from Kyoto, Ye held no concern, for in Jiangbei, there was only one commander, and that was he. Moreover, he had yet to encounter the commander sent from Kyoto. In the military conference room, several new faces appeared. As the attendees gathered, Ye promptly convened a meeting, his objective straightforward: to stabilize the situation regarding the cavern before the arrival of the commander. In doing so, he would not only avert accusations of negligence from Kyoto and the outside world, but also potentially earn accolades. Is everyone clear on the current situation? Ye surveyed the room, his voice steady. On the large screens within the conference room, real-time updates on the defensive lines were displayed. Understood, Yizwa, came the response from one of the newcomers. Ye nodded and remarked, the eruption of the subterranean realm has been swift, with a considerable number and high rank of otherworldly beasts. This presents us with a formidable challenge. My sole demand is to push these beasts back before our defenses collapse. Regardless of the cost, the crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions grave. They had witnessed the dire situation. The entirety of Lingwu City, or rather, all of Jiangbei, now stood with only a final line of defense remaining. This was pivotal to the future of Jiangbei. Now, I shall formulate our strategy. You need not concern yourselves with the defensive line. The Jiangbei Demon Suppression Army will continuously fortify it. What I require now is a squad of refined warriors to enter the battlefield from the flanks, diverting the attention of the otherworldly beasts from our defenses. Furthermore, all master-grade combat suits must be transitioned to aerial deployment, utilizing large-scale weaponry to cleanse the area of these beasts. Ye swiftly arranged the tactics, for as the commander-in-chief of Jiangbei, he possessed abundant combat experience. Upon the completion of his tactical arrangements, some seasoned veterans who had just arrived could not help but admire his decisiveness and methodical approach. A true commander, executing plans with a blend of rigor and flexibility. All in perfect order. Chapter 41. Are you not qualified? I have a habit of arriving early. Following the tactical arrangements, the Demon Suppression Army commenced its operations. With the support of fortified defensive lines, the frequency and volume of the beastly assaults diminished significantly. Moreover, the presence of master warriors on the battlefield swiftly turned the tide against the creatures. Seizing this opportunity, the Demon Suppression Army advanced considerably. Ye stood before the screen, observing the real-time footage relayed by satellites. After several days of a hardened demeanor, a smile finally graced his face. Indeed, they had reclaimed the second and third defensive lines, and with continued effort, all lines would soon be restored. The joy within Ye was palpable. This campaign against the beast did not require the intervention of that individual in the capital. Ye was more than capable, yet, as conditions improved, he remained cautious. Having learned from past lessons, the cave they faced still surpassed the formidable SSS level, and a fissure lay beneath, threatening an endless onslaught of beasts unless the source was addressed. One of the commanders, his expression slightly easing, quickly regained his composure and voiced a reminder. Ye nodded, retracting his smile. The cave's perilous level, combined with the underlying fissure, necessitated a strategy to suppress the beasts back to their lair before devising a plan to obliterate the fissure. After a moment of contemplation, Ye spoke, but a thought struck him, prompting him to hesitantly inquire, "By the way, has Ye Linyuan arrived?" In his mind, Ye Linyuan was also a member of the Demon Suppression Army. Given the directive from the capital, he should logically be here to combat the beasts alongside them. However, Ye concern extended beyond mere presence. He was preoccupied with merit. If Ye Linyuan participated and they emerged victorious, he would undoubtedly accrue significant achievements. With his connections, Ye Linyuan's merits could easily surpass 10,000 points. Of course, this was not solely for Ye Linyuan's benefit, but rather for Ye Bai. After all, did not Ye Linyuan's military accolades ultimately belong to Ye Bai? Previously, such considerations had eluded him, as his focus remained on quelling the beastly outbreak. Now, with the situation stabilizing, Ye could finally recall these matters. In recent days, his countenance had been marred with worry, primarily due to the cave situation and the plight of Ye Bai. Not only had he lost his title as the champion, but he was also rejected by the Holy Martial Academy, casting a shadow of uncertainty over the future of his most cherished son. As a father, how could he not fret for Ye? The reinforcements from the demon suppression army had failed to locate Ye Linyuan. The commander shook his head and spoke. Upon hearing this, Ye couldn't help but furrow his brow. Did he dare defy the orders from the capital? Truly a cowardly soul, Ye thought coldly, and after a fleeting change in expression, he declared, "Utilize military communications to contact him. He must arrive here within half an hour." Upon uttering this, Ye added, almost inadvertently, "Since he is my son, there is no justification for him to avoid battle. Not only must he come, but he shall also lead the charge. Let him set an exemplary standard for all, demonstrating that I, Ye stand shoulder to shoulder with the warriors on the battlefield. There shall be no special privileges." Upon the utterance of these words, both the senior officials of the demon suppression army who had come to assist and the high-ranking members from Jiangbei inhaled deeply, their faces adorned with admiration. Such words and actions exuded remarkable courage. To send one's own son into the fray first. How many could truly accomplish such a feat? Outside the military headquarters, Ye Linyuan accompanied Zhao Lingshuan to reassess the situation in the underground lair. Only with a clearer understanding could one devise a more suitable solution. However, as he prepared to return to the military base, he was met with obstruction. At the entrance stood a commanding officer, his gaze frigid. "Ye Linyuan, why have you only just arrived now? Are you aware of the beastly upheaval? The entire demon suppression army of Jiangbei is engaged in battle. As the son of Yizhua, how can you remain aloof? You choose to arrive only when the front lines are nearing conclusion?" The officer appeared to be in his early 40s, and upon seeing Ye Linyuan, he unleashed a torrent of scolding. A closer look revealed a resemblance to Ye. Ye Linyuan instantly recognized him, and, in the past, would have respectfully addressed him as uncle. "However, now do I have a habit of arriving early? You should inquire in the east. Who dares to question my actions, Ye Linyuan?" Ye Linyuan scoffed, showing no mercy. The officer shared a close bond with Ye. Thus Ye Linyuan felt no obligation to treat him kindly. Yu Yishan's expression shifted, clearly taken aback by Ye Linyuan's audacity. "Ye Linyuan, this is not your home. It is the military headquarters, the battlefield. I speak to you in my capacity as a superior. Do you realize how your behavior would be perceived on the battlefield?" Yishan took a deep breath, his countenance darkening. "Superior?" Ye Linyuan glanced at the insignia on the officer's shoulder and could not suppress a scoff. "You lack the qualification." Yishan's expression darkened further, his voice cold. "I recognized long ago that you are an ungrateful wretch, impossible to nurture. Now it appears my judgment was correct. I have heard you have repeatedly defied your elder brother, showing utter disrespect. Today, as your uncle, I shall teach you a proper lesson on how to honor your elders." Ye Linyuan found this amusing. It was indeed true that one can hardly escape one's lineage. Nevertheless, he had no desire to elucidate his position to such a person. In their mindset, perhaps everything he accomplished for the Ye family was simply expected of him, and all that he possessed belonged to the family as well. What purpose would explanations serve? You, a mere commanding officer, truly carry yourself with pomp. Do you even realize whom you are addressing? At this moment, Zhao Lingshuan could no longer restrain herself. Yishan turned, only then noticing the presence of a major general standing beside Ye Linyuan. "Chief, you heard his words just now. He not only disrespects his elders, but also disregards military orders. As a senior, I have a responsibility to discipline him." Yishan was taken aback and hastily sought to clarify, though he was also perplexed at how this major general was aligned with Ye Linyuan, especially since the major general seemed unfamiliar to him. Could it be that someone from Kyoto has been dispatched to replace the position of the elder brother? If that is indeed the case, the situation would become significantly simpler. Merely a major general. Zhao Lingshuan furrowed her brow slightly and cast a discreet glance at Ye Linyuan. She was not well versed in the familial affairs of Ye Linyuan, and, given the connection between them, she refrained from speaking too unequivocally. Yet, the attitude displayed by the other party was exceedingly outrageous. "I have already stated that you lack the qualifications. Hurry and step aside." Upon witnessing the other's sudden retreat, Ye Linyuan had no desire to engage in further pointless dialogue. Yishan shot a fierce glare at Ye Linyuan, silently stepping aside, while inwardly cursing him as a despicable creature. After all, with a major general by Ye Linyuan's side, his rank was indeed insufficient. Lacking qualifications? Do I not possess such qualifications? At that moment, a deep, cold voice resonated from behind. Chapter 42. A general of your rank have no authority to command me. Do I possess such qualifications? A deep, stern voice resonated, causing many in front of the military camp to adopt solemn expressions and perform a military salute. Yishan was no exception. Ye Tai approached, flanked by numerous officers. Zhao Lingshuan remained composed upon seeing Ye Tai, yet her heart was beset with myriad questions, lingering since their previous exploration of the underground cavern. Was Ye Linyuan the son of a Yi family? Why then did it appear that his relationship with Ye Tai was so strained? Should the promotion of one's son to a high-ranking position within the military be a cause for celebration? Why was he instead cast out from the family? Nevertheless, such matters were not ones she felt entitled to inquire about. As Ye Tai drew nearer, he cast a frosty glance at Zhao Lingshuan before fixing his gaze on Ye Linyuan. This is the military, a battlefield, not your home. Suppress that vile temper of yours. Do not bring disgrace upon me. Indeed, as Ye Tai asserted, this was the military. In his view, Ye Linyuan could defy and confront him in the outside world. But here in the camp, his words were commands, and Ye Linyuan was obliged to obey. Otherwise, it would be considered insubordination. With what authority do you speak to me? Ye Linyuan raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a peculiar expression. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. He was fully aware of the implications behind Ye Linyuan's statement. Having severed ties, what disgrace was left to be concerned about? However, he chose not to elaborate further. Given his recent understanding of Ye Linyuan, he might inadvertently reveal everything, and that would utterly tarnish his reputation. What authority? The general of Jiangbei. A one-star general of the military, certainly not as a father, for this is a battlefield. Ye Tai retorted icily. At his words, many high-ranking members of the Demon Suppression Army and external reinforcements displayed expressions of admiration. It was said that when the situation at the front became dire, Ye Tai, even from afar in Jiangbei, sent his own son to the front lines. Such resolve and magnanimity were truly worthy of respect and reverence. Everyone marveled. Even among the prominent generals of the Xia Kingdom, few could achieve such a feat. As Ye Tai's voice faded, his confidants began to speak in succession. Linyuan, when I sought you out years ago, I was right beside Yizhua. When I found you, you cannot imagine how overjoyed Yizhua was. I heard that since your return, you have not even entered your family home and wish to sever ties with Yizhua. Is this true? It is quite normal for a child to exhibit a bit of temper. Perhaps after serving in the army for a few years, you have picked up some undesirable habits. Once you are reassigned to Jiangbei, I shall personally instruct you. Indeed, Linyuan, regarding seniority and lineage, we are all your elders. Listen to a few uncles and grandfathers, and cease this quarrel with your father. Jiangbei is in turmoil, precariously hanging by a thread. As a commander, Yizhua already bears immense pressure. How can you, as his son, be so thoughtless? As Ye Tai's words fell, a cacophony of reproaches and admonitions filled the air. They assumed the role of elders, using ignorance as their justification. Beneath their seemingly benevolent aides lay voices that chastised him with the fervor of a public trial. Witnessing this scene, Ye Tai could not help but smirk inwardly. In Jiangbei, no one had ever dared to defy him, not even Ye Linyuan. Outside of his control, Ye Tai found himself at a loss for words, but within the military, it was an entirely different matter. Not only Ye Tai, but even the high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Army who had come to provide support regarded Ye Linyuan with altered expressions. In just a few terse statements in this tableau, it appeared as though a benevolent yet helpless father was confronting his rebellious and ungrateful son. Clearly, in their minds, Ye Linyuan had been branded as a rebel. Listening to the voices around him and casting a glance at Ye Tai, Ye Linyuan noticed the faint smile gracing the latter's face. With a cold scoff, he turned his gaze towards those who had spoken moments before and coolly remarked, "Elders. To whom do you claim to be elders? I share no kinship with Ye Tai, so kindly retract your disdainful expressions, or I shall have you all expelled from the military camp." Though his voice was not loud, it resonated like thunder in everyone's hearts, altering their perception of Ye Linyuan in an instant. Arrogant, disrespectful of authority, and dismissive of discipline. Such labels swiftly attached themselves to Ye Linyuan. No one had anticipated that he would dare to speak in such a manner, even directly addressing Ye Tai by name. Such audacity! How could he speak so brazenly? It was as if he held the high-ranking officials of Jiangbei and General Yi in utter contempt. He was the epitome of a wealthy second generation with the demeanor of a martial second generation, evoking both indignation and astonishment. How could General Yi, a man of such illustrious reputation, have a son like this? At that moment, some external members of the Demon Suppression Army could not help but murmur amongst themselves. This display by Ye Linyuan was excessively audacious, devoid of any rationale, and had seemingly offended nearly all the high-ranking officials of Jiangbei. Even if your father is Ye Tai, such arrogance is unwarranted. As for Ye Linyuan, he could not be bothered to provide an explanation, nor did he deem it necessary. For these individuals were not worthy of his time or justification. Misunderstandings and opinions mattered little to him. He had no inclination to waste time explaining himself to those of trivial significance. Impudent, Ye Linyuan, how dare you act with such insolence? It seems that your upbringing in the military was neglected, leading you to this coarse demeanor. You have tarnished my reputation. Ye Tai's expression shifted slightly as he stepped forward, reprimanding him in a furious tone. Raising his hand, he feigned a strike. Ye Linyuan sidestepped, his expression untroubled. I have no time for your nonsense. Were it not for the military's orders, I would have long since departed for the capital. Step aside. The crowd's expressions shifted once more, astonished at his audacity to address him so. This was truly a rebellious son. Realizing Ye Linyuan had evaded his strike, Ye Tai suddenly recalled the strange and potent energy that Ye Linyuan had exhibited last time. With a stern countenance, he glanced around and, with a hint of regret, spoke. My lax discipline has allowed you all to witness this farce. With grave threats looming, let us set this matter aside for now. I shall send him to the Vanguard Battalion to atone for his misdeeds, Ye Tai proclaimed, his voice resonating with authority. Ye Linyuan, as the head of the military department, I command you to report to the Vanguard Battalion. Do you hear me? Ye Tai's words effectively conveyed the weight of military orders. His earlier mention of merely noting the infraction had already provided a semblance of leniency. Otherwise, given Ye Linyuan's conduct, the military inspectors would undoubtedly take action against him. At this juncture, should Ye Linyuan continue to defy orders, it would constitute an outright rebellion against military command, especially in the heat of battle. General of Jiangbei, you, of your rank, lack the authority to command me. Furthermore, from this moment forth, I shall take charge of Jiangbei. Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, his tone remarkably calm. Chapter 43. Has Kyoto lost its mind? Ye Tai was completely stunned. You, a general of your rank, have no authority to command me. The voice of Ye Linyuan fell, plunging the entire assembly into silence. All present stared in astonishment at Ye Linyuan, having imagined numerous scenarios. They had anticipated his defiance against military orders to the death or a calm acceptance, yet they never expected him to utter such a statement. Ye Tai was a one-star general, the commander of Jiangbei. His status and position ranked among the top 10 within the military. The notion that Ye Tai had no power to command him was ludicrous. Naturally, the crowd found it hard to believe, for it seemed utterly impossible. Even Ye Tai was taken aback. He stood there, dumbfounded for a while, before gradually regaining his composure. Guards, take him to the forward camp. Should he dare to flee, he shall face military justice. Ye Tai's face darkened. He suspected that Ye Linyuan had indeed lost his sanity. In this military camp, in Jiangbei, what difference was there between himself and a tyrant? Who would dare to act when a foolhardy youth stepped forward to take Ye Linyuan away? Zhao Lingshuan could not help but interject sharply. Major General, this is Jiangbei, not your Kyoto. Ye Tai, witnessing this, coldly cautioned her. Just as Zhao Lingshuan was about to respond, Ye Linyuan halted her. From this moment forth, I shall take command of the Jiangbei military. Do you not comprehend? Ye Linyuan frowned, speaking to Ye Tai with palpable impatience. Ye was somewhat bewildered for a fleeting moment. He genuinely believed that Ye Linyuan had come to usurp his brother's position as commander of Jiangbei. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought. Who was he to take it? Yet, Ye Linyuan's tone suggested he was not jesting. What did this mean? Ye Linyuan, perplead. If you cannot understand, go to the military headquarters and inquire. I shall repeat one last time. The Jiangbei military is now under my command. The members of the Demon Suppression Army stood frozen in place. Ye Linyuan's demeanor seemed far from feigned. However, they quickly connected the dots to the recent orders issued by the military headquarters regarding a change in command on the Jiangbei battlefield. Could it be that Ye Linyuan was the one to assume command? Upon this realization, the entire assembly was left speechless. This youth could not be much over 20. The average age of those present was significantly greater than his. How could he possibly take charge of Jiangbei and become its commander? This was unfathomable. Not only did they think this way, but Ye harbored similar sentiments. What right did Ye Linyuan have to take control of Jiangbei? Commander Yi, urgent telegram from Kyoto. At that moment, a soldier rushed over, saluting. Ye snatched the phone, and a voice immediately echoed from within. Yes, indeed, that person is Ye Bai. The voice continued. I have heard he is also your son, Ye. Do not say that Kyoto has not given you face. As the voice faded, a busy tone followed. Yet, Ye hand remained suspended in the air, unable to lower it for an extended moment. From Kyoto, it was personally confirmed that the individual to take command of Jiangbei was none other than the Ye Linyuan before him, whose name in the military was also Ye Bai. Upon reaching this juncture, Ye finally comprehended the situation. The audacity of Ye Linyuan was rooted in his acquisition of the emperor's sword from the capital. However, why would the capital appoint Ye Linyuan to replace him? It is crucial to note that Ye Linyuan was merely in his early 20s, lacking the experience, strength, and achievements that surpassed his own. Had the capital gone mad to elevate such a person? This decision would plunge Jiangbei into turmoil. Ye Commander, what is your opinion? At this moment, an inquiry came from behind. Ye gradually returned to his senses, his expression grim, remaining silent. It seemed he had tacitly acquiesced. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers transitioned from disbelief to wide-eyed astonishment as they beheld Ye Linyuan. Could it truly be real? The capital had indeed replaced the commander of Jiangbei with Ye Linyuan, a mere youth in his 20s and, moreover, the son of Ye. This realization left the crowd momentarily speechless, glancing at the sullen-faced Ye before falling into silence. Observing their reaction, Ye Linyuan chose to forego further discourse. You and you are hereby suspended from duty effective immediately. He cast a glance at those who had stood behind Ye and spoken earlier, singling out 3 or 4 individuals, including Ye Shan, who had confronted him at the entrance. Why this personal vendetta, Ye Linyuan? How can you treat your uncle in such a manner? Ye Commande, please say something. Ye Linyuan disregarded their pleas and strode towards the military headquarters. He turned once more to issue a command. All officers of the rank of division and above, along with master-level warriors, report to the military headquarters in half an hour. I require an update on the latest developments from the underground. As Ye Linyuan delivered this directive, the crowd remained enshrouded in shock, struggling to digest the transformation of the once arrogant second-generation warrior into the commander of Jiangbei. The magnitude of this change was staggering. However, as they reflected, they pondered the military's intentions. Despite the shifts in command, the overall leadership still resided within the Ye family. Was this truly the military's manner of addressing Ye situation? It seemed decidedly biased. Moreover, it appeared that for at least the next century, the commander of Jiangbei would remain a member of the Ye family. With a collective sigh, the crowd ceased their speculations, aware that Ye Linyuan's orders were paramount, compelling them to prepare promptly. Meanwhile, Ye finally emerged from a state of shock and confusion. After much contemplation, he struggled to fathom why the military would appoint Ye Linyuan to his position. However, upon reflecting on the final statement, he discerned the underlying issue. It was not merely a matter of respect being disregarded. The capital's hasty change of command had nearly tarnished Ye reputation. Yet, should such a significant blunder occur without consequence, how would other war zones perceive it? Thus, appointing Ye Linyuan served to maintain the command within the Yi family, while allowing Ye Tai to continue overseeing Jiangbei. When the monstrous beasts retreated, the accolades would still rightfully belong to Ye Tai, as would the title of commander. Otherwise, no one outside would ever believe that a person in their 20s could lead the demon suppression army to fend off aberrant beasts and avert the impending collapse of the city. Ye Linyuan, this commander, is merely a facade for public display. Ye Tai pondered this notion, yet his certainty wavered. Beyond this interpretation, he could scarcely conceive of any other rationale that could justify Ye Linyuan's sudden elevation to the position of commander in Jiangbei. Nevertheless, Ye Tai, ever the cautious individual, could not help but sense the unusual circumstances that had unfolded. What indeed is Ye Linyuan's true identity? In a command room within the military headquarters, Ye Tai sat, his demeanor weary. Behind him stood his trusted confidants, including those recently suspended by Ye Linyuan's decree. What does this sudden change in command from Yizhua in the capital signify? How shall we proceed with the war now? These individuals still harbored some resentment, murmuring their discontent intermittently. Ye Tai's fingers lightly drummed against the table, his expression fluctuating as if he awaited some revelation. Yizhua, we have uncovered some information. A soldier quietly entered and whispered in Ye Tai's ear. Chapter 44. Is it enough to confront the superior? Yizhua, I have uncovered some information. A guard entered and whispered into Ye Tai's ear. Ye Tai's expression shifted as he responded, Speak. Beyond his initial speculations, Ye Tai found it perplexing why the military would appoint Ye Linyuan to replace him. Despite any shortcomings he may have had, it seemed implausible that a mere 3-year veteran would take his place. Thus, Ye Tai pondered the possibility that Ye Linyuan possessed some unique status or connections. Previously, he had sensed something amiss and had even conducted a discreet investigation into Ye Linyuan, but he had been unable to obtain complete information. Nevertheless, he could surmise that after just 1 year of service, Ye Linyuan had achieved the rank of lieutenant, and even if he excelled in battle over the next 2 years, he would at most attain the rank of a major. Such a young major was indeed worthy of cultivation, a true martial genius, and a pillar of the future. However, it was still improbable that he would be promoted directly to the position of temporary commander of Jiangbei. Yizhua, his identity is exceedingly difficult to trace. Even the division-level officials in the East know very little. However, reports from the capital indicate that Ye Linyuan possesses remarkable martial talent and has achieved significant battlefield accomplishments, garnering considerable attention from the military. This order was issued directly from the capital without any prior indication. It is said that he was promoted to the commander of the 341st Division a year ago in the East. Ye Tai inhalet deeply, momentary stundet. The military's esteem for a commander in his 20s implied a merit of at least 500,000. As for his rank, it must be no less than that of a major. Such youth coupled with such accomplishments indicated extraordinary talent. A wave of indescribable feelings washed over him, leaving him unsettled. Where did this information originate? Was it from the person I asked you to investigate? After a brief pause, Ye Tai slowly regained his composure. Indeed, Yizhua, the guard replied. Then inquire further, even with the martial aristocracy in the capital. I wish to ascertain what this young man is truly capable of to usurp my position. Ye Tai declared coldly, waving his hand to dismiss the guard while remaining rigidly seated, his expression fluctuating as he lost himself in thought. Even when addressed by those beside him, he seemed oblivious, enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, in a command room, Ye Linyuan stood calmly before the screens displaying real-time satellite imagery of the cavern situation. The military had abruptly ordered him to take command of Jiangbei. Ye Linyuan needed to assess the conditions of the cavern immediately. The outer perimeter appeared to be favorable. The demon suppression army was counterattacking, and the monstrous beasts were being pushed back to their lairs. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Having ventured into the cavern once, he had some understanding of its complexities. To resolve the cavern issue entirely, the fissures must be sealed. Otherwise, the beasts would continue to emerge in relentless waves. After reviewing the information, Ye Linyuan began contemplating potential solutions. As he stepped outside, a few figures approached him with palpable anger. Ye Linyuan, By what right have you suspended our father's position? What authority do you possess? A group of young men clad in military uniforms, all seemingly in their teens, confronted him. The eldest among them appeared to be just over 20. However, one individual stood out to him, Ye Linyuan, the son of Yishan, who, as it turned out, was his cousin. Previously, the news of Ye Linyuan's suspension of several high-ranking officials in Jiangbei had spread throughout the entire Jiangbei military command, leaving everyone astonished. The individuals dismissed were all trusted allies of Ye Tai and relatives of his. Ye Linyuan's decisive action in suspending them was a blatant disregard for Ye Tai, essentially delivering a slap in the face to him. In the military, while these individuals were not overly arrogant, they certainly acted with a degree of authority. Even officers of equal rank were hesitant to provoke them, given the formidable backing of Ye Tai. To cross them was tantamount to incurring Ye Tai's wrath. Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow at this display. Had respect within the Jiangbei military deteriorated to such an extent that junior officers dared to question a superior? You, Ye Linyuan, do not mistake your temporary command of the military for unbridled power. Do you believe I won't inform Uncle Yi to break your legs? The leading youth's face flushed crimson with rage at his own words. Ye Linyuan couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed his predecessor had endured quite a misfortune, as tales of his family's disdain had reached these young men. Otherwise, given his former status as the eldest son of the Yi family, how could they dare to shout at him so brazenly? They even threatened to have Ye Tai break his legs. The reasoning behind their audacity was not without merit. Years ago, when Ye Linyuan was brought back to the Yi family by Ye Tai, he was not welcomed warmly. Ye Bai and Ye Lingyue did not regard him as an elder brother, which naturally led these young men to dismiss him. Seeing Ye Linyuan now, they still perceived him as the silent, easily bullied figure of old. However, Ye Linyuan had no time for their banter. He didn't even spare them a glance as he coldly stated, according to military regulations, how is one punished for defying a superior or disobeying orders on the battlefield? A nearby soldier swiftly responded, reporting, Sir, defying a superior or disobeying orders on the battlefield can result in imprisonment for 3 to 10 years at minimum, or even execution at maximum, regardless of one's capabilities or achievements. Under normal circumstances, the penalties may not be so severe, but given the current outbreak of aberrant beasts, we are in a state of war, and thus the punishments will be stringent. Then let us proceed according to regulations. Ye Linyuan remarked indifferently as he strode towards the conference room. Initially, the group could hardly believe his assertion. The former youth had amassed such power in the military. Yet, as they noticed several soldiers advancing towards them, panic set in. What are you doing? How dare you heed his words? Do you even know who I am? Several youths shouted vehemently. A soldier furrowed his brow and calmly replied, Take them away. At that moment, a group approached from the distance, led by none other than Ye Tai. What is the meaning of this? A stern-faced master behind him inquired. Seeing the scene, the youths clung to their last hope and cried out, Father, save me. Ye Linyuan has threatened to execute me. Uncle Ye Linyuan is so cruel. When he just returned, I played with him, and now he treats us this way. Yes, Uncle Yi, please make them stop. These youths, having been spoiled since childhood and belonging to distinguished families, were known as arrogant scions in Jiangbei, accustomed to their haughty ways. They believed that their parents' influence could easily resolve the situation, even at this critical juncture. What on earth is happening? Speak clearly. Yishan coldly demanded. He could not help but be concerned, for his son was among the group of youths. Chapter 45. With the bearing of a great general. Did he feel a twinge of discomfort within? The guards quickly recounted the events that had transpired. Bang! Yishan's fury erupted as he struck Ye Chenglin across the face, exclaiming, Who sent you to seek out Ye Linyuan? Ye Chenglin was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retreating along with the youth accompanying him, closing their mouths in silence. Father, why did you hit me? Ye Chenglin gazed incredulously at his father, for this was a first in his life. I wish I could strike you down. Who permitted you to seek out Ye Linyuan? Yishan's expression darkened. It was essential to recognize that Ye Linyuan was now the supreme commander of Jiangbei. Even if only temporarily, he wielded the most significant power within the Jiangbei military. Yishan himself had been suspended by Ye Linyuan. Father, I was merely enraged upon hearing the news of your dismissal. Yi Chenglin whispered, how could someone like Ye Linyuan, who was brought back from outside, have the authority to remove you? Jiangbei belongs to our Yi family. At these words, Yi Shan's countenance shifted dramatically, and he delivered a swift kick to Ye Chenglin, gazing at him with a look of exasperation. Silence. Nonsense. How could I have birthed such a fool? Yi Shan was nearly driven to madness. While it was true that Ye Linyuan's return was commendable, and previously Yi Tai had not regarded him highly, such remarks should never be made in front of Yi Tai. Moreover, he had clearly observed Yi Tai's expression shift moments ago. Now that Ye Linyuan had attained the position of Supreme Commander and his genius in martial arts was indisputable, who knew if Yi Tai might suddenly have a change of heart? To speak such words now was akin to courting disaster. Not to mention, Yi Shan had already been suspended by Ye Linyuan. What purpose did seeking him serve? Yi Tai, my son has been spoiled. Please do not take it to heart. I shall ensure he receives proper guidance henceforth. Yi Shan turned to Yi Tai and spoke softly. Yi Tai cast him a cold glance, remaining silent. Witnessing this exchange, Yi Chenglin was drenched in cold sweat, realizing the gravity of his earlier words. Yi Tai, they are still young. Do you not think Ye Linyuan's punishment is rather severe? Yi Shan, still braving the situation, pleaded for leniency. After he spoke, others chimed in with similar sentiments. For now, let's place him under confinement and address the matter later. Yi Tai pondered before speaking coolly. The guards hesitated. On one side was the newly appointed Supreme Commander. On the other, a seasoned one-star general who had long safeguarded Jiangbei. Am I to understand that my words no longer hold weight? Yi Tai's frigid gaze fell upon the guard, who quickly shook his head. Yes, Yi Tai. In the military assembly room, a long table made of dark stone, measuring several meters, was adorned with military caps crafted from special materials. Numerous individuals were seated on either side, their shoulders embellished with golden star insignias, standing tall and solemn in demeanor. In this gathering, aside from the officers from the Jiangbei military headquarters, there were also those who had arrived upon receiving orders from the command. At the head of the table sat a young man, conspicuously out of place in his civilian attire, devoid of any military uniform. It was not that Ye Linyuan lacked one. Rather, he had simply not brought it with him. His intention was merely to return briefly to tend to his injuries and to revisit the family of his original self, unaware that such a tumultuous situation awaited him. A female officer, appearing to be in her 30s, stood to report. The situation in the underground caverns is dire. In addition to the primary locations within the mountain range, new openings have emerged on both the eastern and western flanks. Most of the aberrant beasts have returned to their lairs, and the remaining ones can be eradicated within an hour. Ye Linyuan nodded slightly, his expression calm and unwavering as he responded. In that case, we must prepare for the next outbreak of these creatures. We shall construct 2 defensive lines on the eastern and western sides. As his words settled, Ye Linyuan inquired further. Have the intelligence team arrived? Sir, one individual stood up. Please provide an update on the current situation in the underground. Leaning back in his chair, Ye Linyuan exuded an air of seasoned authority, despite his youthful appearance. The number of aberrant beasts in the caverns is alarmingly high, with preliminary estimates exceeding 10,000. Among them, the master-level creatures number in the thousands, while the grandmaster-level beasts are in the hundreds. Additionally, more creatures are emerging from the fissures. At this rate, by nightfall, the underground will be teeming with a terrifying multitude of these beasts. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, as all present furrowed their brows at the thought of over 1,000 master-level aberrant beasts and hundreds of grandmaster-level beasts. Should they erupt, it would undoubtedly precipitate a bloody conflict. Moreover, with the continued influx of these creatures, even the current troop's strength might prove insufficient. Yi Tai, seated in a secondary position, listened quietly, choosing not to interject. He was keen to observe how Ye Linyuan would navigate this predicament. If anyone has suggestions, please share, he encouraged. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Linyuan spoke again. Given the current circumstances, it is clear that we cannot manage this with our existing forces. We require reinforcements. The aberrant beast could erupt at any moment. The distribution of Jiangbei's forces is already stretched thin, and mobilizing from other regions would likely be too late should an outbreak occur. Therefore, We should prepare nuclear-level weaponry to have a response ready in case of an eruption. However, the use of such weapons would render Jiangbei uninhabitable for humanity. A profound silence enveloped the conference room as everyone grappled with this formidable dilemma. Ye could not suppress a faint smile. Orchestrating troop movements and devising strategies was no task for the inexperienced. He remained composed in his seat, awaiting inquiries for his counsel. Yet, before anyone could pose a question, Ye Linyuan preemptively asserted, with the current number of aberrant beasts in the caverns, Jiangbei's forces can still manage. However, the most pressing issue is the fissures within the caverns. If they're not addressed promptly, no amount of reinforcements will suffice. Many in attendance nodded in agreement as his words resonated. Thus, I have resolved to assemble a small contingent composed of masters or grand masters to venture into the perilous rift of the subterranean realm. Upon hearing Ye Linyuan's proclamation, a murmur of discontent rippled through the assembly. The depths are fraught with danger. Might it not be excessively reckless to proceed? Some voiced their concerns. That is precisely why we require the expertise of grand masters or masters. Furthermore, I shall personally lead the expedition. What issues could possibly arise? Ye Linyuan countered, rapping his fingers upon the table as his gaze swept across the room. Upon this declaration, a profound silence enveloped the gathering once more. In truth, there seemed to be no superior alternative in light of the current circumstances. Moreover, in the heat of battle, a commander must indeed possess the audacity and ingenuity to forge a path forward. Otherwise, miracles remain elusive. Since that is the case, let this matter be settled. We must act without delay. Let us organize immediately, and once the surrounding beasts have been eradicated, we shall descend forthwith. Chapter 46. The astonishing identity emerges impossible? With Ye Linyuan's decisive proclamation, the meeting was officially concluded. Although this decision bore significant risks, it garnered considerable recognition from many. Indeed, such a bold resolution is not something that an ordinary individual could easily undertake. Initially, numerous attendees speculated that Ye Linyuan might encounter difficulties during the meeting. After all, he appeared to be merely in his early 20s, while those present were predominantly senior officials, many of whom held the rank of colonel. Not to mention the presence of a one-star general. Faced with such a formidable assembly, Ye Linyuan not only displayed no signs of trepidation, but instead exuded an air of maturity and sophistication, reminiscent of a seasoned general who had endured many battles. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the attendees were filled with profound reflections. Indeed, the offspring of a prominent family, while they had all witnessed the events unfolding outside, in their eyes, a father and son remained just that, a family. Thus, when encountering Ye, they would often exchange a few words regarding Ye Linyuan. However, Ye sentiments were markedly different. The more they praised Ye Linyuan for his commendable demeanor, the more tumultuous Ye emotions became. For this was a person he had once disregarded and even expelled from the household. A figure of great stature. In that moment, Ye heart was a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. He could not discern whether he felt joy or sorrow. He had remained silent throughout the meeting, while Ye Linyuan independently made critical decisions. Disregarding all else, Ye Linyuan's performance during the meeting was indeed impeccable, displaying the qualities of a true leader. Shortly thereafter, at the military camp, waves of exotic beasts were being eradicated, and the demon suppression army had established several defensive lines. Ye Linyuan arrived, accompanied by a squad of 7. Judging by their military ranks, they were not of low status, with the highest among them being a division commander. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan and his entourage, Su Qianlong, stationed at this location, promptly approached and rendered a military salute. Ever since he learned of Ye Linyuan's true identity and the actions of his sister, he had been burdened with a heavy heart. It was not that he feared Ye Linyuan's intentions towards him, nor was he concerned about his own future. If Ye Linyuan truly harbored any ill will, given his current standing, Su Qianlong would have long been ousted from the demon suppression army. What truly weighed on him was the drastic change in his sister since her return. She seemed like a different person, sulking at home, and no amount of persuasion seemed to help. Additionally, he felt a tinge of regret as the military leader had almost become his relative. Ye Linyuan merely nodded and stated, "Now, I shall enter the abyss with them. You will remain above, monitoring the situation and ready to heed my commands." "Yes, Commander," Su Qianlong acknowledged, his expression suddenly turning serious. Given the current circumstances, entering the abyss would undoubtedly entail significant challenges, and he had to be fully prepared. "All right, let us depart," Ye Linyuan declared, and the military camp erupted with a flurry of activity, as if lightning had struck, summoning a gust of wind. A group of individuals swiftly made their way towards the mountains. Neither the Grandmasters nor the Masters were capable of sustained flight. They could only momentarily traverse the air. However, some warriors of the wind attribute managed to achieve this feat at this stage, while others, aside from their brief aerial capabilities, experienced a significant enhancement in their speed. A master-level warrior, in full force, could match the velocity of a high-speed train in full throttle. In the blink of an eye, Ye Linyuan vanished from his original position. Everyone heightened their vigilance, constantly monitoring the situation in the underground cavern, ready to report back at any moment. Su Qianlong immediately issued the command. Meanwhile, after Ye Linyuan departed from the military headquarters, Ye Tai resumed his seat. With Ye Linyuan absent, it was essential for someone to oversee the situation, and Ye Tai's status naturally made him the rightful candidate. At that moment, within the military headquarters, Ye Tai's gaze was fixed on the screen, observing as Ye Linyuan and others plunged into the cavern. Gradually, his attention shifted away. Now, it was a matter of whether they could seal the fissure. If successful, Jiangbei would be safeguarded. An officer, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Ye Tai maintained a composed demeanor, remaining silent until his phone rang, prompting him to gradually respond. After glancing at the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly as he walked outside. "What is it?" "Ye Tai Inuit." A voice resonated from the other end of the line, and Ye Tai's demeanor transitioned from initial calmness to furrowed brows, ultimately culminating in bewilderment. Though his mind had already entertained suspicions and preparations, hearing it aloud struck him like thunder in his mind. "Are you saying the Kyoto Sacred Martial Academy has reached a conclusion and rejected his admission?" Ye Tai's countenance darkened ominously, his eyes cold enough to kill. He had not anticipated that the Academy would indeed refuse to admit Ye Bai, even without being the champion of martial arts, even without any merit points. Ye Bai's achievements were still sufficient. The Sacred Martial Academy was deliberately seeking to undermine him. Ye Tai. His expression grew increasingly frigid. Losing the Sacred Martial Academy also meant losing the title of martial arts champion. None of his anticipated outcomes materialized. Instead, Ye Linyuan's emergence had disrupted all of his plans. Ye Linyuan. What he possessed was none other than Ye Bai's. Chapter 47. That majestic figure is the martial saint. Ye Tai's gaze was fixed upon the image projected on the screen, his expression unruffled, yet imbued with an ineffable significance. The issues surrounding the underground cavern remained unresolved. And as the chief general, he had been abruptly relieved of his duties, compounded by the arrival of dire news from home. After safeguarding the northern region for over 20 years, how would the outside world perceive his sudden dismissal? Was it a case of virtue failing to match position, or a deficiency in capability? Either scenario was intolerable for a top-tier sect leader and a chief general. Moreover, the situation with Ye Bai had taken him completely by surprise. It was well within his belief that Ye Bai's admission to the Sacred Martial Academy was a foregone conclusion, with little room for deviation. He possessed unwavering confidence in this regard, a sentiment echoed by all in the northern region. The prodigal son of the Ye family was destined to soar during the martial examination. Yet now, he had been rejected by the Sacred Martial Academy. This revelation was not only unexpected for Ye Tai, but likely for everyone in the northern region as well. The matter had become a closely guarded secret. As the saying goes, one should refrain from speaking about an endeavor until it reaches fruition to astonish everyone with success. For if it were to fail, no one would be the wiser. Yet, Ye Bai's attempt to enter the Sacred Martial Academy was widely known, and now, facing rejection, the humiliation was profound, particularly for a family steeped in martial tradition like the Ye family. Ye Tai felt a deep sense of despondency, his face ablaze with embarrassment. All of this turmoil stemmed from a single individual. He exhaled deeply, slowly exiting the conference room, his countenance shrouded in a foreboding gloom. Lingwu City, a metropolis now under first-level combat readiness, had seen a mass exodus of humanity. The streets lay desolate, strewn with fallen leaves, the chill palpable. Snap! The sound of a branch breaking echoed as Ye Tai, clad in military attire, traversed the empty avenue. He paused before a martial arts academy, entering at a leisurely pace. Within the training hall, a solitary figure sat cross-legged, an aura of formidable power swirling around them. Winds and flames danced, and thunder raged in the atmosphere. More astonishingly, behind this individual, a shadow of a colossal whale, towering over 100 feet, subtly flickered into view, seemingly merging with their being. This lent the figure an imposing presence, as if they could effortlessly stabilize the chaos of the world with a mere gesture. Ye Tai stepped inside and casually seated himself in the training hall, remaining silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. Ye Bai has failed to gain admission, and the Sacred Martial Academy has turned him away. Are those people mad, or do they deliberately wish to antagonize me? Ye Tai? The figure in the hall was shrouded in obscurity, their features indistinct despite the absence of any garments obscuring their visage. When scrutinized closely, they appeared exceedingly elusive. With a wave of their hand, a tea set materialized in the hall, steaming cups of tea appearing before Ye Tai. Do you still not comprehend? A calm and clear voice resonated in the space. Comprehend what? What are you trying to convey? Ye Tai furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Before his arrival, everything was destined to unfold as we envisioned. Ye Bai would enter the Sacred Martial Academy, ultimately taking the reins of Jiangbei and the Yi family, after many years, would stand the greatest chance of becoming the leaders of the military department. And my disciple, as the words lingered, an echo resonated in the air. Had there been bystanders, their jaws would surely have dropped. The imposing figure in the arena, along with the divine manifestation behind him, unmistakably represented a martial sage. Ye Bai is, astonishingly, a disciple of the martial sage. No wonder Ye Tai and the Yi family possess such immense confidence. Are you referring to Ye Linyuan? Ye Tai was taken aback, yet found it hard to comprehend. Although he had his suspicions prior, what prowess did Ye Linyuan truly possess? Such significant influence? Thus, what exactly did Ye Linyuan accomplish within the military that warranted such high regard? Ye Tai inhaled deeply, directing his gaze toward the figure in the arena to inquire. Does this even matter? Ye Bai has lost everything now, and the future appears increasingly bleak. Your schemes from years ago have already encountered unforeseen changes. The figure spoke softly. Upon hearing this, Ye Tai fell silent. Years ago, he had regarded Ye Linyuan as a fine blade, paving the way for Ye Bai. Now, that blade was turned against him. This game of substitution had not yet concluded. Was this not the perfect opportunity? Noticing Ye Tai's silence, the figure continued. Yet if he indeed possesses great merit, how will the military explain the change? Ye Tai posed a question. Such concerns were not unfounded. He had previously believed that Ye Linyuan bore some military accomplishments. However, he should not have been too renowned. He had believed everything was within his grasp. As long as he could summon Ye Linyuan back to Jiangbei, nothing would be impossible. Yet, it now appeared that Ye Linyuan was highly regarded in the capital. A situation beyond his control. I will take action. You need not worry. The figure in the arena spoke with calm assurance, exuding an air of remarkable confidence. As a martial sage, he indeed had this foundation. Ye Tai, after a moment of hesitation, mustered the courage to pose one final question. What is his current status? The figure abruptly fell silent, and after a brief pause, replied with a light tone, General. At that moment, Ye Tai felt as if struck by lightning. General? A general in his 20s? Such a rank had never before emerged in this era of martial arts. Ye Linyuan is, astonishingly, a general. This explanation clarified everything. No wonder the military held him in such high esteem. No wonder, at the recent celebration banquet, Li Xingwen and He Dingjun personally attended. It was no wonder that the information belonged to military secrets. The specifics? Ye Tai's breath quickened, eager to pursue further inquiries. Wasn't the answer already provided? You desire his merits, while I wish for his demise, though it may sound somewhat cruel, considering he is your own son. However, you should feel too pained. Ye Tai entered with a heavy heart, yet departed with a surge of fervor. Ye Linyuan is a general, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the military department. If Ye Bai were to obtain this distinguished merit, neither the Sacred Martial Academy nor the provincial champion would be worthy of his regard. It is essential to understand that acquiring this merit equates to inheriting the legacy of the Jiangbei demon-slaying army, with the potential to ascend to the position of commander of the military in the future. In light of this comparison, what significance do the Sacred Martial Academy and the provincial champion hold? Moreover, he need not harbor any concerns regarding the military, as a martial saint is personally overseeing the matter. Once the abyssal crisis concludes and Ye Linyuan is recalled, what difficulty would there be in nurturing a general-level officer, given that he himself is a one-star general? As for matters of appearance and strength, in this era of martial prowess, they might be among the easiest challenges to overcome. Furthermore, with Ye Bai's extraordinary talent in martial arts, Ye Tai possesses unwavering confidence that he can help him bridge the gap in strength within just a few years. The most formidable obstacle, in fact, lies within the genetic system. Although Ye Linyuan operates under Ye Bai's name, the genes recorded in the military system are, in truth, his own. This aspect is the most challenging. Chapter 48. Are we insane, stirring up the beast den? After Ye Tai departed, a contemplative expression emerged among those present. Perhaps it was the mark of a star. However, this was of little consequence to him. What truly mattered was that he needed Ye Linyuan to perish, and he required Ye Bai to ascend as the heir of Jiangbei, potentially even to eventually take command of the military in the capital. Meanwhile, within the subterranean depths, Ye Linyuan plummeted rapidly alongside his companions. The beasts inhabiting the upper layers were of insufficient caliber. Having just returned from battle and unable to detect the arrival of Ye Linyuan and his group, it was only in the lower layers that the true challenges awaited. After all, the beasts below were predominantly masters at the Grandmaster level, with exceptionally keen senses. Should they be discovered, it would likely provoke a full-scale assault from the myriad of beasts within the cavern. Military analysis had estimated that this underground lair housed at least tens of thousands of beasts. Even if this small squad possessed formidable strength, they would struggle to withstand such a tide of beasts, let alone face foes of equal standing. Have we sensed the location of the fissure? Ye Linyuan inquired during their rapid descent. In the final layer, the beasts there are all Grand Masters. Our presence will undoubtedly awaken them. When that happens, combat will be unavoidable, likely inciting a siege from the entire subterranean population of beasts. A major, with a wry smile, spoke gravely. This series of chain reactions is almost inevitable. There is no way to evade it. After a moment of reflection, Ye Linyuan proposed, "Let us leave a few individuals on the 40th level to guard the entrance and prevent the beasts from counterattacking and cutting off our escape route. Once we descend, should we provoke the beasts, I will take responsibility for holding them off while the two of you seal the fissure. Additionally, if a counterattack occurs, immediately contact the demon suppression army above and have them enter the cavern to counter the beasts as well." Ye Linyuan swiftly issued his orders. This way, they could at least preserve their retreat route. Even if they stirred the wrath of beasts comparable to Grand Masters, there still remained a glimmer of hope for escape. Understood. The group responded in unison. Soon, the aura emanating from below grew increasingly potent, and according to prior arrangements, only 3 individuals ultimately arrived at the 40th layer, Ye Linyuan and 2 senior officers. Within the dark, damp cavern, the low growls of the beasts echoed ominously. Clearly, the beasts had already detected their presence. Deep within the underground, there lay a faint blue fissure, stretching several dozen meters in length. From a distance, one could vaguely discern beasts emerging from within. "I will hold them off. It's up to you two," Ye Linyuan declared, drawing his long blade, his aura shifting dramatically as a layer of metallic armor enveloped him. "Affirmative, sir." The 2 senior officers nodded, their expressions serious as they scanned the area, searching for an opportunity to advance. With over 100 Grand Master beasts present, Even facing top-tier grandmasters would prove exceedingly challenging. A moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences. Thus, this mission was fraught with difficulty, potentially the most arduous they had ever encountered in their careers. Ye Linyuan took a deep breath, his figure shooting forth like an arrow, leaving trails of glimmering blade light in his wake. In his path lay the dismembered corpses of the otherworldly beasts. The two seated masters stared wide-eyed, their faces etched with astonishment. These formidable beasts fell before Ye Linyuan as effortlessly as one would slice through vegetables. Moreover, the overwhelming force of his vital energy surged forth like a blazing furnace, instantly filling the cavernous depths. His strength surpassed that of the most elite masters. Exchanging glances, the two seated masters felt not only shock but a dawning realization. It was no wonder the military entrusted this man with the command of Jiangbei. His prowess approached that of a dragon ascending. Once their astonishment subsided, they hastily advanced towards the area illuminated by Ye Linyuan's blade. Soon, they arrived at the fissure. Ye Linyuan pierced an otherworldly beast with his blade, his gaze fixating on the fissure, and suddenly his brow furrowed. He sensed something amiss within the crack. This was not mere paranoia, but a conclusion drawn from years of battlefield experience. The two seated masters sensed it as well, albeit not as acutely, attributing it to the beasts emerging from the fissure. Just as they were about to seal the crack, a thunderous shout pierced the air. "Get back!" Before the seated masters could react, a fierce roar erupted from the fissure. Then, a vast horde of otherworldly beasts surged forth, each one a formidable entity. It was as if they had long been lying in wait within the fissure, ready to obey a command. Ye Linyuan swung his blade, and dozens of beasts fell lifeless to the ground. However, countless more continued to emerge from the crack, overwhelming the seated masters before they could respond. Witnessing this scene, Ye Linyuan unleashed all his martial prowess, each strike cleaving into the beasts. It was not long before he glimpsed the stark whiteness of bone. "Commander!" These beasts appeared to be well prepared. One of the exhausted seated masters managed to utter with the last of his strength. Ye Linyuan fell silent, grappling with guilt, as he had orchestrated this operation. Now, the two seated masters had transformed from living beings to mere bones and flesh intertwined. Yet, as he regained his composure, he recognized the gravity of the situation. However, he could not afford to dwell on it any longer. "I will get you out of here." Taking a deep breath, Ye Linyuan struck the fissure with his blade, causing the light emanating from it to dim slightly, though it remained unsealed. Yet, during those fleeting moments, hundreds of elite otherworldly beasts continued to pour forth. In this layer, even the top-tier masters would undoubtedly perish. Even true dragon-level warriors would find it exceedingly difficult to escape from this predicament. Let the demon-suppressing army counterattack. Ye Linyuan immediately commanded, and upon receiving the order, Su Qiulong led the demon-suppressing army into the depths. Military headquarters, conference room. "Yi, there has been a situation in the cavern." A commanding officer suddenly entered, his expression grave and his steps hurried. His arrival instantly heightened the tension among those present as they awaited news from below. "Speak." Yitai commanded, fixating on the screen without turning his head. A violent disturbance emanated from below. According to the latest intelligence, the creatures down there were in a state of upheaval. Moreover, the number of formidable beasts had exceeded 1,000. Upon hearing this, chaos erupted in the room. How could it be that 1,000 formidable creatures had only now been detected? If this were indeed the case, not only would the teams below be in peril, but the entire Jiangbei region could fall into despair. "Commander Yi, I believe this situation warrants immediate reporting to the military headquarters. Additionally, we must mobilize the demon suppression army from other fronts." Someone interjected. "Indeed, it is preferable to lose other fronts than to allow this cavern to erupt uncontrollably." This was the most pessimistic outlook, yet there was no alternative at this point. Meanwhile, a budding author toiled in an electronics factory by day, tightening screws, and returned home at night to leech off the neighbor's Wi-Fi to craft his stories. After completing his work and posting it online, he intended to connect with his readers, eager to peruse their comments. However, upon reading, his heart sank. "Dear readers, please refrain from criticism. I implore you not to leave negative reviews. Also, A small request for some free gifts would be greatly appreciated. Chapter 49. A devastating decision must be made. The Jiangbei military headquarters is in disarray. What transpired beneath the cavern remains shrouded in mystery to them. Yet, the fluctuations of the otherworldly beasts emanating from below indicate a number and level sufficient to plunge the entirety of Jiangbei into chaos. Although the citizens of Lingwu have begun a large-scale evacuation, this only pertains to Lingwu. Jiangbei still harbors a population in the hundreds of millions. How many lives would be lost should Jiangbei fall? Yizhua, you must make a decision swiftly. The beast from the cavern may erupt at any moment, and delay could prove catastrophic. Within the military headquarters, several commanding officers gathered, their expressions grave as they regarded Ye Tai. Ye Tai, however, remained fixated on the images displayed on the screen, standing in silence for what felt like an eternity before finally swaying slightly. This soulless creature, Ye Tai's visage darkened, and he muttered a cold curse under his breath. The individual he referred to was none other than the martial sage. Ye Linyuan's repeated defiance had indeed ignited his fury, even inciting thoughts of silencing him with a single strike. The words of the martial sage resonated with Ye Tai's own thoughts, yet one aspect had eluded him: the sudden emergence of the otherworldly beasts within the cavern. When Ye Linyuan and his team descended, the military had thoroughly surveyed the cavernous conditions, conducting a risk assessment prior to their mission. Even if the circumstances within the cavern were slightly amiss, the discrepancies would not be significant. However, the reality now far exceeded anyone's expectations, as an overwhelming number of formidable otherworldly beasts had appeared. It must be noted that formidable warriors are exceedingly rare, and the same holds true for formidable grade beasts. The creation of such a beast by those alien entities incurs a substantial cost. The number of formidable beasts beneath the cavern surpassed anything Ye Tai had witnessed in his lifetime. He could think of no one other than the martial sage capable of orchestrating such a feat, while he coveted Ye Linyuan's military accomplishments. He was indifferent to the latter's fate. Yet, he could not bear to witness Jiangbei succumb to ruin. The martial sage clearly had given no thought to the lives of those dwelling in Jiangbei. Ye Tai took a deep breath, believing that the martial sage would take action personally, or, at the very least, find a proxy to act on his behalf. He never anticipated this approach. Was he afraid of leaving any traces? At that moment, Ye Tai could afford no further contemplation. The entire military headquarters awaited his decision. What were the odds of mobilizing forces from other defensive lines to suppress the beast below? Ye Tai heavily sank into his seat, feeling an immense weight upon him. The chances were slim, perhaps even impossible, to achieve suppression, yet, at the very least, they could buy some time for reinforcements. Beside him, someone spoke in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, many present fell silent, for they understood that even if reinforcements from other lines were summoned, it would merely be a shifting of resources without addressing the root issue. As for reinforcements, they feared that they would not arrive in time. All eyes turned to Ye Tai, awaiting his decision. After a brief silence, Ye Tai finally declared, "Deploy nuclear-grade weaponry to eliminate the immediate threat." As the words fell, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Commander Ye, but down below, the demon suppression army remains, and Ye Linyuan and the others have yet to emerge. At that moment, no one questioned the decision. They fully understood the implications of the action to be taken. It might well be the most prudent course of action available. However, the pressing concern was that there were still individuals below, led by Ye Linyuan, all of whom held ranks above that of officer in the demon suppression army. The weakest among them was a grandmaster, with some being great masters. Should a nuclear-level weapon be employed, the underground layer would cease to exist, and these individuals would share the same fate. Such losses would be catastrophic for the military. Not to mention, Ye Linyuan was the appointed commander by the capital. I am acutely aware of that, but we face a dilemma: the lives of hundreds of millions in Jiangbei versus a handful of military officers. A choice must be made. Ye Tai's voice was low, and he let out a deep sigh. Making this decision seemed to drain every ounce of strength from him. Yet Ye Tai understood that the martial saint had brought matters to this point, leaving no room for retreat. The underground layer must be subdued, and Ye Linyuan must remain within it. Otherwise, Should he emerge, all efforts would be in vain. Commander Yi, should we not consult with the capital first? Someone voiced their concerns. After all, nuclear-level weapons are typically kept in a state of prohibition. The consequences of their use are too grave. If deployed, Lingwu City would inevitably become a new battlefield, uninhabitable for humanity. Of course, this would safeguard the majority of cities in Jiangbei. Yi Tai's gaze swept coldly across the room as he spoke indifferently as the commander of Jiangbei in an emergency. I am authorized to deploy a nuclear-level weapon without prior consultation. Yes, Commander Yi. Yi Tai's decision sent shockwaves through the entire Jiangbei military. Everyone understood what the use of nuclear-level weapons entailed. What truly astonished them was the realization that the demon suppression army below would also perish as a result. At the Jiangbei military front, the first-level battle readiness alarm blared, accompanied by the roar of artillery and the howls of beasts. The demon suppression army, poised to descend, stood frozen in place. The sound of this alarm was something they dreaded most. Once it was sounded, it signified that new battlefields awaited them for years to come. Su Qianlong suddenly darted out of the military camp, his gaze fixed intently on the distance. Is the military preparing to deploy nuclear-level weapons? Su Yanlong's brow furrowed deeply. The situation within the underground lair had grown exceedingly complex. Captain, we should retreat. At that moment, a member of the demon suppression army emerged from the lair and approached Su Qianlong. What is the situation below? What are the leaders who went down earlier? Have they not returned? Su Qianlong grasped the other person's collar, demanding loudly. No, the beasts below have all gone into a frenzy. We had barely descended to the 10th level when the alarm sounded. The soldier replied. Upon hearing this, Su Qianlong released the grip on the soldier's collar and strode forward, seizing the communication device to contact below. Commander! Commander! Su Qianlong called anxiously. Once the alarm rang out, everyone had to retreat within 10 minutes. Once it is delayed, one may be indiscriminately struck. Speak. The voice of Ye Linyuan resonated, occasionally accompanied by the sound of blades clashing against bones. Commander, the military has sounded the alarm. They intend to deploy nuclear-grade weapons. Currently, everyone is retreating, and I fear there is little assistance I can provide. Su Qianlong hurriedly reported. Ye Linyuan's voice fell silent for a moment before responding. What did you say? You must immediately inform Yi Tai that the situation in the underground cavern is not dire enough to warrant such measures. If he dares to employ nuclear-grade weapons, I will take his life upon my emergence. Ye Linyuan's voice, rarely imbued with fury, echoed through the air. Su Qianlong was taken aback, completely startled. To demand Yi Tai's life? In Jiangbei, not even within the entire military would anyone dare to utter such words. Understood, Commander. Chapter 50. Successful Gene Comparison. Archive unlocked. At the Jiangbei military headquarters, Su Qianlong, with a heavy heart, recounted Ye Linyuan's exact words, trembling as he did so, all the while cautiously observing Yi Tai's expression. After all, such words. In the past, he would not have dared to utter them in Yi Tai's presence, even with 10 times the courage. Not just Su Qianlong, but everyone present in the military headquarters shared this sentiment. The expressions on their faces were nothing short of remarkable. Those words undeniably disregarded Yi Tai's authority. However, on the contrary, Ye Linyuan had recently been appointed as the commander of Jiangbei by the military headquarters in the capital. His voice held paramount influence within the Jiangbei military. Given that Ye Linyuan had spoken thus, Yi Tai would inevitably consider the potential ramifications. After all, Ye Linyuan's words were akin to military orders. The decision had been made and was unalterable, despite being his biological son. Yi Tai could not afford to overlook the lives of the hundreds of millions in Jiangbei. Yi Tai did not exhibit anger. Rather, his demeanor reflected profound sorrow. Witnessing this, everyone present could not help but exhale deeply within themselves. If one were to empathize, it was Yi Tai who bore the greatest anguish, having to make such a decision while his own son was in peril for the sake of Jiangbei. Even Su Qianlong found himself momentarily taken aback. Were it not for his lifelong awareness of Ye Linyuan's precarious standing within the Yi family, he might have genuinely believed the situation. Yet, Yi Tai's directives embodied the highest military command of Jiangbei. As a mere captain, it was rather audacious to question his decisions, especially considering the rarity with which he had the opportunity to even be in Ye Tai's presence. "We shall prepare for evacuation. The plan proceeds," Ye Tai stated calmly. Once nuclear-level weapons were employed, Lingwu City would undoubtedly cease to exist. Not only did the populace need to be evacuated, but they too were equally at risk. In the cavern, amidst the dim surroundings, Ye Linyuan switched off the communication device, his expression grave. "Commander, the higher-ups have ordered a withdrawal, and I faintly heard the sound of alarms." At this moment, Ye Linyuan had ascended several levels with 2 division leaders, joining those who had just descended. Yet, the formidable beasts of the abyss remained below, and on this level, more of these monstrous creatures had emerged, encircling them. "You heard correctly. Ye Tai intends to use nuclear-level weapons to pacify the cavern." Ye Linyuan inhaled deeply, his gaze icy. The current situation in the cavern was indeed dire, but it had not yet reached the point of requiring such extreme measures. What could possibly compel him to act with such urgency? "It seems we are to be forsaken." Ye Linyuan's voice resonated, followed by a member of the Demon Suppression Army sitting on the damp ground, suddenly bursting into laughter. Seeing his demeanor, the group fell silent, the atmosphere instantly thick with tension. "It is not yet time. I will lead you all out." Ye Linyuan grasped his long knife tightly, shouting resolutely, "Commander, it is futile. Once the protocol is initiated, the launch will occur within a mere 10 minutes. Given the current circumstances in the cavern, without the support of the Demon Suppression Army, our chances of escape are nearly non-existent. Commander, pay no heed to us. Your chances of survival are far greater alone than with our company." They spoke one after another, and even the 2 captains, their bones already visible, managed a faint smile. "Commander, your youth paired with such prowess marks you as the backbone of humanity in the future. Do not concern yourself with us." "Ha! Indeed, though I know not your true identity, I am certain you are a radiant sun within the military. To perish here would be a disgrace. Let us depart." Yet, Ye Linyuan remained oblivious to their words, his blade only swinging faster. All his masterful techniques, all his grand skills, none were held back. With every strike, even an ordinary grandmaster would find it difficult to withstand his assault. However, the beasts were far too numerous, and he could not slay them all. Moreover, the number of formidable beasts emerging from the depths continued to swell. The limitations of a single individual's strength became starkly apparent. For the first time, Ye Linyuan felt a sense of powerlessness. How he wished to be a saint in this moment. "Go, Commander!" The Demon Suppression Army shouted upon witnessing Ye Linyuan still battling the beasts. Ye Linyuan remained silent. Such sentiments of shared survival and promises of ascent felt overly sentimental. He could not voice them, yet his blade conveyed everything. Several members of the Demon Suppression Army rose, seizing their weapons, igniting the last remnants of their vitality to join the fray. Even the 2 captains stood, fully aware that their efforts might be in vain. Yet they still yearned to shed their last drop of blood in hopes of slaying a few more beasts. This state persisted for 2 to 3 minutes until the external alarms ceased. Their movements came to a halt, and they collapsed onto the ground, gazing up at the cave opening, where a faint light flickered, gradually magnifying. In this pitch-black abyss, it became increasingly blinding. Ye Tai, Ye Linyuan's throat erupted in a roar, his gaze as frigid as frost. He turned to the members of the Demon Suppression Army, his fury transforming into self-reproach as he quietly uttered, "I'm sorry. I have brought harm upon you all. Commander, this is not your fault. We fear not death. As soldiers, perishing on the battlefield is of little consequence. Yet, I feel that dying like this is far too suffocating." The beasts seemed to have been prepared, lying in wait for them. Damn it, to die not at the hands of the beasts, but rather by our own kind. And to do so in such an unclear manner. How utterly frustrating. The captain sighed deeply, his voice resonating with anger, helplessness, and an unyielding spirit. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Demon Suppression Army nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with resentment. "Commander, should you survive, do remember to inform me next year, so that I may find clarity in my demise. I am Chun Siming, colonel of the 72nd Division of the Southern Demon Suppression Army. A young man in his 30s chuckled lightly, jesting in the dire situation. How could one possibly survive in such circumstances? Yet, his words evoked laughter from the crowd. And I, Hong Bei Xiao, Lieutenant Colonel of the 41st Division of the Southern Demon Suppression Army, in the 7th Defense Line of the Western Demon Suppression Army, the leader of the Master Squad, in the East. A cacophony of voices resonated, leaving a profound impression upon Ye Linyuan's mind. He gazed into the subterranean realm, until everything before him was shrouded in a blinding light. In Jiangbei, Eastern City, within the military headquarters, the image of Lingwu City had been reduced to rubble. Yitai fixated on this scene, his eyelids twitching slightly. A voice echoed in his ears. Gene, comparison successful. Information modification underway, awaiting authorization. In the command room of the military headquarters, a mechanical voice resounded. Yibai placed his palm upon the holographic screen. Identity verification successful. Welcome to the military system. Yitai, observing this moment, finally allowed a hint of a smile to grace his stern visage. Fortunately, many years prior, Ye Linyuan's genetic material had been preserved, enabling him to gain authorization through it. Yi Bai's genetic information was retained within the military archives. In that instant, Yi Bai transformed back into the very individual who had enlisted years ago. Gene verification successful. Name Yi Bai. Affiliated military. Eastern. The cold, mechanical voice continued announcing, and within the military headquarters, Yi Tai's gaze remained fixed upon the screen, unblinking. I have endeavored to avoid any delays. Yet the plot must progress. It is unavoidable. Chapter 51. A nationwide sensation, the military's fury. How dare he, Yi Tai? In Jiangbei, a tremendous explosion rocked Lingwu City. This event nearly reverberated across the entire nation, as it involved the detonation of a nuclear-grade weapon. The sheer magnitude of such power is capable of obliterating an entire city. Within the span of merely 1 hour, the news erupted nationwide, drawing the gaze of every citizen towards Jiangbei. What, indeed, had transpired there? In this era of martial prowess, information travels with astonishing speed. Shortly after the incident, major newspapers, martial arts news outlets, and warrior forums were all quick to report the developments. According to the latest updates from Jiangbei, a significant explosion had occurred in the underground caverns of Lingwu City, and the Demon Suppression Army was desperately attempting to contain the situation, albeit with limited success. Mentalist warriors assessed that below there existed a multitude of aberrant beasts at various levels. Should they run amok, Lingwu City would fall within 20 minutes. And Jiangbei would face a massive invasion of these creatures within a single day. The danger assessment report indicated that the casualties could reach at least 10 million. In light of these dire circumstances, General Yi Tai, a 1-star general of Jiangbei, was compelled to issue an order for a nuclear strike. Prior to this, General Ye's son had ventured into the caverns in an attempt to seal the fissure. At this moment, across the nation, in every street and alley, on television screens, the same news was being broadcasted. The dissemination of this information captured the attention of the entire country. My goodness, such a significant incident has occurred in Jiangbei. No wonder Lingwu City has vanished from the map. The implications of a nuclear-grade weapon suggest that Lingwu City may soon become a new battleground. Such a level of assault had previously been strictly prohibited. Haven't you seen the reports? If they do not act, at least millions will perish, not to mention General Ye's son, who is still down there. It is said that General Yi must have wrestled with immense inner turmoil before making this decision. What a heavy burden. Rumor has it that Jiangbei has recently undergone a change in command, and that the new appointee is none other than Yi Tai's son. Could he be the one trapped below? What a shock. To be appointed as the supreme commander by the military, he must be a prodigy. Yet, he is now facing sacrifice. In an instant, the nation was engulfed in uproar. Some were astonished by Jiangbei's use of nuclear-grade weaponry, while others admired Yi Tai's noble intentions. Simultaneously, curiosity arose about whether the newly appointed commander of Jiangbei was indeed the one trapped in the caverns. If so, it would be a profound tragedy. The conflict to quell the underground turmoil had inflicted severe losses on the military, including the loss of Prodigy. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Jiangbei, eagerly awaiting the latest updates. In the capital, within the military headquarters, in a conference room, an elderly man with graying hair sat on a sofa, while a collection of newspapers lay spread out on the table. The Kyoto Daily, the Martial Artist Daily, and even the International Times. It was evident that the events in Jiangbei had reached Kyoto. Moreover, the international community was also closely monitoring the situation. After all, the use of nuclear-grade weaponry is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Such a level of weaponry is generally reserved for the gravest of circumstances, as its repercussions are immense. Jiangbei, what has transpired? Why has nuclear-grade weaponry been deployed so suddenly, while we in Kyoto remain in the dark? This incident has already reached international attention. Do you comprehend the extent of interest it has garnered? Xiao Shun gestured towards the newspaper on the table, still imbued with the scent of ink. His tone tinged with barely concealed anger. Such a monumental event in Jiangbei, and the military in Kyoto has received no information whatsoever. Whose decision is this? He could not believe it was Ye Linyuan, for he possessed unwavering confidence in Ye Linyuan's capabilities. He was a rising star of the military, a beacon of hope. With him present, no matter the scale of the crisis in Jiangbei, at the very least, the military in Kyoto would have been informed. Yet now, an entire city has vanished, and only now does Kyoto receive word. Marshal, rumors are spreading that a massive explosion occurred in Jiangbei's underground, and Ye Tai has employed nuclear-grade weaponry to restore order. Moreover, Ye Linyuan was still in the underground at that time. Before him, several high-ranking military officers sat, their expressions grave and troubled. One of the officers, facing Xiao Shun's inquiry, mustered the courage to speak. They all understood the significance of Ye Linyuan to the military, and he was also Xiao Shun's most favored rising star. He was destined to inherit the military's command. Yet now, he finds himself in the underground, subjected to indiscriminate nuclear attacks. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shun's gaze turned frigid, and the temperature in the conference room plummeted. The officers present felt as though countless blades hung above their heads, poised to strike at any moment. What did you just say? Xiao Shun nearly spat the words through clenched teeth, his entire being trembling with barely contained fury. A shadow loomed ominously behind him. Marshal, this news originates from Jiangbei. It is unlikely to be false, another officer interjected. Although it was a profoundly sorrowful revelation, it was the stark reality he had to convey. Just how dire was the situation in the underground that Ye Tai dared to utilize nuclear-grade weaponry? Xiao Shun staggered slightly, as if struck by an unseen force. Despite his rage, he yearned to summon Ye Tai to Kyoto immediately. However, the events had already unfolded. This was nuclear-grade weaponry. Even a martial sage would not dare assert a guaranteed survival. Ye Linyuan. The conference room fell into a suffocating silence, a tempest brewing within Xiao Shun. The officers exchanged glances, each silently lamenting the gravity of the situation. If Ye Linyuan were to perish, Ye Tai's fate would surely be equally grim. A one-star general, a provincial commander. Under extreme circumstances, it was indeed possible to deploy nuclear-grade weaponry without prior consultation. Yet, one must consider who was below them. It was not solely Ye Tai. Even they would be compelled to seek counsel in such a scenario. Report. Suddenly, amidst the silence of the conference room, an urgent voice rang out from outside. Enter. A commander from the Demon Suppression Army rushed in, acutely sensing the tension within the room. He hastily spoke. Marshal, General Ye's battle report has arrived. Ye Bai is alive and currently still at the Jiangbei military headquarters. He held a document in his hand, his excitement palpable. A general suddenly rose, seizing the battle report. In this campaign, the casualties among the Grandmaster warriors exceeded 700, with over 100 among the Great Masters. And the losses of the Demon Suppression Army surpassed 10,000. Furthermore, Ye Bai remains unscathed, yet the situation in the underground is dire. My son, Ye Linyuan, continues to fight valiantly in the depths, while I am deeply concerned for the survival of billions in Jiang, resorting to the use of nuclear-grade weapons. Ultimately, we must quell the underground menace. He read the battle report aloud, yet there was not a trace of joy on Xiao Shun's face. In fact, his expression grew increasingly grave. Ye Linyuan's previous remarks suggested that the Ye Bai of yesteryears was, in fact, Ye Linyuan. Thus, who exactly is the Ye Bai that Ye Tai speaks of? Someone inquired with a furrowed brow. Prepare the aircraft. Let the military's martial sage make a personal visit. Chapter 52. He is the star of the military, the pride of the military department. He is the blazing sun. In the Eastern Theater, at the military headquarters, Ye Linyuan listened to his subordinate's report, his expression shifting from shock to anger, and then to deep regret. He had deployed nuclear-grade weapons, and yet Ye Linyuan remained below. In that moment, Ye Linyuan felt his mind go blank. He had never anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. Even when he was in Jiangbei, fully aware of the unfolding events, he could not have foreseen this outcome. In his view, Ye Tai, despite his biases, was still a father, even if roles were reversed. Ye Tai would have had to address Ye Linyuan as commander. How could he dare? How could he summon the ruthlessness to use nuclear-grade weapons against the underworld, knowing that someone was still down there? At this moment, Ye Linyuan was overwhelmed with regret. He lamented not having brought Ye Linyuan back and regretted his own leniency at that time. Had he confronted Ye Tai on the spot, this tragic conclusion could have been avoided, preventing the loss of a prodigy, a martial arts genius for the Eastern Theater and the military. How was he to account for this to the military? With great difficulty, Ye Linyuan rose to his feet and staggered towards the exit. That scoundrel Ye Tai, how dare he? In the Eastern Theater, a plane took off, carrying Ye Linyuan's furious voice, drawing the attention of many members of the Demon Suppression Army. Commander, what has happened? Why such a lack of decorum? And that Ye Tai, is he not the general of Jiangbei? In Jiangbei, Dongcheng, after Lingwu City was reduced to ruins, most of the populace evacuated. Among them were the Jiang family, the Su family, and provincial governor Li Linyuan, all present in Dongcheng. Li Linyuan, too, had witnessed the events capturing the nation's attention, holding a newspaper in his hand. The expression on his face was beyond description. Ye Tai, what a ruthless heart. Li Linyuan's tone was thick with shock. The situation in the underworld was indeed perilous. Consequently, he had sought out Ye Tai and ultimately issued evacuation orders. Yet he had never expected that Ye Linyuan remained beneath the surface. Ye Tai had the audacity to utilize nuclear-grade weapons. Was this truly to quell the underworld, or simply to commit murder? If Ye Linyuan were to perish, the military would undoubtedly seek retribution. Ye Tai had squandered a promising hand. Zhao Zai sat on the sofa, equally astounded. Where did Ye Tai find the audacity to employ nuclear-grade weapons? Even without knowledge of Ye Linyuan's true identity, it hardly warranted the use of such weapons. This is dire. Zhao Zai suddenly rose, his tone strange as he said, I suspect the military has already received word. Given my identity here, they are likely to harbor suspicions. With that marshal's temperament, it would be best for me to leave. Li Linyuan furrowed his brow and reprimanded. Stop. You think leaving now will prevent the military from tracing your steps? It will only heighten their suspicions. Stay here obediently. When the military arrives, answer their questions truthfully, without concealment. Zhao Zai took a step forward, then abruptly halted, nodding in agreement. The military was enraged. Even the esteemed martial families were reluctant to provoke them. That marshal was the sole individual capable of penetrating the starry expanse, a true saint. In the Eastern City military headquarters, following the evacuation of Lingwu City, the Demon Suppression Army from Jiangbei was stationed here. Among them were Jiang Yuye, Su Rong, Ye Linyuan, and Su Yuhan, individuals of somewhat unique status from Lingwu City, escorted personally by the Demon Suppression Army. Yet now, they found themselves obstructed at the entrance of the military headquarters. Despite their awareness of the unfolding events and their desire to inquire for clarity, entry remained impossible. Even Su Rong was barred from entry. What was Ye Tai doing? The people outside were filled with both anger and anxiety. Meanwhile, the situation within the military headquarters was likely no better. With the crisis in Lingwu City resolved, most of the supporting Demon Suppression Army departed with heavy hearts. Some remained, awaiting an explanation from the Jiangbei military. Why had there been a sudden order to deploy nuclear-grade weaponry? Why had the officers and subordinates accompanying them met with such inexplicable fates? Inside the military headquarters, In a command room, only Ye Tai's most trusted confidants occupied the seats. Ye Tai had undergone a genetic exchange within the General's office, allowing Ye Bai to completely assume the identity of Ye Linyuan. This signified that all the accolades earned by Ye Linyuan 3 years prior were now attributed to Ye Bai. Remember, from this moment onward, you are Ye Bai, the same Ye Bai from 3 years ago in the East. Ye Tai solemnly instructed his son, imparting his numerous admonitions. Yes, father. Ye Bai nodded vigorously, his heart swelling with emotion. He had learned from Ye Tai that his elder brother had already attained the rank of general. No, more precisely, it was now his turn to ascend. In a few days, I will petition the military to keep you in Jiangbei. From this point forward, you must diligently cultivate. Do not step outside Jiangbei until you reach the Grand Sect. Ye Tai continued. Father, this time, I will not let you down, Ye Bai declared with a serious expression. Seeing this, Ye Tai finally revealed a satisfied smile. With Ye Linyuan deceased, Ye Bai was the sole heir. In the years to come, this identity would solidify. Jiangbei would undoubtedly belong to the Ye family. The military, too, could not be beyond Ye Bai's grasp. Contemplating this, Ye Tai couldn't help but let out a cold sneer inwardly. They believed that having grown their wings, they could challenge him, unaware that what he could grant, he could just as easily reclaim. Place your hand here. Now you must remember every significant achievement of yours. Ye Tai's smile faded as he turned to Ye Bai. Ye Bai complied, placing his palm on the military system. As the genetic verification proceeded, success was confirmed. Welcome to the military system, General Ye. Your current permissions have been unlocked to the highest level. Please proceed. The chilling mechanical voice resonated, capturing everyone's attention. They all understood that at this moment, Ye Bai was accessing information regarding Ye Linyuan. What sort of status would Ye Linyuan hold, having been suddenly appointed as the supreme commander of Jiangbei by the military? Not only they, but Ye Tai was particularly intrigued as well. His gaze fixated on the screen until a line of text emerged before him. Name Ye Bai. Age, 22. Military Department. Eastern. Rank, Star General. Combat Power Assessment, 6.5 stars. Meritorious Value, 7 million. Career Profile, Unlocked. Introduction. Commander of the 21st Division of the East. 6-star General of the Eastern Theater. Candidate for Chief Commander of the Eastern Theater, and one of the candidates for Marshal of the General Headquarters. Ranked first in Eastern Combat Power, first in Accomplishments, and first in Enemy Kills. On the cerulean luminescent screen, a cascade of information materialized. Accompanied by a chilling mechanical voice, it resonated throughout the command room. At that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the command room. All eyes were riveted on the information, expressions a mix of astonishment, shock, and bewilderment. Moreover, an overwhelming sense of fear surged forth, magnifying exponentially. Chapter 53. The Jiangbei Military Headquarters stands in utter shock. What have they done? The expansive command room was enveloped in a haunting silence. All eyes were fixed upon the screen, which displayed images from the military system. Ye Linyuan, the commander of the Eastern Theater, the heir apparent of the East, and the successor to the Marshal of the General Headquarters, stood before them. He was not only the highest ranked in combat prowess within the Eastern region, but also held the top position in military achievements, having claimed countless lives. At merely 22 years of age, he had attained the rank of a 6-star general. In this moment, an overwhelming sense of astonishment swept through the room, stirring tumultuous waves within their hearts. A 6-star general at the tender age of 22, with all metrics placing him at the zenith in the East. He was the youngest star general in the annals of martial history. Such a figure could rightfully be hailed as the pride of the military. What had the Jiangbei Military Headquarters done to allow such a beacon of hope to perish within their domain and, moreover, through their own hands using nuclear-grade weaponry in an indiscriminate strike? Within the conference room, apart from the flickering blue light, a suffocating silence prevailed, leaving everyone rooted in place, rendered speechless for an extended period. The individuals present were all confidants of Ye Tai, high-ranking officials of the Jiangbei military, none of whom had anticipated that Ye Linyuan would hold such a prestigious identity. Even with the military's abrupt decision to replace the leadership in Jiangbei, they had never fathomed this outcome. Beyond their previous impressions of Ye Linyuan, this revelation transcended the limits of their understanding. How could they conceive of a 22-year-old six-star general, a bearer of 1,000,000 military accomplishments? The implications of such news would not only send shockwaves throughout the nation, but also resonate internationally. It must be noted that even Ye Tai, as a provincial commander, was merely a one-star general. The atmosphere was chillingly silent. After an indeterminate span of time, a voice, laced with fury and disbelief, shattered the stillness. Impossible! This cannot be. How could this ungrateful son be a six-star general of the military? It is absolutely inconceivable. Ye Tai, consumed by a mixture of rage and astonishment, transitioned from shock to madness. He refused to believe that Ye Linyuan could achieve such heights. The young man had only been a soldier for 3 years since being retrieved. How could he ascend to the rank of a military general? Gazing at the images displayed on the military system, Ye Tai was far from elated. Rather, he seemed to teeter on the brink of insanity. If Ye Linyuan had merely been a brigadier general or a major general, he could still have subdued him with some effort alongside that martial saint. However, Ye Linyuan was a star general, a six-star general. How could Ye Tai rejoice? He understood that Ye Bai could never fill this void. Not even after 30 years would he be capable. Ye Tai's anguished exclamations jolted everyone from their stupor. Witnessing his frenzied demeanor sent a shiver through their spines. The military had lost such a stellar figure. Would the marshal simply let this go? In due time, none of them would be able to escape unscathed. As the crowd fell into a profound silence, Ye Tai spoke once more. Examine his dossier? Even with the truth laid bare before them, Ye Tai remained unwilling to accept it. He had the least confidence in his son, viewing him merely as a pawn. Yet, to his astonishment, that very son had suddenly risen to the rank of a high-ranking general, surpassing even his own military title. Ye Tai was not only unwilling to believe it, but also found it utterly unacceptable. In contrast, Ye Bai was momentarily taken aback, but unlike the others, his face radiated excitement and fervor. He understood the significance of such a military star, and thus his elation was palpable. However, what Ye Bai did not comprehend was that such a rank and such achievements were far beyond his capacity to bear. Even his father could not withstand them. Yet, upon hearing Ye Tai's words, Ye Bai quickly regained his composure, his gaze fixed upon the military system, his thoughts urging it to act. Command received, Your Excellency Ye Bai. Conducting inquiry now. The cold, mechanical voice echoed once more, and Ye Bai felt a profound respect emanating from the military system, stirring his emotions to a fever pitch. The others, however, were markedly different. Their attention returned to the soft blue light screen, where information regarding Ye Linyuan began to unfold in succession. In the year 397 of the martial era, joined the Eastern Demon Suppression Army. Ye Tai's gaze was riveted to the screen, where familiar data appeared, information he had previously accessed with his own authority. Thus, he was not surprised. What truly piqued his concern were the subsequent 2 years. His earlier access had only allowed him to view details from Ye Linyuan's first year of service, when he had just been commissioned as a second lieutenant. As the Grand General of Jiangbei, Ye Tai was acutely aware of the criteria for military rank promotions. Occasionally, transcending a single rank could be a lifetime endeavor for many. Hence, he believed that despite Ye Linyuan's formidable martial talent, he would at most be elevated to the rank of captain within 2 years. At most, he might achieve the status of a regimental officer. In no scenario could he have anticipated that Ye Linyuan would, in just 2 years, ascend to the rank of a 6-star general. Ye Tai inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain his composure as the information on the blue screen continued to evolve. In January of the year 398 of the martial era, a full-scale war erupted on the Eastern Front, marking the commencement of a large-scale extermination campaign led by foreign races. The 367th Division received an urgent command to join the 17th Defensive Line of the East, achieving a resounding victory on the 10th of this month, with Ye Linyuan slaying over 1,000 enemies, personally awarded by the commander of the Eastern 367th Division. In February of the same year, following the great triumph at the 17th Defensive Line, the 367th Division was tasked with supporting the 8th Defensive Line, achieving another great victory in April, with Ye Linyuan slaying over 10,000 enemies. From May to October of the same year, the 367th Division traversed various defensive lines, achieving victory in every engagement, with Ye Linyuan's tally reaching 870,000 slain enemies, his contributions exceeding 1 million. In November, as the fighting in the east subsided, the Eastern Grand General He Dingjun personally met with Ye Linyuan, promoting him to the rank of Major General due to his extraordinary achievements. Each piece of information flashed before them, causing all present to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. A near million enemies slain in a single year. In just 1 year, he had transformed from a mere soldier into a general, a metamorphosis forged through valor and merit. Such a figure was terrifying. His standing within the military was unimaginable. He had endured countless battles, slaying nearly 1 million enemies within a single year. He returned to the military headquarters, yet after merely a month back in Jiangbei, he met his demise in the depths of a cavern. Should this matter reach the ears of the military, it would undoubtedly incite their wrath. And it is not far-fetched to imagine the marshal himself descending to address the situation. In that moment, the dozens of commanding officers present felt their legs weaken and a chill creep down their spines. In the year 399 of the martial arts era, the information continued to flicker, each succinct introduction concealed within it the echoes of grand battles. In April of the year 400 of the martial arts era, Ye Linyuan was entrusted with the mission to traverse the eastern abyss, single-handedly striving to quell its chaos, only to encounter foreign adversaries, his strength teetering on the brink of martial sage. On that fateful day, Ye Linyuan vanquished his foes, sustaining grave injuries. Marshal Xiao Shun personally awarded him, bestowing upon him the title of 6-star general, heralding him as the Eastern Sun, the pride of the military, an unparalleled star of war. Subsequently, the military mandated a leave of absence for his recuperation. Chapter 54. The arrival of the martial saint of the military. Where is Ye Bai? Where is the star of command? Where is the leader? Under the blazing sun of the eastern region, the military headquarters shines as a beacon of unparalleled brilliance. This moment, the senior officials of the Jiangbei military are utterly stunned. Some have collapsed in their seats, paralyzed with shock. As confidants of Yitai, they are acutely aware of his ambitions, and he has no need for concealment. In their eyes, Ye Bai is the most suitable successor for the position of commander of Jiangbei, and they all wholeheartedly agree. Yet now, the identity of Ye Linyuan has taken everyone by surprise, leaving them in astonishment. What have they done? They have personally slain a rising star of the military, an unparalleled commander, a leader. What now for Ye? Ye commander? If the military were to discover this, calamity would surely follow. Ye Shan is the first to react, his face turning pale. At this moment, all information has been revealed, and the identity of Ye Linyuan has come to light. This is beyond their ability to suppress. If this matter is not handled properly, Jiangbei is likely to be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. The Jiangbei military is on the brink of a significant reckoning. Yitai gazes numbly at the pale blue screen, feeling as if all strength has been drained from his body. His expression is one of profound despondency. That was his son, a shining star of the military, a 6-star general, who he himself has buried in Lingwu City. Yitai remains seated, his expression shifting repeatedly before finally settling into shadowy resignation. He now harbors regrets, lamenting the decision to bring Ye Linyuan back. Had he not done so, he would still be the commander of Jiangbei, living in untroubled peace. Simultaneously, he is filled with resentment towards his eldest son, whom he never believed in or cared for. Why must he prove himself so fiercely? Regret has come too late. Yitai slowly turns his head, and the eyes of those present are fixed upon him. Suddenly, he smiles faintly and states, "What is there to worry about? There is only one Ye Bai, right before your eyes." He understands that Ye Linyuan's identity cannot be concealed, and Ye Bai cannot be replaced. Yet at this juncture, he finds himself without choices. He can only pray that the martial saint will suppress this matter and allow Ye Bai to remain in Jiangbei until he possesses the ability to replace his elder brother. Upon hearing this, everyone is momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ye Bai in astonishment. Commander Ye this. The crowd cannot help but feel anxious. Previously, it might have been acceptable, but now a six-star general has turned into an innate martial artist. A military star, forged in the fires of battle, has transformed into a pampered young master of a prestigious family. How could this possibly be concealed? The military is not foolish. Ye Tai's loyal confidants, unwavering in their support for him at all times, now find their resolve wavering in this moment of crisis. What is there to fear? After the campaign concluded, I have already sent a report to the military, informing them of Ye Bai's survival. After enduring this fierce battle, one could easily fabricate an excuse to evade scrutiny for several years, especially with the intervention of Ye Bai's esteemed mentor. What is there to fear in retaining such a presence? Ye Tai feigned composure, yet uncertainty gnawed at him from within. He had learned from the renowned martial sage that Ye Linyuan had ascended to the rank of general. Given his standing, it would be somewhat challenging to maintain a general in Jiangbei, but not entirely unfeasible. Firstly, Ye Bai was his own son, making his presence in Jiangbei quite reasonable. Secondly, it was the martial sage himself who had made this request, and to his astonishment, Ye Linyuan turned out to be a general star, an impressive six-star rank, having even been personally received by Shaoshun. The mere thought sent shivers down Ye Tai's spine and made his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had violated a heavenly decree. For the time being, he had no choice but to proceed as planned, concealing the truth for as long as possible. Did that martial sage know the current situation? At this moment, the command room was enveloped in a somber atmosphere, and a heart-stopping conversation was underway. Any disclosure, even a single word, could lead to dire consequences. From this day forth, you shall remain at home, and without my permission, you are forbidden to step outside, unless you achieve the great sect realm. Ye Tai turned to gaze at Ye Bai, who was still lost in the euphoria of becoming a general star in the military. His mind was filled with visions of the future, completely oblivious to the gravity of their conversation. Yes, father. He finally responded, snapping back to reality and nodding earnestly. Ye Tai inhaled deeply, his expression grave. What lay ahead was the challenge of navigating the military's response. With narrowed eyes, he first commanded that Ye Bai be escorted away, while he prepared to seek out the martial sage once more. Outside the military headquarters, a group hurriedly exited, instantly drawing the attention of all around them. Leading the charge was none other than Ye Tai, clad in military uniform. Jiang Yi, upon spotting Ye Tai, approached with palpable fury. Ye Tai, how dare you employ nuclear-grade weaponry? Are you truly unafraid of a thorough investigation by the military? Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. How could you resort to nuclear means against Ye Linyuan for the sake of Ye Bai? Others may believe you act to quell the abyss. But what is your true intent? Jiang Yuye's voice rang out, capturing the attention of many. Those members of the Demon Suppression Army who had yet to depart were awaiting an explanation from the Jiangbei military. Upon hearing Jiang Yuye's words, their expressions turned peculiar. The use of nuclear-grade weaponry. Was there a hidden agenda? What of those who accompanied them? Had they perished at the jaws of otherworldly beasts, or at the hands of Ye Tai? This thought flickered briefly in the minds of most before dissipating. Ye Tai, already apprehensive about the potential exposure of this matter, found his anger reach new heights at Jiang Yuye's indiscreet remarks. You old fool, this is the military. Your audacity to slander and sow discord among the ranks is a capital offense. Guards, take this old man out and execute him. Anger flared on Ye Tai's stern visage as he spoke loudly. In swift order, several guards advanced to seize Jiang Yuye. Ha ha ha. Having lived for over 90 years, I have never encountered a person like you, Ye Tai. Even at the brink of death, do you not feel remorse? Jiang Yuye laughed heartily, showing no fear as he allowed several guards to escort him away. Meanwhile, Su Yuhan, Ye Linyuan, and several distinguished individuals from Lingwu City gazed upon this scene with astonishment. Although Jiang Yuye was merely a master, his medical prowess had forged numerous beneficial connections. How audacious of Ye Tai to attempt to kill him so openly. Under the scrutiny of those present, Ye Tai's gaze turned chillingly cold, sweeping over the onlookers with an unsettling aura. Observing this, Ye Tai chose to say no more and strode out of the military headquarters, intent on leaving. Yet, at that very moment, a voice thundered over the military compound and throughout the entirety of East City, akin to the rumble of celestial thunder. Where is Ye Bai? Where is the Star of Destiny? Where is the commander? Chapter 55. The Martial Sage's Inquiry, the Truth Revealed to All. In the Eastern City military headquarters, Ye Tai strode purposefully, preparing to seek out the martial sage and devise a strategy for confronting the military. Those present were astonished by Ye Tai's resolute and ruthless actions. Did he truly dare to kill Jiang Yuya? This was the prevailing thought among the people from Lingwu City. Meanwhile, the demon-suppressing army, who had yet to depart but had arrived to offer support, found themselves in a state of utter bewilderment. What had transpired in the cavern? What actions had the Jiangbei military undertaken? The sudden deployment of nuclear-level weaponry left them without any explanation. And what of the deceased? They cast wary glances at Ye Tai's grim visage, yet dared not inquire further. The general of Jiangbei seemed to have been consumed by rage. This only deepened their confusion. Just as Ye Tai descended the steps, a voice seemed to resonate from the heavens, overpowering the military headquarters and the entirety of Eastern City. It reverberated like thunder, rolling forth. Where is Ye Bai? Where is the Star General? Where is the commander? This voice, imbued with celestial authority, echoed throughout the vast military headquarters. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze skyward. Even Ye Tai could not help but halt his advance. In the azure sky, a figure cloaked in flames, towering over 100 feet, descended with grand strides. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the figure landed, creating a substantial crater in the steel-forged ground. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd was momentarily stunned. The newcomer was none other than a martial sage. This was Qi Zheng, ranked 6th on the military's sacred list and 9th in the national combat power rankings. An 8-star general. My word, a martial sage from the military has arrived. What did this mean? Uncertainty loomed, yet excitement bubbled forth. Who would have thought they would witness the prowess of a martial sage in their lifetime? Something felt decidedly amiss. The newcomer, garbed in battle attire, possessed an imposing stature. His chiseled face bore the marks of a sculptor's hand, exuding an aura of authority as if a king had descended. The 8 resplendent military insignias on his uniform were vividly rendered and carried an air of solemnity and pressure. Judging by his appearance, he appeared to be in his 40s. Yet in this era of advanced martial arts, one would need to add another 20 or 30 years to that estimate. His presence commanded recognition from all present, for he was indeed a martial sage of the military, ranked 9th in the national combat power standings. His voice echoed throughout the military headquarters, reaching Ye Bai, who had not yet entirely departed, igniting a surge of excitement within him. He nearly stepped forward in response, but the officers escorting him were taken aback and quickly restrained him. Qi Zheng's gaze swept across the scene, ultimately settling on the departing Ye Tai. In that instant, Ye Tai felt a chill run down his spine, as if a dagger were poised at his back. An ominous premonition unfurled in his heart. Ye Tai, where's the military Star General? Qi Zheng inquired, his tone devoid of discernible emotion, yet tinged with an unmistakable hint of inquiry. The path to becoming a martial sage is stratified into levels, ranging from 1 to 9. Qi Zheng, indeed, was a 6th-level martial sage. The military marshal in question is a genuine 9th-level martial sage. He has been dispatched on a mission to retrieve the military star and is well acquainted with the unfolding events from the military's perspective. This knowledge sends a chill down Qi Zheng's spine. He has encountered this extraordinary military star and is aware of its significance. It represents the pinnacle of the military's aspirations, viewed as the hope for this era of martial arts. Now, having been struck by nuclear-grade weaponry, could he possibly remain unperturbed or refrain from indignation? However, the pressing matter at hand is to discern the identity of Ye Bai mentioned in Ye Tai's battle report. General Ye Tai stammered, turning with great difficulty, his voice trembling. The martial sage has personally arrived. How could Ye Linyuan be so esteemed by the military? And now he stands before a sage demanding answers. In this moment, Ye Tai finds himself at a loss for words. Where is the military star? Qi Zheng's voice rose, reverberating like thunder in Ye Tai's ears. Not only Ye Tai, but all those present were taken aback. The martial sage's approach was undeniably fierce. Ye Bai, having just endured a fierce battle and sustained grievous injuries, is presently recuperating. Steeling himself, Ye Tai attempted to speak, but his words fell flat. He was acutely aware that the outcome had likely been predetermined with the arrival of this martial sage. Then take me to see him. Qi Zheng's mounting fury became palpable, as if the military's assertions were indeed correct, that beneath the ground lay their military star. Initially, both the military and he harbored a glimmer of hope. After all, he was the youngest six-star general in history. Even with tenfold courage, Ye Tai would not dare to unleash indiscriminate nuclear strikes. Yet, the current situation suggests otherwise. General, my son is gravely wounded. The doctor advises he must rest and recuperate. After some time, once he is healed, I will ensure he returns to the military. If that is acceptable? Ye Tai's facial muscles twitched violently. As a leading figure of a major sect, he was experiencing fear for the first time. His voice quivered lightly as he spoke. What? Is it also not permissible for me to have a glance? Qi Zheng stepped forward, a glimmer of lethal intent flashing in his eyes. The onlookers were stunned. The military sage, it seems, harbors murderous intent towards a military general. What could this imply? Ye Tai felt as if countless blades were poised against his skin, as if at any moment they would pierce through him. Ye Tai, our military star Ye Bai, should we now refer to him as Ye Linyuan? Is he truly grievously injured, or has he been indiscriminately struck by nuclear-grade weaponry? Qi Zheng pressed again, his tone growing increasingly impatient. This inquiry shattered Ye Tai's mental defenses, causing him to tremble. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but it vanished almost instantly. Simultaneously, those present felt a profound shock resonate within them. Following the quelling of the underground with nuclear-grade weaponry, reports from Lingwu City were swiftly disseminated, stating that it was not Ye Linyuan who perished beneath the surface. Was it? What relevance does this have to Ye Bai? Is he not the son most favored by Ye Tai, having returned from 3 years of military service to be promoted to major in Jiangbei? As for Ye Linyuan, was he not the one cast out by Ye Tai? How has he now become an unparalleled star in the military? Father, he has come seeking me, compelling me to emerge with such aggression. What does this signify? At this moment, Ye Bai, who had been hiding nearby, could no longer contain himself. In his eyes, Ye Tai's silhouette loomed like a mountain, forever standing in his path. Witnessing his father being subjected to such questioning, rendered speechless, was an unbearable sight for him. Simultaneously, within the confines of his understanding, he recognized the prestigious status of a military star, yet remained oblivious to its deeper implications. Ye Bai's sudden appearance captured the attention of all present. Qi Zheng's gaze shifted to him, and his brows furrowed intensely. So he is Ye Bai? Thus, it must have been Ye Linyuan who enlisted back then. And it was also Ye Linyuan who was subjected to indiscriminate strikes by nuclear-level weaponry. Qi Zheng lost his composure on the spot. An aura befitting a martial saint erupted from him, with his divine form behind him resembling a resplendent sun, blindingly radiant. Chapter 56. The Fury of the Military. I come from hell. It is I, Ye Bai proclaimed loudly. Yet he could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension in the face of the formidable presence of the martial saint. Well, Ye Tai, how dare you, as a provincial commander, resort to nuclear weaponry? Do you comprehend the significance of this military star for the military and the future of humanity? Qi Zheng's tone brimmed with rage. A murderous intent surged forth. However, he ultimately refrained from taking action. Firstly, the military was only aware of the matters concerning his brother in the army. They were oblivious to Ye Tai's motivation behind deploying nuclear weapons, which was to claim the military merits of Ye Linyuan. Secondly, Ye Tai, being a figure of great accomplishments and a provincial commander, was a one-star general of the military. Even if he had committed a grave error, he would have to await the military's judgment. It was inconceivable to execute a general with 1,000,000 merits on the spot. As for Ye Bai, Qi Zheng merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Ye Tai opened his mouth, his lips trembling. With Ye Bai's appearance, his aspirations for Ye Linyuan's military accomplishments had become utterly unattainable. Now, he could only hope that the military would not conduct a thorough investigation. After all, his justification for using nuclear weapons was to quell the underground menace. Even if the military pursued an inquiry, he should not be sentenced to death. Ye Tai harbored such delusions, yet the moment Ye Linyuan's identity was revealed, he had already surmised the truth. If anyone else had been involved in the underground matter, the military would not have condemned them to death. But beneath lay Ye Linyuan. He was a person of great importance to Xiao Shun, a military star. Prepare for the military's accountability, Qi Zheng coldly remarked, then reported the incident directly to the military. In the military headquarters of the capital, Xiao Shun listened to the report, his expression dark and foreboding. Beneath the underground, they truly had a peerless military star. "Marshal, what shall we do now?" a general inquired. Xiao Shun sat in silence, burdened with profound gravity. "Summon Ye Tai to the capital. I shall interrogate him personally." The general nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "Marshal, the military system just displayed that Ye Linyuan's information was just queried, and the location was at the Jiangbei military headquarters." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shun's gaze sharpened like a blade, fixating on the general. Who possesses such authority in Jiangbei? Or is it that he did not perish? Xiao Shun asked. It is feared that he did not. Following the emergence of this situation, the military personnel immediately initiated a thorough investigation. Ultimately, they discovered that the genes Ye Linyuan left at the military headquarters were altered. The perpetrator employed exceptionally clever methods. Had this incident not occurred, the military might have remained oblivious for some time, the general elaborated. Thus, it was evident that the individual who conducted the inquiry was not Ye Linyuan, but someone else entirely. To dare to infiltrate the military. It appears this matter is far more complex than it seems, Xiao Shun murmured to himself, his eyes narrowing slightly. After a considerable time, he finally spoke in the calmest of tones. Initiate an immediate and thorough investigation. Regardless of who is implicated, I demand an honest report. I want them to comprehend the dire consequences of provoking the unrivaled star of our military. Consequences that no one can afford to bear. Upon receiving the command from Xiao Shun, everyone in the military department was plunged into a flurry of activity, as the entire capital brewed with the promise of an impending storm, ready to strike at any moment. In Jiangbei, at the Eastern City Military Department, Qi Zheng completed his report and awaited further orders from the military. Meanwhile, Ye Tai and everyone in the Jiangbei military were forcefully retained within the department. At that moment, a plane roared in from above, and He Dingjun leaped down. "Damn you!" Ye Tai. Upon spotting Ye Tai sitting on the ground, He Dingjun strode forward and seized him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. "How dare you? My unparalleled genius from the East has been ruined by your hands. Are you here to pacify the abyss? Or do you intend to bestow your military merits upon your younger son?" He Dingjun, having been privy to the events during his time in Jiangbei, immediately connected the dots upon hearing the news and angrily confronted Ye Tai. His words left everyone present in stunned silence. Even Qi Zheng was taken aback. The implication that Ye Tai had employed nuclear-grade weaponry to kill, thereby appropriating Ye Linyuan's military achievements for Ye Bai, sent chills down their spines. The audacity of sacrificing one's own son for the sake of another's accolades was unfathomable, especially given that he was a star of the military. "You vile liar. He Dingjun, do not slander me. That is my son, my own flesh and blood." Ye Tai reacted vehemently, clashing with He Dingjun. Despite his anger, He Dingjun noted the presence of the military's martial sage and realized he had more pressing matters to attend to. "Damn it, await the military's thorough investigation. I shall see how long you can maintain your defiance." After speaking, He Dingjun saluted the martial sage with a simple military gesture and swiftly boarded the plane, heading toward the ruins. In the aftermath of the nuclear strike, Lingwu City stood devoid of skyscrapers, the landscape littered with debris and the carcasses of exotic beasts. At the sight of the abyss, the entrance had been blasted open, its expanse stretching beyond sight. A faint blue glow emanated from below, revealing that the fissures had indeed been widened by the nuclear weaponry. Soon, Lingwu City would transform into a new battlefield. Beneath the abyss, where the entrance had collapsed into an unfathomable depth, a subtle tremor was felt. Ye Linyuan's form had become indistinct, nearly shattered, with only a glimmer of gold radiating from his remaining skin. The martial technique he had cultivated preserved a flicker of life within him. Green vitality emerged from his myriad wounds, signaling the activation of his grand technique, regeneration, continuously mending his body. From this day forth, you shall be a member of the Demon Suppression Army. Diligent practice is essential to gain the strength to combat the aberrant beasts. Yes, Commander, the training is arduous, each day filled with monotonous drills and the breathing techniques imparted by our instructor day after day. Are you having regrets? No, this is my dream. As that glimmer of light approached, the officers accompanying Ye Linyuan were the first to be engulfed by it. As it dissipated, their mental energies were unleashed. Ye Linyuan glimpsed the original intention behind their joining the Demon Suppression Army within their spiritual realm. Today, they did not perish at the jaws of the aberrant beasts. Instead, they met their demise at the hands of Ye Tai. Time passed, second by second, and Ye Linyuan's injuries steadily improved, until fully restored his eyes, sharp as blades, slowly opened. Ye Tai, I have emerged from the depths of hell. Are you prepared? Let us conclude with 2 chapters today. I shall endeavor to finish this storyline tomorrow. Chapter 57, the target of many, once a great general, now an infamous villain. Within the depths of the cave, an intense vitality was awakening. Ye Dingjun arrived at the Eastern City military headquarters, harboring fury towards Ye Tai. Yet his greater desire was to venture into the cave and locate Ye Linyuan. Despite recognizing the minuscule probability of success, nearly non-existent, he was compelled by hope. The devastation wrought by nuclear-grade weapons was monumental. Even a martial saint would hesitate to claim absolute survival in such circumstances. Though Ye Dingjun departed the Eastern City military headquarters, he carried with him a piece of news that ignited suspicion among all. Ye Tai's deployment of nuclear-grade weapons. Was it to pacify the cave or to commit murder? This question inevitably aroused doubt, as those in the upper echelons of the military understood that, while the situation in the cave was dire, it had not escalated to the point of necessitating nuclear intervention. If viewed from a different perspective, many might swiftly come to a realization. However, everyone was acutely aware that those beneath the cave were Ye Linyuan, the beloved son of Ye Tai. Could he truly wield such weapons against his own child? In the military headquarters, Qi Zheng sat in a conference room, facing all the senior officials of the Jiangbei military. Ye Dingjun's words had sown seeds of doubt in his mind, and news from Kyoto had reached him, indicating that the matter was far more complex than it appeared. Ye Tai, I ask you one last time, what is the purpose of your use of nuclear-grade weapons? The lights in the conference room flickered, casting an oppressive atmosphere akin to an interrogation scene, especially under the scrutiny of a martial saint. General, thousands of formidable beasts emerged from the cave, and the situation was critical. The lives of hundreds of millions in Jiangbei rested upon my decision. I had no choice but to make this call. Ye Tai, now far from his former glory as a provincial commander and a 1-star general, found himself justifying his actions in the face of a martial saint's inquiry. When the martial saint had descended upon the military, Ye Tai had indeed panicked. However, upon reflection, he recognized the unique identity of Ye Linyuan, who embodied the military's greatest hope. Yet, he also understood that as long as his substitution of military credit remained concealed, he would face no significant repercussions. In the battlefield, death was a certainty for all. Every individual stood on equal footing. What significance did Ye Linyuan's rank as a 6-star general hold? In the face of military accountability, the most that could be said was that he had mismanaged his command. No accusations of deliberate murder or usurpation of merit would surface. Qi Zheng's gaze was icy as he scrutinized Ye Tai. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, he coldly commanded, "Enter." As his words echoed, the door to the conference room swung open abruptly. Jiang Yuye stepped inside, causing Ye Tai's expression to harden in shock. This old man, hadn't he been eliminated? The urgency with which Ye Tai had sought to eliminate Jiang Yuye stemmed from his awareness that Jiang might have discovered his intentions to have Ye Bai usurp Ye Linyuan's merits. After all, Ye Linyuan had spent considerable time in the Jiang household after leaving the Yi family, and Jiang Yuye had consistently expressed his dissatisfaction towards him, often laced with veiled sarcasm. Jiang Yuye. Yi Tairu was struck by lightning, momentarily rendered speechless. Not just him, but the entire Jiangbei military command was equally astonished. Old Master, are you aware of the circumstances? Qi Zheng inquired. Presently, the capital had ordered a thorough investigation, causing all martial families in the capital to adopt a low profile, fearful of being targeted by Xiao Shun. Naturally, this scrutiny fell upon Jiangbei and, by extension, upon him. Regarding Jiang Yuye, Qi Zheng, even without having met him in person, had heard of the name, the Jiangbei medical family. How could Ye Tairu claim he could kill so casually? This raised his doubts. General, I am well aware that Ye Linyuan has spent most of his time in Jiangbei and my Jiang family. Jiang Yuye articulated each word with precision. Jiang Yuye. Ye Tairu's voice trembled. He wished to defend himself, but was at a loss for words. General, after Ye Linyuan returned from military service, Ye Tairu insisted that he surrender his 3 years of military achievements to Ye Bai. Furthermore, Ye Tairu personally added Ye Bai's name to the enlistment list and orchestrated Ye Linyuan's enlistment for his brother, all to render the situation justifiable. Every word from Jiang Yuye struck like a dagger, continuously piercing the hearts of the Jiangbei elite. He recounted the conversation he had with Ye Linyuan that day, which was sufficient. Until Jiang Yuye uttered the final word, the entire conference room fell into an eerie silence. Qi Zheng's expression darkened to an extreme, his breath becoming notably rapid. He had contemplated numerous scenarios, yet this was not among them. General, how can we trust his solitary testimony? I have defended Jiangbei for over 20 years. The military knows me well. How could I commit such an act? Ye Tairu's voice rose, his cold countenance flushed with indignation. Indeed, General, Jiang Yuye is clearly attempting to frame General Yi. Absolutely. I believe this significant incident in Jiangbei's underworld is also connected to Jiang Yuye. Could it be he has colluded with foreign tribes? General, I propose we execute Jiang Yuye immediately. As Ye Tairu's words echoed, they were met with fervent agreement from the Jiangbei High Command, who began to cast accusations. Enough of your nonsense. I have never encountered such brazen shamelessness. Jiang Yuye exclaimed in anger, taken aback. Qi Zheng coldly observed the scene and commanded, bring Ye Bai in. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Everyone looked at Qi Zheng in confusion, unsure of his intentions. As the words settled, several guards ushered Ye Bai into the room. At that moment, Ye Bai began to grasp the terrifying nature of his elder brother's identity. The fearsome reputation of his father, towering like a mountain in his eyes, was now compelled to bow before this reality. Joy had fled, replaced by an overwhelming sense of hatred directed at Ye Linyuan for dragging the Yi family into this turmoil. Place your hand on the table, Qi Zheng instructed. News from the capital had just arrived, revealing that Ye Linyuan's genes had been altered. If the information pertains to the military, it is undoubtedly linked to Ye Linyuan, and there is no need for further elaboration. However, this raises a new dilemma. Ye Tai's desire to alter the military's genetic codes and authority levels is wholly insufficient. Therefore, it is plausible that there exists a formidable figure behind Ye Tai. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai, trembling, placed his hand on the console, and in the next moment, the military system was instantly activated. Ding! Your Excellency Ye Bai, welcome to the military system. Gene verification in progress. Verification successful. Your current identity is that of a 6-star general in the military, with the following access privileges. The cold, mechanical voice resonated, leaving Ye Tai and all senior officials in Jiangbei utterly stunned, a chill creeping into their hearts. Chapter 58. Arriving with intent to kill, Xiao Shun. Let him be. Ye Tai, along with all the high-ranking officials of Jiangbei, fixed their gaze upon the military system, particularly Ye Tai, who at that moment resembled a wooden statue, standing motionless in place. The scene he had longed to see most had become the final straw that broke the camel's back, delivering a fatal blow to him. Ye Tai, how dare you commit such an atrocity to wield nuclear-level weaponry. And down there lies your son. Upon witnessing this scene, Qi Zheng, despite his reluctance, could not help but comprehend the gravity of the situation. Ye Tai had orchestrated this earth-shattering event for the sake of Ye Bai. Ye Tai stood there, at a loss for words. Qi Zheng cast a cold glance and strode out, leaving the entire conference room enveloped in silence. The situation had been completely exposed, and the wrath of the military was sure to follow. In the capital, the military headquarters, Qi Zheng promptly reported the events transpiring in Jiangbei. This ignited Xiao Shun's fury. He immediately ordered Qi Zheng to bring Ye Tai to the capital. Furthermore, a public announcement was to be made. Given the magnitude of the incident in Jiangbei, with an entire city and a military prodigy vanishing, an explanation was imperative. After issuing these two commands, Xiao Shun sat in silence at his post. The loss of such a military genius weighed heavily on his heart. The military announcement sent shockwaves and outrage throughout the nation, igniting a frenzy across all news outlets and martial arts forums. I can't believe it. A 6-star general in his 20s, personally appointed by the marshal. The pride of the military was actually struck down by nuclear-level weaponry. How could Ye Tai be so ruthless? Ye Linyuan is his son. How could he bear to do this? I had previously regarded Ye Tai as noble, sacrificing his own son for the survival of the nation, only to discover that he acted solely for the sake of his younger son. My heavens, this event has left me astounded for an entire year. The youngest general of the military, potentially our hope for humanity, has been destroyed by his own hand. Execute Ye Tai! Execute Ye Tai! Execute Ye Tai! As soon as the announcement was released, the country erupted in turmoil. It is important to note that after the adaptation of nuclear-level weaponry, it captured the attention of all. According to the previous announcement from Jiangbei, many had believed Ye Tai to be noble, sacrificing his son to save millions in Jiangbei. Yet, it was revealed that Ye Tai had ordered the use of nuclear-level weaponry to ensure his younger son reaped the accolades meant for his elder son. Particularly after Ye Linyuan's identity was fully disclosed, it incited even greater national outrage. He was a general of the military, a beacon of hope for humanity. And now he had been destroyed by Ye Tai. The uproar was not limited to martial artists. News, newspapers, and television broadcasts were all covering this story. In less than half an hour, the news had spread throughout the nation, inciting extreme anger among the populace. Many demanded the execution of Ye Tai, their voices echoing relentlessly. Meanwhile, a domestic news segment is currently broadcasting the latest developments in Lingwu City. First and foremost, the topic of nuclear-grade weaponry arises, alongside the formidable military figure, Ye Linyuan. Even in its ruin, Lingwu City possesses newsworthy significance. Below us lies the city, ravaged by nuclear strikes, now utterly transformed into desolation. It is heartbreaking to report that the battle in Lingwu City has resulted in casualties exceeding 10,000, and even the loss among the grandmasters reaches into the hundreds. Moreover, one of the youngest 6-star generals, handpicked by Marshal Xiao Shun, has perished. This news segment garners considerable attention. The events unfolding in Lingwu City are of such magnitude that it is nearly impossible to remain indifferent. Among the broadcast, a plane hovers above, from which personnel clad in military uniforms descend. Among them is He Dingjun. In this era of martial arts, the genetic locks of warriors have been shattered, leading to profound changes in their physiques. The repercussions of nuclear-grade weaponry seem negligible for these martial artists. Dingjun steps down, flanked by several Eastern officers and a girl who appears to be around 18 or 19. General He, the coordinates have been established. We are approximately 500 meters from the original location of the cave, one officer states, gesturing toward the front while holding a tablet. He Dingjun nods and strides forward, each step laden with gravity. The survival rate in the wake of nuclear strikes is exceedingly low, yet he clings to the hope that Ye Linyuan has survived. Witnessing this scene, several officers follow suit. This moment is captured by the news cameras, leaving many viewers in a profound silence, for they recognize He Dingjun, the Eastern commander. Observing his sorrowful demeanor, even those watching the broadcast are affected. It becomes clear that General He bears the greatest sorrow. Indeed, General Ye had served in the Eastern Forces for 3 years, embodying the spirit of the East, and He undoubtedly held him in high regard. The Ye family has shown themselves to be ungrateful. After 3 years of fierce combat, General Ye returns to such treatment. What a disgrace. It is not merely a recent occurrence. I have heard that General Ye was never truly valued by the Ye family, as if Ye Tai never regarded him as a son. The crowd is filled with both anger and lamentation. After all, the events have transpired, and no words can alter the reality. The only recourse may be to bring the culprits to justice. At the scene, He Dingjun stands at the edge of the vast cave entrance, gazing downward. A wave of sorrow envelopes him as he stares intently at the depths below. General, the cave has completely collapsed. It is nearly impossible to delve further. An officer hesitantly murmurs. Upon hearing this, He Dingjun's form sways, as if he might collapse at any moment. The girl standing behind instinctively covers her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears. Upon becoming an officer, one is afforded various privileges within the military. For instance, the house, salary subsidies, and the essentials of life. The young girl before us is responsible for attending to Ye Linyuan's daily needs. Izwa, it's time to return, someone reminded. He Dingjun stood there in contemplation for a long while, only taking a step back after a moment. Is this how I, in the prime of my youth, am to perish? He Dingjun questioned, his spirits plummeting. The officer behind him sighed, unable to offer a word of comfort. Suddenly, a strange sound erupted from the depths of the cavern. A powerful surge of energy emanated from below, as if something were poised to break free from the earth. In that instant, He Dingjun, the news broadcasters, the satellite images from the Jiangbei military headquarters, and even Kyoto were all thrown into a frenzy. How could there still be energy fluctuations in the cavern after a nuclear-level strike? The entire cavern trembled violently. The energy was intensifying, drawing ever closer, causing the hearts of all present to race uncontrollably. Chapter 59. The Greatest Reckoning, Blade, Fury against the Rebellious Father. What on earth has transpired? Could it be that the fissures beneath the earth have widened, heralding the arrival of more formidable beasts or alien races? Impossible. Based on historical precedents for the deployment of nuclear-grade weaponry, the formation of a new battlefield typically requires at least 6 months. So what could this mean? Is there truly something poised to emerge from below? Could it be that a powerful alien race has eluded the devastation wrought by nuclear-grade weapons? Foolishness. Under the might of such weapons, an entire city is reduced to ruins. Who could possibly survive that? At this moment, those watching the news report were utterly astonished. Such a situation had never been encountered before. The emergence of a new battlefield following the use of nuclear-grade weapons typically necessitates a year or at least 6 months. It cannot be happening so swiftly. Not only the news segment, but also the satellite surveillance feeds from various military departments captured this anomalous occurrence. In Kyoto, at the general headquarters, an urgent voice broke through the air. Marshal! Marshal! A general rushed in, while Xiao Shun remained seated, lost in a sea of sorrow. What is it? Hearing the urgent call, Xiao Shun gradually regained his composure and asked with a calm tone. There has been unusual activity in the Jiangbei caverns. It appears something is about to emerge. The visitor reported immediately. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shun sprang to his feet, hastily exiting the room in just a few strides. The next moment, he found himself in the command center of the military, for he understood that after the deployment of nuclear-grade weapons, no beast could survive, nor can new battlefield evolve so swiftly. Otherwise, the very purpose of nuclear-grade weapons would be rendered meaningless. Thus, the unusual activity reported from below might zoom in, provide me with the clearest and most direct view. Xiao Shun exclaimed, his voice laced with excitement, for he had envisioned a possibility. Were it anyone else, he would not have believed it. But this was Ye Linyuan. He was the pride of their military, a paragon who had ascended to the rank of 6-star general in merely 3 years. What is impossible? In Jiangbei, at the Eastern City military headquarters, Qi Zheng returned to the conference room after reporting to the military. According to the military's directives, he was to bring Ye Tai back to Kyoto for thorough interrogation. However, at that moment, the satellite imagery suddenly revealed unusual activity, capturing his attention as well as that of the Jiangbei High Command in Yitai. At the sight of the caverns, the earth trembled and the energy intensified. Under the watchful eyes of all, the caverns suddenly erupted. Boom! Debris soil, and the fragmented remains of beasts obliterated by nuclear-grade weapons flew forth in a chaotic explosion. It was at this precise moment that the onlookers discerned a blinding flash of light, a blade of overwhelming force. It was a manifestation of tempest, lightning, and flame, amalgamated into a blade of several dozen meters that burst forth from the earth. The brilliance of this blade was blinding and immense, cleaving towards the heavens as if to rend the very sky asunder. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the screen, striving to comprehend the extraordinary events unfolding before them. In the aftermath of earth, rubble, and remnants scattered across the ground, a figure leapt forth from the depths of the cavern. His garments were tattered, scarcely concealing his vital parts, revealing a physique of formidable musculature. He was a man, a human being, surviving the onslaught of nuclear weaponry. Who could he possibly be? My goodness, he was strikingly handsome, accompanied by the glimmer of blades. This leap. Could it be that he is the esteemed six-star general from the military? It exploded. Those who were following the news were utterly shocked, and one could say the entire nation was in turmoil. After the nuclear strike, someone emerged alive. Yet, this was not merely astonishing. The pivotal question remained. Was this individual the legendary general spoken of by the military? If so, they could finally comprehend it. They could fathom why the military proclaimed him to be the hope of humanity's future, emerging unscathed from the devastation wrought by nuclear weaponry. Surely, even a martial sage would find such a feat insurmountable. At the scene, Ye Linyuan's eyes lit up upon recognizing the figure. His tone shifted to one of joy. He was alive, truly alive. He had always known that the blazing sun of the east would not so easily succumb to death. Sir, he exclaimed. Ye Linyuan nodded calmly, his expression betraying no emotion. He glanced at the young girl beside him. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she presented a pristine military uniform for Ye Linyuan to don. It was an ensemble adorned with 6 shining military insignias, radiating brilliance. In that moment, Ye Linyuan's demeanor transformed. He was now a 6-star general, a true leader of the military. Sir, I am aware of what you wish to convey. But presently, I have matters of greater significance to attend to. Ye Linyuan spoke with an air of tranquility. He was determined to descend into the depths of memory. Those fallen members of the Demon Suppression Army, their names, their final echoes resonating like a haunting melody still ringing in his ears. Ye Linyuan's gaze turned towards the eastern city, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Ye Dingjun paused for a moment, then comprehended the gravity of the situation. He stepped aside, urging him onward. No matter what transpires, the East shall forever stand behind you. Ye Linyuan nodded in acknowledgement before leaping into the air, vanishing from sight. At the Jiangbei military headquarters, the satellite imagery captured the overwhelming malice radiating from Ye Linyuan's eyes. Even through the screen, they could sense it acutely. The high-ranking officials of Jiangbei were left thunderstruck, as if struck by lightning. He had survived, not only that, but he approached with a thirst for vengeance. At that moment, fear gripped them. Even if they were to be taken away for immediate questioning by the military, they would rather not confront the current incarnation of Ye Linyuan. When Yitai beheld Ye Linyuan, he too was overwhelmed by dread. He had wished for Ye Linyuan's demise, hoping to elevate Yi Bai in his stead. Initially, he believed everything would proceed according to plan. Yet Ye Linyuan's true identity left him utterly unprepared. Now, it was evident that even without the military's backing, his aspirations to eliminate Ye Linyuan with nuclear weaponry were destined to fail. As he contemplated his actions and the expression in Ye Linyuan's eyes, for the first time in his life, Yitai was engulfed by fear. It emanates from the depths of one's soul, a fear that is intrinsic and profound. General Qi approaches with murderous intent. Isn't the military headquarters summoning me back for an investigation? We must depart at once. Yitai, disregarding his dignity, exclaimed loudly. Qi Zheng furrowed his brow, as the murderous glare in Ye Linyuan's eyes resembled an ocean of corpses and a sea of blood. Even a man of his experience, weathered by tumultuous storms, could not help but feel a chill of foreboding. Naturally, he wished to dismiss Ye Tai's concerns. Yet the demands of the military left him no choice but to deliberate. Moreover, Ye Tai had earned his accolades, having guarded Jiangbei for decades. Should he perish in this manner, it would be difficult to provide an explanation. After a moment of hesitation, Qi Zheng reported to the military headquarters. However, the response he received was both surprising and, in a peculiar sense, reasonable. He was to proceed. This was a direct mandate from Xiao Shen himself. Following the orders from the military, Qi Zheng remained seated in the command room, allowing Ye Tai to shout in a frenzy. In merely a few minutes, a palpable aura of death descended upon the eastern military headquarters, saturated with an overwhelming scent of blood. It was as if the essence of countless lives extinguished in violence had stained the air beyond redemption. Ye Tai, emerge and face your demise. This is my utmost effort for 3 chapters. Chapter 60. The mastermind behind the scenes. Young people should not be overzealous in the cavern. Ye Linyuan's departure sparked a wave of astonishment. Those who witnessed the news broadcast were utterly intimidated by the intensity of Ye Linyuan's gaze. Simultaneously, they became aware of his identity. Indeed, he was the star of the military. My goodness, he survived. How extraordinary to endure beneath a nuclear-level weapon. A storm is brewing in Jiangbei. That gaze, just one look, sent chills down my spine. It was terrifying. The fleeting image of Ye Linyuan left an indelible shock upon them. Although the news broadcast could not penetrate the military's inner workings, they could infer much from the intensity of Ye Linyuan's eyes. A storm is brewing in Jiangbei. At the eastern city military headquarters, a voice thundered from a distance. Ye Tai, come forth and face your doom. The murderous intent was palpable, causing many standing outside the military headquarters to instinctively shudder. Once they regained their composure, sheer astonishment washed over them. This is the military headquarters, and Ye Tai is a 1-star general. Even though everyone was now aware of his intentions with nuclear-grade weaponry, his arrival at the eastern city military headquarters radiating such lethal intent was still alarming. They instinctively turned to see a young man swiftly descending. Clutching a blue long knife, he emanated an overwhelming bloodlust, his eyes reflecting mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Moreover, the military insignia gleaming upon his uniform rendered all present speechless. This was a star general, a 6-star general, and, judging by his age, he was merely in his early 20s. In that instant, all were thoroughly astonished, for they had encountered Ye Linyuan before. He was appointed as the commander by the military. Although many had speculated about Ye Linyuan's identity prior, and even after the military issued an announcement, they had come to understand who he was. Yet, as he approached clad in military garb, exuding an aura of piercing sharpness, they grasped the gravity of the situation. This young star general was enraged. Additionally, those who had been standing outside the military headquarters in Lingwu City were equally frozen in place upon witnessing Ye Linyuan at that moment. Ye Linyuan stared vacantly at Ye Linyuan. The splendid military insignia on his shoulder pierced her vision. He, truly, is the military commander. Ye Linyuan murmured softly, her formerly expressionless face finally betraying a flicker of emotion. Since her last visit to seek out Ye Linyuan, an indelible mark had been etched in her mind. She often dreamt, even in broad daylight, of a scene where Ye Linyuan fought valiantly on the battlefield. It was also the moment he was awarded his rank. She had always doubted, unable to believe that the filthy little boy she had long regarded as a worthless brother could become a military general, a pride of the military. Yet now, that young man, brimming with fierce energy, donned impeccably tailored military attire. His presence, unparalleled, completely shattered the imprint in her mind. She believed it. Her elder brother, a 6-star general in the military, was meant to be the pride of the family. Ye Linyuan gazed at Ye Linyuan, her eyes brimming with an intricate blend of emotions. As Ye Linyuan approached, he regarded her as a mere stranger. She recalled the days when that filthy little boy had returned to the Ye family, yearning desperately to belong. He had shown her such tolerance and affection, not only to her, but also to Su Yuhan, who stood a short distance away, sharing the same sentiment. As she beheld Ye Linyuan clad in military attire, her gaze was tinged with desolation and a bitter smile. If only she could have set aside her so-called pride. Perhaps they could have remained friends now. Su Juqing's face turned ashen, a mix of anger and astonishment washing over him, culminating in a deep sigh. Ye Linyuan's appearance had left many in the room utterly astounded. Although his identity had been revealed, at that time, everyone had believed him to be dead. The shock was profound, but more so was the sense of loss. Now that Ye Linyuan truly stood before them, the impact was overwhelming. The voice reverberated through the military headquarters as Ye Tai stood in the command room, his eyes nearly bursting as he stared at the screen displaying Ye Linyuan. He was alive. How could this be? He had emerged unscathed from a situation that should have been fatal. He was a demon, a devil risen from the depths of hell. Even within the military, Ye Tai could sense Ye Linyuan's murderous intent. General Qi, let us go. Isn't the military supposed to take me to the capital? Hurry up. Ye Tai turned to Qi Zheng, who sat there, and shouted in a near frenzy. Qi Zheng, with an impassive expression, replied coolly, if I come to find you, step outside. Don't let blood stain the military. Cleaning it up will be a troublesome affair. Qi Zheng had hesitated initially because Ye Tai was a high-ranking officer with merits. Under such circumstances, even grave mistakes required military handling, especially since Ye Linyuan was also a member of the Demon Suppression Army. However, since Xiao Shun had personally intervened, Qi Zheng felt no obligation to intervene further. He had come to understand Ye Tai's actions and wished to cleave him in two. What? I am a general, having defended Jiangbei for over 20 years with countless achievements. Even in judgment, it must be handled by the military. Ye Tai looked at Qi Zheng in disbelief, his voice sharp. Yet, all he received in return was a cold, indifferent glare from Qi Zheng. Do you need me to escort you out personally? Outside the military headquarters, Ye Tai and the upper echelons from Jiangbei stepped out. One by one, Ye Linyuan coldly regarded the scene before him and spoke with indifference. Ye Tai, do you remember what I said? Ye Tai stood frozen, enveloped in silence. Su Qianlong, Ye Linyuan called out loudly. Su Qianlong, standing among the Demon Suppression Army, immediately stepped forward and proclaimed, Present, Commander. Please repeat my words. Should you dare to wield nuclear-grade weaponry, await my emergence, for I shall demand your life. Su Qianlong felt a surge of fervor coursing through his veins, an overwhelming sense of vitality enveloping him. Ye Tai's deployment of nuclear-grade arms not only obliterated Lingwu City, but also claimed the lives of countless demon suppression troops. His ulterior motive was merely to allow Ye Bai to usurp the credit for these deeds. Such an act incites the wrath of both gods and men. Linyuan, must you persist in this manner? We are, after all, father and son. Ye Tai gradually regained his composure, speaking in a tone of despondence. Ye Linyuan remained silent, advancing step by deliberate step. What father-son bond? What familial affection? On the day of his return, he had severed all ties. Linyuan, my son, I was wrong. Upon witnessing Ye Linyuan approach, Ye Tai hastily attempted to voice his regret. Yet, his words elicited no response from Ye Linyuan. Alas, at this moment, a sigh resonated within the air, accompanied by an ethereal presence. A figure emerged from beyond the military encampment. He walked with measured steps, yet his speed was astonishing in the mere blink of an eye. He stood beside Ye Linyuan. Chapter 61. Is a young man not impetuous? The blade points to the martial saint. The arrival of this individual once again plunged the scene into a state of shock. This person, astonishingly, was also a martial saint. Such figures are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Yet today, within the Eastern City military headquarters, two have emerged. Though he may have committed grave errors, he is still your father. Do you truly intend to kill him? The newcomer regarded Ye Linyuan and spoke in a measured tone. Father? Ye Linyuan halted his steps, his voice cold and filled with indomitable spirit. The world is well aware of his deeds. Do you believe he deserves the title of father, let alone that of a general? The stranger momentarily fell silent, then slowly replied, Young man, do not be overly impetuous. There are many formidable individuals in this world. If you kill him today and later venture to the capital, have you considered your own fate? His tone was calm, yet his words brimmed with warning and veiled threat. However, as he spoke, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of someone on a windowsill within the military headquarters, coldly observing him. It was as if the moment he made a move, that individual would appear before him in an instant. Thus, he could only resort to verbal warnings, unwilling to act. For if he provoked the military headquarters, even his status as a martial saint would not guarantee his escape. Listening to these words, Ye Linyuan's expression remained indifferent. Are you pleading for him, or are you threatening me? Although Ye Linyuan was aware of Ye Tai's actions, he was oblivious to the fact that a martial saint wielded the blade behind Ye Tai. Otherwise, he would not have engaged in dialogue with this individual. You may interpret it as both. The stranger chuckled. This exchange left many present in a state of astonishment. The presence of a martial saint signified that the attempt to kill Ye Tai would be fraught with difficulty. After all, according to standard procedure, Ye Tai was to be handed over to the military for handling. Even the military would find it challenging to voice their opinions on matter. Ye Linyuan nodded slightly, bypassing the martial saint, and moved forward with a stoic expression. Under the gaze of all, he continued to exude a murderous intent as he approached Ye Tai. Witnessing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Ye Linyuan would still dare to confront Ye Tai in the presence of a martial saint. The martial saint's expression shifted subtly as he prepared to speak, but Ye Tai suddenly interjected. Yi Jing, you need not say more. If he wishes to kill me, let him come, Ye Tai exclaimed, abruptly shedding his previous fear and speaking loudly. Ye Linyuan was unfazed. In his eyes, Ye Tai had to die today. I never expected that years of scheming would be thwarted by you. Truly, you are my good son, Ye Tai said with a sinister smile. His words punctuated with each syllable. The demon suppression army perished because of you. Your death is of no consequence. Ye Linyuan did not hesitate, his gaze icy. With a single stroke, silence enveloped the entire scene. Ye Tai fell, yet his eyes still bore an inscrutable meaning. At that moment, everyone stood in stunned silence, their gazes filled with fervor and admiration, even when confronted by a martial saint. Ye Linyuan remained undaunted, having slain Ye Tai. It is worth noting that after the military announcement, the demon suppression army present was particularly incensed. Ye Tai, in his pursuit of Ye Linyuan's accolades, had employed nuclear-grade weaponry, not only claiming Ye Linyuan's life, but also resulting in the deaths of many valiant soldiers of the demon suppression army, officers from various military factions, and formidable warriors of humanity. In light of such circumstances, Ye Tai resolutely resorted to nuclear-grade weaponry for his own schemes, displaying a level of madness that ignited the fury of many. However, they were acutely aware that, according to military regulations, he would be taken away for accountability. Just as they were engulfed in anger and helplessness, Ye Linyuan made his appearance. The commander of the Jiangbei for over 2 decades met such a fate today. The Ye family of Jiangbei ultimately faced its downfall. This impetuous youth truly deserved the title of the military's unparalleled star general, and he was indeed worthy of his command. Those who perished in this turmoil should find peace at last, should they not? Are the young not often overzealous? Ye Linyuan turned to Ye Jing. His blade pointed at the martial saint. Arrogance. Do you truly believe that being favored by Shao Shan grants you the license to act with such impunity? This world is far grander than you can fathom. Upon witnessing this, Ye Jing's tone grew notably frosty. A palpable aura of murderous intent began to pervade the atmosphere. My tolerance towards you has been ample. Should you not depart, I shall ensure you remain here, believe it or not. At that moment, Shi Zheng stepped forward and spoke with a calm demeanor. Ye Jing's expression shifted, letting out a cold snort, and he ceased further discourse, indifferently retreating. After all, this was the military. Ye Tai's actions had incited Shao Shan's wrath. Should he make another move, he might find himself paying the ultimate price. Upon witnessing the martial saint's departure, the high-ranking officials of Jiangbei collapsed in fear, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. Their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Ye Linyuan. Shi Zheng cast a glance at them and addressed Ye Linyuan. The marshal has decreed that I allow you your way. However, considering these are members of the demon suppression army, Should you choose to eradicate them all, I will not intervene, though it would certainly stir considerable upheaval. Alternatively, you may entrust them to me, and the military will provide a satisfactory resolution. Ye Linyuan surveyed the individuals before him, but ultimately refrained from massacre. Very well. Ye Linyuan nodded, responding calmly. Qi Zheng gestured, and in no time, soldiers apprehended the individuals. Too much has transpired in Jiangbei. I hope you remain unaffected. As for Ye Tai, his death is of no great lament. The grand military competition is about to commence. Once you have settled matters in Jiangbei, make your way to Kyoto. Qi Zheng continued. Ye Linyuan nodded in agreement, and then inquired, "Who is that martial saint?" He felt an inexplicable strangeness surrounding the appearance of that martial saint. Qi Zheng fell into a momentary silence, refraining from responding immediately. After a while, he finally spoke. "Let's first proceed to Kyoto. If the marshal wishes for you to know, he will convey it to you personally." Thus, this martial sage does not belong to Kyoto. The sea lay tranquil, undisturbed. Suddenly, an aircraft roared overhead, carrying a heart-wrenching cry. "Put me down, you beast Ye Linyuan. I shall kill him. Why did my father seek to bring him back all those years ago? Is all his fault entirely his fault?" When Ye Linyuan struck down Ye Tai, Ye Bai was present at the scene. That moment inflicted upon him an immense, profound blow. It can be said that Ye Bai's fury towards Ye Linyuan has reached its zenith at this instant. Ye Jing sat quietly beside him, silent and composed. "I have a bold idea." Chapter 62. The Martial Sage Beyond the Pass. Kyoto, here I come. In the military headquarters of Kyoto, a multitude gathered within the conference room. Upon learning that Ye Linyuan had survived, Xiao Shun's mood lightened considerably. However, this did not imply that the recent events would go unexamined. In his view, for Ye Tai to orchestrate a genetic alteration within the military system, his rank was woefully inadequate. Either someone in Kyoto had meddled in the subterranean battle of Jiangbei, or there was a traitor within the military itself. Yet, who among the military would dare to engage in such underhanded tactics under Xiao Shun's watch? Thus, only one conclusion remained. Someone in Kyoto had indeed interfered in the Jiangbei subterranean conflict with a straightforward objective to ensure Ye Linyuan's demise. The martial sage families of Kyoto were embroiled in fierce disputes over power, all hoping the military would choose a side. As the Grand Martial Stars competition approached, this event would determine the successor to the military marshal. Ye Linyuan was the one he held in the highest regard. Many high-ranking officials within the military were aware that Ye Linyuan was the most likely candidate to inherit the position of marshal. Xiao Shun's gaze turned icy. The reach of these martial sage families was extending further than he had anticipated. Marshal, the military has suffered significant losses in the Jiangbei subterranean battle. The ordinary demon-subduing army has sustained casualties exceeding 10,000, including masters and senior officers who have perished. Returning to the present, Xiao Shun listened to the report, his expression momentarily somber before he spoke. Conduct funerals at the highest standards, and additionally provide compensation to the families of the deceased. Elevate their accolades as well. The loss of these demon-subduing soldiers was, in essence, a tragic misfortune. It could be said that a substantial portion of this calamity stemmed from Ye Tai, a one-star general from Jiangbei. Understood, someone replied. Is it possible to trace the origin of the martial sage who appeared in Jiangbei? Xiao Shun inquired. According to General Qi Zheng, that individual is believed to be from the Whale Sea Martial Sage Beyond the Pass, responded a general. Hearing this, Xiao Shun furrowed his brow, his expression suddenly grave. So, this means that in addition to interference from Kyoto, we must also contend with those individuals? The martial sages from beyond the pass had resurfaced. Marshal, the intelligence from General Qi Zheng is reliable. The Yi family of Jiangbei likely has a complicated relationship with those individuals. The atmosphere in the conference room turned tense due to the mention of the martial sages from beyond the pass. Xiao Shun declared, "Let us momentarily set aside the matters beyond the pass and focus on rooting out those in Kyoto who have meddled. My military personnel are not to be trifled with." Meanwhile, in Jiangbei, East City, the news of Ye Tai's death shocked many, while others felt a sense of vindication. Once the full extent of the situation was revealed, It became apparent to many that Ye Tai was a one-star general of the military, having served honorably in Jiangbei, even if he had committed grave errors. Accountability rested with the military before any actions could be taken. Thus, many assumed that Ye Tai would not meet such a swift end. However, Ye Linyuan's emergence altered that fate, especially in the face of a martial sage. The radiant sun of the military ultimately did not disappoint them. When Ye Linyuan struck down Ye Tai, many members of the Demon Suppression Army witnessed that moment. The audacious young man left an indelible impression on them, making many realize just how formidable this military prodigy truly was. As for the Eastern City military, Ye Linyuan's decision not to slay the high-ranking officials of the Jiangbei military was not without reason. These individuals were, after all, the upper echelons of the Demon Suppression Army. Although their ranks may have contained some dubious elements due to Ye Tai, had he truly killed so many, it would undoubtedly have caused quite a stir, and turning them over to the military would have resulted in fates not much different from death. The recent subterranean battle in Jiangbei had thoroughly incensed the capital. Within a grove in Eastern City, Ye Linyuan stood silently before a stone tablet inscribed with names: Chun Siming, Honbashio, Shenli. These were all members of the Demon Suppression Army who had followed him into the abyss. Ye Linyuan had been unable to bring them back. The devastation wrought by the nuclear-grade weapon was immense. Had it not been for the body-refining martial arts revealed by the system, he too might have been obliterated by such a strike, without even the opportunity to activate the great sect technique of regeneration. Ye Linyuan remained rooted in place, his heart a tumult of emotions. Had he been a saint at that moment, perhaps he could have altered the outcome. Before this, he believed his martial prowess was sufficient, having risen to the pinnacle of the grand sect in merely 3 years, even reaching the true dragon level. Yet, when confronted with genuine threats, with the specter of death looming, he finally comprehended the significance of strength. Yizhua, news has arrived from Kyoto regarding the battle losses and the compensation proposal provided by the military, Zhao Lingshuan said softly from behind him, holding a tablet. Ye Linyuan took a deep breath and glanced at the tablet. It listed the names of those fallen warriors, alongside their merits, compensation, and promotions in rank. The military had indeed provided substantial recompense. However, the fact remained that no compensation could truly atone for the loss of life. Yet, what had transpired could not be altered. Farewell, Ye Linyuan murmured as he returned the tablet to Zhao Lingshuan before silently departing. Along the way, he suppressed the wave of sorrow within him and calmly inquired, "Where has Ye Bai gone since Ye Tai's demise?" To be honest, Ye Linyuan harbored little emotional attachment towards Ye Bai. All of this had been orchestrated by Ye Tai, and although Ye Bai had caused him some trouble upon his return, it seemed trivial, akin to the antics of children. Thus, Ye Linyuan had never taken it to heart. Now that Ye Tai was dead, Ye Bai would likely harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. General Qi mentioned that Ye Bai was taken away by a martial saint. His wife returned to her family shortly after Ye Tai's death, bringing along Ye Linyuan, Zhao Lingshuan replied. "I see." Ye Linyuan nodded. While he felt little emotion towards Ye Bai, he was aware of Ye Bai's attempted usurpation of battle merits. This bears considerable responsibility within the military, and Qi Zheng should certainly comprehend this fact. The martial sage who escorted him away was not obstructed by Qi Zheng. Did that martial sage instill a sense of caution within him? Ye Linyuan harbored doubts regarding this matter, recollecting Qi Zheng's words to him. If the marshal wished for him to know something, he would convey it directly. Recently, a tumultuous uproar had erupted among the high-ranking officials of the military. It was rumored that the conflict in the underground caverns of Jiangbei had drawn the attention of certain individuals in the capital. As a 6-star general within the military, Ye Linyuan had naturally received some intelligence regarding the situation, particularly concerning the martial sage families in the capital. He let out a faint smile, stepping forward with purpose as he exited the grove, a voice echoing behind him. "Capital, I am on my way." Chapter 63. Ye Bai's new father? If I were to be a saint. The affairs of Jiangbei have concluded. The military has appointed a new general for Jiangbei, and Qi Zheng is undoubtedly the finest choice. Although he is a martial saint, ranked among the top 10 in the martial saint combat power list, the current situation in Jiangbei faces an even greater crisis. The cavern Lingwu city is quietly undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. Within approximately 6 months to a year, it will undoubtedly evolve into a new battleground. Having a martial saint stationed there is the most prudent decision. Shortly after the events unfolded, various news outlets, forums, daily newspapers, and international times all published extensive coverage of the cavern battle in Jiangbei, creating quite a stir domestically and garnering significant international attention. In the ensuing days, it was clear that the most discussed topic within the country was undoubtedly Ye Linyuan. Moreover, the uproar generated internationally was no less significant. The deployment of nuclear-grade weaponry in Jiangbei had already captured global interest. The sudden utilization of a weapon that is largely banned was impossible to ignore, especially after Ye Linyuan emerged from the cavern and executed Ye Tai at the Jiangbei military headquarters, further inciting international astonishment. This military star is remarkably young. Additionally, the fact that he executed a general within the military headquarters and was tacitly approved by the military raises questions about his true identity. Consequently, international newspapers were flooded with news about Ye Linyuan. Major publications featured photographs of Ye Linyuan arriving at the Jiangbei East City military headquarters with his weapon, accompanied by a plethora of sensational headlines. This left many high-ranking officials abroad utterly perplexed and astonished. After all, prior to this, information about Ye Linyuan was scarce. They had no inkling of his existence. Now, he suddenly appears, executing a general, and the military offers no resistance, tacitly allowing it. How could this not be astonishing? As the news spread internationally, it prompted high-level officials to begin investigating Ye Linyuan's background. However, now that Ye Linyuan's information is publicly available, it is not difficult to uncover. They will soon discover that Ye Linyuan is an unparalleled military star within the military, a brilliant figure, a 6-star general in his early 20s. Surrounded by swirling black mist, the low growls of strange beasts and the voices of otherworldly beings can be heard. Through the haze, a fortress forged from steel looms ahead. Beyond this stronghold lies a vast base city nestled in the distance. Yi Jing, accompanied by Yi Bai, stands before a training room, where an astonished voice emerges. Yi Tai is dead? A middle-aged man steps out, his gaze fixed upon Yi Bai, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Noticing this, Yi Jing instinctively displays a measure of respect. Indeed, Ye Linyuan has spent 3 years in the military and has risen to the rank of a 6-star general, surviving the onslaught of nuclear-grade weaponry. Now, the path ahead in Jiangbei is irrevocably severed. Yi Jing nods and respectfully responds. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's gaze shifted away from Yi Bai, his tone laced with a cryptic significance as he remarked, after lying low within the borders for decades. You have failed to manage even this minor affair. Are you aware of the immense effort I have invested in Jiangbei? I have truly grown weary of being outside the borders. Yi Jing felt a tremor in his heart, beads of cold sweat emerging instantly. Ye Shuai, you cannot entirely blame me. My standing within the borders restricts my visibility. The information from those martial families in Kyoto has been exceedingly scarce, and I never anticipated that Ye Linyuan would ascend to the rank of a 6-star general in just 3 years. Yi Jing hastily began to explain. Ye Zhanyun cast a calm glance at him, showing no signs of anger. Instead, his tone took on a higher pitch. Ye Linyuan. One might say he is somewhat like a son to me, no? Yi Jing dared not respond. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Zhanyun casually remarked, the military competition is about to commence. What is the attitude of those martial families from Kyoto? Upon hearing this, Yi Jing replied, it should pose no issues. However, we need to ensure they win in the military competition to secure the qualification for the next marshal's heir. Ye Zhanyun admitted he chocolate likely. He desired to return to the borders and reclaim control of the military, while those martial families aspired to become the current authorities. Yet, due to their comparable strength, they had failed to establish a clear hierarchy over many years. If a descendant from one of those martial families were to attain the qualification of heir to the marshal, it would effectively mean aligning with the military. Such a shift would create a decidedly lopsided situation. Ye Linyuan was well aware that the martial families from Kyoto would not reject this collaborative relationship. I will eventually see that old wretch Xiao Shun removed from that position. Ye Linyuan thought to himself, letting out a cold snort. Ye Bai stood silently to the side, listening to their conversation, though it was shrouded in ambiguity. Nevertheless, his heart surged with tumultuous waves, for he sensed an extraordinarily familiar aura emanating from Ye Linyuan. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, within the military headquarters, Ye Linyuan, clad in a sharply tailored military uniform, entered the premises, attracting numerous gazes. The Jiangbei campaign had unequivocally unveiled Ye Linyuan's identity, establishing him as a prominent figure within the military. Throughout his journey, many saluted him. Ye Linyuan had previously visited the Kyoto military headquarters during his last promotion. Though not familiar, he at least knew the way. Before long, he arrived at Xiao Shin's office. Marshal Ye Linyuan, commander of the 21st Division of the Eastern Theater. Reporting for duty, he announced with a solemn voice from outside the door. No sooner had his words left his lips than the door swung open abruptly, revealing Xiao Shin with a beaming smile. Well done, young man. You performed admirably, and the military hierarchy in Jiangbei will soon address this matter, providing the public with a satisfactory explanation. As he ushered Ye Linyuan inside, Xiao Shin's expression shifted to one of guilt as he continued, regarding the subterranean battle in Jiangbei. The military did not consider all factors, and you have suffered as a result. Having spoken, Xiao Shin assured, rest assured, such an incident shall not occur a second time. Ye Linyuan nodded slightly and, with a calm expression, remarked, Marshal, I have heard that certain martial saint families from the capital have also participated in the Jiangbei campaign. Indeed, Xiao Shin affirmed, then continued earnestly, Linyuan, the situation in the capital is exceedingly intricate. The military is conducting a thorough investigation into this matter. However, you must understand that these individuals are martial saints. Even if the truth is uncovered and the military holds them accountable, there will inevitably be scapegoats. These figures, after all, are martial saints, possessing immense significance for humanity. You must comprehend this. As Xiao Shin conveyed these words, his gaze remained fixed on Ye Linyuan, seemingly scrutinizing his reaction. Martial saints. If these martial saints do not align themselves with foreign factions and engage in incessant internal strife, then they are better off being forsaken. Should I ascend to sainthood, I shall suppress all enemies. Ye Linyuan's eyes glinted with coldness, his tone imbued with formidable confidence and fierce determination. Chapter 64. The Decision of the Military and the True Dragon Liquid. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Xiao Shin's face, and his eyes gleamed with approval. Indeed, since you possess such confidence, the military will wholeheartedly support you. It is time for a reshuffling of the situation in the capital. Xiao Shin let out a hearty laugh, his gaze shifting to reveal a hint of ruthlessness. In the Xia Kingdom, the military was solely responsible for suppressing beasts and foreign tribes, never meddling in the affairs of the martial sage families. However, it now appeared that such a stance was misguided. These martial sage families had audaciously colluded with outsiders in their quest for power. It was difficult for Xiao Shin not to contemplate whether, in the future, these individuals might also conspire with those foreign tribes. The capital must undergo a thorough cleansing. Marshal, there's another matter I am keen to ascertain, Ye Linyuan stated after a moment of silence. You wish to inquire about the identity of the martial sage who appeared in Jiangbei? Xiao Shin seemed to perceive Ye Linyuan's thoughts, his expression growing solemn. Ye Linyuan nodded affirmatively. He was a subordinate of the first marshal of the capital. Having committed a grave error, was exiled to the border to fend off foreign tribes. For many years, he has yearned to return to the capital and reclaim his military authority. The shadows of their influence are also present in your recent endeavors in Jiangbei. Xiao Shin pondered for a moment before speaking again. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan immediately began to connect the dots. Ye Bai had been taken by Yi Jing, indicating that the relationship between Yi Jing and Yi Tai was far from simple. Yi Tai's intention was to have Yi Bai achieve military merit and subsequently take over Jiangbei, possibly even becoming the heir to the military. Should this plan come to fruition, it would not be long before Yi Bai ascended to the position of marshal allowing that individual to seamlessly return to the military. Yi Jing, the martial sage from the border. Ye Linyuan contemplated further, though he remained skeptical that the situation was as straightforward as it seemed. While he was lost in thought, Xiao Shan interjected, "Now your primary concern should not be this. Instead, it is the imminent military competition. This time, in addition to the military, numerous disciples of the martial sages will participate, placing considerable pressure upon you." Ye Linyuan steeled his resolve. He possessed unwavering confidence among his peers. However, the conditions for entering the military competition stipulated that participants must hold a rank of general or above and be under the age of 40. Thus, the competition would undoubtedly feature several seasoned veterans. Nevertheless, Ye Linyuan was unfazed. Given his current combat prowess, only a martial sage would stand a chance of defeating him. "Gome, I have a gift for you," Xiao Shan said as he rose, a smile gracing his lips. In a training room within the military, Xiao Shan led Ye Linyuan inside, where numerous glass jars were displayed. Each jar contained a transparent liquid, which Ye Linyuan recognized at a glance. "This is the true dragon liquid. I observe that your vital energy is on the cusp of ascending to the dragon realm. Your prolonged stagnation is likely due to a lack of sufficient true dragon liquid," Xiao Shan remarked with a jovial demeanor. "Isn't this true dragon liquid a reward for the upcoming competition?" Ye Linyuan immediately understood what gift Xiao Shan had alluded to. "Indeed, that is merely a fraction of the rewards. The disciples from the martial sage families are not in need of such trifles. What they truly covet is the position of the military heir." Xiao Shan nodded, his expression calm as he spoke. "That is true, but could this not pose a disadvantage to others in our military? Receiving the true dragon liquid in advance feels akin to taking a shortcut." Ye Linyuan contemplated this notion, yet he also considered the feelings of the others participating in the grand competition. It was inevitable that he felt a twinge of guilt. He chuckled softly, a peculiar glint in his eyes, as he remarked, "Do you truly believe that those capable of participating in the competition within our military would dare to challenge you? Your exploits in Jiangbei have already spread far and wide. Within the military, you shine as the brightest star. Thus, even without the true dragon liquid, I doubt any would willingly engage you in combat." Xiao Shan's words held merit. Since the conclusion of the abyssal battle, Ye Linyuan's name had resonated throughout the nation, and admiration for him within the military was abundant. Given the opportunity to witness Ye Linyuan's prowess, who amongst them, unless driven by an urgent desire for that position, would wish to contest with him? Xiao Shan's actions were indeed a precaution against those martial sage families. After all, this grand competition was far more than a mere exhibition. It was a genuine foray into the battlefield of myriad races. Having once encountered the shamelessness of those martial sage families, Xiao Shan was unwilling to witness a second round. Ye Linyuan, upon hearing this, wore an unusual expression and remained silent. "What is it? Do you harbor any reservations?" Xiao Shan inquired. "No, Marcel. I was merely contemplating whether it would be possible to utilize the 10th level true dragon liquid," Ye Linyuan stated earnestly. Back in Jiangbei, the system had bestowed upon him a vial of the 10th level true dragon liquid, and it now seemed unreasonable to forego its use. Xiao Shan paused, then chuckled while chiding. "You truly dare to speak such words. Do you comprehend the immense value of the 10th level true dragon liquid? Approximately 100 billion. I would surmise." Ye Linyuan felt somewhat embarrassed. 100 billion for a single vial. Typically, a grandmaster would require 1 or 2 vials to ascend to the true dragon level, while those with superior talent might absorb 3 to 5. Although several hundred billion might seem substantial to the military, it was not considered an extravagant expense. After all, nurturing a talented martial artist is worth any price. "Very well. I shall grant you the 10th level true dragon liquid. In this vast military of mine, do you truly think I would be impoverished by your consumption?" Xiao Shan declared with a sweeping gesture, readily acquiescing. Moments later, a group of individuals clad in military uniforms entered the training room. "Marshal, Ye Commander." They saluted to Xiao Shan and Ye Linyuan. "Proceed." Xiao Shan gestured towards the nutrient chamber. Ye Linyuan responded affirmatively, shedding his outer garments and lying within. The newcomers carried a vial of true dragon liquid, pouring its contents into the chamber until it was completely filled. "Marshal, we are prepared," one of them remarked, glancing at the displayed physical data on the screen before turning back to Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun nodded lightly. As the hatch sealed shut, several individuals fixed their gaze intently upon the fluctuating bodily metrics displayed on the screen. The 10th level true dragon essence, though replete with benefits, is a challenge for the average person to endure. After all, it necessitates the development of the body's muscular and cellular structure. Each absorption inflicts pain akin to that of being torn apart. Initially, the consumption of the true dragon essence proceeded at a rather moderate pace. However, it was not long before the rate accelerated dramatically. Typically, a single vial of true dragon essence would be depleted over the course of 1 to 2 hours. Yet, Ye Linyuan managed to exhaust it in mere minutes. He continued to ingest until he could no longer do so. Xiao Shun, on the other hand, remained unconcerned, even feeling a sense of delight. The swifter and greater the absorption, the stronger Ye Linyuan's martial talent appeared to be, heralding a future of exceptional achievements. For him, this was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. Chapter 65. Entering the True Dragon Level, Turbulence before the Grand Tournament. The marshal has vanished once again. After a canister of True Dragon Essence was poured in, a person spoke up in astonishment just a few minutes later. His words caught the attention of others nearby, who turned a glance at the nutrient chamber. Indeed, the True Dragon Essence, which had only recently been poured, was already nearing depletion. This spectacle left them all in awe, deeply shaken by the revelation. In all their years of allocating True Dragon Essence, they had never encountered such a situation. The rapid consumption of an entire canister within minutes hinted at an extraordinary absorption capacity and an unparalleled talent. However, upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable. The individual lying there was none other than the unparalleled military star of the department, the foremost figure throughout history. If he lacked talent, how could he have survived in such dire circumstances in Jiangbei? Xiao Shun couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The level 10 True Dragon Essence had vanished just like that. Truly, it was astonishingly swift. "Proceed," Xiao Shun continued, his heart remaining relatively unperturbed. Upon hearing this, several officers nodded and proceeded to add more True Dragon Essence. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. In just 1 hour, they had already poured in 10 canisters of True Dragon Essence, consuming 100 billion in an hour. Who could withstand such a drain? "Marshal, shall we continue?" One officer gulped, his voice trembling slightly. 100 billion was not the issue. The problem was that Ye Linyuan's absorption rate showed no signs of diminishing. This indicated that they might need to add several more canisters of True Dragon Essence. This young man, Xiao Shun's mouth twitched again. Although he had anticipated this, he had not expected a consumption of 100 billion within an hour. "Continue until he is fully nourished." With his command, several officers sprang into action. Meanwhile, Ye Linyuan, immersed in the absorption of True Dragon Essence, was undergoing profound transformations within. His muscles, cells, and even bones were continuously strengthening under the baptism of the essence. Moreover, his vitality surged, becoming so abundant that it felt as if it might overflow. Realizing this, Ye Linyuan began to compress the excess vitality within his cells, a technique he had previously mastered when slaying beasts in the underground cavern, the immortal cell cultivation method. Furthermore, it was a martial skill of the True Dragon level. According to the system's description, the cultivation of immortal cells required a powerful vitality to be compressed within the cells. Once successfully cultivated, the cells would thrive like stars, perpetually vibrant and indestructible. Not only that, but immortal cells also enhance combat prowess. Upon activation, the compressed vitality would explode forth from the cells, unleashing stellar-level power. One could only imagine how terrifying such combat strength would be. As time passed slowly, a voice echoed within the training chamber. "Marshal, the consumption rate has slowed. It seems that around 10 more canisters should suffice." An officer spoke softly. Xiao Shun cast a glance at Ye Linyuan and inquired, "How much True Dragon liquid has he consumed?" 35 jars, expected to conclude with around 45 jars, the officer responded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shun's expression tightened. This lad had barely arrived at the general headquarters for 2 hours and had already consumed 5 trillion, enough to nurture half a martial saint. However, despite the statement, not just anyone could achieve such a feat after all. Becoming a martial saint requires innate talent. Noticing that Ye Linyuan had stabilized and his vitality was steadily increasing, Xiao Shen nodded in reassurance. You all remain here, provide whatever is necessary until he awakens. After issuing his orders, Xiao Shen took his leave, for the military's grand competition was about to commence. It had been postponed slightly due to the battle in the Jiangbei underground. Yet the candidates from various military districts were already in Kyoto, ready to begin at a moment's notice, awaiting the military's command. Meanwhile, Ye Linyuan was deeply engrossed in his training, having already ascended to the Dragon Ascendant level as a genuine true Dragon-class warrior. However, he was still in the process of consolidating his first immortal cell within, which accounted for his continued slumber. This state could persist for several hours or possibly days. In Kyoto, at the Tsinghua University, Jiangbei sat in a classroom, her head bowed as she scrolled through her phone, absorbing news related to Jiangbei. When Ye Linyuan was summoned back by the military, she had been instructed to proceed to Kyoto alone. The moment she learned of the nuclear-level strikes occurring in Kyoto while Ye Linyuan was still in the underground, she was left in shock, feeling as though she had been cast into mourning before the event had even begun. For the past few days, her heart had been in turmoil as she anxiously monitored the news from Jiangbei. Only today, with a comprehensive exposure of information regarding Jiangbei, did she finally feel a sense of relief. However, this revelation left her profoundly shaken. Previously, when in Jiangbei, she had heard Jiang Yi mention Ye Linyuan's status as a high-ranking officer in the military, but she never imagined his position was so elevated, being a 6-star general. Her phone screen displayed a photo of Ye Linyuan in military attire, emerging from the underground. She gazed at the screen, momentarily lost in thought. Jiangdi, you seem to have lost your soul after returning from Jiangbei, teased a few girls from Tsinghua University nearby. It seems someone has captivated you. They giggled. Jiangdai snapped back to reality, her fair cheeks flushing as she shot them a glare. Stop talking nonsense. Oh, come on. You've been fixated on your phone for almost an hour. Let me see who it is. One girl exclaimed, playfully reaching to snatch the phone. Jiangdai instinctively gasped but was a beat too late. Wow, it's General Yi. Jiangdai, you have a good eye. Let me see our nation's youngest general. Oh my, he is so handsome. Jiangdai glared at them, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. The events that transpired within the Jiang family are known to but a few. Consequently, these individuals remain oblivious to the connection between Ye Linyuan and Jiangdai, prompting a flurry of teasing remarks as they gather. Just as the atmosphere becomes lively, a sudden hush envelopes the classroom. Almost all eyes are drawn to the doorway, where a young man, resplendent in his attire and scarcely in his 20s, strides forward with measured grace. His presence silences many. This newcomer is none other than Zhou Ziming, a scion of one of the 7 great martial families of the capital. Little Dai, why didn't you inform me of your return? Zhou Ziming inquires with a friendly smile as he approaches. Jiang Dai's expression turns frosty, and with an air of detachment, she replies, I'm sorry. I must take my leave. She retrieves her phone from the hands of several girls, turning to depart. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Ziming's gaze hardens. His voice, now laced with irritation, commands, stop. Chapter 66, Power Exceeding 100 Million, Zhao Zai. Within the classroom of Tsinghua University, many faces paled at the tone of Zhou Ziming. After all, Zhou Ziming was a scion of the martial saint family, and it would not be an exaggeration to refer to him as the prince of the capital. Even in a place like the capital, few dared to provoke him. Furthermore, those present were well aware that Zhou Ziming had harbored affections for Jiang Dai for quite some time, pursuing her since the beginning of their enrollment. Unfortunately, Jiang Dai showed little interest in him, scarcely exchanging a few words. Yet, Zhou Ziming had always displayed remarkable patience. What caused him to adopt such a tone today? However, Jiang Dai wished to avoid further entanglement and sought to leave swiftly. Jiangdi, do not act so aloof. I have heard that upon your return to Jiangbei, you have become involved with someone else. Is it true or not? Zhou Ziming's expression grew colder as he called out to her. His words left many momentarily stunned, their expressions inscrutable. The reason was simple. With Zhou Ziming's social standing, few could match his qualifications in the country. Jiang Dai paid him no heed. Who else could possibly gain her favor? My affairs seem to have nothing to do with you, she replied calmly, biting her lip. Witnessing her failure to deny his accusation, Zhou Ziming's expression darkened further. It appears to be true. An immediate wave of anger surged within him. The goddess he had long adored was now entangled with another. How could he possibly feel good about that? He had believed in the facade of her purity, only to discover it was all a ruse. With a derisive laugh, Zhou Ziming remarked, "What has he given you? Speak, and I shall offer you tenfold." However, as he trailed off, his gaze appraised Jiang Dai from head to toe. "Isarteli do nodmin." At his words, the many onlookers in the classroom fell into an uneasy silence. Zhou Ziming was clearly belittling Jiang Dai. Even within Tsinghua University, where Jiang Dai had numerous admirers, no one dared to approach her in the face of a scion from a martial saint family. The martial saint was beyond mere mortals, and the martial saint family was the pinnacle of human achievement. Jiang Dai regarded him with a frigid stare, ultimately choosing silence as she turned to leave. Zhou Ziming watched the scene unfold with a darkened expression. Although the minor commotion at Tsinghua University had subsided, the repercussions were far from over. Zhou Ziming, although incensed by the revelation, dared not confront Jiang Dai directly. After all, she had a mentor who was a spiritual master and a major in the military backing her. Given the current political climate in the capital, all martial saint families had their eyes on the military, awaiting their turn to act. Zhou Ziming certainly would not risk offending a major from the military. Nevertheless, in the ensuing days, the whispers circulating within Tsinghua University did not cease, all revolving around Jiang Dai. Although everyone at Tsinghua University understood the situation, the rumors simply could not be quelled. Behind it all, Zhou Ziming was fanning the flames. Furthermore, during this period, no female students dared to associate closely with Jiang Dai. It could be said that she has been completely isolated. After all, no one wishes to offend a descendant of a martial saint family. 2 days later, at the military headquarters in Kyoto, before the combat power testing apparatus, a tremendous roar reverberated throughout the venue. As the dust settled, the silhouette of Ye Linyuan gradually emerged. Combat power rating, 100 million and 4 million. The cold, mechanical voice of the instrument left many officers momentarily dazed. A combat power of 100 million is a standard only achievable by a first-level martial saint. Yet Ye Linyuan, having just stepped into the true dragon level, could already rival a first-level martial saint. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Shan's mood instantly brightened. Excellent. Truly worthy of being the unparalleled star of the military. Those 50 jars of true dragon essence were not given to you in vain. Xiao Shan could not help but burst into laughter. A true dragon-level warrior's combat power is comparable to that of a martial saint. What terror would Ye Linyuan's power be when he eventually ascends to the level of a martial saint? At that time, even a 9th-level martial saint would need to reconsider their own capabilities. Ye Linyuan shifted his gaze from the apparatus, his expression calm. Although this punch represented all his strength, he had not employed the immortal cell. Prior to his retreat, he had already condensed one. If utilized, his combat power could at least match that of a 3rd or 4th-level martial saint. Marshal, have you discovered the identities of the martial saint families involved in Jiangbei on that day? Ye Linyuan inquired calmly as he approached. Xiao Shan pondered for a moment and replied, "We have some leads, but according to the information obtained by the military, there's more than one martial saint involved." Ye Linyuan nodded, choosing not to press further. "Your immediate priority is to participate in the grand competition. I will investigate and handle these martial saint families," Xiao Shan said, observing Ye Linyuan's countenance. After a moment, he cautioned, "This military grand competition is of great significance. The martial saint families are tacitly aware that if someone among them were to attain the position of heir to the military, it could spell disaster for both the military and humanity. The military is, after all, the first line of defense against foreign races and their kind. It is not a tool for them to vie for power. Hence, Xiao Shan regarded this military grand competition with utmost seriousness. Although he had complete confidence in Ye Linyuan's strength, he was still wary of a martial saint families acting covertly. I understand. Ye Linyuan nodded and smiled. Very well. You should rest. The competition begins in 2 days, Xiao Shun said. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan prepared to return to his quarters. A soldier approached him. Master Yi. The soldier saluted. What is it? Ye Linyuan inquired. A representative from the martial saint family has arrived. It is Zhao Zai from the Zhao family, who wishes to meet you, the soldier reported. Ye Linyuan nodded and gestured for him to lead the way. Outside the military headquarters, a luxury vehicle was parked not far away. Zhao Zai leaned against the car, exuding a nonchalant demeanor. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan, he became slightly more serious. Master Yi. Zhao Zai gestured towards Ye Linyuan, his voice brimming with excitement. Pray tell, what brings you here? Ye Linyuan approached and inquired. I've been thinking of you, esteemed Yi. Ever since our parting in Jiangbei, I sensed your remarkable status, yet I never imagined you to be a 6-star general in the military. Zhao Zai replied with a chuckle, his words laced with a hint of flattery. Should anyone else witness this, they would surely be taken aback. A scion from a family of martial saints displaying such demeanor. Enough with the pleasantries. Let's get to the point. Ye Linyuan interjected with a furrowed brow. Indeed, esteemed Yi. As you are new to the capital, you may not be fully apprised of the situation. I learned in Jiangbei that old Master Jiang has intentions of uniting you with Miss Jiangdai. Moreover, I heard from old Master Jiang that the progress is quite promising. There is something I believe you ought to be informed of. Chapter 67. If someone bully you, remember to tell me outside the military headquarters. Ye Linyuan listened to Zhao Zai's words, his expression eerily calm. Zhao Zai spoke of the events that transpired within the sacred martial academy. As he spoke, he scrutinized Ye Linyuan's shifting expressions. Is Zhou Ziming from family of martial saints? Ye Linyuan inquired. Indeed, he is a direct descendant of the Zhou family, one of the martial saint families in the capital. Zhao Zai replied with a nod. Ye Linyuan gazed deeply at him and asked, is there also a Zhou family extending its influence in Jiangbei? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zai's demeanor shifted as he glanced around cautiously. In a grave tone, he responded, according to information from my family, there indeed exists a Zhou family. Ye Linyuan calmly nodded, but his tone suddenly turned frigid. From now on, conceal your ulterior motives in my presence, or else, in the next moment, an aura of chilling malice enveloped the air. Zhao Zai trembled, as if he had encountered a figure emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, feeling closer to death than ever before. After an indeterminate time, he regained his composure and collapsed to the ground, eyes wide with terror. He sensed that Ye Linyuan had genuinely intended to kill him. After a prolonged moment on the ground, Zhao Zai finally rose and departed in his vehicle. Meanwhile, within the military headquarters, a military vehicle rolled out, with Ye Linyuan seated inside. Following the revelation of his identity, he garnered significant attention. Many were focused on him, yet the events concerning Jiangdai and the battle in the abyss paled in comparison to the beheading of General Yi Tai. Such trivial matters would not capture their gaze. The swift response from the martial saint families, despite their lack of understanding, indicated that Zhao Zai had overstepped, attempting to use him as a pawn. However, Zhao Zai's bold admission of the Zhou family's involvement in Jiangbei implied that the Zhao family had not participated. Otherwise, it would be akin to self-incrimination. Thus, Ye Linyuan spared his life. At the Sacred Martial Academy in the capital, Ye Linyuan disembarked from the vehicle, 2 elite guards following closely behind. This was the standard for a military leader, both guards being master-level officers. Sir, what brings you here? Greeted 2 security personnel at the entrance, suddenly roused from their stupor. The military insignia on his shoulder gleamed conspicuously, enough to startle even the principal into a cold sweat. Where can I find Jiangdai? Ye Linyuan inquired. The 2 security personnel exchanged thoughtful glances before promptly responding. She should be at the 6th Martial Arts Hall, in class. Ye Linyuan proceeded inside, the 2 guards trailing closely behind. The 2 gentlemen quickly initiated a phone call. At the 6th Martial Arts Hall, Ye Linyuan halted, his gaze fixating on a figure within. In a secluded corner, Jiangdai sat alone, her small face devoid of expression as she intently observed a teacher imparting knowledge about martial arts. Suddenly, An exclamation escaped her lips. 6 military insignias. My heavens! Such a young general from the military. Yet he seems somewhat familiar. Could it be? Yes. It is General Ye Linyuan. Indeed, I can scarcely believe my eyes. The unparalleled star of the military. He embodies the aspirations I yearn for. The appearance of Ye Linyuan swiftly captivated the attention of many. After all, his military insignia is impossible to overlook. Before long, the teacher at the front noticed the commotion among the students. Just as he was about to admonish them, he caught sight of Ye Linyuan, his eyes widening in astonishment. General Yi, with a distinguished military salute, the teacher, a high-ranking official from the military, approached. Ye Linyuan no dit inaknolit. General Yi, are you looking for someone? The teacher inquired with curiosity. Yes, I'm looking for Jiangbei. Please ask her to step outside. Ye Linyuan replied calmly, neither pleased nor displeased. Jiangbei, there is someone looking for you, the teacher announced. Upon hearing this, Jiangbei lifted her face, momentarily taken aback when she spotted Ye Linyuan at the doorway. Then, with a beaming smile, she rose and stepped outside. This scene aroused considerable curiosity among the onlookers. General Yi is seeking out Jiang, the campus belle. This must be some juicy news, murmured the students. Jiang, the campus belle, has not had the best reputation lately. What could General Yi want with her? Perhaps it has something to do with Zhou. Never mind. Let us not speculate carelessly. We wouldn't want to attract his attention. There is an unspoken understanding that Jiangbei and General Yi shared a unique relationship. Within the martial arts hall, a cacophony of voices erupted. Ahem. Please quiet down and focus on the lesson. The instructor's stern reprimand finally subdued the classroom. Outside, Jiangbei looked at Ye Linyuan with surprise and delight. What brings you here? She inquired, her face radiating joy. Ye Linyuan gazed at her for a moment before asking, Do you not have anything you wish to say to me? Jiangbei shook her head, her expression oddly evasive. No, not really. She felt a surge of shyness under his scrutinizing gaze and averted her eyes. After all, he hailed from the prestigious martial sage family, and she wished to avoid causing him any trouble. If anyone bullies you, remember to let me know, Ye Linyuan continued. Jiangbei shook her head again, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ye Linyuan said nothing further, merely stating, All right, you may return. Their conversation carried into the classroom, causing many to widen their eyes in astonishment as they fixated on the scene outside. The promise of intrigue loomed large. In the third martial arts hall, a group clad in martial attire was engaged in a lesson when a voice suddenly rang out. Who is Zhou Ziming? The students turned to see a young man in military uniform, his demeanor stern, entering the room, flanked by 2 guards. Most notably, the 6 military insignias adorning his shoulders commanded immediate respect. A commotion rippled through the crowd. Having witnessed the Jiangbei battle, nearly everyone recognized Ye Linyuan at first glance. I am. Zhou Ziming felt somewhat perplexed by the situation, yet he was acutely aware of Ye Linyuan's esteemed identity. Observing the hostility etched upon his countenance, Zhou Ziming couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Ye Linyuan's gaze fixed upon him, and with an air of indifference, he spoke. It is you who has bullied Jiangbei. At these words, a palpable silence enveloped the group. They were all well acquainted with the rumors circulating within the Holy Martial Academy over the past few days, and they were fully aware that Zhou Ziming had been the one fanning the flames. Could this military star be harboring some peculiar connection with Jiangbei? Zhou Ziming was momentarily taken aback, just as an overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over him. Almost immediately, a sharp cracking sound pierced the air. Crack! The startling noise sent shockwaves through the crowd. This was a threat to life, and from someone of a martial aristocratic lineage. What an air of dominance! Indeed. Chapter 68. The martial saint's dignity is unyielding. Don't cry. There will be no consolation. Zhou Ziming's face flushed crimson as he struggled to speak. He felt as though he were suspended in mid-air, an invisible hand gripping his throat, as if it could crush him at any moment. Master Yi, have I done anything to offend you? The identity of Ye Linyuan was well known across the world, and Zhou Ziming was no exception. He could distinctly sense that Ye Linyuan was intent on taking his life. Not only Zhou Ziming, but also the students attending classes in the martial arts hall gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. The youngest prodigy of the military was poised to kill a direct descendant of the martial saint family. It should be noted that Zhou Ziming had the backing of a martial saint. Even the highest-ranking officials in the military would hesitate to threaten such a person, for the wrath of a martial saint is not easily endured. Ye Linyuan looked at him with an indifferent gaze and spoke with a calm demeanor. "Do you need me to inform you that Jiangbei is my girlfriend?" The moment these words were uttered, many around them trembled, their expressions shifting dramatically. They were well aware of the recent events at Tsinghua University, all of which stemmed from Zhou Ziming's actions. Moreover, his behavior in the classroom had indeed been excessively outrageous. Though they were filled with indignation, they dared not voice it. Little did they expect that Jiangbei was the girlfriend of the military's unparalleled star. Gasp! Within the martial arts hall, many drew in a sharp breath. It suddenly dawned on them why Ye Linyuan had personally come to Tsinghua University, seeking Zhou Ziming. It turned out that the illustrious campus belle, Jiangbei, was the girlfriend of a military leader. "Master Yi, I had no idea that Jiangbei was your girlfriend. Had I known, even if I possessed 10 times my courage, I would not have dared." Zhou Ziming's face turned pale as he grasped the gravity of the situation. His heart filled with dread. Ye Linyuan had once unleashed his fury in Jiangbei, slaying the commander, and even the military had chosen to turn a blind eye. He genuinely believed that Ye Linyuan would not spare him. Master Ye, please show mercy, considering that the young master was unaware. Could you let him off this once? Outside the martial arts hall, several strong figures from the martial academy had arrived. Among them an elderly man clad in a gray robe, resembling a butler, who spoke anxiously. "Stop!" 2 soldiers, their expressions stern, stepped forward to block their path. It was too late. Ye Linyuan cast a blank stare at them. With a slight exertion of his palm, the space around them warped, and Zhou Ziming's neck began to contort at a visible rate. "Master Yi, for the sake of the martial saint's dignity, could this matter be resolved amicably? The head of the Zhou family will certainly come to apologize in person." The elder from the Zhou family's expression changed dramatically, ready to step forward. But the 2 soldiers unleashed their imposing aura, forcing him to halt. Upon hearing this, everyone realized that this seemingly simple statement was, in fact, a reminder to Ye Linyuan. Should he truly kill Zhou Ziming, the martial saint would not easily relent. In truth, should a martial sage wish to perceive the events transpiring within the sacred martial academy, it would be a trivial endeavor. Arriving here would take but a fleeting moment. However, this is the capital, a region where the use of spiritual power is strictly prohibited. No one is permitted to employ such powers for prying, not even a martial sage. Permission from the military or the Great Xia Prefecture is required. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed, stirring a reaction from all present. Zhou Ziming had been killed. His body fell heavily to the ground, and the elder of the Zhou family gazed upon the scene with a twisted expression. Yet, facing Ye Linyuan in his current state, he dared not utter a word. After completing his task, Ye Linyuan turned to leave, as a crowd had already gathered around him. "Jiangbei is my girlfriend. Should anyone dare to leverage their family influence to bully her again, this shall be their fate," Ye Linyuan stated coolly. One must consider that Jiangbei is the celebrated beauty of the sacred martial academy, sought after by many. This action was also to eliminate this minor nuisance once and for all. Otherwise, should such an incident recur in his absence, he would undoubtedly face grievances anew. With that, Ye Linyuan departed. The onlooking students of the Sacred Martial Academy took some time to recover from their shock. Ye was so impressive, a scion of the martial sage family, killing without hesitation, the military's pride, truly deserving of its reputation. "I aspire to be like Ye one day. Just look at his girlfriend." Exclamations filled the air, with some secretly vowing to regard Ye Linyuan as their pursuit. Others were astonished. Zhou Ziming was, after all, a direct descendant of a martial sage family. His murder in the capital was akin to slapping that martial sage in the face. Moreover, many female students cast envious glances at their own boyfriends. The class bell rang at Sacred Martial University. As Jiangbei exited the classroom, she noticed the peculiar gazes of those around her. Although she had grown accustomed to it in recent days, today felt different. There was an unmistakable hint of envy in their looks. Jiao, how wonderful. You managed to get together with my idol without telling me. How outrageous. Yizhua is too handsome. If only my boyfriend, giggled a group of girls as they approached her. Hearing their words, Jiangdai paused for a moment, and then suddenly recalled something. She hurriedly jogged ahead. As expected, in the third martial pavilion, an elder was seen carrying someone on his back, his expression dark as he departed. The surrounding students no longer regarded her with the same previous gaze. Jiangdai quickly understood the situation and rushed towards the school gate. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Ye Linyuan was preparing to leave step by step. Sir, should we notify the military? One of the guards inquired. After all, this was the murder of a descendant of a martial sage family. It would be troublesome if the martial sage arrived upon hearing the news. Ye Linyuan shook his head slightly and replied calmly, no need. With Xiao Shan's capabilities, he is undoubtedly aware of the events transpiring at the Holy Martial Academy. Moreover, the Zhou family is one of the hidden martial saint families involved in the Jiangbei Abyss battle. If a martial saint dares to emerge, it is precisely the moment for an early reckoning. Before Ye Linyuan could step out the door, the voice of Jiangdai resonated behind him. He cast a glance, prompting the two guards to discreetly step aside. Jiangdai approached Ye Linyuan, her eyes slightly reddened. Though she had feigned indifference over the past few days, she felt deeply aggrieved within. Nonetheless, she did not wish to burden Ye Linyuan further. Additionally, following the complete revelation of the Jiangbei incident, Ye Linyuan's identity had been laid bare. He was a young six-star general from the military, the pride of the military department, so strikingly radiant. Chapter 69. The Zhou family's martial saint, bewildered and humiliated, must endure. Jiangdai approached Ye Linyuan, standing in silence for quite a while before uttering a simple, thank you. Ye Linyuan fixed his gaze upon her and inquired, then why did you not speak to me? Jiangdai bit her lip and softly murmured, I thought you no longer wanted me. The events surrounding the Jiang family had unfolded with alarming suddenness, coupled with Ye Linyuan's illustrious identity. He had not sought her out upon his arrival in Kyoto, leading to a flicker of unfounded speculation in her mind. Furthermore, Zhou Ziming was backed by the martial saint. You are my girlfriend. Should we part ways, I would inform you in advance, Ye Linyuan replied with a smile. Jiangdai lifted her face, her eyes shimmering with a hint of crimson. Then can we not break up? Two guards stepped back slightly, while two elderly men at the entrance leaned over the window, eager not to miss any details. In Kyoto, at the Zhou residence, the elder of the Zhou family returned with Zhou Ziming's lifeless body. The grand hall fell into a profound silence. The members of the Zhou family gazed at the corpse on the floor, their eyes filled with a mix of anger, shock, and confusion. How could anyone in Kyoto, or even in the Xia kingdom, dare to harm a member of the Zhou family, especially a direct descendant? As the hall remained enveloped in silence, two figures burst in, a middle-aged man and woman. How dare that scoundrel touch my son? He must pay with his life. No, his entire family must pay. They cried out in anguish, their voices laced with fury. Hearing this, Zhou Hao, the head of the Zhou family, slammed his hand on the table, his gaze fixed on the elder. Who dares to harm my family? The elder trembled and quickly replied, it was someone from the military. The extraordinary general who emerged from Jiangbei, Ye Linyuan. He swiftly recounted the events that had transpired. The mere mention of this name plunged the entire Zhou family into a profound stillness. Ye Linyuan, the extraordinary general of the military, was highly regarded by Xiao Shan. According to the elder's account, the root of this incident lay entirely with Zhou Ziming. However, given the Zhou family's stature, many astute individuals quickly surmised that someone might have orchestrated the situation, using Ye Linyuan as a pawn to instigate a conflict between the Zhou family and the military. Yet, that was of little consequence. What mattered now was that a life had been lost. Moreover, this death had occurred in Kyoto, witnessed by many, and the face of the martial saint family had been dealt a severe blow. Head of the family, elder brother, this is your own nephew. You must seek justice for him. At that moment, observing the silence in the hall, the grieving man on the floor rose and spoke loudly. Zhou Hao furrowed his brow, his expression complex. Ye Linyuan's current status was far from simple. To confront him would likely mean facing the military's wrath. If it were an ordinary officer, it would be manageable. I shall first report this to our patriarch. Ye Linyuan is currently the most valued individual in the military. Even if we approach them, the military may not take heed. Zhou Hao gazed at his younger brother, who was utterly heartbroken and could not help but sigh. Pertaining to the military, even as the head of the family, he found it difficult to steer the overall situation. Very well, let our father take charge, the man declared vehemently. That wretched Ye Linyuan has gone too far, killing my son. I demand his life. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Hao strode out with purpose. Within a secluded estate of the Zhou family, an elderly man sat, revealing himself to be Zhou Tianxiong, a 6th-level martial saint, ranked 10th on the holy list of the Xia Kingdom. Father, my younger brother's child, Zhou Ziming, was slain today. Zhou Hao stood outside, speaking with utmost respect. Zhou Tianxiong slowly opened his eyes, a fierce glint flashing across his face. Useless trash. My grandson was murdered in the capital, and instead of devising a plan for vengeance, annihilating that family, you come to me for what? Zhou Tianxiong's murky eyes widened, and his imposing aura surged, creating a tempest of energy. Father. That man is a 6-star general of the military, Ye Linyuan. Zhou Hao, drenched in cold sweat, forced himself to speak. After passing the mantle of family head to Zhou Hao, Zhou Tianxiong had remained aloof from worldly matters, exuding an air of transcendence. Yet, upon hearing the name Ye Linyuan, his eyelids twitched violently, indicating that he was indeed familiar with the name. Ye Linyuan. How did that wretched child provoke Ye Linyuan? Zhou Tianxiong's tone turned icy. Even when addressing family, a chill often erupted in his gaze and voice. Zhou Hao recounted the events, noting the pallor that enveloped Zhou Tianxiong's face. It was well known that his earlier interference in Jiangbei had aroused the military's suspicion, prompting a thorough investigation. He had recently instructed his family to act discreetly, avoiding drawing the military's attention, for if exposed, Shaoshan would not spare him. Yet, despite all calculations, he had never anticipated provoking Ye Linyuan. Father, what should be our course of action? Zhou Hao inquired. Nothing should transpire, Zhou Tianxiong coldly asserted, then continued. Remember, in these days have the family act discreetly, and avoid Ye Linyuan at all costs. Should anyone from the Zhou family seek vengeance on their own accord, I will show no mercy. Zhou Tianxiong was acutely aware that now was not the time to create a rift with the military. At the very least, they must wait until the grand competition concluded. Or perhaps, the marshal beyond the borders could eliminate the persistent threat posed by Shaoshan. Otherwise, should Shaoshan's wrath be unleashed, he too would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Shaoshan was formidable, holding the first position on the Xia Kingdom's martial saint combat ranking, having emerged unscathed from the starry expanse. Even martial saints would bow before him. Yes, father, Zhou Hao responded, though internally astonished at his father's newfound willingness to negotiate. Even with the murder of his grandson, he urged the family to refrain from seeking revenge. Was Ye Linyuan truly that fearsome? Zhou Hao was profoundly shaken. Yet he dared not disregard Zhou Tianxiong's counsel. Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Tianxiong's caution stemmed from the still simmering turmoil in Jiangbei. It is essential to recognize that the turmoil in Jiangbei is monumental. It is not merely the demise of the demon suppression army. There are individuals colluding with those beyond the borders, and even conspiring with foreign races. Should Shaoshan become aware of this, would he easily let them off the hook? Once Zhou Hao departed, Zhou Tianxiong's figure immediately vanished from sight. Outside, in the Zhou family hall, after Zhou Hao conveyed the news regarding Zhou Tianxiong, the entire Zhou clan was left in a state of shock, especially Zhou Ziming's parents, who were utterly incredulous. Elder brother, did the old master truly say such a thing? How could this be? That is his own grandson. After his murder, are we to refrain from seeking vengeance in private? Elder brother, did you truly consult father? Upon hearing these words, Zhou Hao felt a profound headache. Nevertheless, he spoke with utmost seriousness and gravity. Heed our father's words, otherwise should you provoke him, no one will be able to save you. Chapter 70. The Four Martial Saints, The competition begins in a martial arts hall in Kyoto. The figure of Zhou Tianxiong materialized. Although he publicly urged the Zhou family members not to seek revenge independently, this did not signify that the matter would simply fade away. As a sixth-level martial saint, Zhou Tianxiong was known for his domineering and decisive nature in his youth. Once he set his mind to something, no dissent would be tolerated. With Zhou Ziming's death in Kyoto, his current emotional state was all too evident. Within the confines of the martial arts hall, in a particular chamber, Zhou Tianxiong appeared alongside three others. These three individuals exuded an aura comparable to his own, all being sixth-level martial saints. Ye Linyuan had arrived in Kyoto alive. Zhou Tianxiong spoke first, his gaze rife with murderous intent. "Huh, you think you can simply overlook the fact that I have slain your grandson today? If word of this spreads, the Zhou family's reputation will be irreparably tarnished." Upon hearing his words, one of the martial saints beside him chuckled lightly before responding. Zhou Tianxiong's expression darkened, and his aura fluctuated ominously. Chunlan refrained from making light of the situation. "We four are now bound together like crickets on the same string. Once the military investigates the incidents in Jiangbei, do you truly believe that Xiao Shun will let you off the hook?" With this statement, a heavy silence enveloped the four. Given Xiao Shun's character and his regard for Ye Linyuan, he would undoubtedly pay a personal visit. This assertion was accurate, and moreover, that little brat Ye Linyuan operated with such ruthless determination, having already dispatched Yi Tai in Jiangbei. Even if Xiao Shun were to spare us, it is likely that he would not. The Wang family martial saint nodded, his expression grim. "Is there any news from beyond the borders?" Seeing that everyone had aligned on the same front, Zhou Tianxiong ceased his further commentary and directly inquired. According to the information received, once the competition commenced, Xiao Shun would be compelled to leave Kyoto, and the chances of his return were minimal. The Chun family martial saint pondered briefly before slowly responding. "What does he mean by this? Xiao Shun is our strongest force. If anything were to happen to him, how would we resist the alien factions in the future?" Upon hearing this, Meng family martial saint, who had remained silent, couldn't help but furrow his brow. What of it? That one beyond the borders is also a ninth level. His return would be no different. Besides, Zhou Tianxiong interjected with a cold huff. "If we show mercy now, have you considered our eventual fate?" The others nodded in agreement, and the Wang family martial saint then queried, "What about Ye Linyuan on the battlefield? At present, it seems no one participating in the competition stand a chance against him." The Chun family martial saint smiled slightly. "There is no need for concern. A countermeasure against Ye Linyuan has already been prepared, and this individual is currently in my household." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, Ye Linyuan had exited the Holy Martial Academy and returned to the military headquarters. Xiao Shun did not comment further on the deaths of the Zhou family members. The investigations conducted by the military in recent days had yielded some insights. Thus, the deaths of the Zhou family were considered a done deal. In recent years, the martial aristocracy has been vying for power, leaving the elder martial sage of the Great Xia Prefecture overwhelmed and unable to manage the situation effectively. He has often turned a blind eye to their misdeeds. Consequently, some of the descendants from these martial families have displayed an arrogant demeanor in the capital. This is still an era of martial arts, where the martial artist reigns supreme. If we were to adhere strictly to the law, most of these young scions would likely face dire consequences, if not death itself. However, the news of these events has caused quite a stir in the capital. For the first time in 400 years of the martial era, a direct descendant from a martial sage family has been killed in the capital. And remarkably, the sage behind this has not shown any signs of anger, as if it were a trivial matter. This has baffled many, though those with keen insight or status understand that Zhou Tianxiong is not one to be trifled with. In his youth, he was known for his ruthless and unyielding nature. He wouldn't simply allow such affronts to go unanswered. The capital is brewing a tempest. Ye Linyuan returned to his residence and settled onto the sofa. A fresh newspaper lay on the table, detailing not only the international battlefront, but also the domestic situation. As he casually picked it up to read, a frown crossed his brow. When did a southern front emerge? Ye Linyuan scrutinized the newspaper, perplexed. The girl responsible for his care paused her tasks and glanced at the paper, responding, "It seems to have appeared 3 days ago, coinciding with your ascension to the true dragon level. In just 3 days, such a formidable shadow has emerged in the sea." Ye Linyuan's expression turned contemplative. According to the proportions indicated in the newspaper, this shadow must span several hundred meters. Previously, in Jiangbei, the alien races had expended immense resources, almost gathering all the formidable beasts to annihilate him, only to be eradicated by nuclear-level weaponry. Now, the shadow in the south is an abyss, and the military has informed you that it is a new battlefield prepared by the alien races, the girl replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan nodded. The alien races had incurred significant costs in creating formidable beasts, gathering them in Jiangbei to eliminate him, only to have them wiped out by a single nuclear strike. Hence, it seems reasonable for them to initiate a new front in the south. Yet, Ye Linyuan couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After all, the alien races had suffered considerable losses in Jiangbei. It seems hasty to open a new front so soon. Surely, they would not have had the time to create even the expendable beasts in such a brief span. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Linyuan rose, stating, "Fetch my attire." The girl nodded and retrieved a coat to drape over him. In a conference room at the military headquarters, the general spoke gravely. "Marshal, the swift initiation of the Southern Front is quite peculiar." Ye Linyuan pointed to the images displayed on the screen, his tone serious. "We have already dispatched personnel to survey the area. The aliens have invested considerable resources to open a new transfer space." Xiaoshan nodded and replied with a smile. "You need not worry about this matter. The military will handle it." As Ye Linyuan was about to speak, Xiaoshan raised his hand to interrupt, saying, "Ye Linyuan, you must remember that this grand competition within the military is of utmost importance, more so than anything else. Hence, I hope you will devote yourself entirely to it." "Yes, Marshal," Ye Linyuan replied, finding himself compelled to swallow his subsequent words. Once Ye Linyuan departed, Xiaoshan stood up, gazing silently at the front line. The military competition is not overly complex. It consists of 2 main components: assessing combat prowess, evaluating realms, and measuring vitality. The other segment involves entering the battlefield of myriad clans, established by martial saints and foreign races. It is a contest of slaying enemies and earning merits. The one who emerges as the overall champion shall inherit the position of the next military marshal. After the turmoil in the capital subsided, the day of the competition quietly approached. On this day, the military training grounds buzzed with activity. Chapter 71. That silhouette appears somewhat familiar. In the military training ground, a multitude of individuals stands gathered. In addition to those participating in the grand competition, the 7 esteemed martial saints of the capital have made a rare appearance at the military establishment. This grand competition holds immense significance for the martial saint families, as it could determine the next heir to the military. Within the military, there are also descendants of martial saint families. Securing the top position would bring an end to the protracted strife among the martial saint families. This contest is no trivial matter. The contenders are all formidable warriors of at least the general rank. Xiaoshan, along with the 7 saints of the capital, occupies the observation platform, while below, the evaluations are underway. The first segment serves as a qualification assessment, as those lacking in combat prowess would have little chance of survival even if they entered the battlefield of myriad races. The first contestant is General Su Yi, a 1-star general from the 78th Division of the Western Front. The second is a 1-star general from the 47th Division of the West. As each name is announced, figures swiftly ascend to the stage, accompanied by the display of their respective metrics on the screen. The initial segment passes without significant incident, for all present are seasoned military personnel, accustomed to the tempests of battle. However, a stir arises among the crowd when members of the martial saint families take the stage. One such individual, a 3-star general from the military, hails from the Zhou family and is also Zhou Ziming's cousin. Following the death of Zhou Ziming at the hands of Ye Linyuan, the Zhou family has remained unresponsive. This grand competition is likely to harbor complexities. The individual on stage casts a gaze, intentionally or otherwise, towards Ye Linyuan, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Yet, he does not linger too long. Mindful of the numerous martial saints seated above, Ye Linyuan meets his gaze. This scrutiny is not a novel experience for him today. It seems the martial saint families can no longer conceal their intentions. After all, creating such a significant uproar in Jiangbei was precisely for this grand competition, wasn't it? Next, from the Eastern Front, 6-star General Ye Linyuan, an officer announces loudly. Ye Linyuan rises and steps onto the stage. His combat prowess had previously been assessed upon entering the true dragon rank, though few are aware of it. Only a handful of high-ranking officials in the military are privy to this knowledge. Yizwa commence, he nods in acknowledgement, his vitality surging forth as he delivers a powerful punch. Bang! A resounding echo reverberates. The figures on the instruments fluctuate dramatically, capturing the attention of many. Prior to this moment, they had only heard of this remarkable military star's name, but were yet to comprehend the extent of his excellence. Not only the spectators, but also Zhou Tianxiong on stage and several members of the martial saint families turn their gazes towards him. Combat power, surpassing 100 million. The scene freezes. The officer's trembling voice pierces through the air, plunging the training ground into a profound silence. A combat power exceeding 100 million. Is this not on par with that of a martial saint? Ye Linyuan is indeed a true dragon-level warrior, leaving many astounded and shaken, for the might of a dragon-level warrior is comparable to that of a martial saint. No wonder he is hailed as the unparalleled star of the military. Zhou Tianxiong coolly withdrew his gaze. His expression appeared calm, yet his heart was momentarily stirred with shock. This little beast is truly monstrous. However, once we enter the battlefield, I shall ensure that you and Xiao Shun descend into hell together. With this thought, Zhou Tianxiong cast a cold glance at Xiao Shun. Sensing the gaze, turned to him. Zhou Tianxiong quickly averted his eyes, feigning indifference. Truly, as the military's unrivaled star, Marshal Zhao's discernment is formidable. It seems that the heir of the military is undoubtedly him. Witnessing this scene, two martial saints spoke in succession. Xiao Shun waved his hand, his tone calm, as he remarked, such a pride of the military nearly met his demise at the hands of someone in Jiangbei. A chill swept through the air. Zhou Tianxiong and the other three martial saints felt a wave of trepidation. Xiao Shun's words bore deeper meaning. Alas, it is indeed shameful. My grandson bears some responsibility in the affairs of the Zhou family. His cleverness has led to this predicament. I hope Marshal does not misinterpret. My Zhao family has absolutely no involvement in the matters of Jiangbei. The martial saint of the Zhao family immediately pledged this assurance. What Zhao Zai had done had naturally reached his ears. Xiao Shun is no ordinary individual. Such tricks could be seen through at a glance. Rather than being targeted by Xiao Shun, it is better to lay everything bare early on. You old fool. So that's how my grandson provoked Ye Linyuan. It turns out you were the one stirring the pot. Marshal, I suggest an immediate investigation into the Zhao family, as he is clearly sowing discord between the Zhou family and the military with ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxiong could no longer contain his fury. It seems that the one with nefarious intentions is not I, but you. Zhao Xuanqing let out a cold laugh, his tone laden with an indistinct meaning. Zhou Tianxiong's expression shifted just as he was about to speak. Xiao Shun raised his hand to interrupt, stating, "The military has already conducted a thorough investigation. There is no need for further quarrels. Let's first send them to the battlefield of the myriad races." Xiao Shun's words left the other martial saints with little room to object. However, this statement served as a warning to them. Xiao Shun may very well have knowledge of the martial saint families that intervened in Jiangbei that day. Rising to his feet, Xiao Shun manifested a towering golden body behind him, gesturing with his hand. Above the training ground, a structure resembling a spatial teleportation array appeared. Participants of the grand competition may enter, he declared. Within the battlefield of the myriad races, there exists territory belonging to humanity, guarded by a martial saint. The battlefield of myriad races originates from the cosmic expanse. After being opened by the martial saints, Various factions have since laid claim to it. It is home to numerous heavenly materials and extraordinary treasures, such as true dragon essence and rare alloy materials. Indeed, it contains everything imaginable. Thus, for humanity, it represents an immense wealth, something that cannot be relinquished. As Xiao Shun's voice faded, many individuals leaped forth, vanishing into the array. Ye Linyuan stood upon the platform, poised to enter. Suddenly, amidst the throng, he discerned a remarkably familiar silhouette. That figure glanced back at him just before entering. Could be Ye Bai? Ye Linyuan's gaze was peculiar, yet he was overwhelmed by an unsettling premonition. Thoughts of the abyss emerging in the southern region and the reasoning behind Ye Bai's eligibility to enter the battlefield of myriad clans flooded his mind. He turned to look at Xiao Shun, who, without uttering a word, merely gestured for him to hasten inside. After a moment's hesitation, Ye Linyuan sprang into action. On the martial arts arena, half the crowd had vanished as the formation closed. The martial saints departed in succession, while a colossal upheaval quietly began to unfold. In the south, the vast expanse of the ocean stirred unexpectedly, as if some enormous creature had surfaced beneath the waves. The southern battle zone sensed the anomaly immediately. The abyss is stirring. Quickly informed the military headquarters. Chapter 72. They extol me as a deity. Without me, who else could suffice? Xiao Shun departs from the capital. The incursion from the abyss in the southern region has surpassed everyone's expectations. In the span of a mere hour, the maritime territories have succumbed, and the armies of foreign entities are advancing towards the city. At this rate, within 2 or 3 days, it is feared that the southern cities will fall into ruin. Meanwhile, this turmoil has stirred a tempest within the nation. Particularly in various newspapers, news outlets, and martial artist forums, fierce discussions have erupted. The abyssal invasion and the formation of a coalition army by foreign races. Does this herald the onset of an all-out war? It is rumored that among the southern adversaries, there exists a foreign leader whose combat prowess rivals that of a 9th-level martial saint. It is no wonder the South has fallen so swiftly. If this is indeed the case, will the cities of the South not succumb in just a day or two? A 9th-level martial saint can only be suppressed by a general of the military. As it stands, only General Xiao remains to confront such a threat. Amidst this fervent discourse, certain voices have emerged regarding Xiao Shun. For within the depths of the southern abyss, a foreign leader of significant caliber has appeared, whose combat strength is purportedly at least that of a 9th-level martial saint. In the face of such overwhelming power, the number of demon suppression troops becomes inconsequential. The strength of a 9th-level martial saint is formidable. To the eyes of such beings, the ordinary demon suppression troops are little more than fodder. Yet, Xiao Shun is universally acknowledged as the foremost warrior of humanity. If Ye Tai is regarded as a guardian deity by many in the northern regions, then Xiao Shun occupies a similar status in the heart of Xia country. Following the emergence of the southern crisis, some individuals have begun to petition for Xiao Shun to journey south and quell the abyss. As the situation deteriorates in the south, these calls grow ever louder, rapidly spreading across newspapers, news outlets, and the internet, as if there were unseen hands orchestrating this movement. In the capital, within a martial arts hall, a few scoffs echoed. The situation is unfolding favorably. Xiao Shun must go, whether he wishes to or not. A number of martial saints from illustrious families sat therein, with Zhou Tianxiong sneering, his tone imbued with unprecedented satisfaction. Once Xiao Shun departs from the capital, their plans may commence. Simultaneously, they would no longer have to worry about their meddling in the northern territories being discovered, thus fearing Xiao Shun's retribution. Indeed, the clamor within the nation is resounding, all beseeching Xiao Shun to intervene and suppress the threat. Is he not a war deity, the guardian idol in the hearts of the populace? I wonder whether he will heed their call. The Wang family's martial saint nodded in agreement, laughter escaping him. But what if Xiao Shun truly refuses to go? Someone ventured to speak. Zhou Tianxiong cast a glance at him, calmly stating, "If he does not go, the general stationed at the border shall take action, and then? What's Xiao Shun's status as a guardian deity? Moreover, If he chooses not to go, he would no longer be known as Xiao Shun. At these words, several martial saints nodded in agreement, their concurrence evident. The military received the news promptly and convened a meeting. At this moment, the grand competition of the generals had just commenced, and the sudden incursion from the abyss raised suspicions among many within the military. Marshal, the situation in the south may be the most severe in history. In the conference room, a general stood before the screen, providing an analysis. In the span of merely 1 hour, the maritime regions had completely succumbed, and the battlefield swiftly encroached upon the cities. At this rate, within a day, a significant portion of the southern cities would fall. Upon hearing this, some in the conference room frowned. Given our current forces, how long will it take to suppress this? The general shook his head and sighed. It seems quite difficult. This time, the abyss has not unleashed aberrant beasts, but rather an army composed of foreign races. Reports from the south indicate that there is a leader among these foreign entities. As these words echoed, the entire conference room fell into a profound silence. For 400 years, martial practitioners had engaged extensively with foreign races, and their leaders were comparable to 9th-level martial saints. If such a being exists within the abyss, our previous analyses may have been overly conservative. Moreover, there is a palpable outcry within the country, leading many in the military to sense an underlying anomaly, as if someone were orchestrating events behind the scenes. The objective appears to be compelling Xiao Shun to venture into the abyss. However, under the current circumstances, Xiao Shun is indeed the most suitable individual for the task. Even dispatching several martial saints would likely prove insufficient against a leader of such caliber, potentially exacerbating casualties. Marshal, I suggest you refrain from going for the time being. Perhaps we should first send a few martial saints from the military to ascertain the situation. Someone proposed. What purpose would it serve to send martial saints into the abyss where a foreign leader resides? It would only lead to unnecessary losses. Xiao Shun stated calmly from his position at the head of the table. But you are the soul of the military. If anything were to happen to you, the military. Indeed, Marshal, the outcry within the country clearly indicates someone is manipulating the situation. It is undeniably a form of coercion against you. There is something amiss here. After Xiao Shun's remarks, many voices arose in the conference room. Though this incursion from the abyss is formidable, its sudden and peculiar nature seems almost targeted. This is precisely why those in the military harbor such concerns. With the South facing such dire straits, the lives of millions hanging in the balance. They deify me as a god. Who else but I can handle this? Xiao Shun replied with a faint smile, speaking slowly as if he had not heard the concerns regarding external manipulation. Upon hearing this, many within the military fell silent. Given the circumstances emerging from the abyss, Xiao Shun indeed stands as the optimal choice. Yet, what if an unforeseen event were to occur? How would the military respond? A general hesitated momentarily before speaking again. Hasn't the heir to the military already been chosen? I should transfer my position to him as soon as possible. That would fulfill my duty. Xiao Shun gradually rose to his feet, a smile gracing his countenance, imbued with profound significance. Marshal, since you are resolute in your decision to depart, we shall not hinder you. However, this matter is undoubtedly intertwined with the martial aristocratic families that intervened in Jiangbei. The military has already conducted a preliminary investigation. Marshal, will you not take it upon yourself to address this issue? Upon witnessing Xiao Shun's unwavering resolve, the others ceased their discourse. Yet, the martial aristocratic families in the capital harbored a strong desire for Xiao Shun to rectify matters before his departure. After all, if this issue indeed connected back to those families, it could very well be the precursor to a brewing conspiracy. No need, should I fail to return. Ye Linyuan will assume the mantle of the next marshal of the military. Chapter 73. The Return of the Former Martial Sage. Are you seeking your own demise? The battlefield of myriad clans is a place shrouded in mystery, resembling a vast secret realm. Within this expansive space, even a mere scoop of earth can fetch millions or even tens of millions in the outside world. Everything found here is a treasure. It is undeniable that the advancement of human martial artists to this day is greatly intertwined with this space. Many formidable weapons and materials for battle armor originate from here. In addition to humans, various alien races also inhabit this space, collectively enjoying its abundant resources. Xiaoshun's departure from the capital has captured the attention of many within the nation. However, news of his journey has reached but a handful within this secret realm. At this moment, in the territory of humanity, participants of the grand competition have gathered in this crucial location, where a martial sage presides. Since entering, the competitors have nearly divided into two factions, one led by Ye Linyuan and the other led by Ye Bai. Those who follow Ye Bai are predominantly descendants of prestigious martial sage families. The martial sage stationed here has yet to reveal himself. In the vanguard camp, Ye Linyuan, a voice filled with venomous disdain and an icy chill, slowly resonated. The voice was hauntingly familiar. Ye Linyuan raised an eyebrow, gazing at the individual before him, both familiar and foreign. The familiar aspect lay in the fact that this person was none other than his brother Ye Bai, who had been taken away in Jiangbei. Yet the foreign aspect was how, in such a short span of time, Ye Bai's aura had grown more potent than that of an ordinary Grand Sect member, even hinting at a trend toward becoming a true dragon-level martial artist. Ye Linyuan was taken aback. After all, when they were in Jiangbei, Ye Bai had merely been a postnatal martial artist. How little time had passed. You ungrateful wretch. Our father brought you back, and yet you. It is all your fault. You destroyed Jiangbei, you destroyed the Yi family. Upon seeing Ye Linyuan, Ye Bai trembled with excitement, not from joy, but rather from a surge of hatred. After all, he was now a true dragon-level martial artist, and the events of that day in Jiangbei were vividly etched in his mind. The desire for revenge against Ye Linyuan had consumed him for many days. How could he not be stirred upon their reunion? Ye Linyuan cast a calm glance at him, his gaze shifting to the individuals trailing behind Ye Bai. If memory serves correctly, these individuals are likely associated with the martial sage from beyond the borders. Have you all decided to join forces with him? Ye Linyuan inquired nonchalantly. At this remark, the expressions of those following Ye Bai shifted dramatically. It is well known that the martial sage from beyond the borders had been exiled from the capital, with all martial artists forbidden from engaging with him. Considering the relationship between the military and the borders, or rather, between the capital and the borders, aligning with Ye Bai now rendered them akin to traitors. Ye Linyuan, do not threaten us here. You took the life of my brother without the slightest regard for the esteemed lineage of the martial saints. Today, I shall ensure you receive due retribution. The cold voice of a member from the Zhou family echoed through the air. Upon hearing his words, those who stood behind him began to chime in. Indeed, perhaps in the capital we held a modicum of fear towards you due to the military, but here in the battlefield of myriad clans, the military holds no sway. A sinister chuckle followed. Is he still harboring thoughts of martial Shao? Ye Linyuan, you are nothing but a base and despicable coward. By what right do you claim to be the heir of the military's marshal? The group scoffed, their faces twisted into mockery, observing their arrogance. Those who accompanied Ye Linyuan felt their anger swell. Commander, why waste words with these traitors? Let us cleanse the ranks of the military immediately. One exclaimed, how dare they betray us from within? Do they fear the marshal's retribution? Colluding with external martial saints is a grave offense. Ye Bai's gaze was icy as he regarded Ye Linyuan, who had not once deigned to meet his eyes. This disregard struck Ye Bai deeply. Back in Jiangbei, Ye Linyuan's aloofness was somewhat excusable, for he was then a commanding officer of the military, a figure of great stature. But now, standing as equals as true dragons, why did Ye Linyuan continue to exhibit such disdain? Ye Linyuan, today I shall purge the Yi family of you, Ye Bai declared, stepping forth from the crowd, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. I am rather curious. How did you transform from a mere waste into such a formidable warrior? Ye Linyuan regarded him solemnly, devoid of any ulterior motives. After all, ascending from a mundane martial artist to a true dragon level was an unheard of feat. Ye Bai gasped, nearly choking on his own breath. In Jiangbei, he had been regarded as a martial genius, a radiant moon in the eyes of all. Yet, in Ye Linyuan's perception, he had become nothing more than a failure. Ye Linyuan, you seek your own demise. Ye Bai's aura shifted dramatically, unleashing the bloodlust of a true dragon-level warrior. He hurled a punch, distorting the very fabric of space, the force of his blow threatening to topple mountains. Ye Linyuan regarded him with indifference, taking a single step forward without any other movement. Ye Bai's fist came to an abrupt halt before him, unable to advance even an inch. How is this possible? Ye Bai's expression darkened, disbelief etched across his features. How could there be such a disparity between two true dragon-level warriors? Crack! Ye Linyuan pressed forward, and with a sickening sound, Ye Bai's outstretched arm was brutally shattered, the sound of breaking bones resonating through the air. Hiss! Ye Bai's complexion changed drastically as he sensed a chilling indifference and a faint trace of murderous intent emanating from Ye Linyuan. Boom! At that moment, the entire space fell into an eerie silence, as if everything around them began to slow down. A figure, with a whale silhouette manifesting behind him, emerged into the scene, causing all gazes to sharpen with intensity. This individual was a martial saint. Moreover, he was the very martial saint who had once appeared in Jiangbei. Ye Linyuan furrowed his brows slightly. Could it be that even in this expanse beyond the frontier, there were factions vying for power? Otherwise, what could possibly explain Yi Jing's presence here? I have long advised you, young man, not to be overly impetuous, Ye Linyuan remarked. In this world, there exists an abundance of things you cannot comprehend. Are you astonished to meet Ye Bai today? Ye Jing hovered in the void, casting a cold, indifferent gaze in his direction. Astonished? If you refer to the waste that has ascended to the true dragon level of martial prowess, then indeed, such a revelation is surprising. Ye Linyuan replied with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Ye Bai felt a wave of darkness wash over his vision. Your brilliance is too glaring. Your vigor too intense. This is hardly a fortuitous trait. However, it matters little, for you are destined to perish. I observed your fury in Jiangbei. Was it ignited by Yi Tai's assault with nuclear-grade weaponry, or by the fallen demon suppression army? Yi Jing suddenly smiled, then continued. Allow me to divulge a secret, the aberrant beast beneath that cavern are of my design. With the intent of compelling Yi Tai to judiciously wield nuclear-grade weaponry to facilitate your departure from this world. Yet, I had not anticipated that your life would prove so resilient. Ye Linyuan's gaze sharpened, reigniting the suppressed fury that had long simmered within him. Chapter 74. If I unleash my full power, what of the Holy One? The emergence of Ye Whale took Ye Linyuan by surprise. His words further condemned Ye Linyuan to a fate worse than death. Following the events in Jiangbei, many were aware that unseen forces were at play. Initially, he suspected the involvement of individuals from the capital and even considered Ye Whale, who had appeared in Jiangbei. However, one revelation left Ye Linyuan utterly astounded. The monstrous creatures lurking beneath the earth. The fact that they were orchestrated by Ye Whale was a shocking revelation. Could it be that humanity had conspired with these otherworldly beings? What? Was he responsible for the indifference towards the lives of countless individuals in Jiangbei? This was sheer defiance against nature. He was still human. Such inhumanity rendered him unworthy of the title of Holy One. If the martial saints of the military were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly crush him. Upon Ye Whale's declaration, it was not only Ye Linyuan who wore a facade of indifference. Even those behind him, the demon-slaying army, who had entered the fray to vanquish foes, erupted in outrage. The notion of humans colluding with other races was unprecedented in the annals of martial history. The otherworldly beings had committed heinous crimes, resulting in the deaths of countless civilians and members of the demon-slaying army over the course of merely 4 centuries. Humanity harbored an ingrained hatred towards these entities. It is no wonder that upon hearing Ye Whale's words, their fury knew no bounds. The martial saints were meant to be the backbone of humanity. It was unfathomable that such a disgrace could arise. Martial saints of the military? Do not dream. The realms they guard are the very front lines of the otherworldly invasions. Can they afford to leave their posts? Ye Whale sneered, his gaze laced with mockery. At his utterance, many within the military turned pale. The military boasted 10 martial saints. Aside from Shaoxin Station in the capital, the others were dispersed across the nation. Each location was of utmost importance and urgency. Should a martial saint depart, the otherworldly beings would likely seize the opportunity to invade, unless commanded otherwise by the capital. Yet, such a command seemed implausible. After all, the departure of a martial saint would inevitably lead to turmoil at the front lines. Despicable and shameless. How can such a disgrace exist among our kind? A voice broke the silence, proclaiming, "Do not be too arrogant, old thief. This battlefield also has the presence of a martial saint from our military, second only in strength." After a moment of silence, someone boldly spoke. Ye Whale's expression shifted slightly, his eyes involuntarily glancing into the distance, as he remarked, "If he were capable of coming, I would not have appeared." Ye Whale remained unfazed by the verbal onslaught and had no intention of unleashing carnage upon the military personnel, for they too would eventually return to their ranks. Moreover, the assertions made earlier were not entirely incorrect. With the invasion of the otherworldly beings, repelling them took precedence. The actions taken were primarily a response to the unforeseen changes brought about by Ye Linyuan. Otherwise, those stationed at the borders would have likely returned to the military smoothly and united against the external threat. Meanwhile, in the battlefield of myriad races, in a realm where humanity resided, a middle-aged man clad in military attire, with a resolute countenance, stood suspended in the void. Before him stood numerous beings of foreign descent, each exhibiting prowess comparable to that of a martial sage. These entities had remained after the fragmentation of the myriad races on the battlefield. "Sulai, if you wish to depart, you must first contend with us," declared a lizard-like creature, obstructing his path. As the words fell from its lips, the other beings advanced a step closer. "What's this? Haven't you learned your lesson from last time? Are you feeling particularly bold?" Sulai furrowed his brow, addressing the foreign entities. Several of them shifted uncomfortably. Though Sulai ranked second on the military prowess list, he was not as fearsome as Xiao Shun. However, for ordinary 6th or 7th level martial sages, he was an insurmountable challenge. Most of these beings possessed strength at the 3rd or 4th level of martial sage. Previously, in their attempt to seize territory in the realm of humanity, they had provoked Sulai, nearly losing one of their own amidst the assault of over a dozen. Thus, they had been reluctant to provoke him since that day. Last time was merely a stroke of luck. Do you truly believe our kind is easily intimidated?" the lizard-like creature retorted. Sulai extended his mental senses to gauge the situation ahead, his brow knitting slightly. Suddenly, the space around him fractured, and he vanished. "Block him!" cried the foreign entities. Several of them nodded in agreement, promptly springing into action. This time, the mission was to eliminate Ye Linyuan, and they were determined to exert their full strength. Over the past 3 years on the battlefield, Ye Linyuan had caused them considerable trouble and had unveiled the emergence of an unparalleled martial genius. Naturally, they could not allow his growth to continue unimpeded. Yi Jing gazed at them with an air of indifference before speaking. "My sole target is Ye Linyuan. All others step aside, and I may spare your lives. Those eligible for the grand competition are all military prodigies. To slay someone under 40 years of age at the general rank would be a significant loss for the military. Moreover, the marshal of the border would not approve." As Yi Jing's words echoed, those positioned behind Ye Linyuan readied themselves for battle, their eyes fixed intently on Yi Jing, showing no intention of retreating. In their hearts, Ye Linyuan was a rare gem of a general, the aspiration of them all, and the hope for humanity itself. "Why do we serve in the Demon Suppression Army?" Yi Jing chuckled lightly. "If any harm comes to you, I trust General Yi will not hold it against me." With that, he offered no further commentary. "Stand down. Should I unleash my full power, what would a sage matter?" Ye Linyuan spoke calmly. Although Yi Jing was a sage, his strength was merely at the 4th level, far from the pinnacle of the martial sage realm. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, with Yi by sneering derisively. "Ye Linyuan, you truly underestimate your place. The might of a martial sage is not something you can aspire to." It was not only Yi Bai. Even those standing behind Ye Linyuan could not help but murmur in disbelief. After all, he was a martial sage. "Commander, this individual is a martial sage. Should we join forces, there remains a sliver of hope for survival." "Indeed, Commander, if we can merely delay until our martial sage from the military arrives. His demise is inevitable. Yet, Ye Linyuan shook his head and replied, "There is no need." Upon uttering these words, the aura surrounding Ye Linyuan began to shift, a vast and boundless surge of vital energy erupting forth. A searing warmth radiated from him, and at that moment, the immortal cell within him activated. It was as if a star resided within Ye Linyuan, ceaselessly supplying him with vigor. The flow of his vital energy resembled an unquenchable furnace. The onlookers, sensing this overwhelming presence, were momentarily taken aback. After exchanging glances, they silently retreated. They had witnessed firsthand on the training platform that Ye Linyuan's combat prowess was already comparable to that of a martial sage. Remaining by his side might only complicate matters, as this individual before them was none other than their military's unparalleled star general. Chapter 75. The blade-cutting divine whale, the dark and evil forces within the realm of authority. Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Jing's expression shifted slightly, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. He was well aware of Ye Linyuan's formidable spirit. However, he did not anticipate that even in the face of a martial saint, Ye Linyuan would remain so audacious. "It appears I have overestimated you. I once thought you understood the disparity between yourself and a martial saint, but it seems you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well." Yi Jing spoke with a calm demeanor. His imposing aura surged through the space as a colossal silhouette of a whale emerged behind him, casting shadows that obscured the sun. This was the manifestation of a law body, attainable only after becoming a martial saint. The ethereal image of the divine whale drifted through the air, as if capable of devouring heaven and earth, bending the rules of the cosmos to its will. Witnessing this, the onlookers' expressions turned grave. The emergence of a law body exerted immense pressure. Even the most elite, true dragon-level warriors found themselves utterly powerless in such circumstances. Ye Linyuan regarded the unfolding scene with indifference, already having pronounced Yi Jing's death sentence in his heart. All those who participated in the events of Jiangbei would face retribution. From the void beside him, he retrieved a battle blade, his tone devoid of emotion. "You may come and test whether it is so." Yi Jing snorted coldly, and the divine whale's phantom surged through the air, charging directly at Ye Linyuan. Its gaping maw resembled a black hole. With a thunderous roar, wherever the divine whale swam, the space twisted and ruptured, creating an overwhelming pressure that rendered weaker warriors unable to stand. In the blink of an eye, the cavernous mouth lunged toward Ye Linyuan. Another tremendous sound echoed. As the divine whale's phantom ascended once more, the crowd turned their gaze to where a massive crater had formed. This depression was large enough to swallow an entire mountain. Had the whale's shadow consumed a mountain hole? "Commander!" Someone's face changed, rushing forward anxiously. Yet, beneath the crater lay nothing but a shallow expanse of seawater. Witnessing this scene, a heaviness settled in the hearts of the spectators. The power and methods of a martial saint were undeniably formidable. Good. A fitting end. That ungrateful scoundrel Ye Linyuan has finally met his demise. Yi Bai's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted with exhilaration. His hatred for Ye Linyuan had not diminished in the slightest. In fact, it had only deepened over these days. If not for his lack of strength, he would have relished the thought of torturing Ye Linyuan to death. Were it not for Ye Linyuan, he would still be the celebrated genius of Jiangbei, with the Yi family reigning as the overlords of the region. A well-deserved death. Not only Yi Bai, but also those from the martial saint families standing behind him who had participated in the Jiangbei affair shared in the excitement, particularly those from the Zhou family. They were acutely aware that their own families would not escape the military scrutiny, nor would Ye Linyuan spare them. As long as Ye Linyuan lived, their fate could very well mirror that of Yi Bai's, ruin and destruction. Thus, they did not wish for Ye Linyuan's demise any more than Yi Bai did. Under the manifestation of the martial saint, how could a true dragon-level warrior possibly survive? Such a notion was evidently implausible. Yi Jing wore a satisfied smile, poised to speak, when he suddenly sensed an unsettling shift. The divine whale's manifestation in the void became agitated, darting erratically through the air, beyond his control despite his utmost efforts. This strange disturbance instantly captivated everyone's attention. Amidst the astonished gazes, a sound reverberated. Bang, bang, bang. The noise resembled a heartbeat, yet thunderous in its magnitude. Echoing in everyone's ears, a fervent aura emanated from within the divine whale, akin to it having swallowed an unquenchable furnace, ablaze within its very being. Yi Jing recognized this. His gaze fixated as he sensed an unmistakable presence. He had not perished. Yi Jing's eyes widened in shock. Any creature that entered the divine whale would be swiftly refined. Yet, Ye Linyuan emerged unscathed. Moreover, the furnace-like aura seemed poised to evaporate the divine whale itself. This is bad. Expel him at once. Yi Jing's expression shifted drastically as he urgently commanded. It must be understood that this manifestation encapsulated a significant portion of the martial saint's power and essence. Any damage incurred would surely result in a backlash, severely diminishing its strength. The divine whale seemed to comprehend, expelling Ye Linyuan along with the boiling seawater within. Once Ye Linyuan emerged, Yi Jing's gaze fell upon him, revealing a radiant golden object pulsating at his chest. What could that be? It exuded such immense energy. Yi Jing's expression turned grave. The anomaly occurring within the divine whale was likely due to this very object. Upon emerging, Ye Linyuan emanated a terrifying energy from his chest, a sensation akin to a star bearing down upon him. I have a blade. May the saint meet his end. Ye Linyuan stood in the void, his aura intensifying, the immortal cell within him pulsating ever more rapidly. The energy was continually fueling him. If there were a device to measure combat power at that moment, it would undoubtedly reveal Ye Linyuan's strength skyrocketing to astronomical levels, surpassing all known limits. Such power was utterly overwhelming. The little beast is indeed peculiar. Even Yi Jing felt the pressure emanating from Ye Linyuan. He dared not be careless, swiftly commanding the divine whale. The divine whale expanded once more, its form dominating the skies, swallowing the space around it, transforming it into a vast river. In mere seconds, the area resembled a tranquil lake. The divine whale's silhouette tore through the fabric of space towards Ye Linyuan, the spectacle reminiscent of a descending meteor. Ye Linyuan leveled his blade before him, his figure flickering momentarily before vanishing from sight. In the next instant, a colossal blade of light erupted forth. The blade gleamed with a length of at least 100 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the sun. From below, it appeared as though the blade could slice through the very orb of day itself. With a swift and piercing sound, the radiant blade descended, cleaving the divine whale in twain. It then crashed heavily to the ground, resembling a great mountain. In that moment, Yi Jing's face reflected unparalleled shock and disbelief. Yet in the next instant, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His divine manifestation had been severed. At that moment, everyone was taken aback. Ye Linyuan had just decimated the divine manifestation of a martial saint. This was utterly incomprehensible. After all, he was merely a true dragon-level warrior. How could this be possible? I am a martial saint. How can I be defeated by you? Ye Vink shouted in disbelief. But no sooner had the words left his lips than a chillingly cold battle blade was pointed at him. Chapter 76. Invincible under the holy light, Yi Tai stood resolutely. A long blade poised before him, emanating an icy aura. Yi Jing's gaze was fixated on Ye Linyuan, his heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. As a martial saint, he could hardly fathom that Ye Linyuan, merely a true dragon-level warrior, had managed to sever his. Prior to this moment, Yi Jing acknowledged Ye Linyuan's formidable strength, even surpassing the norm. Yet, he was a level 4 martial saint. Are you intending to kill me? Yi Jing's voice trembled as he sensed the murderous intent radiating from Ye Linyuan. So many have perished in Jiangbei because of you. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. As a martial saint of the human race, how could you conspire with other races? Ye Linyuan spoke calmly, his blade inching closer to Yi Jing. After the decimation of his, Yi Jing suffered a backlash, rendering him far weaker than at his peak. Faced with the current zenith of Ye Linyuan's might, he found himself utterly defenseless. The blade sliced through flesh, the intent penetrating deeply, shattering his internal organs. Huh. Ye Linyuan, you continue to surprise me time and again. Yet, do you truly believe this will be the end for me? You are sorely mistaken. The methods of that marshal beyond the borders far exceed your imagination. Despite the dire circumstances, Yi Jing managed a cold laugh, his tone suddenly turning peculiar. This scene caused Ye Linyuan to furrow his brow. The similarity to the moment he had slain Yi Tai in Jiangbei was striking. The marshal beyond the borders. Ye Linyuan suddenly recalled his inquiry to Xiao Shun upon arriving in the capital, only to discover that Xiao Shun had not divulged the full story, merely stating that the individual was the first marshal of the military, later exiled for a grave mistake. But what could have been such a grievous error? Could it be that Yi Tai and Yi Jing could somehow return to life? Turning to the utterly stunned Yi Bai, Ye Linyuan's thrown deep in it. Yi Bai had transformed from a postnatal martial artist to a true dragon-level warrior. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Even techniques that consumed one's vital essence did not yield such an extraordinary enhancement. Are you astonished and perplexed? Fear not. There will be more moments of astonishment in the future. Upon witnessing the change in Ye Linyuan's expression, Yi Jing sneered derisively. You speak too much nonsense. With a decisive swing of his blade, Ye Linyuan cleaved Yi Jing in two. In that instant, Ye Linyuan earnestly attuned to his surroundings, seeking any trace of spiritual energy attempting to escape. However, after scrutinizing the space for an extended period, he discerned no anomalies. Casting aside further contemplation, he turned his attention to the members of the martial saint families. Yi, Commander, we were momentarily misled. Please spare our lives. Commander, I swear from this day forth to diligently eradicate the foreign races, harboring no ulterior motives. Spare me, spare me. The members of the martial saint families were utterly paralyzed with fear, having witnessed a martial saint perish at his hands. Given such overwhelming power, their status as true dragon-level warriors seemed irrelevant. Collusion with foreign races warrants no mercy. Ye Linyuan declared coldly. Ye Linyuan, I am a member of the martial saint lineage. Do you dare to take my life? Are you not afraid of invoking the wrath of the martial saints? Indeed, Commander, consider this carefully. The four great martial saints from our clans are all of the 6th and 7th ranks. With the marshal away from the capital, should you kill us, those martial saints outside will not spare you. The four martial saints, filled with fury, warned, Ye Linyuan, think wisely. Upon witnessing Ye Linyuan's firm intent to kill, the members of the martial saint families could not help but raise their voices, attempting to intimidate him with the name of the martial saints. After all, 6th and 7th rank martial saints are not to be compared with someone like Yi Jing, ascending to the rank of martial saint. Each level attained signifies entering a new realm. Not to mention, there are 4 martial saints. You mentioned the marshal has left the capital? Ye Linyuan's gaze grew cold as he fixed his attention on the man from the Zhou family. This is what I heard from the elders in my family. They said this time they intend for the marshal to never return to the capital. The Zhou family member stammered. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan's eyes instantly turned razor-sharp. These deranged individuals have already set their sights on Xiao Shun, the pinnacle of human combat power, the guardian of humanity. Who knows how many wars concerning the survival of humankind he has withstood? Do these martial saints dare to plot such treachery? Taking a deep breath, Ye Linyuan contemplated that, given Xiao Shun's strength and status, they must have considered the consequences. Kill them, Ye Linyuan ordered. The demon suppression army behind him, already seething with anger towards these traitors, surged forward upon receiving his command. These individuals indeed deserved death. Ye Linyuan then turned his gaze to Yi Bai, who appeared pallid at that moment. As Ye Linyuan approached him step by step, Yi Bai instinctively crawled backward. Ye Linyuan, what do you intend to do? Please don't kill me, brother. If you do, father will not spare you. Yi Bai trembled as he spoke, continuing to retreat. Oh, Ye Linyuan paused upon hearing this. Father is not dead. Father is not dead. Meanwhile, before the massive iron fortress, a figure crossed the border and stepped inside. The moment he entered, the air trembled as if some force of law sought to suppress him. Old fool, After all these years, you still guard against me. This is merely a projection of my true self, not my actual presence. Ye Linyuan snorted coldly. As his words echoed, the suppressive force from above the border weakened slightly, allowing the projection to tear through space and vanish. In the battlefield of myriad races, Ye Linyuan's expression turned gravely serious upon hearing Ye Bai's words. Can a person truly return from death? Is there such a notion? Do they truly believe this is a fantastical world with concepts of reincarnation? Buzz. Just as doubt clouded Ye Linyuan's mind, the space suddenly trembled, and a projection appeared before him. That imposing figure emanated an aura that was profoundly familiar to Ye Linyuan. His gaze instantly solidified, and he instinctively exclaimed, Ye Tai. The ethereal figure paused in the void, and upon seeing Ye Linyuan, a playful smile crept across its face. Good son, we meet again. Ye Linyuan's pupils trembled, fixated on the silhouette in the void. Though somewhat incredulous, he could not deny its presence before him. Surprised? That day in Jiangbei, what you vanquished was merely a fragment of my ethereal form. Little did you know, years of scheming have crumbled at your hands, Ye Linyuan remarked with a deep sigh, his smile unwavering. In his quest to seamlessly infiltrate the upper echelons of the military, he had severed a portion of his ethereal form and dispatched it to Jiangbei, even sending his wife and children along. Yet, he had not anticipated the emergence of Ye Linyuan, which led to the unraveling of all his plans. I see. So, it turns out that you were the one orchestrating everything from behind the scenes? Ye Linyuan was indeed taken aback. The martial saint had managed to cultivate two ethereal forms, and Ye Tai bore no semblance of an ethereal presence. This figure appeared utterly indistinguishable from a living person. The individual before him was exceedingly enigmatic. Chapter 77. Follow me, their plans have failed, and next. You may interpret it this way as well. Ye Linyuan smiled faintly and continued. I admit that I chose the wrong person at that time, but what can I do? After all, you were the one who returned later. As father and son, I still hope you can come to the border and share in my grand ambitions. Ye Linyuan gazed at him coldly, questioning whether colluding with foreign tribes and harming one's own people constituted a grand ambition. Ye Linyuan replied calmly, You must remember, victors write the chapters of history. If I return to the military, these matters will naturally be erased. Moreover, those who have perished, I shall find them better vessels to inhabit, transforming them into my most loyal warriors. His words were chilling, echoing the deceitful teachings of malevolent cults. The only difference was that the former seemed capable of achieving their promises, while the latter was merely a charlatan. Ye Linyuan fell silent, recognizing this man's resemblance to the first marshal of the military as mentioned by Xiao Shun. This individual was so devoid of compassion, viewing human lives merely as tools. He could almost anticipate why this man had been exiled to the border, a malevolent force that tramples on human life. Follow me, and I shall grant you eternal life. After all, we are still father and son, are we not? In the void, the man spread his arms, suddenly taking on a somewhat sacred demeanor, indistinguishable from those heretics. I am your father. Ye Linyuan remained silent for a moment before speaking. This man's connection to Ye Tai was already repugnant to him, and the constant refrain of good son was unbearable. Ye Linyuan paused, his expression momentarily faltering, before stating blandly, Indeed, you are a disobedient child, impossible to reform. He cast a deep glance at Ye Linyuan, then waved his hand, lifting Ye Bai. You will soon realize the gravity of your mistake in today's choice. When I return to the military, do not harbor regrets. With that, Ye Linyuan calmly spoke, and his figure vanished without a trace. Ye Linyuan stared into the depths of the void, connecting this man's words with those of the martial saint's offspring he had just heard. He felt an ominous premonition of an impending upheaval. Commander, all of them have been eliminated. At that moment, someone finally spoke. Let us proceed to the military. In Kyoto, several martial saints were gathered together. Zhou Tianxiong withdrew his gaze from a shimmering screen, his expression chillingly fierce. This wretched spawn possesses such terrifying combat prowess that he can slay even martial saints. News of the event on the battlefield had already returned. How infuriating! So many prodigies of the Long family have perished. The martial saints of the Wang family were also enraged. Ye Linyuan has annihilated all members of the four great martial saint families on the battlefield. Such actions show a complete disregard for the consequences, or rather, a blatant underestimation of the esteemed martial lineage they belong to. He naively believed that the capital was under the protection of Xiao Shun. However, such reckless behavior indicates that it is time to impart a lesson. The martial saint of the Chun family spoke. With Xiao Shun absent from the capital, it is the four great martial families that hold sway. The venerable martial saint of the Great Xia has long ceased to involve himself in these matters for nearly a century. Had it not been for the stalemate among the major martial families, he would have likely stepped down long ago. It appears their plans have faltered. Ye Linyuan remains alive, and now the next steps depend on us. Zhou Tianxiong paused momentarily and declared, "We must first eliminate Ye Linyuan." With no representatives from the four great martial families remaining in the myriad races battlefield, this so-called supremacy has lost all significance. The paramount task now is to eliminate Ye Linyuan before he can grow stronger. Otherwise, our fate will be equally dire. The martial saint of the Wang family spoke sternly. Upon hearing these words, many nodded in agreement. The significance of the recent military competition's first place had become irrelevant under these circumstances. As for who would hold power, that could be deliberated later. Should Ye Linyuan rise to prominence, their demise would be inevitable. Once Ye Linyuan is eliminated, the military would be left without leadership, and the marshal would undoubtedly employ all means to return to the capital and seize control of the military. The events unfolding in the myriad races battlefield have drawn considerable attention. Besides the four great martial families, the other three major martial families are equally invested. Zhao family. Zhao Xuanqing observed the reports from the myriad races battlefield, his expression gravely tense. These individuals have truly lost their minds. Zhao Xuanqing discerned the delicate nature of the current situation. Should Ye Linyuan be slain, and the military fall under the control of that individual from beyond the borders, the status of the four great martial families would ascend to unprecedented heights. In that eventuality, those martial families that chose not to participate would likely face dire repercussions. Grandfather, should we not act now? Xiao Shun had vanished since entering the abyss, and with Ye Linyuan facing the onslaught of the four great martial families, his survival seemed improbable. If this transpires, and our Zhao family does not swiftly align ourselves, will Zhou Tianxiong and his allies spare us? Zhao Zai spoke in a flurry of urgency. Upon hearing his words, many within the Zhao family nodded, their gazes fixed on Zhao Xuanqing, awaiting his command. Zhao Xuanqing found himself in a precarious position. He understood all too well the dreadful consequences if that marshal from beyond the borders returned to the capital. In the past, he had proclaimed himself a deity, and those who followed him became mere shells of their former selves. Consequently, he was expelled beyond the borders by the old martial saint to guard against foreign threats. If he were to return, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Yet now, if the Zhao family does not make a decisive choice, their fate would be obliteration. Grandfather, please give the order, Zhao Zai urged. The Zhao family must fully support the military and must not forge any connections with the other four great martial families or those from beyond the borders. Those who defy this order will be cast out from the Zhao family. Zhao Xuanqing inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength to make this pivotal decision. Although he was aware of the consequences, he was a martial sage. He should have, like Xiao Shun, become the guardian deity of the human race, rather than engage in a struggle for power here. Upon hearing Zhao Xuanqing's words, many members of the Zhao family nodded in agreement. Only Zhao Zai seemed utterly drained of all strength, sitting on the ground. This scene was not confined to the Zhao family. Rather, it was a dilemma faced by all three other martial sage families. After all, this was a decision that could determine the fate of their clans. In an instant, the capital, once vibrant after Xiao Shun's departure, was shrouded in a profound change. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of myriad races, within the military headquarters of the human race, Su Lai sat contemplatively as a piece of news reached his ears, causing his expression to shift dramatically. The marshal has descended into the abyss. His eyes widened in shock, Xiao Shun was the divine general of the military, the embodiment of faith for all. Just like that, he had vanished into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. Furthermore, it was said that he would not return, and the next marshal of the military would be Ye Linyuan. Chapter 78. The Hunt Begins. 1,000 merits. Su Lai had just received the news. As the second on the martial sage power rankings of the military, he was stationed at the critical battleground of the myriad races. Xiao Shun had departed the capital and vanished into the abyss. Yet the upheaval in the southern region had been quelled as a result. However, without Xiao Shun, the military strength would undoubtedly be diminished, especially with the delicate situation in the capital, where the martial sages were dispersed and could not return. Should an enemy take advantage of this opening? Su Lai furrowed his brow, pondering the recent commotion surrounding Ye Linyuan. Even in the midst of the myriad races battlefield, he had heard whispers. But could Ye Linyuan truly possess such extraordinary talent to warrant Xiao Shun's attention? Su Lai held a skeptical view. Nevertheless, since it was an order from Xiao Shun himself, the military personnel would certainly comply. As he contemplated, a guard outside reported, "General, all participants from the military for the grand competition have arrived." Su Lai returned to the moment and instructed, "Let Ye Linyuan enter." Meanwhile, Ye Linyuan stood outside with the other competitors, still reflecting on the earlier events. Upon receiving the guard's notification, he stepped inside. "General Su," Ye Linyuan saluted, fully aware of Su Lai's considerable reputation within the military, second only to Xiao Shun, being the second strongest on the martial sage rankings. Su Lai nodded solemnly and inquired, "Did you meet with that individual earlier?" Ye Linyuan nodded, filled with confusion, and asked, "Yes, General Su. Who exactly is that person? Why did he claim that I severed his martial manifestation in Jiangbei that day? As far as I know, it has never been reported that a martial sage could coalesce two martial manifestations." Upon hearing this, Su Lai slowly rose and placed his hand on the military system. A mechanical voice then echoed, "Welcome to the military system, Lord Su Lai." Querying information regarding Ye Linyuan. "Query in progress," came the response. Ye Linyuan turned his gaze toward the screen. The military's hierarchy was stringent, and matters involving military secrets were highly classified. Even though Ye Linyuan was currently a 6-star general, he was unable to access information regarding Ye Linyuan. Ye Linyuan, born in the year 121 of the martial path in Jiangbei, possessed exceptional martial talent, achieving martial sage status within a century, and succeeded as the marshal of the military in the year 271 of the martial path. Soon, detailed information about Ye Linyuan appeared, including accounts of those who followed him and became mere shells of their former selves. After ascending to martial sage and succeeding as marshal, he pursued the pinnacle of martial arts, engaging in secretive experiments on numerous alien races for genetic research, while also modifying himself. Su Lai gazed intently at the screen and spoke slowly, transforming one's self using alien genes. Ye Linyuan was momentarily taken aback, finding it difficult to comprehend. After all, this was a chilling revelation. Su Lai nodded and continued. Indeed, he did achieve certain results, utilizing alien genes to break through to the 9th level of martial sage. Yet, the distance to ascend to divinity remains vast. To bridge this gap, he forged an alliance with the alien races, acquiring methods to augment his strength through plunder. By siphoning the mental energy and lifespans of others to enhance his own, he would transform those individuals into mere vessels, subsequently splitting his mental essence within these husks, thereby creating his most loyal followers. Ye Linyuan furrowed his brow, recognizing the striking resemblance of this method to the abilities of the undead. But what of Ye Tai? What truly was he? Su Lai shook his head and replied, "I do not know. Yet, anyone who enters the military and assumes the position of commander must undergo rigorous scrutiny by the military. However, it remains uncertain. His close ties with the alien races may bestow him with some peculiar abilities." Ye Linyuan nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. One thing, however, was indisputable. Ye Linyuan and the Yi family were indeed unrelated. Otherwise, given the sins of the man beyond the borders, Xiao Shun would not have been so resolute in declaring that if he did not return, he would become the next marshal of the military. Many in the capital now cast their gazes upon you. Ye Linyuan, your burden is indeed heavy, Su Lai remarked with gravity. Ye Linyuan understood the implications of the collusion between the martial aristocratic families and the alien races, recognizing the dire consequences if these individuals remained unchecked. The future of humanity appeared bleak. I understand, Ye Linyuan stated. Upon hearing this, Su Lai offered no further commentary, merely saying, "Prepare yourself. The battlefield is about to commence. And you have only 3 days." The battlefield of the myriad races loomed ahead. For those participating in the grand competition, hope for the first place had all but vanished. They were acutely aware of Ye Linyuan's prodigious prowess. With even the martial saints having been felled, what chance did they have of claiming victory? Nevertheless, on the battlefield, slaying foes could yield military merit, significantly aiding future promotions. Moreover, all participants would receive rewards from the military. In the desolate mountains, the bodies of alien beasts fell one after another, the glint of blades permeating the air. Clad in military attire, Ye Linyuan's visage was cold and stern. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a true dragon-level alien. Reward received. 1 year of vitality. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a true dragon-level alien. Reward received. True dragon-level martial technique. As these notifications continued to resonate, Ye Linyuan felt his vitality and cultivation steadily solidifying and advancing. Even the martial techniques looted were gradually reaching perfection with the system's assistance. His cultivation had already reached the mid-phase of the true dragon level, and merely a day had passed. Ye Linyuan contemplated silently. This battlefield, composed entirely of true dragon-level aliens, offered particularly bountiful rewards upon their defeat. At this rate, within 3 days, he would cleanse this battlefield of its alien denizens. By then, his cultivation would assuredly reach the late phase of the true dragon level. At that moment, he would be but a step away from the martial saint realm. Ye Linyuan contemplated for a moment, then, without further hesitation, continued to wield his long blade towards the alien entities in this realm. In the military headquarters, Su Lai sat among his peers. On the screen, Ye Linyuan's merit points were steadily increasing. Within a single day, his total merit points surpassed 10 million. The general and the marshal maintained their keen and discerning eyes. At this rate, after vanquishing the dragon-level aliens, his total merit could well reach 20 to 30 million. Such merit could elevate him to the rank of 7 stars, and not merely 7 stars, considering his overall combat prowess and current realm of strength. 12 stars was not out of the question. 12 stars, wasn't that the pinnacle? Within the military, many were filled with awe. This star rating was merely an assessment and did not directly correspond to actual military rank. To ascend in rank, one must also account for achievements in battle. Su Lai withdrew his gaze, understanding the reasoning behind Xiao Shun's choice. However, the final statement, handing over the military department to Ye Linyuan, implied the completion of his own mission. What could that possibly signify? Su Lai fixated on Ye Linyuan's profile, lost in contemplation, realizing that Ye Linyuan was not the biological son of the Yi family. Chapter 79. The Capital Strikes, Alien Prodigies. In the face of a dire situation, each passing day brings tumultuous changes. Within the battlefield of myriad races, the actions of Ye Linyuan astonished the leaders of the alien factions, as the true dragons were cut down in great numbers, each one a formidable elite of their kind. Yet, they dared not intervene directly. Should they take action, Su Lai would undoubtedly retaliate. Inciting Su Lai's wrath would render life unbearable for the alien forces on the battlefield. This left the leaders of the myriad races in a state of acute anxiety, unable to simply stand by and watch their elites fall to Ye Linyuan's blade. In the capital, recent days have seen the prominent martial families make an unusually bold display. Following Xiao Shun's departure, a profound shift enveloped the capital. The military received reports of numerous outsiders arriving in the city, prompting an exhaustive investigation into their origins. Consequently, the atmosphere within the military was notably grim, as the upcoming grand competition seemed intent on ushering in a change of command among the marshals. I have heard that Ye Linyuan's exploits on a battlefield have instilled fear and trepidation among the alien races. This situation cannot persist. The four great martial families convened. In the past, when the battlefield of myriad races emerged and the aliens sought to establish dominion, a significant conflict ensued. Subsequently, a negotiation led by the marshal within the borders resulted in a treaty. The aliens could stake claims, but their numbers and capabilities would be strictly regulated. Given Ye Linyuan's prowess, coupled with Su Lai's intimidation, his seemingly invincible demeanor on the battlefield is to be expected. The Wang family's martial saint sighed, his expression heavy with resignation. Upon hearing these words, the others furrowed their brows. Zhou Tianxiong let out a cold laugh and remarked nonchalantly, "We certainly cannot reveal ourselves, but why not open a passage to allow the aliens to send in more formidable forces to eliminate Ye Linyuan?" At this declaration, the three martial saints present turned pale. "Do you imply a violation of the treaty?" The Qin family's martial saint was taken aback. The treaty had been established by a reclusive martial arts family, crafted with profound rules. Should the aliens attempt to breach it, they would face the force of these very rules. Even Jiangyun beyond the borders is bound by this decree. Should he attempt to enter, he would be swiftly suppressed. This is precisely why the battlefield of myriad races has endured. Without such constraints, the aliens could invade at will, disregarding any treaty. However, humans are not subject to this treaty's restrictions. They can indeed open a passage, and with the strength of these martial saints, such an act is feasible. This is unacceptable. Some were struck with disbelief. The resources of the battlefield of myriad races are exceedingly precious, representing the greatest treasure for human martial artists. The treaty serves to limit the aliens, preventing them from seizing more territory and resources. Should they breach the treaty and permit an influx of even more powerful extraterrestrial beings, the consequences could be dire. The situation is far from simple. The need to eliminate Ye Linyuan is imperative, yet it bears a striking resemblance to opening the gates and inviting wolves into one's own home. If this matter were to leak, it would amount to treason, if not worse. Should the myriad races' battlefield spiral out of control, the repercussions would be dire. Zhou Tianxiong's expression grew colder, his demeanor remarkably composed. If he remains alive, it is we who shall perish. Let us not forget that the military houses 10 martial saints. Though they are currently stationed across various territories and unable to respond, once Ye Linyuan truly ascends to that position, those martial saints will undoubtedly heed his command. Zhou Tianxiong's words plunged the assembly into silence. At this juncture, the four great martial saint families have found themselves united in purpose. Indeed, as Zhou Tianxiong articulated, their peace of mind hinges upon Ye Linyuan's demise. Very well, then, let be settled. The marshal from beyond the borders will likely return to personally reclaim it. In light of this, let us proceed. The martial saints reached a unanimous accord. Previously, the great martial saint families had little to no ties with the alien races. However, after their encounter with the individual from beyond the borders, they found themselves intertwined, albeit slightly. Soon after their decision was made, Zhou Tianxiong and the leaders of the 3 other martial saint families found themselves near the border, accompanied by numerous alien beings. Who would have thought that the coveted battlefield of myriad races would be opened by you humans? Ha ha ha! Among the undead, a figure radiating an aura of death stepped forward, letting out a hearty laugh. His words were met with derisive laughter from the other alien entities. They had long sought to claim dominion over the battlefield, but found themselves constrained by existing rules. Little did they expect to be ushered in by humans. Were they not the invaders? Zhou Tianxiong cast a cold glance in his direction and remarked, "You must understand that Ye Linyuan is currently within. He has already decimated your forces. Do you not desire to eliminate him?" At these words, the expressions of the alien beings soured instantly. Previously, on the eastern battlefield, they had harbored an intense hatred for Ye Linyuan, wishing to refine him on the spot and assimilate him into their ranks, thereby wielding him against their own kin. They certainly wished for his demise. Furthermore, in the long run, Ye Linyuan's future growth would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to them. Very well. You shall open the passage and allow us entry. A woman with pale blue skin and scant attire spoke coldly. They cared not for Zhou Tianxiong's motives. As long as they could eliminate Ye Linyuan and seize more territory within the myriad races battlefield, it was a boon for them. However, it must be stated that this space adheres to certain rules, and few may enter. It is advisable to select only the most formidable yet uninitiated alien beings. Otherwise, should the rules detect and suppress them, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Zhou Tianxiong continued. There is no need for your concern. Those who have entered this time are all prodigies from our esteemed clans, their combat prowess rivaling that of the martial saints. One of the otherworldly beings spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxiong chose not to elaborate further. He exchanged glances with the other three martial saints, and together they exerted their strength, delivering a powerful strike towards the heavens. Moments later, a golden light cascaded forth, reminiscent of the celestial gate being opened, akin to the moment when Xiao Shun first activated it. However, the passage they unveiled was considerably smaller. Still not entering? Zhou Tianxiong scoffed coldly. In the next instant, several figures among the otherworldly beings leaped forth, making their way into the passage. Observing this, Zhou Tianxiong and the others retracted their hands and departed without a backward glance. Ye Linyuan, once I capture you, I shall undoubtedly refine you into a pet. In the myriad of realms battlefield, several figures emerged. Among them a striking woman who spoke with a chilling tone. Chapter 80. Who did this? The fury of Su Lai. Within the battlefield of myriad races, 6 formidable figures emerged, each possessing extraordinary power. Although they had not ascended to the realm of martial saints as prodigies of alien races, their combat prowess rivaled that of martial saints. These beings, hailing from the depths of space, inherently boasted greater strength than their human counterparts of equal rank. Coupled with their unique identities, even a low-level martial saint would find them formidable. In this realm, various races were overseen by their respective saints, and Su Lai alone could contend with the leader-level strongholds of the alien factions. On the surface, the balance of power appeared relatively stable. However, the introduction of these alien entities was bound to disrupt that equilibrium. Nasha, the body of Ye Linyuan has long been coveted by my clan of the undead. His physique surpasses even that of our own kind. One of the undead spoke, a look of reverent awe crossing his face at the mention of the ancestor of the undead. The ancestor has specifically instructed us to take heed and ensure we do not damage him. The alien woman referred to as Nasha looked on in astonishment. The ancestor of the undead, a figure of immense strength, commanded dominion over an entire stellar domain even amidst the cosmos. That such a being would desire the body of a human was indeed surprising. Now is not the time for such discussions, you fan. Whatever your clan desires is of no concern to me, but we must unite our efforts to eliminate Ye Linyuan first. Another prodigy from the alien races interjected with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After all, Ye Linyuan posed a significant threat, and they could not allow him to grow stronger, as he would become an insurmountable obstacle for the alien races. Let us proceed. We have determined the coordinates of our respective territories. We should return and assess the situation. At that moment, within the military headquarters of the battlefield of myriad races, Su Lai suddenly stood, his expression a mixture of disbelief and confusion. The space had opened, and other alien beings had entered. Who was responsible for this? Su Lai furrowed his brow. Could it be that the power of the rules had vanished? This seemed implausible. Had that been the case, far more than just a handful of aliens would have breached the realm. This indicated that someone had opened a passage from the outside, allowing these extraterrestrial beings to enter. And that person was human, a human colluding with aliens? Though such occurrences had not been entirely absent in the past. After all, the power of the rules functioned as a covenant, a consequence of negotiations. Humans could permit their kind to enter, just as aliens could. However, there were limitations regarding frequency, quantity, and rank. The alien races had already reinforced their numbers during the Great Competition. This breach clearly contravened the established regulations. Su Lai's fury ignited. and he was seething upon receiving reports from the capital regarding the actions of several prominent martial saint families. The opening of an external passage was likely connected to these individuals, traitors daring to meddle in this battlefield. Su Lai slammed his fist down on the table with great force, causing the entire military headquarters to tremble. It was known that the battlefield of myriad races represented the most significant resource for martial practitioners, which was precisely why Su Lai had been dispatched to oversee it. The purpose is to ensure that the various races on the battlefield do not carve out more territory. Now that these alien beings have appeared, the situation has instantaneously become unbalanced. With Su Lai's mental prowess, he sensed the strength of these extraterrestrial entities the moment they stepped into the fray. In but a fleeting instant of contemplation, Su Lai's figure flickered and vanished from his original position. He intended to eliminate these aliens. He would not allow those capable of disrupting the balance to exist within this realm. Located in the battlefield of myriad races, near the territories claimed by the extraterrestrials, Su Lai's avatar surged forth, unleashing his full power, causing the earth to convulse and the very fabric of space to shatter. Su Lai. The six figures of the alien beings halted in midair, their hairs standing on end. It is well known that each of the 10 saints of the military is revered as a god of death among mortals, having slain countless extraterrestrials on the battlefield. They are both the most despised and feared by these beings. Although Su Lai has guarded the battlefield for a century, he had fought on the battlefield before his tenure. "Who permitted your entry?" Su Lai exclaimed, his voice resonating with such force that it caused mountains to collapse instantaneously. As his words echoed, his true form followed closely behind. "Huh, you are indeed quick to react. But do you think we came unprepared just because we managed to enter?" Spoke a prodigious figure from the corpse race, known as Yufan. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sky darkened with swirling black smoke, heralding the arrival of several alien leaders. Prior to their entrance, they had already been notified. This conveniently addressed their urgent predicament. Otherwise, if Ye Linyuan continued his slaughter, the extraterrestrials on the battlefield would inevitably be exterminated. "Su Lai, do not lay a hand on our prodigy," bellowed one of the alien leaders as he stepped forth from the black smoke, his voice sharp and commanding. Su Lai's expression shifted, his countenance turning ashen. He had engaged with these alien leaders on multiple occasions and thus understood the might of both parties. Should they all take the situation seriously, it would indeed be challenging to determine a victor. Otherwise, he would have long since slain these aliens. Naturally, if it were a one-on-one confrontation, Su Lai would harbor no fear. "Damn it," Su Lai spat, suddenly feeling the weight of pressure. This pressure did not stem from the alien leaders, but rather from the realization that if he were to be restrained by them, the impact of these alien prodigies on the battlefield would be significant. "You go find Ye Linyuan. Leave Su Lai to us," declared the alien leader. Upon hearing this, several alien prodigies nodded, then attempted to bypass Su Lai and depart. Su Lai's expression shifted, and his avatar suddenly moved, instantly sealing off the entire space. The figures of the alien prodigies were also trapped in place. With a colossal hand extending from his avatar, obscuring the sun, he reached out toward the alien beings. "You scoundrel, daring to launch a sneak attack. Your opponents are us," they shouted in outrage, vehemently denouncing Su Lai for his underhandedness. Su Lai disregarded any notions of ambush or moral righteousness. The present assembly of foreign beings were nothing more than wretched beasts, inferior to swine and dogs. Engaging them in discussions of virtue and ethics would only be the folly of a fool. If one could kill, then let it be done, irrespective of the means employed. However, under such circumstances, Su Lai found success elusive. As soon as his manifestation stirred, several leaders of the foreign race surged forward to intercept him. The foreign prodigies cast fierce glares in Su Lai's direction before hastily retreating. "You, mere mortal, your adversaries are us," one of the foreign leaders bellowed upon witnessing Su Lai's attempt to pursue. It seemed that without imparting a lesson, they truly believed Su Lai was powerless against them. With no other recourse, Su Lai halted. He then unleashed the full extent of his martial prowess, unleashing a barrage of deadly formations from the heavens. intent on subduing these foreign adversaries right then and there. Then come and attempt it. The tension in this realm escalated, with conflict imminent. Yet, the prolonged standoff had rendered their respective strengths quite apparent, making the outcome of this confrontation exceedingly difficult to predict. Su Lai departed from the military headquarters, and soon, several foreign prodigies arrived in the territory of humanity. Ye Linyuan, show yourself. Chapter 81. This is yours again, the fragmented territory. A voice resonated from the horizon, causing many in the military headquarters to be momentarily stunned as they gazed skyward. The alien race. Their power, it seemed, was perilously close to that of a martial saint. Alert the true dragon-level squad. Where is Ye? In the military, someone promptly reacted and began to mobilize. Ye Linyuan, are you truly afraid? The alien continued speaking. However, at this moment, Ye Linyuan was not in the military headquarters, but rather within the territory of the alien race. Nevertheless, upon receiving the news from the military, he hastened back. It appeared he was still reluctant to emerge. A member of the corpse race let out a derisive laugh, eyes glinting with mockery. I have heard that he has killed quite a number of our people on the battlefield these past few days. Why not return the favor? The alien woman chuckled coldly. I concur. Some of the alien elites nodded in agreement. At the military's forward camp, the demon suppression army stared intently at the sky. Furthermore, the true dragon-level squad had also arrived. It seemed an inevitable clash was upon them. Some murmured. The strength of these alien beings was exceedingly strange, likely nearing that of a martial saint. Why they appeared here? Who knows, but it appears we might be facing imminent death. Damn it, when the time comes, we must fight with all our might to ensure he sheds his skin, providing a chance for our brothers. Within the forward camp, many of the demon suppression army sensed something was amiss. The aliens were far too powerful to be present on this battlefield. Yet, in the face of such circumstances, none had the luxury of contemplation. Well then, let us begin. A member of the corpse race laughed heartily and was the first to charge into the forward camp. The other alien elites, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit. After all, they had already learned of Ye Linyuan's exploits in slaying their kin on this battlefield. This was their retribution. Of course, even without that incident, the aliens would not have shown mercy upon entering. At that moment, a figure darted like lightning through the mountains. The battlefield of myriad races was shrouded in mystery, akin to a world descending from the depths of space. The territory was vast, comparable to the combined expanse of several of the largest nations. Thus, even if Ye Linyuan wished to return at the utmost speed, it would still take some time, around 10 minutes. At the forward camp, an eerie silence had fallen. No sounds reverberated. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and numerous corpses littered the ground. When Ye Linyuan arrived, this was the scene before him, and he had only taken 10 minutes to get back. Witnessing this sight, Ye Linyuan's blood surged, his eyes ablaze with rage. What on earth transpired? The fragile balance maintained among the alien races had never culminated in such devastating conflict at the forward camp. It was as if no one had survived. The forward camp was utterly annihilated. Ye Linyuan inhaled deeply, striding forward with determination. Commander! A faint voice emerged from the mountain of corpses. Ye Linyuan swiftly approached and uncovered the pile, discovering a wounded member of the demon suppression army, barely clinging to life. Do not speak, just rest well, he urged, administering the elixir he carried. Commander, the alien races have ventured deeper. Their strength is overwhelming. Suzhua is ensnared by their leader and cannot extricate himself. At this rate, our military casualties will be catastrophic. The man continued. Ye Linyuan nodded solemnly. I understand. You must focus on recovery. He carefully laid the soldier down and hastened toward the depths with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, within the territory of humankind, news of the vanguard annihilation had spread, prompting the demon suppression army to swiftly establish a second line of defense. 6 alien elites hovered in the air, their eyes glinting with mockery as they observed the unfolding scene. According to the rules of the alien battlefield, without Su Lai, they were undoubtedly the strongest force present. Is he really able to endure this? Why doesn't he show himself? One alien chuckled. If he chooses to hide, we shall force him out. Let us see how long he can evade us. A female alien boldly charged forward. Faced with the prowess of these 7, the second line of defense quickly fell into disarray. On the other side, Su Lai was consumed by a tempest of blood and fury, his rage igniting to its zenith. With each punch, he burned through his energy, striving to conclude this battle with utmost swiftness. Ha ha ha! Su Lai, do you see this? Do you perceive it? Your entire vanguard has perished, and soon, the second line of defense will meet the same fate. An alien leader cackled maniacally. What is the matter, Su Lai? Are you contemplating escape? I assure you, that is impossible. Another alien leader chimed in. Su Lai's eyes burned crimson. Those soldiers, those members of the Demon Suppression Army, were his own. Some had even followed him from the distant battlefield. Yet now, despite exhausting all his strength, he could not bring this conflict to an end or return to his headquarters. Su Lai, it is simple to save them now. Relinquish your territory, and we 7 alien races will each claim a city. If you agree, I will order their withdrawal at once. The alien leader stated coolly, seeking to eliminate the humans on this battlefield and seize all the land. Although they could not achieve total domination, the opportunity to carve out more territory was still within their grasp. The resources here were too tempting to resist, even for the alien races. Otherwise, they would not have instigated the Great War to claim a share of the myriad races' battlefield. Though a ceasefire was ultimately reached, the territories acquired by the aliens were still insufficient and barren. Upon hearing these words, Su Lai trembled uncontrollably. Even the most resolute warrior felt his heart bleed at this moment. To protect was their sacred duty, yet he could only watch helplessly as so many lives were extinguished. All lives are precious. How shall he choose? Su Lai found himself engulfed in turmoil. No matter his decision, guilt would ensue. Are you still hesitant? Do you wish to witness the demise of so many before your very eyes? Su Lai, you truly are devoid of compassion. The leader of the alien faction continued. In that realm, the second line of defense was on the verge of complete collapse. Su Lai's gaze sharpened, his murderous intent intensifying. If you wish to seize the territory I have sworn to protect, you shall have to tread over the corpse of Su Lai. You may allow them to persist, but you must ensure that you and your kin can contend with me until my last breath. Su Lai's aura surged yet again as he advanced step by step towards them. The expressions of several alien leaders darkened, realization dawning upon them. Su Lai was prepared to fight to the death. Why must it come to this, Su Lai? Is it worth sacrificing your own life for those people, for those places? A voice cried out among the alien leaders. In previous skirmishes, their strengths had been evenly matched, but should it come to a true battle, they would be utterly exhausted. They could not endure. Chapter 82. A sensation, national shock, traitors among humanity. Within the battlefield of myriad races, the atmosphere has suddenly turned tense. The arrival of 6 extraordinary beings from foreign races has shattered the precarious balance, resulting in significant losses for the military stationed at the battlefield. This news has swiftly disseminated, causing a nationwide uproar. The battlefield of myriad races is the most substantial source of cultivation resources. Should this territory fall into the hands of the alien races, the implications for humanity's future would be monumental. In the military headquarters of the capital, a general occupies the seat of honor in the conference room, where commanders from various military divisions have gathered. The events unfolding at the battlefield are critical, especially given the dominance of the 4 great martial families in the capital at present. The situation is increasingly skewed in one direction. The military is not a personal fiefdom. Even if there were a change in leadership, the marshal from beyond the borders would return, rendering any opposition within the military futile. After all, the mission of the military is to confront the alien races. Has everyone received the news from the battlefield? Those suddenly emerging from the alien races are incessantly invading our territories and seeking to claim even more land. General Su Lai is currently restrained by those alien leaders, and the situation in the battlefield is dire. The general at the head of the table speaks. He is the highest-ranking officer in the military. Yesterday, there were reports of energy fluctuations from the border, suggesting that someone has forcibly opened a passage. A frown spreads across the room. The passage to the battlefield is governed by the laws of power. Each year, Both alien and human forces have a single opportunity to reinforce their ranks. However, both sides have already utilized their chances. How, then, did the aliens manage to open the passage and infiltrate? It is known that the restrictions imposed on the alien races are far more stringent. Breaching them is nearly impossible. Humans, on the other hand, could theoretically force open a passage, but such actions are typically avoided, as breaking the rules would undoubtedly provoke the alien races, leading to another large-scale conflict. It seems that the only ones capable of opening the passage must be humans. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Linyuan speaks up. Upon hearing this, the general nods and responds, "Indeed, and likely a martial saint. One alone may not suffice. Could it be those individuals from the capital?" Someone inquires. The eyes of many in the military conference room flicker, yet no one dares to respond. After all, the military currently lacks a martial saint to oversee matters. Even if the martial families are involved, what could they do? Reinforce our ranks. Since the aliens have already breached the rules, it is only fitting that we send more powerful warriors into the fray. A voice boldly asserts. Yet, the pressing issue remains. Opening the passage requires the intervention of a martial saint in the military. A female officer interjects. Let us approach the martial families. Regardless of their involvement, the priority now is to secure the battlefield of myriad races. From the seat of authority, the general speaks again. As soon as these words were uttered, many nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, news spread within the military. The situation was dire, and the nearest martial saints were those few in Kyoto. 10 minutes after the news broke, only 2 individuals arrived at the military headquarters, Zhao Xuanqing from the Zhao family and Cheng Qianli from the Cheng family. The generals had only managed to summon these 2 martial saints, while the others from the 5 prominent families all claimed illness and took leave. The person responsible for inviting the martial saints in the military remarked. Upon hearing this, the faces of the high-ranking officials in the military turned ashen. They had all attained the status of martial saints. What illness could they possibly have? Even if they were unwell, it was hard to believe that they would all take sick leave at once. This clearly indicated that the matter was connected to these martial saint families. The timing of their feigned ailments suggested they were reluctant to take action. Someone in the military coldly remarked. Everyone understood the implications. Yet what could be done? With only 2 martial saints available, it would be challenging to open the path to enlightenment. At least one more martial saint was needed to create even a small opening. Zhao Xuanqing was already aware of the unfolding events, and he couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and helplessness. The situation in Kyoto was deteriorating rapidly. The 5 of them stood together, and it seemed that others were preparing to take over the military in the coming days. Is there any news from the marshal? Cheng Qianli sighed deeply, his face etched with concern. Like Zhao Xuanqing, he had refrained from joining Zhou Tianxiong and his group during such trying times. Yet, the current situation was apparent to any discerning eye. It seemed inevitable that the military would be taken over, and it could happen at any moment. Once Ye Linyuan met his demise, the plan could be set in motion. Not yet, ever since the marshal descended into the abyss. Despite its suppression and the lack of an uprising, it indicated that the marshal was still safe. The military general stated, "Safety is not enough. If he does not return, Kyoto will face an upheaval." Cheng Qianli murmured. The room fell silent at these words. Was there truly no better solution? After a considerable pause, someone finally inquired. Unless we recall all the martial saints in the military, but that seems implausible. Zhao Xuanqing pondered before responding. The 10 martial saints guarding the borders are stationed at fortresses, and without the highest command from the military, they will not move. With Xiao Shun's departure, the martial saint families have recognized this vulnerability and have dared to act recklessly. Simultaneously, news of the battlefield of the myriad races spread throughout the nation. Many powerful martial artists began to analyze the situation. The analysis was straightforward. How could the alien races send their prodigies into the fray under such circumstances? The only conclusion was that there were traitors among the human ranks. Furthermore, they were martial saints. This revelation sent shockwaves across the nation, creating an uproar. A traitor among the martial saints? My heavens! If even the martial saints have turned traitorous, what hope do we, the human race, have? The battlefield of the myriad races is our greatest resource. Yet how could these martial saints possibly entertain the idea of opening a passage for the alien races? Alas, the foreign tribes are poised to seize control of the battlefield of myriad races. Can General Su Lai withstand the onslaught? It has been rumored that a peerless star of warfare is also present on the battlefield. One wonders if they possess the power to alter the tide of battle. As this news spread, major newspapers reported it simultaneously, igniting fervent discussions across the nation. The martial saint is regarded by many as the pinnacle of human combat prowess, a beacon of hope. If such a figure has turned traitor, the future of humanity appears exceedingly bleak. At this moment, on the battlefield of myriad races, the second line of defense organized by the Demon Suppression Army has crumbled. Ye Linyuan, will you not emerge? The icy voice of a foreign woman rang out. Several foreign prodigies stood together, observing the beleaguered Demon Suppression Army as they continued to resist valiantly, a cold smirk gracing their lips. Kill them. As the command was uttered, a voice resonated from the heavens, accompanied by a battle blade that tore through the void, leveling mountains in its wake. Chapter 83. The cost of provocation is death by 1,000 cuts. A few members of the foreign race suddenly sensed a formidable killing intent approaching. They turned to see a battle blade soaring toward them. Who goes there? One of the foreign prodigies shouted in anger after narrowly evading the attack. Did you not seek me? Now that I have arrived, do you fail to recognize me? The voice was chilling, imbued with a coldness that raised the hairs on the back of their necks, as if the very essence of the words carried the weight of steel. As the words fell, Ye Linyuan's figure pierced through the air, descending onto the battlefield. Ye Linyuan, he has returned. Ye Linyuan, avenge our fallen brothers by slaying these wretches. Kill them. The remaining members of the Demon Suppression Army were filled with fervor, their blood surging with excitement. Ye Linyuan, I thought you would remain a coward forever. It's about time you showed yourself. One of the corpse clan members laughed heartily. Their mission this time was to eliminate Ye Linyuan. What say you, Ye Linyuan? The vanguard and the second line of defense have fallen. So many of your kin have perished. Do you enjoy the gift we have prepared for you? The foreign woman's laughter echoed, and the accompanying foreign prodigies joined in, their gazes mocking as they regarded Ye Linyuan. Huh, the corpse clan and the insect clan. Have you succeeded in enraging me? Indeed, you have. Ye Linyuan's eyes darkened as he gripped his battle blade tightly. A surge of powerful energy pulsed through him, and the domain of killing intent unfurled. In that instant, the expressions of several foreign prodigies shifted dramatically. He has grown stronger, and is not by a mere margin. Truly a prodigy. He cannot be allowed to live. With those words, the foreign prodigies steeled themselves, fully aware of Ye Linyuan's formidable prowess from past encounters. Now, with his enhanced abilities, they could not afford to underestimate him. Ye Linyuan unleashed his full might, the battle blade enveloped in frost, flames, and crackling lightning. A faint golden hue radiated from his skin, his aura exuding an overwhelming presence that commanded respect, akin to that of a martial sage. Ye Linyuan's figure moved with blinding speed, and the slash of his blade threatened to level mountains. The closest foreign warrior, poised to defend, suddenly sensed the overwhelming energy within the blade's trajectory. His expression morphed in terror. Save me. As the other foreign warriors moved to assist, the blade's light sliced through the nearest foreigner. Boom! His body was instantly obliterated by the force of the strike. This scene left the remaining foreign prodigies in shock. One blow had decimated their comrade, and he had been fully prepared for the encounter. How is this possible? One foreigner exclaimed in disbelief, eyes wide with horror. Before he could react, a wave of killing intent enveloped him. Ye Linyuan approached him, his figure resembling a haunting nightmare. No! Please no! With a single strike, death ensued. In that moment, the hearts of these alien prodigies were overwhelmed with an unfathomable fear. Ye Linyuan's combat prowess had reached an astonishing peak, one that instilled terror and disbelief within them. What level has he ascended to now? In the distance, on the battlefield, Su Lai's punch sent tremors through the earth. The alien leader's shoulder was brutally dislocated. Ye Linyuan, it was him. How could he possess such strength? Our clan's prodigies, he dispatches them with a single blow? Su Lai, shall we pause our conflict? You rescue your troops, and we shall save our own esteemed warriors." The presence of Ye Linyuan was palpable to all of them. Yet, they could scarcely fathom that his power had reached such terrifying heights. Their prodigies were comparable to martial saints. Furthermore, some held significant status within their clan. Should they perish here, it would be an inconceivable disgrace. "Now, you contemplate a truce. Do you recall what I said?" Su Lai's voice was cold. A few alien leaders were momentarily taken aback, then gritted their teeth and replied, "Su Lai, do you truly intend to wager your life?" Su Lai remained silent, merely unleashing another powerful strike. At this moment, under Ye Linyuan's blade, the alien prodigies were on the verge of annihilation. A female alien, pale with fear, exclaimed, Ye Linyuan, please do not kill me. I am willing to do anything you ask." She was frightened. To her, Ye Linyuan was no different from a demon lord. "Anything you desire? Very well. Tell me the coordinates of your home planet, and I shall remember them well." Ye Linyuan's voice was icy. The alien woman hesitated for a moment before asking, "What do you intend to do?" "I shall invade your home world, compelling your queen to scatter your kind throughout the cosmos to propagate." Ye Linyuan positioned his long knife against her throat, speaking chillingly. The alien woman shuddered, a dreadful premonition washing over her. The queen was the sovereign of her kind, the progenitor of the entire species, with sufficient resources. It was conceivable to produce 100,000 elite soldiers in a single day. Thus, while any alien could perish, the queen was untouchable. "Ye Linyuan, you fiend. The insectoid race shall not spare you," the alien woman declared with fury. Ye Linyuan paid her no heed. With a swift stroke, he ended her life. The elite of the alien race were all vanquished. Without lingering, Ye Linyuan proceeded to another battlefield in the distance. At this moment, Su Lai and several alien leaders were embroiled in a chaotic clash. The sky darkened with their ferocity. All bore grievous injuries, their vital energy nearly depleted. Their attacks were no longer as formidable as before. "Ye Linyuan, how dare he slay the elite of our clans? He shall pay dearly." The alien leader sensed the gravity of the situation and let out a roar. "You should concern yourself with your own fate first." The words echoed ominously. Ye Linyuan descended from the sky, his gaze frigid and unyielding. The current state of the several leaders was far from their peak, their strength now akin to that of mere 4th or 5th-tier martial saints. "Ye Linyuan, do you still dare to approach?" One of the alien leaders spoke, his eyes sharp and voice booming. "I have not only come, but intend to slay you." Ye Linyuan replied, his demeanor indifferent, his aura and murderous intent no jest. This caused the countenances of the alien leaders to shift dramatically. "Ye Linyuan, do you truly mean to kill us? Are you aware of the gravity of your actions? The rules have long been established. Should you take our lives, my clan will not spare you. Do you not fear inciting a second great war among the alien races?" One leader exclaimed, his tone severe. The death of an alien leader would signify the disappearance of their territory in the battlefield of myriad races. What then would become of the massive war waged for the sake of territorial division? Would the treaties earned through such conflict not become null and void? Thus, the balance of power within the battlefield of myriad races remained meticulously maintained. Even Su Lai could not eradicate these alien leaders entirely. Otherwise, the aliens would surely descend into madness. "I care not for your so-called great wars. You are invaders by nature. If I do not slay you, does that mean there will be no conflict?" Ye Linyuan retorted coldly, and in the next moment, his figure appeared before them with startling swiftness. Su Lai, witnessing this, felt a flicker of emotion, yet ultimately remained silent. Chapter 84. The operation commences. Is the military command changing hands? Ye Linyuan approached the leaders of the alien races. After the fierce battle with Su Lai, these alien leaders were severely depleted, their strength considerably diminished. Faced with Ye Linyuan at full power, all the alien leaders were taken aback. The murderous intent emanating from Ye Linyuan was no jest. Su Lai, yet he did not intervene. As Ye Linyuan's eyes glowed with fury, any pleas fell on deaf ears. Among the alien leaders, they could only place their hopes on Su Lai, for in their eyes, Ye Linyuan was far too young to comprehend the gravity of the situation. They knew that if they perished, the alien races would undoubtedly incite a far greater war. The resources of the myriad races' battlefield had been acquired at a tremendous cost. How could they simply relinquish it? Su Lai observed, fully aware of the consequences should these alien leaders meet their demise. Yet, he remained silent, offering no resistance. These aliens deserve to die, as did those from a martial sage families colluding with them from beyond. Su Lai, have you lost your mind? As the alien leaders saw Ye Linyuan drawing closer, and Su Lai remaining unmoved, they could not help but shout. Did they only now feel fear? Had they not contemplated their fate upon entering this star domain? A chilling voice echoed in their ears. Ye Linyuan was stealthily approaching, the coldness of his blade piercing and radiating a blinding light. With a flash of his sword, several alien leaders attempted to resist, yet they were now left with merely the strength of the third or fourth ranks of martial sages. Confronted with the current Ye Linyuan, it was exceedingly difficult. Meanwhile, a voice resonated in Ye Linyuan's mind. Several alien prodigies and leaders. To him, they were substantial prey, and the rewards promised were particularly bountiful. In the early stages of the true dragon level, with these rewards, a mere step of cultivation would suffice to break through to martial sage. Nevertheless, Ye Linyuan did not feel elated. Instead, he turned to Su Lai. General, are you unscathed? Su Lai shook his head and replied, I'm fine. I merely need to recuperate from excessive blood loss. After a moment of silence, Su Lai continued. Now that the alien leaders are perishing in the myriad races' battlefield, the aliens will not relent. You must leave at once, as the military requires someone to maintain order. If we can locate the marshal, that would be ideal. Upon hearing this, Ye Linyuan nodded. He was well aware of the implications of slaughtering these alien leaders, but could retreat and allowing the aliens to dominate the myriad races' battlefield truly bring an end to the war? Would there be lives spared? Clearly, that was impossible. I understand. In the capital, the news of the myriad races' battlefield had not yet fully disseminated. Members of the major martial sage families had only retained news from the moment the alien prodigies entered the myriad races' battlefield. My lord, currently in the myriad races' battlefield, Su Lai is restrained by the alien leaders, while Ye Linyuan is besieged by the alien prodigies. I believe it will not be long before news of Ye Linyuan's demise spreads. Zhou Tianxiong gazed at the seat before him, addressing a young man with utmost reverence. This young man was none other than Ye Bai, who had previously been rescued from the battlefield of myriad clans by Ye Linyuan. Ah, my dear elder brother, I shall not allow you to perish so easily. A peculiar glimmer flickered in Ye Bai's eyes as he emanated a subtle aura. Sensing this presence, Zhou Tianxiong and several martial saints exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of heightened respect. My lord, shall we commence our actions now? The prominent martial saints of the military cannot return in time. This is the opportune moment to reclaim the military, Zhou Tianxiong whispered, casting a sidelong glance at Ye Bai's countenance. Ye Bai appeared contemplative and then nodded affirmatively. Very well. Upon hearing these words, the faces of the martial saints illuminated with joy. Should this plan succeed, their transgressions would remain concealed, sparing them from the looming threat of retribution. In an instant, the group vanished, arriving at the military headquarters. Zhou Tianxiong and his companions materialized in the martial arts arena of the military, a formidable aura overwhelming the space, stirring the entire military establishment. Zhou Tianxiong, what brings you here? Zhao Xuanqing and other personnel from the military emerged, their expressions grave. What brings us here? Zhou Tianxiong scoffed. With the marshal missing and the most suitable candidates for the competition having perished on the battlefield, the military, as the front line against the alien threat, cannot afford to remain leaderless for even a day. I propose that we appoint a new marshal starting today. His voice resonated throughout the military, drawing the attention of all present and causing their expressions to shift dramatically, particularly among the high-ranking officials, who turned pale with anger and disbelief. The participants in the competition have died. They were all aware of the events that transpired on the battlefield of myriad clans. Yet, with the martial saints of the military lacking in numbers, they were unable to provide support. Zhou Tianxiong's proclamation struck a chilling note in the hearts of the military's upper echelons. The marshal is missing, and Ye Linyuan is deceased. Would the military's profound grievances be so easily dismissed? Would these traitorous martial saints be allowed to roam free? Even Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli, who stood by the military side, felt a tremor of unease at this news. The tide has turned. Zhou Tianxiong, you collude with the alien races and slay our human prodigies, and now you dare to meddle in military affairs? Let me tell you, the matters of the military are not for you to interfere in. A general from the military declared, taking a deep breath and speaking sternly. Indeed, it is not for me to interfere, but this concerns the future of humanity. As a martial saint of our kind, how could I remain indifferent? Zhou Tianxiong laughed heartily, his demeanor utterly nonchalant. You dare call yourself a martial saint of humanity? The military personnel seethed with anger, yet faced with a martial saint, they found themselves at a loss. Surrender your military authority, or do not blame me for showing no mercy. Zhou Tianxiong dismissed their concerns, gazing coolly at the military officials. Surrender military authority? Who among you is capable of holding it? Someone questioned. In response, Zhou Tianxiong stepped aside, revealing half of his figure before the entire assembly of the military. Ye Bai stood among these martial saints. Upon seeing him, Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli, both martial saints, wore expressions of deep concern. Zhao Xuanqing took a deep breath and remarked, "This individual undoubtedly bears the aura of that person from beyond the borders." At these words, the members of the military were taken aback. That person has returned to the capital? How could he have crossed that formidable barrier? If it truly is him, the military authority may indeed be at risk of being usurped. After all, that individual was once the commander of the military, even though he was exiled beyond the pass. His merits are an undeniable truth. How dare you? Zhou Tianxiong questioned coldly. Matters of the military do not concern traitors or outsiders. A general from the military, witnessing this, pronounced each word with precision. If that is the case, then do not blame me. Chapter 85. The Return of the Leaf Throne, the Martial Saint's Catastrophe. Zhou Tianxiong's expression turned cold, and he immediately prepared to take action. Zhou Tianxiong, as a fellow martial saint of the human race, what benefit do you gain from this? Zhao Xuanqing stepped forward at this moment. Do I have any way out? Given the events of the past in Jiangbei, would Ye Linyuan let me go? Zhou Tianxiong shouted, then coldly sneered at Zhao Xuanqing. Zhao Xuanqing, you have lived for so long, yet you are no better than a junior. What do you mean by that? Zhao Xuanqing asked in a deep voice. As these words fell, Zhao Zai's figure emerged from the crowd. Grandfather, please stop. The situation has turned against us, and a change in military leadership is inevitable. Why must we gamble away our century-long foundation for this? Zhao Zai pleaded. Upon seeing Zhao Zai, Zhao Xuanqing felt as if struck by lightning, trembling as if electrified. This was his most favored grandson, the one he had high hopes for, destined to inherit the Zhao family. Now, he had betrayed him by aligning with Zhou Tianxiong. Beast, how dare you? Zhao Xuanqing's voice trembled, his throat surging with blood and energy. In that moment, his martial spirit quaked as if on the verge of exploding. That was his most promising and beloved descendant. Grandfather, I do this because I cannot bear to see the Zhao family's foundation vanish. Please stand down. Zhao Zai continued to plead. Unfilial wretch. Cough. Zhao Xuanqing ultimately could not contain himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his once clear eyes now clouded with red veins. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zai was taken aback. Rushing forward, Grandfather, what is wrong with you? Ha ha ha. Zhao Xuanqing, did you ever expect that your lifetime of integrity and righteousness would lead to your most cherished grandson standing with us? Zhou Tianxiong said, feeling immensely pleased. Get away. Zhao Xuanqing forcefully pushed Zhao Zai aside, glaring at Zhou Tianxiong. Zhou Tianxiong, do you dare to scheme against me? Do not place the blame where it does not belong. He came to me of his own volition. Zhou Tianxiong replied nonchalantly. I ask you one last time. Will you hand over the military authority? Zhao Xuanqing exploded with rage, causing the heavens to darken and the winds to howl. Runes flickered in the sky as formations unfolded. Everyone attacked together, This old fool is agitated and will strike recklessly. Zhou Tianxiong instructed the martial saints beside him, who nodded in agreement and stepped forward. Xuanqing, I come to aid you. Cheng Qianli leapt into the fray, joining the battle. A conflict at the martial saint level could easily lead to mountains collapsing and rivers shifting, with blood flowing for miles. In the worst case, entire cities could crumble, turning vast areas into scorched earth, with life extinguished. Thus, battles of this caliber typically tore apart space, far away from residential areas. In the military headquarters, everyone was in a state of panic. The disparity between 2 martial saints and 5 was overwhelmingly vast. The outcome would soon be determined. This was virtually a battle devoid of suspense. Shortly after their departure, news erupted from the myriad races battlefield, causing a sensation within the military headquarters. The Leaf Throne is returning. Simultaneously, the news reached the ears of several esteemed martial saints. As they emerged from the spatial rift, the expressions of Zhou Tianxiong and the other martial saints shifted dramatically. That beast, remarkably, had survived. Zhou Tianxiong was enveloped in disbelief. Despite the onslaught from several alien prodigies, he had managed to emerge unscathed. This was truly astonishing. However, it was precisely this resilience that heightened the concern and trepidation of Zhou Tianxiong and the other martial saints. If this being were to continue to grow, the implications would be dire. Let us not concern ourselves with those two for now. We must first eliminate Ye Linyuan. Zhou Tianxiong disregarded Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli. For in his estimation, the threat posed by Ye Linyuan was far greater. Should he return to assume control of the military, all their plans would be rendered futile. Agreed. The assembly of saints nodded in unison, then hastened towards the exit of the myriad races battlefield. Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli, witnessing this, immediately followed suit. As the space trembled, a rift opened. Ye Linyuan emerged from within, entirely oblivious to the events unfolding in the capital. Yet, he understood the urgency of returning to the military headquarters. Just as he prepared to depart, the air thickened with murderous intent, and a colossal hand descended from the heavens, obscuring the sun. The force of its descent flattened the surrounding mountains upon contact. Taken by surprise, Ye Linyuan found it nearly impossible to evade this sudden strike. Bang! The handprint descended. Mountains were crushed, and the earth sank into a vast chasm. Though Ye Linyuan unleashed his full power, comparable to a level 4 or 5 martial saint, Zhou Tianxiong and his ilk were all of level 6 and above. Furthermore, Ye Linyuan had yet to assimilate the numerous rewards acquired from the myriad races battlefield. Consequently, he was struck by this blow, rendering him dazed, with a ringing in his ears and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. You little wretch, prepare to meet your end. Zhou Tianxiong was the first to appear in this space, launching a series of lethal attacks. Zhou Tianxiong, you old beast, have you lost all sense of fear, daring to strike at a true dragon martial artist? Ye Linyuan wiped the blood from his lips, sneering. Your words are far bolder than your prowess. Even in your final moments, you dare to speak so arrogantly. As Zhou Tianxiong's palm struck, the force of his attack was such that it could obliterate a small asteroid even in the vast cosmos. Moreover, the martial saints of the Chun family had arrived, fully aware of Ye Linyuan's formidable and enigmatic strength. They approached with utmost caution, 2 level 6 martial saints, intent on delivering a decisive blow. One of the Chun family martial saints slashed with a knife, the power of which rivaled that of Zhou Tianxiong. Both martial saints unleashed their domains, completely binding Ye Linyuan, rendering him immobile. This is bad. We must evade. From a distance, Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli observed the unfolding scene, urgency creeping into their hearts. Yet the remaining 3 martial saints obstructed their path, leaving them powerless to assist. You little wretch, perish! Zhou Tianxiong taunted coldly. You esteemed martial families truly carry an air of authority. A voice resonated from the exit of the myriad races battlefield. Shortly thereafter, a foot stepped forth, followed by the manifestation of a divine figure. Sulai, without the command of the military, how dare you venture out? Do you not fear the incursion of those foreign tribes? Upon witnessing this, Zhou Tianxiong's expression changed dramatically. Su Lai, a 7th-level martial saint, had been able to act recklessly in the capital these past few days, confident that the martial saints of the military could not be mobilized without orders. Yet, he never anticipated that Su Lai would emerge at this moment. Su Lai's avatar confronted the domains of the two adversaries as if traversing an uninhabited realm, safeguarding Ye Linyuan. When the two attacks struck his avatar, he could not help but emit a muffled groan. Following the previous fierce battle, his vitality had yet to be replenished. Wang Tianyang, you and Chunlan will handle Su Lai. Leave the wretched brat Ye Linyuan to me. Zhou Tianxiong immediately discerned Su Lai's condition and swiftly issued his command. Among the 3 martial saints engaged in combat with Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli, one soared forth to this location. With Su Lai injured and his combat prowess diminished, the two of you should be capable of managing him. After delivering his orders, Zhou Tianxiong's gaze fell upon Ye Linyuan. You wretched brat, let's see how you escape this time. Chapter 86. The self-destruction of the Dharma form. He dares to invite foreign clans into the capital. As Zhou Tianxiong's words echoed through the air, the situation became strikingly clear. Zhao Xianxin and Cheng Qianli were restrained by 2 martial saints. And although Su Lai possessed formidable combat prowess, he had recently emerged from a fierce battle on the battlefield of myriad clans. His vitality had yet to be replenished, and his injuries remained unhealed. Thus, facing 2 martial saints, Su Lai found himself in a rather precarious predicament. However, as a member of the military, Zhou Tianxiong's audacity to act openly indicated his intention to sever ties. Moreover, he harbored a lethal resolve towards Ye Linyuan. Ye Linyuan, let us see who can come to your aid now. Zhou Tianxiong chuckled ominously. He then extended his enormous hand toward Ye Linyuan, intent on seizing him. Zhou Tianxiong, a 6th-level martial saint, posed a significant challenge for Ye Linyuan, who, even at full power, could only rival a 3rd or 4th-level martial saint. Escaping such a formidable foe was barely conceivable. Ye Linyuan, aware of the gravity of the situation, exerted all his strength, and a faint golden aura enveloped his body. It was this very resilience that had allowed him to survive the underground crypt. Clang! As Zhou Tianxiong's hand collided with Ye Linyuan's flesh, it produced a sound reminiscent of iron striking iron, accompanied by a faint cracking noise. Fine fissures appeared on Ye Linyuan's skin. Such a physical form. No wonder you managed to emerge from the crypt alive. If I had known, I should have unleashed more strikes to ensure your demise within. Zhou Tianxiong's astonishment was palpable. He understood the might of his strike. A typical true dragon-level warrior would have been obliterated in an instant, and even a lower-level martial saint would have been gravely injured. Yet Ye Linyuan had withstood it resolutely. Zhou Tianxiong, if you fail to eliminate me today, I shall annihilate your entire family. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Ye Linyuan's mouth. The impact had indeed injured him. If this continued, he would inevitably succumb. Su Lai caught a glimpse of Ye Linyuan's condition from the corner of his eye and cast a cold, piercing gaze at the 2 martial saints before him. What audacity! You dare raise your hands against me? Su Lai's voice was frigid. Until now, the prominent martial saint families had treated him with utmost deference. They had not only refrained from attacking him, but even tempered their words in his presence. Simultaneously, Su Lai recognized that Ye Linyuan could not endure for much longer. He needed to swiftly resolve the predicament at hand. After a moment of contemplation, Su Lai's vitality surged dramatically. The Dharma form that towered toward the heavens radiated with increasing brilliance. Su Lai, are you out of your mind? You are channeling half of your combat power into the Dharma form. If you self-destruct, your strength will plummet to that of a true dragon. The 2 martial saints exclaimed, their expressions shifting suddenly. Upon hearing this, everyone, including Zhou Tianxiong, fell silent in shock. No one had anticipated that Su Lai would choose to self-destruct his Dharma form, the very foundation of his status as a martial saint. Retreat. The martial saints, sensing the imminent danger, wasted no time in hastily retreating. However, the manifestation of the martial saint moved with extraordinary swiftness, ensnaring both martial saints in its grasp. The explosion of the martial saint's manifestation possessed a destructive force comparable to that of a nuclear weapon. Zhou Tianxiong's expression shifted, a flicker of dread creeping into his heart. Should Su Lai desperately attempt to retain him here, his life would be in peril. Casting a glance at Ye Linyuan, Zhou Tianxiong hesitated momentarily before retreating. Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli, confronted by their own martial saints, likewise made their escape, hastily bringing Ye Linyuan along with them. Bang! Shortly after their departure, a tremendous explosion rocked the space. Su Lai, through the self-detonation of his manifestation, eliminated the two martial saints and simultaneously resolved the immediate dilemma. In Kyoto, Zhou Tianxiong understood all too well that he had squandered his final opportunity to slay Ye Linyuan. Once an individual returned to the military headquarters, matters would become exceedingly complicated. As long as the military refused to hand over Ye Linyuan, he would find himself powerless. Given Ye Linyuan's prodigious talent, the military would undoubtedly hold him in high regard. And even in the face of martial saints, there would likely be others willing to sacrifice themselves for him. Moreover, Zhou Tianxiong had reservations. To kill military personnel? Perhaps one or two could be managed, but could he truly eradicate so many high-ranking officials within the military? It must be noted that the military serves as humanity's guardian, the first line of defense against foreign races and beasts. A massacre within the military would mean making an enemy of the entire nation. My lord, the situation has become quite precarious. Su Lai's self-detonation has spared Ye Linyuan's life. Now that he is within the military, we cannot act recklessly. Zhou Tianxiong respectfully addressed Ye Bai. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Ye Bai's face. Those two martial saints from outside the borders are still in your Zhou family, are they not? Since you find yourselves unable to act, allow us to handle it. With Su Lai's self-detonation, his realm has fallen to that of a true dragon. Currently, only Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli remain as martial saints within the military. The two martial saints from outside are more than sufficient to deal with the situation. At that time, you need not engage the military's high-ranking officials. Simply overturn the military to locate and eliminate Ye Linyuan. This task should be quite manageable for you. Is it not? Ye Bai continued. Zhou Tianxiong and the other two martial saints exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their dilemma. Was this not, in effect, compelling them to take action? Rest assured, this matter will not leak a whisper, and at this juncture, you have no alternative. Ye Bai pressed on. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxiong pondered. Having come this far, did he truly possess an avenue of retreat? Very well. Meanwhile, at the military headquarters, a group moved about restlessly. Jiang Ye had been summoned overnight by the military, personally received by Zhao Xuanqing. The journey for the martial saint was swift, taking less than an hour for the round trip. Before long, Jiang Ye emerged from his chamber, and the high-ranking officials of the military gathered around him. General Su's manifestation has sustained severe damage, compounded by the loss of vital energy, thus impacting the very foundation of his martial arts. While I have managed to preserve his life, enhancing his martial prowess in the future will prove exceedingly difficult, and his vitality will continue to wane, ultimately leading him to become a frail elder, Jiang Ye lamented. The explosion of the manifestation had indeed been a miracle to have survived. Zhou Tianxiong, this wretched creature, dared to lay hands on our military personnel. Among the high-ranking officials of the military, there was palpable indignation. Su Lai, as the second most formidable force within the military, faced a devastating blow should his realm and vitality continue to wane. This loss would significantly weaken the military strength. Despite their fury, the high command found themselves in a precarious situation, with the foremost combatant gone and the second rendered ineffectual. The military had suffered its most substantial losses in nearly a century. Furthermore, this calamity did not stem from an external foe. General, the immediate priority is how to respond. Zhou Tianxiong will not relent until he seizes military authority, one voice interjected. The high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, and someone inquired, "What Commander Yi? Where is he now?" It is worth noting that when Xiao Shun departed, he had proclaimed that if he did not return, Ye Linyuan would ascend as the next marshal of the military. Chapter 87. requesting General Ye to ascend as marshal. 8 saints arise. Ye Linyuan, with an expression of indifference, sat within a conference room of the military headquarters. Su Lai had self-destructed his Dharma form, and Xiao Shun had vanished. All these events were intricately tied to that old dog, Zhou Tianxiong. If only he were granted a few more days to assimilate the gains from the battlefield among the myriad races and step into the realm of martial sage. He could even slay Zhou Tianxiong. However, the urgency of the current situation was overwhelming. Zhou Tianxiong could strike at any moment. He dared not immerse himself in cultivation. Bang! The door burst open. High-ranking officials of the military entered, and upon seeing Ye Linyuan, one of them spoke up. Ye Linyuan, given the heavy losses our military has suffered, how can you still sit here in a daze? Ye Linyuan snapped back to reality and regarded the assembly. The military cannot remain without a leader for a single day. The marshal has stated that should he not return, you would be the next marshal of the military. General Yi, the crowd exclaimed. As long as the military has a steadfast leader, there lies a chance for survival. Should Zhou Tianxiong learn that Ye Linyuan had become marshal, the circumstances would shift dramatically. General Yi, succeed as marshal. General Yi, succeed as marshal. General Yi, succeed as marshal. The high-ranking officials clamored in unison. While Ye Linyuan's military achievements and strength fell slightly short of being marshal, his talent in martial arts promised a future that transcended mere marshalhood. Ye Linyuan's eyes flickered. The military was fraught with peril, and this was not a moment for him to decline. Someone must rise to bear the weight of responsibility. Very well, Ye Linyuan nodded, resolving not to waver any longer. Upon his agreement, a message was instantly recorded within the military system. When Xiao Shun departed, it seemed he had foreseen this moment and prepared accordingly. Once Ye Linyuan consented, the military system would automatically update his identity and notify the entire army. The first military order. The martial sage of the military is to return to the capital immediately. East Fisher Mountain. Within the military camp, a towering man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, stared at the message transmitted from the military headquarters, his expression one of incredulity. General, the military headquarters has sent word for you to return to the capital at once. A star-ranked officer reported loudly as he entered. The burly man scoffed coldly. So that young whippersnapper has become marshal. That's one thing, but now he dares to issue commands to me? I shall not go. I shall not go. The star-ranked officer, witnessing this, murmured, General, that is the order of the new marshal. Upon hearing this, the burly man's demeanor shifted slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he could find no suitable retort, ultimately muttering, Damn it. He then strode out of the military camp and vanished from sight. Western Desolate Desert. General, the military has issued orders for you to return to the capital at once. As the sands shifted, a warrior clad in battle armor emerged from the yellow dunes, holding the severed head of an alien foe. Understood, he replied lazily before disappearing into the sands once more. Northern Icefield. In the vast expanse of the sea, countless exotic beasts surged like a relentless tide towards this realm. A flash of blue light sliced through the air, imbued with a chilling coldness. Instantly, the waters were encased in ice, trapping both the creatures and the surrounding environment within its grasp. A woman clad in pale blue armor descended upon the frozen expanse, sheathing her long blade. Her gaze fell upon the military command system, and a fleeting look of astonishment crossed her exquisite visage. Soon, a smile graced her lips before she vanished without a trace. The military command relayed its orders. All martial saints stationed outside received the message and hastened back at once. That night, the military faced a formidable foe. Zhou Tianxiong arrived, accompanied by the martial saints of the Wang and Chun families, along with 2 additional martial saints from beyond the borders. Surrender Ye Linyuan to avoid slaughter. Zhou Tianxiong's voice boomed from above the military headquarters. This scene cast a pall over the faces of those within the military. The marshal was present. Who dared to stand against the military? Yet, what transpired next would leave the military, as well as Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli, utterly astounded. 2 martial saints suddenly appeared. They were evidently not from the capital nor from the Xia kingdom. No, They hailed from beyond the borders. This revelation shattered their expectations. They had presumed that with Ye Linyuan's ascension to marshal, Zhou Tianxiong would be deterred from any rash actions. Even the military personnel believed Zhou Tianxiong would refrain from bloodshed. After all, the military status was too unique. However, they were unprepared for Zhou Tianxiong's audacity in summoning foreign martial saints to the capital. Zhou Tianxiong, the sins you have committed cannot be atoned for by your own means. Zhao Xuanqing exclaimed in shock. Oof. The victors write history, who will remember today's events. When that marshal ascends, you shall be the true culprits. Zhou Tianxiong scoffed dismissively. Why waste words? You may as well surrender Ye Linyuan to me. One of the foreign martial saints stepped forward, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxiong ceased his chatter. Very well. The two foreign martial saints descended swiftly, their gazes fixed upon the higher echelons of the military. Weapons were drawn, prompting Zhao Xuanqing and Cheng Qianli to step forward with solemnity. Meanwhile, Zhou Tianxiong scanned the scene, searching for Ye Linyuan's presence. I thought you were hiding in fear. This makes things easier and saves trouble. Soon, Zhou Tianxiong's gaze locked onto Ye Linyuan, his expression darkening. Ye Linyuan observed the unfolding drama with a cold stare, remaining silent. Zhou Tianxiong, too eager to waste words, longed to eliminate Ye Linyuan, his desire haunting his every thought. Thus, he lunged towards Ye Linyuan. A monumental clash was imminent within the military. In the capital, all eyes were fixed upon the military headquarters, faces etched with disbelief. Before long, a resounding shout echoed from within the military. Who dares to wreak havoc in the military? An overwhelmingly savage aura permeated the air, accompanied by the sight of a long spear brandished in the military training grounds, compelling everyone to instinctively turn. A figure, an embodiment of divine presence, approached from the distance, radiating a brilliant light against the night. It was as if the sun itself walked through the darkness. A saint, yet another saint. Indeed, it is the esteemed General Zhang from the military. How unexpected his return to the capital is. Zhou Tianxiong's expression shifted. For the martial saint of the military is typically stationed in a critical location. Abandoning one's post could result in severe consequences. What is there to fear from merely a martial saint? Remarked the martial saint from beyond the borders. Zhou Tianxiong nodded. At this juncture, they must engage in combat. There is no retreat available. However, before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying aura surged forth. Zhou Tianxiong and the other martial saints' expressions changed dramatically. They turned towards the source of the aura, only to sense something amiss, prompting them to glance in another direction. But soon, they realized that the ominous presence was emanating from all directions, front, back, left, and right. The auras of martial saints approached from every corner. In an instant, 8 saints